Jianguo was reborn in a Sihiyuan, a traditional Chinese courtyard house, in 1962, having long seen through the true nature of the beasts in the courtyard. When Shazhu was being exploited by the Qin Huairu family, and when Qin Huairu was scheming, he quietly guarded his beautiful wife and his precious 3 turns and 1 sound, living a leisurely life. Why fight? Isn't my family's braised pork delicious? Just as he was enjoying his peaceful life after rebirth, one day, the factory director's daughter unexpectedly blocked his door wanting to discuss work, which stirred up the originally quiet life again. Jianguo had to find a balance between protecting his family and dealing with sudden situations. This man, reborn, had to guard his happy life while also confronting unexpected romantic advances, writing his own wonderful life story in the Sihiyuan of the 1960s. Chapter 1. Beijing City. Steel rolling mill? What kind of place is this Sihiyuan? Jianguo, have unexpectedly become a chef. My name hasn't changed, which is somewhat satisfying. At 26 years old, I am actually divorced. The memories flooding my mind make Jianguo feel distressed. After some sorting out, I finally understand. Jianguo, am the head chef of the second cafeteria in the steel rolling mill, with a monthly salary of 35 yuan and 5 jiao. 3 days ago, I parted ways with my wife because she was troubled and, seeking solace in alcohol, unfortunately passed away. The previous body was naive, but I, Jianguo, through the memories of the previous life, have seen through everything. The scarf my wife personally knitted is actually wrapped around Shazhu's neck, never leaving him. It was originally gifted by my wife out of kindness, as an old deaf woman said she feared the cold. Who would have thought this scarf would mysteriously end up on Shazhu's neck? With the usual gossip and the stories I have absorbed from the Sihiyuan, I suddenly realized the old deaf woman was the one who secretly instigated the discord between my wife and me, leading us to part ways. My ex-wife, unfortunately, became the prey in the old deaf woman's eyes, intending to facilitate a good match between her and Shazhu. However, the old deaf woman's scheme ultimately fell flat. My ex-wife, after the divorce, resolutely left this courtyard in Beijing, leaving no opportunity for the old deaf woman to execute her locking door tactics. What was originally planned for Liu Shaoyi, using backdoor gossip and sending things to Shazhu to create ambiguity, unexpectedly fell onto my ex-wife. That set of tactics included speaking ill behind backs to ruin marital relationships, while praising Shazhu to create a contrast. Also, giving things to Shazhu to create an ambiguous atmosphere, just like Liu Shaoyi sending shoes to Shazhu. The scarf knitted by my ex-wife had a more significant effect than the shoes bought by Liu Shaoyi. But my ex-wife was not foolish. She had long noticed the relationship between Shazhu and Qin Huairu, so she left directly after the divorce, causing the old deaf woman's plan to fail. Thinking of the previous life situation, Jianguo couldn't help but mutter to himself. Having crossed over, there should be a golden finger, right? The previous body's monthly salary of 35 yuan and 5 jiao was quite good for this era, but due to a love for food, little savings remained. Jianguo understood the hardships of this era. Without a golden finger, it would be hard to survive, that he silently recited. 外挂签到系统随身农场你倒是来啊. However, after waiting for a few minutes, nothing happened, and Jianguo felt disappointed. How should he live this kind of life? Was he really going to eat bran and vegetables in this era? Although Jianguo was a chef in the second cafeteria, the food there was not good. The second cafeteria was purely a workers' cafeteria, completely different from the first cafeteria where another chef, Shazhu, worked. The first cafeteria was actually a canteen for the leadership, with a small stove to enjoy meals. The first cafeteria also served workers because at that time, factories were not allowed to have canteens exclusively for leaders, so it only served a few workers from the workshops, with only a few hundred coming to eat during meal times. The first cafeteria was a model within the factory, specially set up for inspections, so the chefs had relatively easy jobs. In contrast, the second cafeteria was a place for workers, gathering 3,000 to 4,000 people for meals every day. Jianguo, having once been the head chef, was spared much of the hard labor and felt secretly fortunate. Before crossing over, Jianguo was also a chef, skilled in cooking large pots of food, and had honed his skills in demanding places, so he could handle this job with ease. However, the hardships of the era made him doubt whether he could bear it. After all, Before crossing over, he was over 50 years old, earning more than 20,000 a month, driving to and from work, while in this world, even a bicycle was a luxury, making him feel desperate. Suddenly one day, Jianguo discovered a door-shaped birthmark on his left wrist, which he had no memory of and certainly did not have before crossing over. He felt a stir in his heart and thought, could this be a golden finger? He reached out to touch it, and in an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind, confirming his guess. Looking around, Jianguo lowered his voice, unable to hide his excitement. Then he lightly touched the birthmark, and 30 seconds later, a door appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, Jianguo stepped inside. This place is actually my dormitory? Upon entering, Jianguo was astonished to find that this was indeed his workplace dormitory. As a chef in the helicopter squadron, he cooked large pots of food, but he also had a formal position that if not for this, he would not have come here. Jianguo was trained in culinary skills from a prestigious lineage, and even in a 5-star hotel, he could serve as the head chef, especially famous for vegetarian dishes. It really is my dormitory. He picked up the phone on the table, turned it on skillfully, and the password was correct, with the software and contacts all as familiar as before. I'm back. Jianguo's heart surged as he wanted to rush out the door to investigate. But then he stopped, recalling that although he was still Jianguo, he was no longer the same person as before. Now, he was a 26-year-old young man. Before crossing over, he had already passed 50, with the title of chef shaped by the years. Strange. Why has time stopped? Jianguo noticed something unusual. Although 2 or 3 minutes had passed on his phone, the time had not changed at first. He thought he was overly excited and misjudged, but after observing for a few more minutes, there was indeed no progress in time. He pulled back the curtains, and the scene before him shocked him that a helicopter was hovering 5 meters off the ground, with its rotor blades still defying the laws of physics, as if it had broken free from the constraints of gravity. Yet Jianguo felt gravity was still present, and everything around him was normal. Time has stopped. The thought flashed through his mind as he picked up a piece of paper and tossed it into the air. The paper also froze, just like the helicopter, with gravity failing. Haha, wonderful. Time has stopped. Then I thought the thought in his mind was confirmed, and Jianguo was overjoyed at that moment. He recalled a beautiful woman from his workplace who had made him yearn for her before crossing over, and many in the helicopter squadron had also admired her for a long time. That if time has stopped. Jianguo straightened his chest, his young body full of vitality, and rushed towards where the woman might be. Where is she? Where did she go? He searched through the woman's workplace and dormitory, but found no trace of something's not right. This place is empty. Finally, Jianguo suddenly realized. In this frozen world, only humans were missing, while other beings remained. The dogs raised by the squadron were also frozen in place. The once bustling helicopter squadron was now eerily silent, making one's heart race. Jianguo showed a disappointed expression. The goddess was gone, and although he felt a pang of loss in his heart, he comforted himself. Well, what does it matter if there's no one to accompany me? Everything else I need is here. He thought again, with these resources at hand, am I still afraid of not finding my desired goddess? Although Jianguo felt helpless, his mood quickly improved. After all, in this world where time stands still, resources are abundant and never decay. In the 1960s, scarcity was the norm, but now he holds numerous resources, making it easy to find the goddess, right? With this thought, Jianguo stepped toward the cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria, the serving windows were neatly arranged, showcasing various delicacies. This is the cafeteria of the helicopter brigade, primarily serving large pot meals, but with strict standards that require not only excellent taste, but also balanced nutrition. Proper meat and vegetable pairing, and precise calorie calculations that, if Jianguo were not exceptionally skilled, he would not qualify to be an official chef here. As dawn broke, Jianguo returned through the door, and the outside was already bustling. Inside, voices were loud. Adults were busy cooking while children's voices rang out, a common sight in this era with many children. Jianguo lived in the back courtyard of a 3-entry 4-part courtyard, which was well known and referred to as full of tears. His neighbor was an old deaf woman, who was also quite notorious. The old deaf woman was a lonely person, and his former wife often took care of her, remembering the kindness she received from him when he was a soldier who made straw sandals. However, His former self disliked the old deaf woman and never wished to associate with her, which led the old woman to dislike him in return. His former self repeatedly advised his wife not to bother with the old woman, but she insisted on not listening, ultimately leading to a falling out between the couple. Hey, Yang Jianguo looks quite good today. Young people are just forgetful. Yang Jianguo was in a good mood and was about to go wash up when he ran into Lu Haizhong from the back courtyard. This man was the second elder of the courtyard and often spoke with sarcasm like a tea that time. Divorce was a shameful matter, let alone the fact that Yang Jianguo's wife had actually left him. Being abandoned by a woman was even more disgraceful. Lu Haizhong's words undoubtedly carried a sense of gloating. Despite being the second elder of the courtyard, appointed by the street committee to serve the courtyard, he could not hide his mentality. Lu Haizhong had no sense of service, but excelled at wielding power and often took pleasure in the misfortunes of others. The three elders in the courtyard, without exception, were not kind-hearted. The elder in the middle courtyard, Zhonghai, was childless and caused unrest in the courtyard over issues related to retirement. In the front courtyard lived Yin Shuzhai, a primary school teacher who was overly stingy, even to the point of ignoring his own dignity. Yang Jianguo's attitude towards marriage was indifferent. He believed his ex-wife was not his choice and had no lingering feelings for that relationship. Faced with divorce, he actually felt a sense of relief. Why can't I be in a good mood? Out with the old, in with the new, Yang Jianguo said. Lu Haizhong was extremely dissatisfied with this and resented Yang Jianguo's optimistic attitude, preferring to see Yang Jianguo in despair. The people in the courtyard, especially these elders, had narrow minds and could not stand to see others doing well. Second elder, what are you talking about? What wife? Someone asked. I'm talking about emotions. If the old emotions don't go away, how can new emotions come? Why are you so sensitive, linking everything to women? Yang Jianguo retorted. In the courtyard, weakness only invites bullying and attempts to take advantage of you. Rubbish. You're misleading me. Lu Haizhong snorted coldly, but did not know how to respond. To push everything onto women was indeed filthy. Yin Shuzhai, as an elder, naturally did not want to bear this name. Though he only graduated from elementary school and was not eloquent, he understood that Yang Jianguo's words were sharp, directly targeting his educational background. Misleading you? It's clearly your own lack of education. Yang Jianguo showed no mercy, knowing that Lu Haizhong was sensitive about others mentioning his education. Yang Jianguo, you wait for me. Lu Haizhong angrily turned and went back to his room, unwilling to continue arguing with Yang Jianguo. His educational background was his Achilles heel. Because of this, despite being a level 7 worker, he could not even attain the position of a team leader in the workshop. I'll wait for you. Yang Jianguo wore a mocking expression, holding his toiletries as he walked into the courtyard. There was no faucet in the back courtyard, so washing up had to be done in the middle courtyard. Oh, Yang Big Pot, are you lively again this time? In the middle courtyard, Shazhu was washing up, and upon seeing Yang Jianguo, he did not hesitate to mock him. Yang Big Pot was a nickname Shazhu had given to Yang Jianguo's former self, ridiculing him for only being able to cook large pot meals. Colleagues often belittled each other. Shazhu felt deeply dissatisfied with being of the same level as Yang Jianguo. Hey, the big pot hero. When Yang Jianguo saw Shazhu, he smiled and immediately gave him a nickname in return. Big pot hero? What does that mean? These three words did not exist in this era, and Shazhu did not understand their meaning. Aren't you just the one cooking? Aren't you always the one taking the blame? Hero means a great hero. I'm complimenting you. Yang Jianguo explained with a smile, but the true meaning of Big Pot Hero was known only to Yang Jianguo at that moment. Thinking about the relationship between the elder Zhonghai and Shazhu and Qin Huairu, Yang Jianguo increasingly felt that Shazhu was indeed a Big Pot Hero. Shazhu was well taken care of in the courtyard, and the elder naturally favored him. However, the situation of Qin Huairu's family in the courtyard made Shazhu seem like merely a scapegoat for the Jia family, covering up for them financially. Based on the plot, Yang Jianguo speculated that the elder wanted a biological child, and Qin Huairu was his target. She was easy to conceive and was a widow, making her easy to control. However, in this era, a widow getting pregnant without a proper relationship was undoubtedly seeking her own death. Thus, Shazhu was schemed against by the elder. Once Qin Huairu became pregnant, the elder would definitely arrange for Shazhu to marry her, ensuring everything would be fine, and if not, Yang Jianguo found it hard to understand why Shazhu, as a retirement option, was considered less important than the Jia family in the elders' eyes. If Yang Jianguo was not mistaken, then Shazhu was indeed that big pot hero. Even if he guessed wrong, if Shazhu ended up marrying Qin Huairu and raising children for the Jia family, bearing the entire weight of the Jia family, he would still be a big pot hero. Shazhu knew that this big pot hero was not a compliment, but an insult. But he could not find a reason to retaliate and could only snort coldly and return to his room. Yang Jianguo, what does big pot hero mean? Qin Huairu also came to wash up by the water basin. In fact, she had already been there. That skill was something Qin Huairu had learned from her mother-in-law, Zhang Jia, and she had mastered it excellently. It means raising someone else's children. Yang Jianguo glanced at Qin Huairu and spoke frankly. The smile on Qin Huairu's face instantly froze. Whose child was he raising? Wasn't it her Qin Huairu's several children? You really know how to joke. Qin Huairu, as a master among masters, would naturally not lose her temper. She managed her image in the courtyard very well, always making people think she was weak and easy to bully. Therefore, she would never engage in quarrels or fights with others. Yang Jianguo only chuckled. Whether it was a joke, Qin Huairu knew very well. Her 3 children at home were indeed being supported by Shazhu. In this era of scarcity, food stolen for the factory cafeteria was a rare delicacy for ordinary people. Because what Shazhu stole was mostly meat in this time, an adult had only 2 yang of meat tickets a month, not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Who could eat meat every day? Zhang Jia's weight of 200 pounds was not gained without reason. Yang Jianguo ignored Qin Huairu, focused on washing up, and then went to work. Master Yang is here. Master Yang. Good morning, Master Yang. Upon arriving at the second cafeteria for work, everyone greeted Yang Jianguo. His reputation from his previous life was indeed quite good. Good morning, everyone. Is breakfast ready? Yang Jianguo responded with a smile, and asked one benefit of working in the cafeteria was that you could eat for free. Eating 1 meal in the cafeteria equated to saving 1 meal for the family. In this era of scarcity, everyone understood this unspoken rule. The steamed buns are ready, Master Yang. We're just waiting for you to stir fry. The second cafeteria has 4 main chefs because it serves thousands of diners. Each chef takes turns cooking breakfast in the small kitchen, a little side project for the kitchen staff. Chapter 2. Shazhu, the master of cooking in large pots, is also skilled in small kitchen techniques. And everyone longs for delicious food, so a few take turns. Coming right up, Yang Jianguo saw the chopped cabbage beside him and directly took a basin. With over 30 people in the second cafeteria, this small basin was just the right amount. Staring at the cabbage in the basin, Yang Jianguo recalled his past moments in front of the canteen of the agency, when he prepared vegetarian dishes in a temple in the mountains. The temple was bustling with visitors due to its efficacy, hiring chefs to prepare vegetarian meals for the patrons. Yang Jianguo was hired at a high salary of 50,000 a month because of his exceptional vegetarian cooking skills. However, the monks in the temple misbehaved, got involved in bars, and their reputation suffered, leading to a decline in patrons. Thus, Yang Jianguo moved to the agency's canteen. Although he gained a formal position, his salary was significantly reduced. Faced with the cabbage before him, Yang Jianguo decided to show off his skills. Examining the seasonings, he couldn't help but frown. The seasonings in the factory canteen were far below his standards, but compared to now, the seasonings in his memory were even better. However, this did not hinder Yang Jianguo. He took the seasonings and began to mix them according to his unique proportions from memory. This was a secret recipe, difficult to learn without direct transmission. Soon, a plate of stir-fried cabbage was prepared by Yang Jianguo, exuding a rich aroma. Hey, who's cooking today? It smells so good. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in his 40s walked into the kitchen. Squad leader, you're here. Take a look. Today, Master Yang is really showing his true skills. This cabbage is so fragrant we can't resist. The newcomer, surnamed Wang, was the kitchen squad leader, a level 7 cook, earning a monthly salary of 41 yuan and an additional 2 yuan as a squad leader subsidy. This salary and rank even surpassed another chef, Shazhu, of course. This did not mean that squad leader Wang's culinary skills surpassed Shazhu's, especially in the small kitchen area, where Shazhu excelled. But squad leader Wang was good at cooking large pots, performing exceptionally well during his assessment, earning a level 7 certification. The requirements for cooks in factory canteens and restaurant canteens differ, although assessments also involve small kitchen cooking. the focus is more on large pot meals. Silly Zhu's strength lies in small kitchen cooking, specifically preparing reception meals for leaders. However, even if the reception meals were delicious, Silly Zhu's worker grade had not improved. Exams determine levels, and a worker's treatment is judged solely based on their grade. Worker grades are based on exam results. Those who do not pass have no hope of a raise, and the same goes for chefs. Whether workers or chefs, the exams are not conducted within their unit, but at specialized venues to ensure fairness and integrity. Factory leaders have no authority to unilaterally raise employee salaries. Tales of factory directors giving raises based on personal preferences are purely fictional. Currently, factory leaders are merely caretakers, assisting the state in managing the factory. If they raise salaries without permission, they will face severe punishment upon. Reporting. Old Wang approached Jianguo and tasted the dish, showing surprise. Jianguo's cooking skills have improved remarkably. With this skill, you'll definitely pass the assessment. Your large pot cooking surpasses most small kitchen meals, Old Wang praised. Lunch is ready, Old Wang called out, seeing that everyone had arrived. Although the steel mill cafeteria only provides lunch, over 30 people must meet the dietary needs of thousands, working tirelessly all day with little time to spare. After lunch, they immediately began preparing for the next day's lunch, with hardly a moment to rest. Only a few chefs had some free time. Before we eat, I will reiterate the cafeteria rules, the squad leader said sternly. Eating here is fine, but if anyone dares to take food, even a single leaf of cabbage, you will be dismissed immediately. Do you understand? The cafeteria often has thefts, and, as the squad leader, he cannot afford to be careless. The cafeteria rules have always been clear. Eating is allowed, but taking food is not, a principle established since ancient times in the cafeteria. Taking food is a strict rule. Otherwise, it is considered theft. This factory belongs to the state, thus a public asset, and the consequences of violating rules are severe. Squad leader, the first cafeteria takes leftover food. What about us? Someone expressed dissatisfaction. A comparison brings out the problem. The thefts in the first cafeteria are no secret in the factory. Since both are cafeterias, if one can do it and the other cannot, it naturally leads to complaints. Bringing back a box of leftovers can save a lot of home. In this day and age, food is scarce, and a box of leftovers is particularly precious. If they steal, do you want to steal too? Old Wang was angry. He would not allow theft in the cafeteria he managed. If my family can eat well, I would be happy too, someone in the crowd responded. You may want to, but how can we have leftovers in our cafeteria? I warn you, anyone who learns from the first cafeteria to steal food, I will not let it go lightly. Leftovers in the cafeteria? That's simply a luxury. In this era, just after 3 years of disaster, food supply is only at 80%. 80% means 80% of the total amount. The adult quota is 27 pounds. Deducting 20% barely fills a worker's stomach. Food in the cafeteria is allocated based on the number of workers. If they do not steal, workers can barely eat enough. Under normal circumstances, how could there be leftovers? If there were truly leftovers, they would have been adjusted long ago. The leftovers in the first cafeteria are all stolen. Squad leader, I have something to say. Jianguo finally spoke up. He had been pondering. The deaf old lady ruined his marriage, and this grudge must be avenged. But that old lady pretends to be deaf and mute. She seems weak, but if you provoke her, she can extort you to the point of ruin. Don't think she has prestige in the courtyard. People avoid her simply because they fear being extorted. So, Jianguo decided to take revenge on the deaf old lady through Silly Zhu. Dealing with Silly Zhu would disrupt her retirement plan. You ruin my marriage, I disrupt your retirement. That's fair. Xiaoyang, what do you want to report? Old Wang asked, slightly surprised, not understanding Jianguo's intentions. Old Wang, our cafeteria has faced shortages of meals multiple times. If this continues, we may have to take responsibility for the cafeteria. But in reality, this is not our fault. The first cafeteria has serious stealing, causing many to transfer to the second cafeteria for meals. Yet their food quota remains in the first cafeteria, leaving us with no food to offer. Those with quotas can't get meals, while those without have already taken food. This situation is unsustainable. You should report this to the leadership. If this continues, the squad leader's position may be hard to maintain. I live in the same courtyard as Silly Zhu from the first cafeteria. I see him return with at least 2 large lunchboxes every day, sometimes 4 or 5. Inside are all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, and even rare items occasionally. Our lunchboxes weigh 3 to 4 pounds each. He takes at least 7 to 8 pounds a day, which adds up to hundreds of pounds a month, and what about a year? Shazhu has been the squad leader for several years, and he alone has stolen tens of thousands of pounds of food. And no one in the first cafeteria is innocent. Shazhu does not shy away from it. He even claims it was the factory director's suggestion. The factory director instructed him to take leftovers. The first cafeteria has no fresh vegetables, only creating leftovers to steal. With such behavior in the first cafeteria, workers are unwilling to go, causing the second cafeteria to suffer, which leaves everyone dissatisfied. Old Wang, you need to think deeply. If this continues, with more people from the first cafeteria coming, it will surely cause chaos. Jianguo's choice is to expose Shazhu's theft at the steel mill, cutting off his lunchboxes, which is his way of revenge. Those lunchboxes come from the Qin Huairu family. If the lunchboxes are cut off, the Qin Huairu family will struggle even more, and at that time, the only way to resolve it will be to deduct Shazhu's salary. Squad leader, what Master Yang said is very true. The cafeteria has nearly faced conflicts several times due to food shortages, causing dissatisfaction among the workers. Indeed, squad leader, if this continues, if more people from the first cafeteria come, we may have no food to eat. Squad leader, you should report this to the leadership. If this continues, yes, the meals are insufficient and the workers have complaints. This is directly aimed at our cafeteria, Jianguo said frankly, and the people in the cafeteria immediately echoed in agreement. Okay, you all wait a moment. I'll go talk to the leadership again. Lao Wang understood that the food allocation was not in the second cafeteria, yet the workers all came here to eat, which was indeed unreasonable. So he stood up and decided to find the deputy director of the second cafeteria. The deputy director was responsible for managing the second cafeteria, while the director rarely appeared, mainly overseeing the administrative cafeteria. Jianguo was unclear about the content of Lao Wang's conversation with the deputy director, but soon saw the two of them walking together towards the office building. In fact, Lao Wang had already reported this issue to the deputy director multiple times. The deputy director had also mentioned it to several workshop directors who ate in the first cafeteria, but the workers still secretly came to the second cafeteria, and no one could stop them. This time, because of Jianguo's words, Lao Wang's attitude became more resolute, so the deputy director simply took him to see the factory director. In this era, the factory director's position was not prominent. Workers could directly approach the factory director to report issues. Director Yang, this is the class leader of the second cafeteria, Wang Yongfu. He has something he wants to report to you. The deputy director of the second cafeteria was someone who didn't want to take responsibility and wanted to create some trouble for Deputy Director Yang, so he directly brought Lao Wang to see Director Yang, bypassing Deputy Director Yang. What is it? It puzzled Director Yang that people from the cafeteria were coming to him directly. He was not responsible for logistics. That was Deputy Director Yang's responsibility. Director, I must tell you this matter. We in the second cafeteria really can't handle it anymore. Wang Yongfu spoke frankly. Workers from the first cafeteria come to eat here every day, causing our meals to be insufficient. There have already been several conflicts, and if not resolved, it might lead to a fight. How could workers assigned to the first cafeteria come to eat at your second cafeteria? How is that possible? Director Yang frowned. Workers assigned to eat in the first cafeteria were from workshops closer to it, and besides, the food quality in the first cafeteria was better. Why would workers travel far for meals? Director Yang felt this was simply a joke. Director, I didn't want to bring this up, but since you asked, I will speak frankly. The problem lies with the cafeteria class leader, Shazhu, Lao Wang pointed out bluntly. What exactly did Shazhu do? Director Yang asked. Although he had a close relationship with Shazhu, it wasn't known to outsiders. Someone, who is also a leader from our factory, told Shazhu that he could take leftover food home. Lao Wang continued. With this imperial edict, Shazhu takes food home, and no one dares to stop him. Workers from the first cafeteria learn from him and also take leftovers home. But our workers' meal allocation is only 80% of the normal rations. Where do the leftovers come from? Lao Wang questioned. Shazhu even leads by shaking the ladle when serving, creating leftovers even when there are none. The workers are not fools. After a while, they all started going to the second cafeteria. People left, but the allocation didn't change. All became leftovers. Although Wang Yongfu didn't know which factory director gave Shazhu this privilege, he suspected it was Deputy Director Yang because he was in charge of logistics and Wang Yongfu had a grudge against Deputy Director Yang, so he took the opportunity to speak ill of him behind his back. Yes, what you said true. Director Yang's face darkened because he was the immoral leader Wang Yongfu referred to. He was the one who told Shazhu he could take leftovers home and even specially approved for him to go out at night. Absolutely true, Director. How could I dare to lie in front of you? Lao Wang quickly stated. If it weren't for having no other choice, I wouldn't bring this matter to you. There's more, Lao Wang added. We have someone in the back kitchen who lives in the same courtyard as Shazhu. He says the food Shazhu takes home includes chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Very fresh. Not leftovers at all. If you don't believe it, wait at the factory gate when Shazhu gets off work, and you'll see. But you have to go early. He leaves work early every day. When the reception started, Shazhu had already gotten off work and gone home. Where are the leftovers? Everyone left. They haven't eaten over there yet. Shazhu took at least 2 lunch boxes every day, sometimes even 4, all filled to the brim. Each lunchbox weighed at least 3 to 4 pounds, which totals 7 to 8 pounds a day. Each person's monthly ration was only about 20-something pounds of grain. Calculate how much Shazhu took away in a month and a year. Wang Yongfu was not from the first cafeteria, but Shazhu's theft was no secret. The projectionist Su Demao lived in the same courtyard as Shazhu and often spread the word about this. In addition, with Yang Jianguo's remarks in the cafeteria, Wang Yongfu openly laid it all out. Okay, you go back. I will handle this matter myself. Director Yang's heart surged with anger. If what Wang Yongfu said was true, Shazhu had betrayed him. He only allowed Shazhu to take home leftovers, not to deliberately create excess. After lunch, Qin Huairu, beaming, handed 2 lunchboxes to Shazhu. Shazhu, here are the lunchboxes for you. Fill them up. Today, Deputy Director Yang had a reception, so the meals were naturally abundant. On reception days, Qin Huairu always handed her 2 lunchboxes to Shazhu, so he could take more food home. 1 lunchbox was enough for her. But to bring back more, she specially bought an extra one to carry every day. All right, just you wait and see. Shazhu cheerfully accepted, and the two had developed a strong tacit understanding over the years. Shazhu was secretly delighted. He could take back more on reception days and also take the opportunity to touch Qin Huairu's little hand and face. In the afternoon, while other kitchen staff were busy washing and cutting vegetables, Shazhu lounged around leisurely like a feudal lord. Until Deputy Director Yang sent someone to notify him to prepare the reception meal, Shazhu skillfully began cooking and quickly prepared 8 dishes and a soup. After the dishes were taken away, he carried 4 bulging lunchboxes as he prepared to leave work. These 4 lunchboxes were all secretly set aside by Shazhu when he deliberately cooked extra. He even specially added an extra fish to the lunchboxes. He thought happily that when Qin Huairu saw these tonight, she would definitely be very happy, and perhaps she would even come to his room for a visit. Shazhu, wait a moment. Just as he stepped out of the kitchen door, he bumped into Director Yang. Director, what instructions do you have? Upon seeing Director Yang, Shazhu secretly rejoiced, thinking it was another reception meal that needed his help. The two had a close relationship, and Shazhu didn't think much of anything else. Shazhu, open your lunchboxes and let me take a look. Director Yang had been waiting for Shazhu to arrive. Upon seeing him carrying 4 lunchboxes, his expression suddenly changed. For lunchboxes were not a trivial matter. Director, these are just some leftovers. Shazhu's face showed embarrassment, fearing that Director Yang would scold him if he looked. Open them. Chapter 3. Rewards. Director Yang appeared somewhat displeased. He had noticed the change in Shazhu's expression and suspected that Shazhu might have deceived him. In Director Yang's eyes, Shazhu was straightforward and honest. Although he had been skeptical about Wang Yongfu's report earlier, he now had no choice but to believe it. Shazhu hesitated, but faced with the director, he looked troubled. Shazhu, open it immediately. Don't make me call the security department, Director Yang said tersely. He did not want to say much. He was there to keep the matter from escalating. If Shazhu had indeed stolen property from the steel mill, then that comment about bringing leftovers would implicate him as well. Therefore, he wanted to control the situation within the smallest possible scope, which was why he had come personally. Otherwise, he would have been waiting for Shazhu at the gate with the security department. No need, no need. I'll open it right now. These are just leftovers, Shazhu said helplessly, steeling himself to open the 4 lunchboxes. Stir-fried mushrooms with meat, a whole fish, a generous portion of braised pork, and a deformed steam bun were all inside. This was hardly leftover food. It was clearly a feast from Deputy Director Yang's reception, which had just begun. Shazhu, I have informed the security department. From today onwards, we will strictly investigate theft and the act of carrying food out, especially for kitchen staff. Once discovered, they will be immediately dismissed without exception. Your cafeteria is a key target for rectification, and if caught, there will be severe punishment. If you really don't fear for your life, continue doing this. Also, don't use my name to steal things anymore. I retract my previous statement about you bringing leftovers, Director Yang said, his anger rising. Such behavior was theft. If caught, and it was linked to him, he would lose his position as the factory director. A casual remark from him had sown the seeds of such a major disaster. This was a serious matter. In this era, stealing state-owned assets had severe consequences. A single pig's tail could land a child in a juvenile detention center for months, simply because the pig belonged to the state. Fortunately, Wang Yongfu had reported this to him. If it had fallen into the hands of rivals, the consequences would be unimaginable. Director Yang, it can't be that serious? Shazhu immediately expressed dissatisfaction. What will happen to Qin Huairu's family if I don't bring home leftovers? More importantly, how can I get close to them in the future? With my salary, I can't afford to support Qin Huairu's family without leftovers. Why should the factory leaders enjoy lavish meals while ignoring the workers' survival, while I, Shazhu, can't even drink a bit of soup? If you don't fear for your life, keep stealing. Those 4 lunchboxes are worth at least 4 or 5 yuan. Shazhu, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Also, no more spoon shaking in the cafeteria. If there's any more spoon shaking in the cafeteria, I'll let it slide. You all will go work in the workshop? Director Yang said before turning to leave. If Shazhu stole again and got caught, he would face dire consequences. He had already retracted his earlier statement about allowing Shazhu to take things. Sai, what bad luck. What should I do in the future? With Director Yang saying this, Shazhu naturally dared not take anything again. He wasn't foolish. Looking at the 4 lunchboxes in his hands with regret, he could only take them back to the kitchen and not take anything in the future. He had to inform the kitchen staff that they couldn't take food anymore. Otherwise, if caught, he would definitely be implicated. Everyone, put down what you have. I have something to say. As he entered the back kitchen, he saw a group of kitchen staff busy packing lunchboxes. Using the spoon-shaking method, they had packed a whole basin of food, allowing everyone to take 1 or 2 lunchboxes home. This was a unique perk of the cafeteria. Other cafeterias wouldn't dare to do this. All of this stemmed from Shazhu. As a class leader, he had privately taken food from the cafeteria, and his subordinates followed suit. Shazhu, why are you in such a hurry? The cafeteria staff hurriedly packed their food to take home and save on meal costs. After all, the dishes at home were far less sumptuous than in the cafeteria. From today onwards, taking leftover food from the cafeteria is strictly prohibited. Director Yang has ordered that the security department will investigate this matter rigorously. Violators will be dismissed. Spoon-shaking behavior is also not allowed anymore. Violators will be transferred to the workshop. Shazhu showed his displeasure, and after speaking, he placed his 4 lunchboxes on the stove, opened them one by one, and decided to eat them all to avoid waste. However, he secretly lamented that he would find it difficult to touch Qin Huairu's soft hands and face again in the future. Shazhu, how could the factory suddenly have this regulation? The kitchen staff expressed their dissatisfaction as they took out their lunchboxes. How would I know? Shazhu felt angry and worried about his future livelihood. He knew very well that Qin Huairu was close to him, but it was actually for support, and these lunchboxes were the key to that support. Without the lunchboxes, everything would change. What worried him even more was Qin Huairu's mother-in-law. If she found out about this, there would definitely be a big scene. That mother-in-law was not easy to deal with. Though these lunchboxes were small, their value far exceeded Shazhu's monthly salary. It must be someone who reported this. Someone in the kitchen said angrily. Though the comment was casual, Shazhu caught it immediately. It must be Su Damao's doing. Shazhu concluded in his heart. If no one had reported it, how would Director Yang have come to investigate? The first person he thought of was his archenemy, Su Damao. On the way home from work, Jianguo felt heavy-hearted. The 3-mile journey now felt longer than ever. Thinking about having to commute every day in the future was even more painful. He longed for a means of transportation. A car was out of the question, but a bicycle would do. However, even bicycles were extremely scarce in this era. Take the steel mill, for example. In a large factory with over 10,000 people, only a dozen or 20 bicycle tickets could be allocated each year. Those who could obtain them were often model workers or advanced individuals. The director had very few allocation powers. Where were the bicycle tickets? Director Yang had them, and Deputy Director Yang did too. The rest of the people would find it difficult to get them, and even if they did, they would prioritize their relatives. Only the relatives of the directors and deputy directors wouldn't worry about transportation. Tickets were unlikely to fall into the hands of workers. Hey, Yang Jianguo is back. In front of the courtyard, as Yang Jianguo entered, he saw Uncle San sweeping the ground. Yang Jianguo knew that sweeping was not the real issue. Blocking items was. Every day after work, Uncle San would always look for trouble in the front yard. Those who brought things back were always trying to gain small benefits. Red Star Primary School was far from the factory, and they got off work at the same time, yet Uncle San always managed to return early. Yang Jianguo suspected that he had bought a bike specifically for this reason. Uncle San, you've worked hard. The front yard looks really clean. Yang Jianguo didn't mind. He was empty-handed and had no benefits to gain. Naturally, I often sweep this courtyard. Uncle San was pleased, his eyes never leaving the entrance. As night fell, everyone returned home to buy groceries. This was the time to take advantage. Uncle San, you're busy. I'm heading back. After exchanging greetings with his brother, Yang Jianguo continued inward. I'm back, he said as he entered the inner courtyard. Qin Huairu was already by the sink, doing laundry. Yang Jianguo admired her. She always managed to wash clothes first after work. The laundry was a pretense, while blocking items was the real deal, colluding with Uncle San. However, Qin Huairu had the upper hand because she had a fixed item, the lunchbox from Shazhu. Yang Jianguo responded lightly, walking past Qin Huairu. He didn't want to get too close. This woman was difficult to deal with. Seeing Yang Jianguo's indifference, Qin Huairu coldly snorted as he entered the backyard. As fellow cooks, Qin Huairu felt that Yang Jianguo was incompetent. He and T brought back a lunchbox. No wonder he got divorced. Interesting. These two had a dual test every day when they entered the courtyard after work. Yang Jianguo Siget. In the past, they had almost always encountered each other after work. Such actions were difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Stepping into the backyard, Old Lady Deaf was enjoying the warm autumn sun in front of her door. But Yang Jianguo ignored her and walked straight past. Back in his room, Yang Jianguo locked the door and instantly stepped into his personal world. The personal world was the name Yang Jianguo gave to his special ability. With these dishes, he was sure to make that old lady crave them terribly. Half an hour later, Yang Jianguo emerged from his room with several dishes. All of these were vegetarian, sourced from the cafeteria where he worked. In his personal world, time stood still, cooking was impossible, but there were plenty of ready-made dishes from the cafeteria, and they were still warm. These are all Yang Jianguo's culinary skills, extremely delicious. Tonight, Yang Jianguo did not eat in the cafeteria and returned home instead. He decided to have dinner at home from now on and enjoy it outdoors. Upon opening the door, he set up a low table at the entrance. It was early autumn, and the late summer heat was still strong. Dining in the courtyard was just perfect. Wow, the food looks great. Lu Xiao from next door happened to be outside and exclaimed upon seeing the 3 fragrant dishes Yang Jianguo brought out. Not bad, want to join me? Yang Jianguo asked. Recently, Su Damao had been busy in the countryside, making it a challenge for Lu Xiao to have meals. Lu Xiao's cooking skills were poor, and her food was hard to swallow. When living with Su Damao, he took charge of all the cooking. Although Su Damao had once abused Lu Xiao in the drama, that was after he had found a new love. At this moment, Lu Xiao was known as a strong woman in the courtyard, keeping Su Damao under her control. Su Damao seemed to have married a big housekeeper. Apart from laundry, all housework was done by him. In this era, that was undoubtedly unusual. Back then, it was taken for granted that women did housework. All right, I won't be polite then. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, deeply attracted by the aroma of the dishes. How about we call the old lady over too? After sitting down, Lu Xiao noticed the deaf old lady basking in the sun at the other side of the door, clearly tempted by the delicious smell. Order what you want. If you want to eat, sit down. If not, just leave. Mentioning the deaf old lady was no joke. Yang Jianguo, not eating in the cafeteria, but setting up a table in the courtyard was intentional. He knew the deaf old lady had a craving, and this was a form of revenge, making her watch but not able to eat. His ex-wife often brought food to the deaf old lady, which was a result of young Jianguo's hard work, indirectly allowing the deaf old lady to enjoy his achievements. As a result, she sowed discord, causing the couple to divorce. Such an old lady was not worth honoring. I was just saying that casually. Lu Xiao was left speechless, although she was filial. Yang Jianguo's matters were not hers to decide. Wow, this is so delicious, better than meat. After taking a bite, Lu Xiao couldn't help but praise. It's good. This is my skill. Yang Jianguo smiled, which was exactly the effect he hoped for. Yang Jianguo wouldn't call a dish delicious just because of one bite, but Lu Xiao would. This way, he could make the deaf old lady crave even more. This was just the beginning. Yang Jianguo planned to eat outside every day, making that greedy old lady envious. In the drama, the deaf old lady was undoubtedly known for her greed. Making someone crave food without being able to enjoy it was truly a mental torture. Unfilial, unfilial. The deaf old lady's voice came while Yang Jianguo was eating. She sniffed intentionally, trying to remind Yang Jianguo to invite her to join the meal. Yang Jianguo ignored her as she made another move. Pretending to be crazy, acting deaf and mute were the deaf old lady's two major weapons. When Yang Jianguo didn't invite her, she tapped her cane on the ground, muttering words of unfiliality, which were actually aimed at Yang Jianguo. Eat more. My skills are not something everyone could taste. Yang Jianguo remained unmoved, thinking, you keep pretending I'm eating my food. He wouldn't give her even a little bit. Yang Jianguo, stop talking. Lu Xiao understood the old lady's intention, but was helpless, hoping Yang Jianguo wouldn't go too far. If it weren't for the dishes being too delicious, Lu Xiao would have put down her chopsticks to appease the deaf old lady. What's wrong? Is my cooking not good? Yang Jianguo asked. I thought if you liked it, I would invite you more often in the future. If you think it's not to your taste, then forget it. Yang Jianguo was indifferent to the deaf old lady, hoping to make her feel uncomfortable. The taste is good. I didn't say it was bad. From childhood to now, this is the first time I've tasted such delicious vegetarian food. The many chefs my family hired before are simply incomparable to your skills. If there were meat, you wouldn't know what kind of delicacies you could make. Once this was said, Lu Xiao hurriedly praised Yang Jianguo, fearing she wouldn't get to eat it again in the future. If it's good, eat more. I'm only letting you taste this dish. Those with malicious intentions won't get a bite, even if they die of greed. Yang Jianguo scolded while eating, showing no courtesy. Don't think you're the only one who can act pretentious and insult others. I, Yang Jianguo, can do the same. As for filial piety, he didn't remember having any familial ties with anyone in the courtyard. No one was his elder. Sister Qin, there's no lunchbox today, and there won't be in the future either. Shazhu returned to the courtyard and ran into Qin Huairu by the water pool in the courtyard. Seeing Shazhu come back empty-handed, Qin Huairu's face was filled with disappointment. Shazhu immediately understood the reason and quickly explained. What's wrong? Qin Huairu frowned and asked, no lunchbox? Not even for one day. And there won't be any in the future. What does that mean? Have I, Qin Huairu, lost my charm to you, Shazhu? Or have you, this love-struck fool, found a new target and are preparing to seek a new love? Sister Qin, let me explain. The factory manager spoke to me today, and from now on, we're not allowed to bring lunchboxes anymore. The factory will strictly enforce this. The cafeteria is a key focus, and whoever brings one will be severely punished. Even shaking the ladle is not allowed anymore. If you do, you'll be sent to the workshop, and I can't do anything about it. Shazhu knew that when the factory manager called him in, it meant the cafeteria would be under close surveillance. Stealing again would be tantamount to seeking death. Today, for lunchboxes were caught by the factory manager on the spot, and he could no longer trust himself as he did before. I see. Why has it suddenly become so strict? Qin Huairu was filled with disappointment, but felt helpless. She couldn't let Shazhu risk being caught just to bring her a lunchbox. If it came to that, Shazhu wouldn't want to either. I think someone reported it. It was probably Su Damao. Shazhu bluntly expressed his suspicion. He and Su Damao seemed to be natural enemies. Whenever he encountered misfortune, he would always suspect Su Damao. No, Su Damao has gone to the countryside to show movies. He hasn't been home for 2 days. Qin Huairu immediately sensed something was off. If Su Damao wasn't at home, how could he report Shazhu? Chapter 4. Wanting to speak, but stopping. Su Daomao has gone to the countryside? Then who is the reporter? Shazhu was surprised by Su Daomao's absence. He had only considered Su Daomao as the reporter. Who knows? Did you offend anyone recently? Qin Huairu also frowned in thought, realizing her family was actually the biggest victim in this matter. Shazhu's lunchbox was mostly taken care of by her family except for the days when his sister, Shui, came home. I haven't offended anyone. I've only had conflicts with Su Daomao lately. Shazhu never imagined that it was the deaf old lady who had offended someone, resulting in Jianguo seeking revenge on him, leaving him looking confused. Think carefully. Maybe someone in the factory reported it intentionally. Your cafeteria's ladle-shaking behavior has offended quite a few people. Qin Huairu also couldn't figure out who the reporter was. We'll find out sooner or later. Once I find out who it is, I won't let them off. Shazhu was known for his straightforwardness, secretly planning to deal with the person once he found out. Forget it, let's go back and cook. I haven't cooked at home yet. Without the constraint of the lunchbox. Qin Huairu didn't say much to Shazhu, but was worried about the days to come. Was life difficult for Qin Huairu's family? Her monthly salary was 27 yuan and 50 cents, theoretically enough to feed a family of 5. However, the reality was different. The reason lay in the grain supply policy. Qin Huairu's mother-in-law and children all had rural household registration and received no grain supply. Although Qin Huairu, due to her job, had changed to an urban household registration and enjoyed grain supply, her children were born before she became a worker and thus could not enjoy this benefit. After the establishment of the country, a large influx of people into the cities led to food and housing shortages. To limit population movement, the government implemented policies stipulating that women marrying into cities from rural areas would not have their household registration changed, and the children would remain with their mother's registration. Therefore, Qin Huairu's 3 children also had rural household registration, and the family's 5 members relied on one person's grain quota, which was far from enough. To make ends meet, they had to buy grain, but without grain coupons, they had to resort to buying expensive grain, which was the root of Qin Huairu's family's difficulties. With the daily expenses of 3 children and the tuition fees for the eldest son, living on just 27 yuan and 50 cents is simply a fantasy. Hey, where is Shazhu's lunchbox? Back at home, Qin Huairu's mother-in-law, Zhang Jiashi, stared at Qin Huairu's hands, looking worried. Shazhu's lunchbox is an invaluable treasure for their family. Not to mention anything else, all of Zhang Jiashi's excess weight came from the food provided by Shazhu's lunchbox. In this era, families in the courtyard rarely eat meat even once a month, while their family can eat meat about 10 times a month, all thanks to Shazhu's lunchbox. Although the family is financially struggling, the children have never lacked food and have tasted all sorts of good things. Shazhu often proudly says that the rare treats the 3 children of Qin Huairu have eaten are all thanks to him. It's gone. Shazhu said there won't be any more in the future. Today, factory director Yang spoke to him and said he couldn't bring it anymore. Qin Huairu honestly told her mother-in-law not to worry about it anymore. What? It's gone? Why should that be? I'm going to the factory to demand an explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiashi became anxious. This would cut off their livelihood. Mom, what are you going to do? If you make a fuss, will I get fired? Qin Huairu was at a loss for words. Going to the factory for Shazhu's lunchbox would only hurt her, and she might even lose her job. Although it's not easy to fire workers, it's not impossible either. Her performance in the workshop has been noted. Then how are we going to live? Although they had relied on Shazhu's support to have cornmeal as their staple and occasionally white steam buns, those were all brought back by Shazhu in his lunchbox. To say Shazhu didn't steal food is pure nonsense. He had certainly stolen his fair share of buns. What can we do? We'll just have to endure. We can always survive. Qin Huairu felt helpless. She couldn't ask Shazhu to steal. But Shazhu has a salary, right? He earns 37 yuan and 50 cents a month, which is more than enough. You should find a way to borrow more. Zhang Jiashi kept a close watch on Shazhu and was wary of anyone trying to get close to Qin Huairu, except for Shazhu, whom she trusted because he was innocent and naive. It'll have to be this way. Qin Huairu reluctantly agreed, knowing that in the courtyard, only Shazhu and Uncle Da were willing to lend a helping hand. When it came to Su Daomao, his help always came with conditions and was hard to obtain. What should we do about the children's future? Zhang Jiashe looked worried. Raising 3 children is indeed not easy. Maybe I should seek help from Uncle Da. His family is well off. Qin Huairu thought, realizing that relying solely on Shazhu's help would not sustain their family. She thought of Yi Zhonghai, the 8th-level mechanic, with a monthly salary of 99 yuan, who had no children and lived comfortably. No way, you need to stay away from Yi Zhonghai. Zhang Jiashe was alert. She knew Yi Zhonghai's background well and worried that Qin Huairu seeking his help would cause trouble, affect the family's reputation, and even make it hard for her to stand in the courtyard. Zhang Jiashe was unwilling to go back to her hometown, so she strictly prohibited any actions that could lead to unexpected consequences. After dinner, Jianguo locked the door and stepped into his personal world. In this era, entertainment was scarce. Even the courtyard lights were turned off at night to save on electricity. Jianguo found it hard to adapt to such a life, struggling to fall asleep in the quiet of the night. So, he rode his electric bicycle into the city. In this still world, vehicles were silent, and the roads seemed to vanish. Only Jianguo's actions could make everything function. He discovered that everything in this world could be used, but he had to touch it himself. Honeycomb coal was truly a treasure. Suburban families often used honeycomb coal for cooking and heating, as it was economical and practical. Jianguo found a coal shop with a warehouse piled high with honeycomb coal, enough to meet the entire winter's heating needs. It's important to know that coal tickets were scarce resources in winter, and every household struggled to meet their needs. This port is simply a treasure trove. Jianguo thought to himself. The helicopter squadron was adjacent to the port, and the road to the city passed through this area. The squadron was responsible for guarding the safety of the port. Jianguo saw the densely packed containers at the port, and a smile spread across his face. He thought to himself, given time, these containers would turn into endless wealth. The richest man of the 1980s was closely related to this port, but unfortunately, it was now 1965, and this wealth could not be touched yet. Passing through a villa area, Jianguo entered without a second thought. The doors were closed, so he knocked on the glass. After a search, he exited his personal space with some good cigarettes and liquor, sleeping soundly until dawn. The next morning, Jianguo saw Yi Zhonghai's wife, Aunt Da, delivering breakfast to the deaf old lady. He realized that dealing with just Shazhu alone was not enough to solve the problem. The old lady's care was mainly shouldered by Uncle Da's family, especially Aunt Da, who was responsible for the old lady's daily needs, while Yi Zhonghai was indifferent. If Aunt Da continued to care for the old lady, she would still be able to enjoy her old age, which Jianguo did not want to see. Thinking of how the old lady had once stirred up trouble in his marriage, a chill flashed in his eyes, but he did not take immediate action. There was still time. Xiao Yang, you're here. Come with me. The director is looking for you. Just as Jianguo was about to enjoy his breakfast bun, class leader Lao Wang stopped him. Class leader, what does the director want with me? Jianguo was quite surprised. The kitchen affairs director usually dealt with Lao Wang since he was the class leader. Good news, you're going to be promoted to the kitchen class leader. Lao Wang was all smiles. What? I'm becoming the class leader? What about you? Jianguo was even more surprised. Lao Wang had always been an excellent class leader. What are you thinking? It's not the first cafeteria. It's the other cafeteria. Lao Wang explained. A head chef over there retired, and they initially hired an old chef, Master Han, but factory director Yang decided to transfer a head chef from our side to be the class leader there. While Master Han comes to our cafeteria is known for its strict discipline and has never had theft incidents. Transferring you over is probably to strengthen discipline management. Lao Wang continued. Shazhu is in trouble now. Even the class leader has been removed. Lao Wang seemed a bit gloating. In the chef industry, strength speaks for itself. However, if a chef steals, they will be condemned by the entire industry. Seeing a chef suffer because of theft, everyone cheers. Shazhu is indeed in a tough spot. Jianguo realized that Lao Wang reported Shazhu to the office yesterday. However, the effect seemed limited. Only Shazhu's position as class leader was removed. Jianguo was not surprised by this. Covering up the facts has always been common. If the steel rolling mill truly wanted to punish severely, once the theft of tens of thousands of jeans of grain in the kitchen was exposed, the entire leadership of the mill in this era would have to be replaced. All thieves would face dire consequences. Director, you were looking for me? Jianguo entered the director's office and greeted him proactively. He would never be rude to the leadership like Shazhu. That would undoubtedly invite trouble. Welcome, Xiaoyang. Lao Wang told you, right? You're being transferred to be the class leader of the first cafeteria. This is Factory Director Yang's instruction. He said our second cafeteria has strict discipline. So he is sending someone to properly manage the first cafeteria. Once you're over there as class leader, you need to do your job well and enforce discipline in the cafeteria. You must make the first cafeteria as disciplined as our second cafeteria, eliminating all bad incidents. Xiaoyang, do you think you can do it? The cafeteria director had a beaming smile. It was also a proud moment for him that the head chef of his second cafeteria was being transferred to be the class leader of the first cafeteria. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the tasks assigned by the factory. Being transferred to the first cafeteria is indeed a good deal. Shazhu is over there. Once I go, he wants to have food to eat, and it will definitely be interesting. Most importantly, the work in the first cafeteria is the easiest among all the cafeterias in the steel rolling mill. The first cafeteria has more than 10 people, only responsible for the lunch of a few hundred workers, and there are 2 head chefs, while the second cafeteria has over 30 people, responsible for the meals of nearly 4,000 workers, but only has 4 head chefs. Each time they cook in large pots. They have to use shovels as big as spades to turn over the potatoes and cabbages in the big iron pot, which is truly laborious. Having confidence is good. I'll take you there. The director was very happy and led Yang Jianguo to the first cafeteria. Upon arrival, Yang Jianguo was taken to the back kitchen by Director Yang of the first cafeteria. Everyone stopped their work as there was an announcement to make. This is Master Yang Jianguo, who has been transferred from the second cafeteria to serve as the head chef of our first cafeteria. At the same time, Master Yang is also the new team leader of our first cafeteria, so please welcome him. Director Yang guided Yang Jianguo to the back kitchen, where everyone was present, and made the introduction. However, after the introduction, no one applauded. Shazhu's face was particularly gloomy, as the arrival of Yang Jianguo meant he would no longer be the team leader. As the bully of the cafeteria, Shazhu found this hard to accept. The others observed the situation and dared not applaud, fearing to provoke Shazhu, who always acted without regard for consequences. Director Yang felt a bit awkward and then turned to Yang Jianguo, saying, Master Yang, please say a few words. Yang Jianguo nodded in agreement. I just received the transfer order this morning to come here. I was quite surprised to hear about this and didn't understand the reason at first. After the director of the second cafeteria explained it to me, I understood the situation. The second cafeteria has strict discipline and no incidents of theft, which is why I was transferred here to take over the team leader position, aiming to enforce discipline and eliminate theft. My mission here, besides doing my job well, is to keep a close eye on discipline and rigorously investigate theft. Initially, I had my doubts about this. How could there be such behavior in our steel plant? This is public land, and every blade of grass and tree is not to be infringed upon. Recently, a friend mentioned something to me. A pig in their factory escaped before being slaughtered, and when it was found a week later, it was missing its tail. This incident alarmed the police, and after half a month, it was discovered to be the work of a child. Do you know the result? That child was sentenced to 3 months in a juvenile detention center for a pig's tail. If a child can face such consequences, what about us adults? If caught, the consequences will be even more severe. Here, I declare in advance that I will not pursue past matters, but from now on, I will not be lenient. Once any theft is discovered, it will be punished according to the law, and I will show no mercy. When that time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Yang Jianguo stopped speaking. He showed no mercy to those who were even reluctant to applaud, and he had no intention of giving them face. Since he was determined to catch thieves, he didn't need to be polite. He knew well that those who often stole from the first cafeteria were hard to change. Turning against them was only a matter of time. Master Yang is right. I share this view. He added, in the future, any theft will be severely punished according to the law. This is the director's intention. There will be no tolerance for those who steal public property. Director Yang appeared somewhat embarrassed, knowing full well about the thefts in the cafeteria. However, Shazhu had relied on Director Yang's protection in the past and had repeatedly refused to change, challenging his authority. Director Yang welcomed Yang Jianguo's arrival in his heart, as it was clear that Director Yang had given up on supporting Shazhu. Yang Jianguo's words made the people in the first cafeteria look unfriendly. They knew that their stealing behavior was hard to escape, and Yang Jianguo's visit was precisely aimed at them. Everyone, continue working, Yang Jianguo commanded, and the cafeteria gradually resumed its busy atmosphere. However, Yang Jianguo noticed that the level of busyness here was far less than that of the second cafeteria. Considering the number of workers served by the first cafeteria, he immediately understood. If 10 people were transferred from the second cafeteria, they might be able to work half a day and rest the other half. Shazhu, Director Yang has a banquet at noon today. Make sure to prepare carefully. Director Yang reminded Shazhu before leaving. This is the small stove. Got it, Shazhu replied weakly. He felt unwilling. He had always monopolized the small stove. But now he was removed from that position, and what made him even angrier was that he was replaced by Yang Jianguo, whom he had often mocked, and who lived in the same courtyard. What is your name? Yang Jianguo asked a helper who was cutting cabbage. Master Yang. My name is Ma Hua, he answered while secretly glancing at Shazhu. Ma Hua was Shazhu's apprentice, worried that talking to Yang Jianguo would offend his master. Chapter 5. Gratitude Apprentice. How long have you been learning? Yang Jianguo didn't mind, having already known Ma Hua's identity and his loyalty to Shazhu. However, Shazhu had betrayed Ma Hua's loyalty. Shazhu's 2 apprentices in the cafeteria had not learned any real skills. Years later, during the reform and opening up, one of the apprentices, Xiaopeng, was unable to do even the basic tasks after leaving Shazhu. Indeed, Xiaopeng betrayed Shazhu, but the fact remained that after studying under Shazhu for over a decade, he had learned nothing. What kind of master could expect loyalty under such circumstances? After more than a decade as an apprentice, he failed to impart any real skills. Ma Hua was the same. Years later, he also had nothing to show for it. Is it normal to take this long to learn to cook? Shazhu clearly treated his 2 apprentices like monkeys. Did he teach? Yes, but he revealed nothing of the core skills. Once the apprentices left Shazhu, they were helpless. It's been 2 years. Ma Hua smiled as he cut the vegetables. 2 years, you should be able to cook now, right? You're also a chef in the cafeteria. Yang Jianguo said, clearly aware that Ma Hua was still a helper and couldn't even cook in the big pot. I'm still a helper. I can't cook. Ma Hua said awkwardly, realizing that after 2 years as an apprentice, he had learned nothing but how to chop vegetables. If he could cook, his salary would increase. Now he only earned 18 a month, still at a temporary worker's rate. What? Still a helper after 2 years? Didn't you have a master to teach you? Yang Jianguo asked in surprise, as if he had encountered something bizarre. Isn't everyone like this? Ma Hua replied awkwardly. Aren't they all like that? The little fatty in the kitchen had been there even longer, doing the same work. Everyone is like that. Who said so? To learn cooking, you spend 6 months learning knife skills, 6 months working as a helper, 6 months learning to cook, and then you can start cooking. Also, you've been learning for 2 years, and your knife skills aren't even right. Why are you cutting cabbage like that? Did anyone teach you? Yang Jianguo was actually sowing discord. Ma Hua's loyalty was truly wasted following Shazhu. Xiaopeng too. Yang Jianguo didn't think they were at fault. A chef should have been independent after more than a decade as an apprentice. But they were tightly controlled by Shazhu, and their only opportunity was ruined by him. What is wrong with that? Ma Hua looked confused. He had always cut it this way. Look at how I'm cutting. The cabbage is thick, so it needs to be cut this way to become thinner. When it's thinner, it cooks faster and tastes better. This is basic skill. Yang Jianguo picked up a knife and demonstrated to Ma Hua. I understand, Ma Hua said, casting a guilty glance at Shazhu, fearing he might be misunderstood. He was puzzled as to why his master hadn't taught him these things. You guys, come learn. The cabbage needs to be cut to standard, Yang Jianguo said, dissatisfied with their knife skills. Even if it was a worker's meal, it should still be done with care. Yang Jianguo understood Ma Hua's thoughts. He must be trying to curry favor with Shazhu to learn cooking skills. The small stove skills were the chef's key ability. But Yang Jianguo was confident that after showcasing his skills at noon, the situation would be different. Chef Yang, let's each guard a stove and see who does better, Shazhu suggested as cooking time approached. He had been holding back all morning, waiting for this moment. Shazhu was skilled with the small stove, and his big pot dishes were not inferior to Yang Jianguo's. He had learned to cook from his father since childhood, inheriting the craft. Yang Jianguo had no such background. "All right, backer, let's see." Yang Jianguo smiled and took out the seasonings, saying, "This is a special recipe I prepared this morning, carefully selected last night." "So you had this planned?" "Haha," Shazhu replied with a hint of sarcasm. He believed that no matter how Yang Jianguo prepared, he would not be his opponent. Today, he wanted to show Yang Jianguo what real cooking skills were. In the kitchen, skills determined everything. "Stop the nonsense and let's start." A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Jianguo's face. As a seasoned chef, he did not regard Shazhu highly. Adding firewood, Yang Jianguo began cooking. "It smells so good." Master Yang is a master. Yes, it smells better than Shazhu's small stove. "It's just cabbage. How did you make it like this?" When a master takes action, there is no need to taste. The result is already obvious. The aroma from Yang Jianguo's cooking attracted everyone's attention in the kitchen. Delicious food is the hard truth. Shazhu's expression was displeased, but he stubbornly refused to admit defeat, secretly thinking that Yang Jianguo's dishes were merely fragrant without substance. Soon, both of them presented their cooked dishes, each occupying a bowl. "Master Yang, your flavor is even better than Shazhu's little stove. How did you do it?" "Master Yang, impressive. Didn't you say you were only at level 8? Your skills are far beyond that." The crowd in the kitchen eagerly picked up their chopsticks, ready to judge. After tasting Yang Jianguo's dishes, everyone was astonished. Yang Jianguo smiled and said, "I haven't been working long, but with the exam coming up, I should be able to advance a level." He looked at Shazhu's embarrassed expression and felt secretly pleased. What if the big pot dishes were well made? A chef's true skills are measured in the small stove. Shazhu would never easily admit defeat. Even if he lost, he wouldn't acknowledge it. In his mind, Yang Jianguo was merely skilled at making big pot dishes. The small stove was the real stage for chefs to compete. Who outside would care about the quality of big pot dishes? As for the small stove, your small stove must be better than mine. Yang Jianguo just smiled, thinking to himself, "When I step into the small stove, that will be the day you Shazhu are in trouble." The reason was simple. Shazhu had offended many people at the factory, including the cafeteria workshop director and deputy factory director Yang, creating constant conflicts. However, skilled chefs rarely entered the factory, as the 10-level system for cooks in the factory cafeteria only allowed a maximum level of 6. With a salary cap of 48 yuan and 50 cents, leaving no upward mobility, good chefs were reluctant to work in factories. Saying that Shazhu was like a tiger not entering the mountain to claim king would not be an exaggeration. But if someone surpassed Shazhu at the small stove, he would suffer. In the past, there was no one who could replace him. But now, if he could be replaced, having offended so many people, including leaders, how could he expect good outcomes? "Shazhu, factory director's guest has arrived. Quickly prepare the small stove." Lulan walked into the cafeteria with ingredients, which she had just received for the small stove, including chicken, fish, and more. "These are for the reception by factory director Yang." "Oh no, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom first. I'll be back." She glanced at the ingredients in the kitchen and then at Yang Jianguo, who was resting in a chair. That chair, once exclusively for Shazhu, now had a new owner. Shazhu felt displeased and wanted to teach Yang Jianguo a lesson. He knew very well that if there was any mistake at the small stove, the team leader would be the first to bear the brunt. So, Shazhu headed straight for the bathroom, intending to make Yang Jianguo seek his help to return. If Yang Jianguo did not seek help, the first reception would have problems, enough to make him overwhelmed. "Shazhu, the factory director's guest wants to stop. Let Shazhu take care of the small stove first," Lulan urged. But Shazhu was determined and would not be persuaded. "Master Yang, what should we do? The factory director's guest is already here and is waiting." Lulan was anxious. It was her duty to serve the leaders at the small stove. Shazhu acted recklessly, ignoring the consequences, leaving without a second thought. "No worries, I'll handle it." Yang Jianguo smiled calmly, having already seen through Shazhu's intentions. He accepted this challenge, hoping that Shazhu wouldn't regret it. Originally planning to take over the small stove later, since Shazhu had provoked him, he decided to act immediately and let him face the consequences. "Master Yang, the small stove has always been Shazhu's territory. Can you handle it?" Lulan was full of doubts. How could the small stove be compared to the big pot dishes? If big pot dishes can work, what's difficult about the small stove? Yang Jianguo was indifferent and immediately began to work. Shazhu was seeking his own demise, and Yang Jianguo would fulfill that for him. Without the skills of the small stove, Shazhu would be useless. Before long, spicy diced chicken and mapo tofu were ready, and Lu Lan served them. Just as Yang Jianguo was about to prepare the next dish, Shazhu returned. "What are you doing? The small stove is mine." After waiting briefly in the bathroom, Ma Hua came to report that Yang Jianguo had taken over the small stove. At first, Shazhu thought Yang Jianguo was overestimating himself, but soon felt that the situation was not good. If there really was a problem at the small stove, he would also be hard-pressed to escape blame. So he hurried back. He still needed the small stove to show factory director Yang its importance. "All right, you can take care of the rest." Yang Jianguo did not push him. 2 dishes were enough to showcase his skills, making Shazhu realize that even without him, the small stove could still shine. These 2 dishes would surely impress factory director Yang. After all, how well Shazhu could cook was well known to factory director Yang. If he truly couldn't taste the difference, Yang Jianguo would have to be impressed, not to mention Lu Lan. Lu Lan, who had a poor relationship with Shazhu and was eager to undermine him, was more than happy. "Old Yang, you replaced the chef? This skill is amazing. Much better than Shazhu." As the dishes were served, factory director Yang's guests noticed something unusual after just a few bites. Shazhu's culinary skills were among the best in the factory, which was why everyone loved to eat at the steel mill. Shazhu's cooking today was indeed different. Factory director Yang took a couple of bites and was also surprised. He had been familiar with Shazhu's flavors for over 10 years. And now this skill was evidently a significant improvement, at least reaching the level of a head chef in a large restaurant welcoming foreign guests. Equivalent to a level 2 cook. If it were level 1, that would be national banquet quality. Why does this dish feel so different from before? But this must be Shazhu's true skill. As the 3rd dish was served, someone immediately expressed their opinion. The difference in taste was obvious. But this was truly Shazhu's real level. People who frequently ate at the steel mill were very familiar with Shazhu's dishes. Shazhu had once said that factory leaders were drinking the workers' blood, and that was not entirely false. In that era, production and distribution in factories were all planned from above. Leaders didn't really need to spend all day having meals to discuss business. They were simply taking advantage of opportunities to eat and drink heartily. Today your factory, tomorrow my factory, over the course of a month. They spent more than half the time having lavish meals. During the coupon era, even leaders couldn't eat anything good at home, so they used receptions to improve their meals. "Lu Lan, come in for a moment." Factory director Yang, confused, simply called Lu Lan over. "Director, what instructions do you have?" Lu Lan had been waiting. The dishes made by the 2 chefs must be different in taste. "Lu Lan, were today's dishes all made by Shazhu?" Factory director Yang asked directly. "Director, the first 2 dishes were made by the newly transferred Master Yang. When I retrieved the dishes, Shazhu said he had a stomach ache and went to the bathroom. With everyone waiting, Master Yang had to step in and make 2 dishes, and Shazhu only returned later to take over." Lu Lan and Shazhu were not on good terms, as Shazhu often mocked her and Deputy Factory Director Yang, and Lu Lan never held back. "Understood. Ask Master Yang what dishes he specializes in and let me know." Factory Director Yang didn't say much, but he already had a plan in mind. In terms of culinary skills, Shazhu was clearly not as good as Yang Jianguo. If there was ever a need for a chef in the future, Factory Director Yang already had a better candidate in mind. "Understood, Director." Lu Lan was not surprised. She had tasted Yang Jianguo's cooking before. If it was bad, she wouldn't serve it to avoid embarrassing the director. At this moment, she understood the director's intentions. "Continue serving dishes. Let's see what else Master Yang can make." With a better chef, why would they still need Shazhu? "Director, I will go to the back kitchen now." Lu Lan felt secretly delighted. Shazhu was going to be in trouble this time. Sure enough, when Lu Lan mentioned that Factory Director Yang wanted Yang Jianguo to cook in the back kitchen, Shazhu's expression changed drastically, and regret was evident on his face. He knew very well that his standing in the steel mill relied on his culinary skills, and once lost, he would be worth nothing. "Master Yang, you are really impressive." As soon as the dishes were served, both the director and the guests praised them endlessly. I could hear it clearly from outside. Lu Lan stepped forward to flatter Yang Jianguo a few times, knowing that the back kitchen would now belong to Yang Jianguo. And Shazhu had become a thing of the past. Not bad. I've been researching a lot in my spare time. Yang Jianguo smiled at Shazhu, secretly thinking that Shazhu had brought this upon himself. If not for his trip to the bathroom, Yang Jianguo wouldn't have been able to intervene in the small stove matters. It was a rule that crossing the line was inappropriate. By the way, Master Yang, the director asked me to ask what cuisine you are good at. Lu Lan continued to ask, her gaze glancing at Shazhu, eager to see the look of defeat on his face. When it comes to cuisine, I have some understanding, and Sichuan cuisine is something I can handle. Since Shazhu excels in Sichuan cuisine and has won the favor of the big leaders with it, then I'm sorry, but Sichuan cuisine is my strong suit. So Shazhu can forget about his chances. Yang Jianguo actually doesn't care about the big leaders. He simply doesn't want to give Shazhu this opportunity. He really needs to find a wife. In the evening, as usual, Yang Jianguo made the deaf old lady drool over a meal and then started doing the laundry. By the faucet, he felt that he really needed to find a wife. He truly didn't want to do chores like washing clothes. A washing machine? That thing requires foreign currency to buy. In this day and age, if you don't want to wash clothes and do housework yourself, finding a wife seems to be the only solution. Master Yang, are you doing laundry? Do you want me to help? Just then, Qin Huairu came over with a basin of clothes. With 3 children and an old lady at home, there was no one to help her. She had to do all the washing herself. It seemed she had endless laundry every day. No need, I can do it myself. Although he was reluctant to wash, Yang Jianguo didn't want to get involved with the widow over such a trivial matter. Washing clothes is a woman's job. Qin Huairu was nearly speechless at Yang Jianguo's words. What kind of talk is that? Are you discriminating against men? Can't men wash clothes? Yang Jianguo retorted bluntly. He didn't want to give Qin Huairu a chance to get close. I didn't say that. Men are meant to do big things. Qin Huairu was speechless. Yang Jianguo's way of speaking was like he had eaten gunpowder. Men do big things? Nonsense. I'm just a cook, and I'm still doing big things. Yang Jianguo quickened his pace in washing clothes, unwilling to waste more breath with Qin Huairu. This woman always seized every opportunity to build connections. At this moment, Qin Huairu finally had nothing to say. Third uncle walked over from the front yard. He had just learned about Yang Jianguo's promotion and hurried over to find him. Chapter 6. Shut up, this is good news. He must take the opportunity to gain some benefits. The kitchen monitor also got promoted. Third uncle. You really know how to joke. As soon as Yang Jianguo saw third uncle, he felt a headache coming on. Thinking, can't you just wait for me in the front yard? Why'd you have to find me? After all, he's a monitor. It's time to treat everyone to a celebration. How about setting up a few tables in the yard? Sure enough, just as Yang Jianguo expected, third uncle came over to seek some benefits. Third uncle, you really love to joke. Yang Jianguo shook his head in refusal, with no intention of treating anyone. In this yard, once the precedent of treating others is set, it might attract more people trying to take advantage. Here, treating others not only doesn't earn goodwill, but also makes people think you're easy to bully and someone they can squeeze for benefits. How could I be joking? I'm serious. Third uncle insisted. You got promoted and got a raise, and you're not treating anyone? Yang Jianguo, you're not a stingy person. Seeing that Yang Jianguo was unwilling to treat, third uncle began to provoke him, using typical reverse psychology. The implication was that if you don't treat, you'll look stingy. Third uncle, do you really want me to say something unpleasant? Yang Jianguo sensed third uncle's intention and knew that if he didn't take a strong stance, the other party wouldn't back down. What do you mean by that? It's only natural to treat after a promotion and a raise. What else do you want to say that's unpleasant? Third uncle was not willing to back down either. He believed his request was reasonable, especially since there hadn't been any celebrations in the yard for a long time. Do you really want to hear it? Then I'll say it. Yang Jianguo decided to stop being polite. If I treat, I'll starve to death. You're going too far with that statement. How can treating once make you starve? Third uncle complained. How can I not starve? My monthly supply of grain is only 27 jin, and I have to deduct 20%. You want me to treat the whole courtyard? How is 27 jin enough? I estimate I need at least another 27 jin to be fair. That means I have to use up a month's worth of rations plus a month's salary. You all eat well. but I'll end up without rations and salary. Do you expect me to drink the north wind? It's a miracle if I don't starve. I just don't understand. We all rely on supply grain. How can you have the nerve to ask me to treat? Yang Jianguo's words were not polite, but they also reflected the reality of this era. Treating to a meal? Don't joke. A person's supply of grain is that little. If you use it all for treating, one tea you starve to death? In this day and age, even when visiting relatives, people bring their own rations. This is a neighborhood matter. To suggest someone treat is simply unreasonable. Hey, you're a cook. How can you starve? How many meals do you eat at home in a month? If I don't treat, do you think you can stay in this yard? Harmony among neighbors is important. And if you treat, everyone will remember your kindness. Third uncle was unconvinced, saying that Yang Jianguo didn't eat much of the family's grain anyway. Cooks usually eat in the kitchen, and Yin Shuzhai was well aware of that. Third uncle, are you saying I can't eat at home and should give all my grain to you? Who do you think you are? Let us go. Let us go find Director Wang from the street to judge this. I don't believe this elder in the yard has the right to force someone to treat or threaten to kick them out if they don't. If I don't treat, are you threatening me? What are you going to do? Not let me live in the yard. You're something. Yang Jianguo grabbed third uncle and headed towards the street, intending to report him for abusing his power and forcing people to treat. Otherwise, he would be driven out. Third uncle panicked, shook off Yang Jianguo's hand, and ran away. He knew that if it got out that he was forcing people to treat, his position as an elder would be over, and he would be criticized. Qin Huairu interjected, Yang Jianguo, I think third uncle isn't threatening you. The yard hasn't had any celebrations for a long time, and he just wants to liven things up. Qin Huairu also wanted to enjoy the banquet, so her whole family could eat well and be satisfied. If he wants to liven things up, he should treat himself. After Yang Jianguo finished washing the clothes, he carried the basin away. There were always things happening in the yard worth celebrating, but who had ever treated for a meal? Everyone knew it was impossible. A banquet would mean no more supply grain, and they would all have to go hungry. As for receiving gifts at a banquet, that was just wishful thinking in this yard. In this era, with many children, a family of 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8. In other yards, when giving gifts, just sending a representative was enough. In this yard, the entire Samao family went to the banquet, while Qin Huairu's family tried to rely on the difficult situation created in the courtyard, hoping to crash the banquet with their meager means, which would surely end up costing you dearly. Qin Huairu, what were you saying to that young man just now? I'll warn you, keep your distance from him. Qin Huairu tidied her clothes and returned home. As soon as she entered, she was met with a question from Zhang Jiashi. Just now, when Yang Jianguo was washing clothes, Qin Huairu was also washing nearby, and Zhang Jiashi was peering in like a thief from the window. If Qin Huairu were close to Shazhu, Zhang Jiashi might ignore it because Shazhu was dull, and Qin Huairu looked down on him, so Zhang Jiashi also disdained him. Thus, Qin Huairu was only taking advantage of Shazhu, without any other intentions. But if Qin Huairu had any conversation with another man, Zhang Jiashi couldn't accept it. Even if it was just a few words with the highly respected elder Yi Zhonghai, Zhang Jiashi would still question her. Mom, we didn't say anything. Qin Huairu felt exhausted, fully aware that Zhang Jiashi was worried about her being unable to support herself after remarrying. However, Qin Huairu knew very well that this worry was unnecessary. Her work was inherited from the Jia family, and her residence was also Jia family property. If she really remarried without supporting Zhang Jiashi, once disputes arose, both her job and property would be at risk. Could she really rely on her husband and abandon her job and property? Qin Huairu never had such thoughts. In this era, a job is more important than anything. Moreover, Qin Huairu still had 3 sons who were her heart and soul. What do you mean you didn't say anything? Why did you stay for so long? Zhang Jiashi completely did not believe it. She was also an experienced person and knew very well what Qin Huairu was thinking. Not only do men admire women, but women in their 30s, fierce as wolves and tigers, also long for men. It's just that Yang Jianguo was promoted to class leader, and the third uncle wanted him to treat everyone, so they exchanged a few words. Qin Huairu had no choice but to patiently explain. Treat? When will he treat? As soon as she heard about the treat, Zhang Jia immediately became interested. If he doesn't treat, Yang Jianguo won't agree. Qin Huairu shook her head. This scoundrel. not treating after being promoted. No wonder he divorced and has no offspring. Upon hearing that Yang Jianguo wouldn't treat, Zhang Jia cursed him. Yang Jianguo's reputation in the courtyard was also not good. Being married for 5 years without children, isn't that a dead end? The term dead end was secretly spread by the deaf old lady. How could she easily provoke the marital relationship back then? In that era, women were often loyal after marriage. Even if they encountered domestic violence, they wouldn't easily talk about divorce. It was because Yang Jianguo had been married for 5 years without children that the deaf old lady spread the rumor of him being a dead end, ultimately leading to the collapse of the marriage. After Yang Jianguo returned home from the backyard, dinner was already prepared. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he realized that they did not serve breakfast or dinner. Because the work at the cafeteria was relatively easy, and there was no need to serve breakfast or dinner in advance or extend hours, no one dared to unilaterally add breakfast or dinner to avoid trouble. Ever since the deaf old lady became greedy on the 3rd day, Yang Jianguo set out mapo tofu and chopped pepper fish head, enjoying it leisurely. The deaf old lady saw him dining in the courtyard again, snorted angrily, and stormed back into the house. She knew that Yang Jianguo was doing this on purpose, intending to take revenge. Seeing the deaf old lady's reaction, Yang Jianguo felt secretly pleased. She was obviously tempted by the delicious food and couldn't resist. At that time, good food was hard to come by, and people like the deaf old lady, who were greedy, cared about it even more. Oh, Yang Jianguo, the food looks quite good. Su Daomao pushed his bicycle into the courtyard, seeing Yang Jianguo's feast with envy. His cooking could only fill the stomach. Su Daomao was the husband of Liu Xiaoyi, a film projector at the steel mill, just returning from a rural screening, loaded with goods. Not bad. Yang Jianguo smiled in response, his gaze falling on Su Daomao's bicycle, secretly thinking he needed to get one too. There were only 3 bicycles in the courtyard, one from Su Daomao, one from the 3rd uncle, and one from Shazhu's sister, He Shui, which was secondhand. If there are fine wines at the brother's house, why not share a drink? Su Daomao was attracted by the aroma of the delicacies on the table, feeling greedy. He had never tasted Yang Jianguo's cooking, but the smell was enticing, seemingly better than Shazhu's. Great, let us have a few drinks then. Yang Jianguo looked at Su Daomao. Although this person was not a good character, he was straightforward. However, this person had his utilitarian value. Just a moment. Su Daomao hurriedly picked up his belongings and stepped into the house, soon returning with Liu Xiaoyi, holding a bottle of wine. Wow, this fish head is really big and fragrant. Liu Xiaoyi sat down, her chopsticks pointing straight at the fish head. She had originally been concerned about coming often, but now that Su Daomao was present, she naturally wouldn't be polite. The fish head is quite spicy, take it easy. Brother Daomao, let us have a drink. After reminding Liu Xiaoyi, Yang Jianguo took the wine glass that Su Daomao handed over. He gazed at Su Daomao, secretly calculating how to use Su Daomao, how to keep Liu Xiaoyi away from the deaf old lady, and how to prevent He Xiao from being born. If Su Daomao knew he would have no offspring, would he still divorce Liu Xiaoyi? Many questions swirled in his mind. This banquet was both an opportunity and a beginning. Brother Daomao, let us drink inside. We can't stay out here for long without attracting attention. Some things are not convenient to say in the courtyard. Yang Jianguo suggested going inside to continue. Good, let us go. Su Daomao looked back and saw the 3rd uncle heading towards the front courtyard, then agreed. He knew the 3rd uncle's habits. In a moment, he would definitely come with watered-down wine. Looking at the only 2 dishes on the table, Su Daomao stood up with Yang Jianguo to carry the small table inside. Su Daomao had a deep understanding of the 3rd uncle's shamelessness. In the front courtyard, the 3rd uncle often intercepted mountain goods that Su Daomao brought back. Being the 3rd uncle in the courtyard, Su Daomao was often bullied by Shazhu, and to gain the 3rd uncle's support, he had to give gifts. Just a moment. Once inside, Yang Jianguo called out and then took out a pen and paper to write a few words, posting a sign on the door that read, "Do not disturb if there are guests." Although the 3rd uncle was shameless, he also had a sense of pride. Upon seeing these words, he would certainly not barge in. I still have some beef here, which I originally planned to take to the factory tomorrow. Just try to add a dish. After saying this, Yang Jianguo went back inside and took out a lunchbox, opening it to reveal a full box of braised beef. Yang Jianguo originally planned to bring some food to the cafeteria the next day to curry favor. There were many people in the cafeteria, and they couldn't all be adversaries. Cultivating a few trusted subordinates could come in handy at critical moments. Oof, what a character. Just then, a voice came from outside, and it was clearly the third Uncle's voice. He was holding a bottle of wine, with some watered-down remnants left in it. He had intended to rely on this wine for a meal, but when he reached Yang Jianguo's door, he saw the sign saying, "Do not disturb if there are guests." How could he knock? The third uncle, who considered himself a scholar, couldn't bring himself to knock after seeing those 4 words. He could only intentionally mumble loudly, hoping the people inside would hear and let him in. However, the third uncle was destined to be disappointed. He left the backyard, looking back 3 times, and never saw anyone open the door. Hey, this third uncle is really funny. Su Damao watched clearly from inside the house, secretly laughing. He was just a person who loved to take advantage. If I hadn't posted those words, he would have easily entered today. Yang Jianguo shook his head, indicating he didn't want to get close to the third uncle. Interacting with such a person, not only would he not take you seriously, but he would also think about taking advantage of you all day. Isn't that right? He has been to my house several times. I've suffered several times from drinking his wine. That wine was diluted with almost half water, and he still drank it down. I really admire him. Su Damao shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't care if it weren't for the third Uncle's status. Let us drink and not worry about him. Today, Yang Jianguo had other intentions. The third Uncle's matter wasn't important. Drinking and then saying some heartfelt words under the influence of alcohol was his true intention. Yang Jianguo remembered that Su Damao's alcohol tolerance was not good. Therefore, he only drank a few cups and appeared to be drunk. Yang Jianguo, your alcohol tolerance is too poor. I'm fine. Looking at the drunken Yang Jianguo, Su Damao felt helpless. In the past at the table, it was always Su Damao who got drunk first. Brother Damao, I'm not drunk, really not at all. How could I be drunk? I can still drink. Let us keep pouring. Yang Jianguo said, picking up another glass. Seeing this, Su Damao and his wife knew he had exceeded his limit. Only a drunkard would frequently ask for wine. Brother, don't drink anymore, you'll really get too much. Su Damao advised. He didn't want to end up dealing with Yang Jianguo's drunken state. I haven't had too much. I'm very clear-headed. Yang Jianguo insisted. I still remember Brother Damao. Why do you still have no offspring? A glint of cunning flashed in Yang Jianguo's eyes, sensing the timing was right. Nonsense, Yang Jianguo. Don't talk nonsense. Su Damao was furious. This topic was his most taboo. I knew about this 10 years ago. Yang Jianguo drunkenly said. When he Daqing was kicked out, you laughed at he Yuzhu, and the old lady conspired to make you childless. I saw it with my own eyes. What are you saying? The old lady wants me to be childless? What does that mean? Su Damao quickly caught the key point. You laughed at he Yuzhu, and he Yuzhu went to find the old lady. The old lady told him to kick you in the groin. The old lady also said, a man's groin can't be kicked. If kicked a few times, he'll be sterilized. Let Shazhu kick you a few more times, and you'll definitely be childless. Since then, Shazhu often kicked you. How can you not be childless? Although Yang Jianguo was drunk, his meaning was clear. Your sterilization was because of Shazhu's kicking. Shazhu kicked you because the old lady taught him. Is what you said true? Luo Shaoyi was also angry, with a look of disbelief on her face. Chapter 7 Inspection Her Mind. The old lady was kind and shrewd. Of course it's true. Yang Jianguo chuckled foolishly. You can check if you don't believe me. Big brother duh. Check if it was caused by collision, and it'll be clear, right? If I were big brother duh, if that fool Zhu doesn't pay 5,000, I'd send him to jail. Bang! After speaking, Yang Jianguo's head lightly touched the table, as if he were in a dream. He firmly believed that after such earnest words, Su Damao would be hard-pressed to resist and would go for an inspection. Especially when mentioning that if fool Zhu didn't pay 5,000, he would be sent to prison. It was a significant matter for Su Damao. If Su Damao found out that he was sterile, would he still separate from Luo Shaoyi? He would probably cling to Luo Shaoyi tightly. As for Luo Shaoyi actively proposing a divorce, the likelihood was minimal. Firstly, her family background made it difficult for her to speak up. Secondly, many women nowadays resign themselves to fate, marrying whoever their destiny leads them to. Yang Jianguo speculated that as long as Su Damao didn't give up on the marriage, the two might only be able to sustain their family through adopting children. Tomorrow they would go for an inspection. Su Damao was surging with an inexplicable impulse. If what Yang Jianguo said was true, then his incident of being kicked in the groin by Fu Zhu was intentional, a malicious scheme aimed at cutting off his descendants. Su Damao vowed to take revenge on Fu Zhu and the deaf old lady. After Su Damao and his wife left, Yang Jianguo woke up and waited for the situation to develop. Luo Xiao's filial piety towards the deaf old lady was likely difficult to continue from this point onward. Yang Jianguo's mouth curled into a smile. Fu Zhu, having his lunchbox cut off, faced a test in his relationship with Qin Huairu. At this moment, how could he care about the deaf old lady? In Fu Zhu's heart, the deaf old lady was far less important than Qin Huairu. If Su Damao created more trouble tomorrow, Fu Zhu would have even less inclination to play the role of a filial son and grandson. Next would be the test of Uncle E and Aunt E. Would they be willing to support the deaf old lady? Was there any hidden agenda in this? Without kin or ties, why would they willingly be filial? Uncle E had once calculated that Fu Zhu would support him in his old age. Clearly not a good person, and wouldn't engage in a losing deal. Where would the support for the deaf old lady come from? If there was no calculation involved, Yang Jianguo found it hard to believe. There must be some trickery involved. Therefore, the relationship between Uncle E and Aunt E and the deaf old lady was not easily provoked. Forget it. Let's put it aside for now. Yang Jianguo locked the door, stepped into his personal world, and sought a place rich in resources to rest temporarily. No matter how many items there were, Yang Jianguo had no time to care at this moment, so he gave up searching. After a search that took over an hour, Yang Jianguo finally stopped at a large supermarket next to a seafood market, surrounded by numerous shops. The next day, Yang Jianguo entered the kitchen, and Ma Hua greeted him with a smile. Master Yang, where did you buy that work uniform? It's really great. Yesterday, Yang Jianguo had already shown his skills, which made Ma Hua feel awed. It's only natural for an apprentice to flatter a capable master, especially since Fu Zhu never taught any real skills. Ma Hua had his own calculations. It's really not bad. I think so too, Yang Jianguo replied. He didn't mention the clothes from his personal world, only saying that he bought the work uniform when passing by a labor protection store yesterday. Wearing this uniform makes you look even more handsome. Ma Hua flattered, his face full of sincerity, which was not untrue. In this era, clothing styles were monotonous, and compared to others, Yang Jianguo's labor protection uniform was indeed more outstanding. Ha! Seeing you speak so well, I'll teach you some real skills today. Yang Jianguo had already planned to teach Ma Hua, considering that in the future, Ma Hua would become a head chef and could be a capable assistant. As for Ma Hua being Fu Zhu's apprentice, Yang Jianguo looked down on that. Fu Zhu never taught any skills, but if a master is genuinely willing to teach you, how would you choose? Thank you, Master Yang. I just happen to have many questions I want to ask you. Ma Hua was beaming with joy. After 2 years of learning from Fu Zhu, he had suffered a lot of scolding and was always reprimanded for asking questions. Fu Zhu said he was slow-witted and couldn't learn. But Ma Hua felt wronged. How could he learn without anyone to guide him? Come on, I'll first teach you knife skills. This is the foundation of learning to cook. Yang Jianguo picked up a kitchen knife, ready to start teaching Ma Hua. Come over here and chop vegetables. With so much work to do, you still want to slack off? Fu Zhu spoke up, seeing his apprentice Ma Hua getting close to Yang Jianguo, feeling displeased. I understand, Master, Ma Hua said helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. Fu Zhu was his master, and he had to obey, as was the rule of that era. Otherwise, his reputation would be damaged. It's fine, you go ahead, and we can teach you when there's time. Yang Jianguo paid no mind to Fu Zhu's attitude. Fu Zhu's behavior would only make the master-apprentice relationship increasingly tense, ultimately leading to, Master, please have some tea. Don't hold it against Ma Hua. He has this temper. At this moment, a little chubby guy handed tea to Fu Zhu, seemingly trying to mediate, but actually harboring malice. Yang Jianguo found it quite interesting. This small kitchen seemed like a little world of its own. Less nonsense. Get to work. If you don't learn anything all day, you're useless. Fu Zhu was merciless, treating his apprentice as if he were livestock. His reputation as the boss in the canteen was not unfounded. Everyone, keep working. While you work, let me say something. From now on, the workers serving food will be handled by the assistant chefs and temporary workers. The head chef is not allowed to participate. If apprentices and temporary workers are caught shaking spoons or serving more food due to personal connections, they will be fired immediately upon reporting. Yang Jianguo announced while chopping vegetables. Glancing at Fu Zhu. Didn't Fu Zhu always like to give Qin Huairu extra when serving food? Yang Jianguo specifically wanted to cut off that thought. Fu Zhu's behavior of using public goods to please Qin Huairu disgusted Yang Jianguo. If you want to please someone, you should use your own things and spend your own money. Don't use public resources to do favors. Yang Jianguo, what do you mean by that? Fu Zhu immediately became dissatisfied. He had just discussed with Qin Huairu yesterday to give her more food during lunch, and the rest could be taken home. This factory can't interfere. It's a reasonable use of the rules. Unexpectedly, before it could be implemented, Yang Jianguo had stopped it. Scapegoat, do you have any objections? If you do, let's go to the factory director and discuss your dissatisfaction. As the head chef, this rule is to make you work less, and you're still unhappy? Tell me, what is the trick behind this? What do you want to achieve by serving food? Yang Jianguo stood his ground, confronting Fu Zhu. Yang Dagua, wait and see. Fu Zhu was rough-tempered and often resorted to violence, but he only acted recklessly in the courtyard, backed by uncle and the deaf old lady. However, in the factory, he dared not act rashly. Otherwise, the factory's security department was not a mere decoration, and once caught, the consequences would be dire. In this era, law enforcement was strict. Making mistakes and getting caught meant real punishment. I'll be waiting. Yang Jianguo ignored Fu Zhu's threat and even hoped he would take action. Yang Jianguo had already prepared a tiger claw, hidden in his pocket, a weapon for fighting that would leave a deep impression on Fu Zhu. He knew Fu Zhu's background well and was fully prepared. Fu Zhu, Vice Factory Director Yang, is hosting a banquet at noon. The canteen director called out to Fu Zhu, and he immediately responded, his attitude respectful yet vigilant. By noon, the dishes for the banquet were served, and Fu Zhu immediately started cooking, not daring to make excuses anymore for fear of Yang Jianguo interfering with the banquet. He knew that if he caused trouble again, he might lose everything. Yang Jianguo found it amusing to see Fu Zhu so tense, as if guarding against a thief. He had no intention of meddling, but being able to make Fu Zhu behave was a significant gain. At least he became obedient and no longer caused trouble. As it approached 3 in the afternoon, Yang Jianguo walked into the office building, heading straight for Vice Factory Director Yang's office. After knocking on the door, he stepped inside. Vice Factory Director Yang looked confused, clearly not recognizing Yang Jianguo. However, he was not overly surprised. In this era, workers often visited the factory director's office, and workers held a high status, acting relatively freely. Director Yang, I'm Yang Jianguo, the class leader transferred from the second canteen to the first canteen. Yang Jianguo quickly introduced himself. This trip has 2 purposes. One is to obtain a bicycle ticket, and the other is to express my stance to Deputy Factory Director Yang. Yang Jianguo has been reassigned by Factory Director Yang to the first cafeteria, fearing that Deputy Factory Director Yang might mistakenly think he is a confidant of Factory Director Yang. In turbulent times, Factory Director Yang may lose power, while Deputy Factory Director Yang may come power. What is it? Deputy Factory Director Yang instantly recognizes the identity of the other party. He is in charge of logistics, and the kitchen is also under his jurisdiction. Factory Director Yang's sudden reassignment of someone to the first cafeteria as a class leader initially astonished Deputy Factory Director Yang, who continued to pay attention to Fong Ming. Realizing it was intended to punish theft, Lu Lan had sought him out regarding this matter. Lu Lan had a close relationship with Deputy Factory Director Yang at the first cafeteria, often bringing home meals, but that has now stopped. However, Deputy Factory Director Yang is also helpless. With the kitchen being robbed, as the direct supervisor, he cannot escape responsibility. Factory Director, I have something to ask. As Yang Jianguo spoke, he placed a bag on Deputy Factory Director Yang's desk. What is this? Take it away, no bribery. That is a serious crime. Although Deputy Factory Director Yang is greedy, he disdains small profits. As a factory director, small favors do not catch his eye. The director misunderstood. How dare I bribe? This is some fruit brought back by a driver friend from the south. How can sending fruit be considered bribery? Please have a look. What Jianguo offered was indeed carefully selected. 6 large mangoes, filling the bag. At this time, southern fruits are hard to come by in the north. The varieties haven't been improved, are difficult to preserve, and transportation is challenging. Mangoes are rarely seen in Beijing, let alone the large mangoes gifted by Jianguo, which are improved varieties, even rarer. Fortunately, the origin is easy to explain. It's just said that the driver friend brought them back from the south. In this era, long-distance drivers often have such habits. Drivers from the steel mill also often return with goods, and factory leaders sometimes even participate in bringing items from elsewhere. These are mangoes. They are so large and of excellent quality. Deputy Factory Director Yang felt relieved upon seeing the fruit. No matter how good the fruit is, it is not a bribe. Indeed, the moment I saw those mangoes, I knew they were good stuff. It took quite a bit of effort to acquire them. Initially, the person didn't want to give them, saying they were reserved for gifts. But fortunately, we have a good relationship, and he eventually gave me a few. Jianguo smiled widely, sharing the story of the mangoes. All right, then tell me your business. Deputy Factory Director Yang was quite satisfied. This mango gift was just right. In certain situations, such gifts are more effective than money. They wouldn't dare accept cash, but fruit is fine. Factory Director, I would like a bicycle ticket. Jianguo spoke frankly, revealing his purpose. A bicycle ticket? All right, I'll give you one. After a moment of thought, Deputy Factory Director Yang ultimate handed Yang Jianguo a ticket. This fruit was just right for him. He was worried about giving a gift to a certain leader. Thank you, Factory Director. Upon receiving the bicycle ticket, Jianguo's mood instantly improved. Jianguo did not lack bicycles. He had seen a high-end bicycle shop last night in his personal world. But can this world be used? What Jianguo wanted was a bicycle with a traceable origin, one that wouldn't raise suspicions. All right, you go back to work. Deputy Factory Director Yang stood up, signaling Jianguo to leave. He planned to head to a leader's home immediately. He was afraid the fruit wouldn't last long, as it was brought from the south and would definitely take time on the road. You're busy, Director. I'll return to the kitchen. Obtaining the bicycle ticket also made Deputy Factory Director Yang understand that he was not someone from Factory Director Yang's side. Otherwise, he would have come to him for a bicycle ticket. The goal achieved, even if Deputy Factory Director Yang didn't say anything, Jianguo was going to leave. Humming a little tune, Jianguo happily returned to the kitchen. Master Yang, what has got you so happy? Lulan asked casually upon seeing Jianguo. Of course I'm happy. Look at this. Jianguo took out the bicycle ticket and showed it off. With a legitimate source, he naturally wanted everyone to know. If he secretly bought a bike, wouldn't that raise suspicions? Oh, a bicycle ticket? Master Yang, where did you get it? Lulan looked surprised. This thing is not easy to obtain. Workers in a factory can only get it if they are model workers or advanced individuals. Others cannot obtain it. It was given by Deputy Factory Director Yang to encourage the logistics team. Jianguo candidly stated the source, but it became a reward from the factory director rather than an exchange. After all, a bicycle ticket is still a ticket. Deputy Factory Director Yang exchanged it for 6 large mangoes, which isn't a loss. But who believes that? Shazhu scoffed. He knew Deputy Factory Director Yang's style too well and suspected something fishy. Shazhu had always wanted to get a ticket, but had never succeeded. In the end, he could only buy a second-hand bicycle from Shui. Don't believe it? Go ask Deputy Factory Director Yang. Jianguo sneered. If Shazhu really went to inquire, he would definitely be severely reprimanded. Not only that, but Jianguo was able to enjoy special treatment. The kitchen wouldn't collapse without Shazhu. It would be strange if Deputy Factory Director Yang didn't take action against Shazhu. Transferring him to another workshop wouldn't be impossible. I don't have that much time. There's a pile of work in the kitchen. Shazhu wouldn't go unless he was really silly. Although he suspected something was amiss, would Deputy Factory Director Yang reveal anything to Shazhu? Shazhu, you're just jealous. Lulan sarcastically mocked Shazhu. And now that Jianguo was the cafeteria class leader, Lulan feared Shazhu even less. Yes, I'm jealous. Jealous of your good relationship with Deputy Factory Director Yang. Shazhu wouldn't be at a loss and immediately retorted Lulan. Shazhu, you wait for me. Lulan understood that Shazhu's words had a double meaning, mocking her for being an informant to Deputy Factory Director Yang. If it weren't for the pressure of life, Lulan wouldn't want to be like this. I'll wait. I'm waiting for you. Shazhu was not afraid of Lulan at all. As for Lulan reporting to Deputy Factory Director Yang, Shazhu didn't care. As long as Deputy Factory Director Yang didn't directly offend him, he wouldn't do anything for Lulan. After all, Deputy Factory Director Yang didn't care about Lulan at all. Otherwise, Shazhu would have been dealt with long ago for offending Lulan multiple times. All right. Stop arguing. Go work. Yang Jianguo helplessly intervened. Shazhu really had no scruples. Deeply aware that Shazhu wouldn't let it go, Yang Jianguo stopped the argument. Otherwise, Lulan would be at a disadvantage. The ticket was obtained, but what about the money? On the way home from work, Yang Jianguo began to worry again. Having a bicycle ticket without money is also in vain. His previous life left him with nothing. After crossing over, Yang Jianguo had no money. His previous lifestyle habits left him without savings, and he generously gave all his money to his ex-wife during the divorce. After thinking it over, Yang Jianguo felt there was only one way: to use some resources from the world he carried with him to sell something. A small business could still sustain a living. As for large-scale business ideas, such as cooperating with the steel mill to sell meat and earn big money, he thought that was completely wishful thinking. Chapter 8 Testimony. After all, in this era, the factory leaders are also state officials. How could they risk doing speculative businesses? Workers' diets are uniformly arranged by higher-level documents, and the factory director cannot decide arbitrarily. Even if the factory director really cares about the workers' diets, he would only report to higher-ups, not buy or trade privately. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as factory director. Just as Yang Jianguo was deep in thought, Su Damao and his wife stopped him in the backyard. "Brother, you're back. I have something to discuss with you." Yang Jianguo looked surprised and didn't understand why they were looking for him. "Let us talk inside." The three entered Su Damao's house. "What is the matter?" Yang Jianguo pretended to be confused, but he already had an idea in his heart. "Brother, I went for a checkup at the hospital today." Su Damao got straight to the point. "The doctor said I might be infertile due to multiple impacts. I'm planning to settle accounts with Shazhu and the deaf old lady. Can you help me testify?" Yang Jianguo shook his head directly to refuse. "What testimony? What does this have to do with me? I don't know anything." Su Damao was a bit angry. "Brother, don't you remember what you said last night when we were drinking?" Yang Jianguo knew that those words were all his own guesses or fabrications, and naturally would not go to testify. "If it weren't for your words, how would I have checked? And I wouldn't have known that I couldn't have children. Why are you acting confused right now? I was drunk, blacked out, and I don't even know what I said." "Brother Damao, don't say nonsense. I didn't say anything to you yesterday. If you want to settle accounts with Shazhu, just call the police directly. Don't involve me. If you need witnesses, everyone in the courtyard has seen Shazhu hit you multiple times. Who can't testify? I have matters at home. I'm leaving. Don't get me into trouble." Yang Jianguo wanted to leave, unwilling to get involved in this matter, his face full of fear. "Brother, wait a moment. What are you afraid of?" Seeing Yang Jianguo so scared, Su Damao felt suspicious. "Brother Damao, I'm really scared. Don't involve me in this matter. I won't admit to anything. This courtyard is far more complicated than you think. Not to mention, why did Shazhu's father run away back then? You really don't think it was for a widow, do you? Think about it. Even if he was with a widow, would he need to escape to Baocheng? What's wrong with two singles getting married? It's not something to be ashamed of. This is the capital. How can Baocheng compare to the capital? What does a capital household registration mean? If Daqing hadn't left back then, he would have been dead long ago. If I testify for you today, I'll be unlucky too. Brother Damao, you should just demand compensation from Shazhu directly. If he doesn't pay, call the police. As long as you mention calling the police, they will definitely pay. Everyone in the courtyard is evidence." After saying this, Yang Jianguo wanted to leave. "Brother, where is Shazhu going to get the money? His money has all been taken by Widow Qin. How can he compensate me?" Su Damao grabbed Yang Jianguo, thinking that Shazhu had no money to compensate. "Don't worry, Brother Damao. No matter how much you want, you'll definitely get it in the end. Shazhu doesn't have it, but doesn't he have an uncle? If the uncle doesn't give it, the deaf old lady will step in. The uncle has to give it even if he doesn't want to. I'm telling you, our courtyard is not simple. Shazhu is the retirement support for several people. Once the police are called, their entire plan will go to waste. They might not care about a few thousand yuan, but years of planning must not be disrupted. If you insist on calling the police, it will be enough to make them panic. Remember, do not mention the deaf old lady. Otherwise, things will be difficult to proceed and you won't get a single cent. That old lady has no other skills. Once she lies down on the ground, you will be helpless. Jianguo broke free from Su Damao's grip and left. This time, Jianguo truly left, having said everything that needed to be said. If Su Damao still didn't understand, then he was truly incompetent. Next, it was just waiting for the good show to unfold. Let's go find Shazhu. Su Damao steeled himself and decided to take action. Only by making a big deal out of it could he obtain compensation. All right, this matter is not over. When Lu Xiaoyi learned in the hospital that Su Damao was infertile, she did not leave him. Women in that era adhered to the principle of loyalty. The deaf old lady's previous instigation had made Lu Xiaoyi suspicious. But now it seemed that the deaf old lady was not a good person. And even Lu Xiaoyi's childlessness was related to her. Those instigating words naturally lost their effectiveness. Moreover, Lu Xiaoyi's family background did not allow her to divorce. Shazhu, come out. I want to kill you. Su Damao rushed to the courtyard, heading straight for Shazhu's house. Lu Xiaoyi also followed closely with a stick in hand. For a moment, the entire courtyard was in an uproar. Half an hour later, Jianguo sat in the courtyard as the courtyard meeting began. Su Damao, tell me what happened? Why are you causing trouble for no reason? Uncle Yi looked furious. This time, the fight saw Su Damao and his wife teaming up, hitting hard. Although Shazhu fought back and Su Damao's face was swollen, Shazhu also suffered greatly, with blood all over his face. How could Uncle Yi not be angry? In the past, Shazhu was unharmed while Su Damao was left in a sorry state. No need to talk here. Wife, let's call the police. Shazhu, I want you to spend the rest of your life in jail. Su Damao was full of rage and completely ignored Uncle Yi's words. What business is it to talk about in the courtyard? Why call the police? Uncle Yi sensed something was off when he heard this. Su Damao was hitting people and threatening to call the police. There must be some hidden truth. No need to say much. Shazhu, just wait to go to jail. Don't even think about getting out for the rest of your life. You unvirtuous person. Lu Xiaoyi's face was filled with anger as she pointed and scolded Shazhu. Hey, you broke into my home and hit me, and now you're the one in the right? Shazhu retorted. Call the police? Even if you don't call, I will. Let's see who the police catch. Shazhu refused to back down. Having been innocently attacked at home, and now being framed to call the police, how could Shazhu be afraid? Everyone quiet down. Su Damao, tell me what this is all about. Uncle Yi stepped in to mediate. If you really want to call the police, you have to clarify the situation first. Uncle Yi didn't want Su Damao to impulsively call the police. After all, if Shazhu was really caught, his retirement plan would be affected. All right, then I'll speak plainly. Su Damao's true intention was not to call the police, but to seek compensation. Although the issue of infertility was not glorious, it was insignificant in the face of money. He knew he needed a large sum of money to find peace of mind, and he feared that Lu Xiaoyi would divorce him. With money, even if they divorced, it wouldn't be too bleak. Uncle Yi, look, this is my hospital checkup result from today. The doctor said I can't have children anymore. The reason is that I was hit in the vital areas since childhood. Today, I want Shazhu to go to jail. He made me infertile, and he shouldn't think he can have it easy. I want him to spend his entire life in jail and taste the bitterness of infertility. Su Damao was not concerned about his face for the sake of money. Uncle Yi was shocked and at a loss for words. Everyone in the courtyard knew that Shazhu had repeatedly hit Su Damao in the vital areas. This matter was pointless to play tricks on, and there were many witnesses. No need to say more. Let's go to the police station. Su Damao snatched back the diagnosis and pulled Lu Xiaoyi to report to the police. Can't call the police, Su Damao, wait. Uncle Yi hurriedly stopped him, as this matter was serious. Once the police were called, Shazhu would fall into a serious crime. Intentional injury causing disability would have dire consequences. Not to mention the serious injury of infertility. Shazhu would find it hard to turn things around in this life. Let him call the police. What does it have to do with me, Su Damao? What evidence do you have to prove that I did it? Shazhu was not confused at this moment and chose to argue and deny. Shazhu, you hit me so many times. Everyone in the courtyard saw it. Do you think not admitting means nothing will happen? When the police ask, let's see how you escape. Let's go. Shazhu refused to admit it. But Jianguo had already said that everyone in the courtyard was a witness. Over the years, Shazhu had repeatedly beaten Su Damao, and each time it had caused a stir in the entire courtyard. Everyone was well aware of it. All right, let's resolve this matter in the courtyard. This is Shazhu's responsibility. Su Damao, tell me, what will it take for you to let it go? Uncle E stood up and gave a direct conclusion. This was not favoritism towards Su Damao, but Shazhu indeed could not evade responsibility. He said this to earn Su Damao's goodwill, hoping he would come to mediate and resolve the matter. As long as he mediated, the matter would not escalate, and Shazhu would not have to go to jail. There were too many witnesses to suppress. He could only accept it. All right, I will give Uncle Lee face. Shazhu wants me to be childless. If this matter goes to the police station, he can forget about getting out for the rest of his life. Compensate me with 5,000 yuan, and I won't pursue it. Otherwise, Shazhu will go to jail. Su Damao said without hesitation, directly asking for 5,000. This was the price given by Jianguo, and he felt it was very reasonable. What, 5,000? Why don't you go rob someone? Shazhu was furious upon hearing this. 5,000? It's simply a joke. He couldn't even come up with 500. Huh? Is 5,000 too much? You want to make me childless? Do you think 5,000 is too much? I'll send you to prison. You can forget about getting out for the rest of your life. Think carefully. Is your life worth 5,000? Su Damao had his own calculations in mind. This 5,000 was buying Shazhu's life. No money? Then go to jail. Shazhu really can't come up with 5,000 yuan. Fine, then you can go to jail. Su Damao turned to leave. Su Damao, what are you doing? The compensation can be negotiated. Why call the police? An elder hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Grabbing Su Damao, there's no negotiation. This is a matter of cutting off my lineage. I have no children to support me in my old age. This 5,000 yuan is our retirement money. Is 5,000 yuan enough for retirement? What do you think? Su Damao asked while trying to shake off the elder's grip, insisting on calling the police. He realized, just as Jianguo had said, that as long as he insisted on calling the police, someone would always come forward to stop him. Damao, 5,000 is too much. The elder looked at Su Damao and decided to use the old method, saying, let Shazhu pay you 300 and let this matter rest. In the past, whenever Shazhu beat Su Damao, it was always the elder who mediated, settling the matter with a small amount of money. Su Damao would always start with an outrageous demand, and then the elder would negotiate it down. But this time the situation was serious, and the elder directly offered 300. I don't want money. I want Shazhu to go to jail. Su Damao shook off the elder and was about to go out to call the police. Su Damao, don't escalate this. It will disgrace the courtyard. The elder blocked Su Damao again, suggesting that if he was not satisfied, they could negotiate further. You know Shazhu has no money. 300 is already all he has. He can't come up with more. If you call the police, his years of retirement planning will be ruined. I don't care. Without 5,000, I'll make him go to jail. He beat me like this, ruining my life. I want to ruin his too. Su Damao looked resolute, showing no compromise. Jianguo couldn't help but admire Su Damao's acting skills. In fact, Su Damao really wanted compensation. How about this? I'll decide. Let Shazhu pay you 1,000. That's the most he can come up with. 1,000 is enough for a few years of his salary. The elder felt helpless. The situation was serious this time, and he needed to be reasonable in favoring Shazhu. Plus, since Su Damao was insisting on calling the police, once that happened, he would be able to manage it anymore. I have no money. Where would I get 1,000? Shazhu immediately stood up to refute. He had just over 300 in savings, and most of the money he earned over the years had been spent on the Jia family. Dream on. I'd rather not have that 1,000 and let Shazhu go to jail. If it weren't for Jianguo mentioning it, Su Damao might have accepted that 1,000. But since Jianguo said Shazhu had the elder backing him, he naturally needed to ask for more. 1,000 is already quite a lot. Su Damao, don't be too excessive. Qin Huairu couldn't help but interject. She was worried, not expecting such a situation to arise. With the lunchbox gone, she was still counting on borrowing money from Shazhu each month. If Shazhu had to pay a large sum, how could she borrow from him? If he had to pay 5,000, it would be Shazhu looking for her, Qin Huairu, to borrow money in the future. I don't care if it's black or white. 5,000 is non-negotiable, otherwise he goes to jail. Su Damao was resolute this time, not giving face to the elder, let alone Qin Huairu. How could Shazhu have that much money for you? The elder was somewhat angry. Today, Su Damao was too difficult to deal with. But thinking it over, he could understand. After all, there was deep resentment. The elder regretted not managing Shazhu earlier, to stop him from kicking people around. As for not beating Su Damao, that was impossible. In fact, the conflict between Shazhu and Su Damao was also a kind of balance in the courtyard. If Shazhu didn't fight with Su Damao, how could the elder favor him? Favoring him was to make Shazhu feel grateful. So sometimes the elder would show obvious favoritism, fearing that Shazhu wouldn't understand and wouldn't be grateful. This tactic had always worked. Now Shazhu was very grateful to the elder, seeing him as family. I don't care. It's either compensation or jail. Shazhu can choose. No money? Doesn't he have a house? Su Damao wouldn't budge an inch. If there's no money, then take the house. If that doesn't work, there's always the elder. He has plenty of money. Young Jianguo had told him so. Who is it? Who is bullying my grandson? At that moment, a shaky figure was helped over by an elder woman. The deaf old lady appeared. Just now, seeing that things were not going well. The elder had given the elder woman a look. The elder woman immediately understood and went to the backyard to help the old lady over. Ridiculous. Young Jianguo, who witnessed all this, muttered quietly. The deaf old lady trembled, seemingly about to fall at any moment. But in reality, she was strong. It was all just an act. One of her specialties. She walked freely, yet preferred to pretend to struggle, seeking help from others. Old lady, you've arrived. Please take a seat. An elder hurriedly stepped forward to bring a chair for the deaf old lady. With his support, the deaf old lady had already become an authoritative figure in the courtyard. This was quite advantageous for the elder. Once something difficult to suppress arose, he could bring out the deaf old lady. Who dares to bully my grandson? I will never let him go. Before the deaf old lady could sit down, she pointed her cane directly at Su Damao, ready to make a move. Right or wrong aside, fighting first was the rule in this courtyard. No one dared to provoke her. After all, she was old, and if she fell, who would dare act rashly, fearing they would be extorted? Fine, you treat me like this, I will call the police. Su Damao turned to leave, knowing he couldn't mess with this old lady. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape. You dare. If you dare to call the police, I will immediately expel you from the courtyard. The deaf old lady angrily pointed her cane, her expression fierce. You see, if I dare, Shazhu, just wait to go to jail. Su Damao quickened his pace to escape, almost out of the courtyard. Hurry, stop him. Family matters must not be exposed. And definitely not to the police. Zhonghai urgently called out, insisting that this matter must not alert the police. So, several children from the third elder's family blocked Su Damao. You can block me all you want. I don't believe you can stop me for a lifetime. If you block me today, when I call the police, I'll report all of you too. Su Damao understood that if he didn't act firmly today, he would gain nothing. The deaf old lady was completely unreasonable. Su Damao was the victim, but she didn't ask for the truth and directly attacked him. Xiaoyi, you listen to the old lady the most. How can family matters be reported to the police? Seeing Su Damao not buying this, the deaf old lady turned her attention to Lu Xiaoyi, using her usual tactics. If one didn't work, she would change targets. Lu Xiaoyi had always been obedient and had been trained by her for many years. Next, she was planning how to get Lu Xiaoyi divorced and then marry her off to Shazhu. As for whether this was moral, the deaf old lady didn't care at all. Did the deaf old lady really think of Shazhu's well-being in matching Lu Xiaoyi with him? In reality, she was plotting for herself. Both Lu Xiaoyi and Shazhu were filial to her. If the two formed a bond with her involvement, wouldn't her old age be blissful? Shazhu would surely be grateful, providing her with food daily. Lu Xiaoyi was also filial and wouldn't stop Shazhu from spending on her. This was a top-notch retirement strategy. Even if the two didn't work out, the deaf old lady would still be untroubled, as Shazhu would be grateful for her kindness, ensuring her retirement would be worry-free. In this courtyard, being alone and childless, planning for retirement was of utmost importance. All actions were aimed at this. Liu Xiao hated the deaf old lady, wanted to have children, but being obstructed by her, which hurt Shazhu's foundation. However, Liu Xiao was smart and knew the authority of the deaf old lady in the courtyard. So she didn't dare to turn against her easily, fearing extortion. Thus, she appeared tough, insisting that Shazhu take responsibility. The deaf old lady saw Liu Xiao's strong attitude and made Shazhu apologize. She was puzzled. Why was Liu Xiao so stubborn today? Shazhu's perfunctory apology seemed more like a provocation to Su Damao. What if I make you cut off your lineage? Su Damao was furious, wanted to break free and call the police. Meanwhile, others were advising reconciliation. This matter was Shazhu's fault. The courtyard would definitely give you an explanation. If it escalated, what face would the courtyard have left? This year's advance recognition would be ruined. The elder was in great pain. Shazhu had caused too much trouble this time. Su Damao was demanding 5,000, a sum so large that the elder found it hard to bear. 1 or 2,000 might be manageable. After all, it was for retirement, but 5,000 would almost empty his savings, which he had painstakingly accumulated for old age. Without children, even though he had Shazhu as an apprentice, the elder still had hidden worries. He had hoped to rely on his apprentice, Jia Dongshu, for his old age. Jia Dongshu was the husband of Qin Huairu, but unexpectedly, he passed away in an accident, causing all his investments to go to waste. The old man worried that Shazhu might also meet with misfortune, so he cherished the savings he had even more. He had previously been willing to invest in Shazhu, but after Jia Dongshu, he became cautious, only pouring in emotions and not daring to invest easily again for fear of further losses. Su Damao was resolute, insisting on 5,000 without a penny less. Shazhu looked helpless. There was no way he could come up with 5,000, not even 500. The situation was tricky, and Shazhu was at a loss. After weighing the options, the old man decided to mediate and propose 2,000. This was the maximum he could accept. It pained him deeply as 2,000 was the hard-earned money he could save over 3 to 4 years. The old man's life was secretive, although his income wasn't high. His expenses were also considerable, yet he always managed to enjoy some good things quietly, unknown to others. However, Su Damao was only willing to lower it to 4,000 and refused to go any further. He felt that 5,000 was quite a large sum. After all, some people might spend their entire lives without earning that much, let alone saving it up. In today's era, the average salary was only about 30 to 40. Obtaining a higher salary was no easy task. Among the tens of thousands of workers in the steel mill, only about 10% could earn over 40 bucks. Most of the rest earned below 40, and many were apprentice workers making 18 bucks. For 1,000, just let me off. Don't say 4,000. I can't even come up with 2,000. Shazhu appeared somewhat anxious, confused as to why the old man would demand such a high price when he couldn't possibly pay that amount. Be quiet. The deaf old lady stopped Shazhu. Since the old man was negotiating, there must be a solution. In any case, Shazhu must not be sent to prison. This time, the deaf old lady's appearance was completely ineffective and did not serve any purpose. Su Damao insisted on calling the police, and the deaf old lady's old tricks had no effect. She had thought about pretending to be sick and saying she felt unwell, which was her trump card that could scare everyone in the courtyard. But on second thought, Su Damao hadn't even touched her, and pretending to be sick wouldn't stop him from calling the police. Su Damao, this matter is indeed Shazhu's fault, but the compensation you are asking for is too high. Lower it a bit. The third old man spoke up at that moment. Previously, he had been quite scared by this matter, not expecting that Shazhu would actually have Su Damao sterilized. This was a big deal. Well, I don't think this amount is too much. After all, this is serious injury. Shazhu often fought in the courtyard, and this time he had to learn a lesson. The second old man expressed a different opinion. He had often received flattery from Su Damao, so naturally, he had to speak for him this time. Indeed, Shazhu was too heavy-handed this time. He should be taught a lesson. The third old man shifted his stance and began to support Su Damao. The third old man also had a bad relationship with Shazhu, who had offended him many times. Not to mention, the meals at Su Damao's house, the third old man had eaten several times. But as for the meals at Shazhu's house, aside from Qin Huairu, the deaf old lady, and the old man's family, no one else could expect to eat there, unless they had something to ask of him. Shazhu indeed made a mistake this time, but everyone should also consider that Shazhu was actually a good kid in the courtyard. Whenever there was something going on, wasn't he the most enthusiastic? This time, everyone should take a step back, and it would be easier to meet in the future since they all lived in the same courtyard. The old man continued to mediate, intending to lower the price. Old man, we mean, if the money is less, I might as well not have it. Su Damao felt somewhat comforted, as he had no idea how much to ask for, fearing that no one would be willing to pay. 3,000, Shazhu will write an IOU, to be paid off within 10 years. The old man directly proposed the amount and hoped that Shazhu would bear the debt himself. No, at least 3,005, and it must be paid immediately. Not a penny less, I won't agree. Su Damao knew very well. 10 years to repay? It was uncertain whether it would be as hoped by then. Shazhu had a strange temper. What would he not do? 3,005? I don't even have 300. Shazhu flatly refused upon hearing the amount. 10 years to repay? How frugal would I have to be? Fine, if you're willing to go to jail. Then there's no need for compensation. No, even if you go to prison, the court will rule that you must compensate. Su Damao was convinced that Shazhu would have to pay. Such serious injuries required compensation even if he went to prison, but the amount would not be so huge. At most a few hundred. Forget it, 3,005. Come and find me tomorrow to get the money. The old man felt a headache. But Shazhu had been nurtured for a long time. In the past, when Jia Dongshu was alive, Shazhu was his candidate for retirement, and he had always cultivated him. Therefore, the old man also had a role in Shazhu's temperament today. The old man calculated in his heart. This 3,005 could not be easily given. He had to control Shazhu. There needed to be collateral. The old man secretly glanced at Shazhu's residence. If the house was in his hands, wouldn't Shazhu have to bow down for a lifetime? As for Shazhu repaying the money, it would not be easy, but the old man was not in a hurry. As long as Shazhu didn't repay, he would be obedient to him every day, dutiful and respectful. With Qin Huairu around, did Shazhu still want to save money to pay off his debt? The old man knew it was hopeless. All right, if I don't get the money tomorrow, I'll head straight to the police station. I won't even step into the precinct. Su Damao's last sentence was meant to warn the old man. Knowing that the old man had some connections with the precinct, he didn't even consider the precinct. It was meant to inform the old man not to play tricks. Everyone, disperse. Shazhu, come with me. After the courtyard meeting dispersed, the old man called Shazhu. The money could be taken, but collateral had to be obtained first, and the wording needed to be appropriate, making Shazhu feel grateful. Otherwise, wouldn't Zhonghai become a joke? Old man, why do you say that? 3,005. And you actually gave it to Su Damao? Shazhu entered the door with an unhappy expression. This amount was indeed shocking. In the past, teaching Su Damao a lesson only required $1 or $2 to settle. How can you bring it up? It's all your fault if you don't pay. You can go to jail, and you'll never get out in this lifetime. How can you be so confused? How could you kick someone in the groin? Are you crazy? If you're dissatisfied, then fine, I won't care anymore. Let Su Damao call the police. The old man was also angry. This matter arose because of Shazhu, and he was trying to help resolve it, but Shazhu was unwilling. At this moment, the old man completely forgot Shazhu's temperament, which was indeed fostered by him and the deaf old lady. Even the entanglement between Shazhu and Su Damao was secretly pushed by the two of them. If there were no conflict between Shazhu and Su Damao, wouldn't the courtyard be silent? How would he demonstrate his kindness? No, old man, how could I be dissatisfied? How could I not be dissatisfied? I was wrong. I just complained casually. But I'm short on money. 3,005 is like 305 to me. It would cost me everything. Shazhu quickly apologized. He was not foolish and did not want to go to jail. Old lady, how do you think this matter can be resolved? The old man would not take the initiative to mention money and turned to ask the deaf old lady. This matter was strange. Why would Su Damao suddenly check? Something was off. The deaf old lady pondered for a moment, feeling suspicious. The courtyard had always been controlled in an orderly manner, but this time Su Damao clearly jumped out of control, which was very unusual. Su Damao cared a lot about his reputation. How could he do such checks? I also feel something is off. There must be someone behind Su Damao advising him. But putting that aside for now, how to resolve this compensation? The old man also felt that Su Damao was acting strangely today. In the past, he would casually mention something, and Su Demao would agree, but today he insisted on calling the police as if he were a different person. "Grandson, how much money do you have? Bring it all out." The deaf old lady knew that at this point, saying more was useless. The most important thing now was to resolve the compensation and ensure Shazhu was safe and sound. "I only have over 300. That's far from enough." Shazhu showed an awkward expression. He didn't have much savings. "Why is it so little? You've been working for over 10 years. You became a class leader 5 years ago, earning $37 a month, with meals and accommodation in the canteen. How could you have no savings?" The old man looked worried, as this was far from his expectations. He originally thought Shazhu's savings should be over 1,000, and he would only need to contribute 2,000, along with the house as collateral. "Sister Qin's family is in difficulty, and I often help her. This is what you asked me to do, and I haven't saved any money." Shazhu felt quite embarrassed. Supporting a widow is not a glorious thing. "I told you to bring lunch boxes to help, not to give money directly." Uncle Yi was astonished. Could it be that Shazhu is really foolish? Normally, providing lunch boxes is enough for the Jia family to get by. Yet he even took out money. And not a small amount. "I just want Sister Qin to have a better life. It's not easy for the Qin family with 3 children and an elderly person." Shazhu looked towards the Jia family direction, feeling no regret in his heart. Ever since Qin Huairu was hospitalized, he had remembered this woman. No, he had fallen for her. "Shazhu, you really are a big fool." The deaf old lady also didn't expect that Shazhu would spend so much for the Jia family. She almost called him foolish outright. "I usually don't keep track, just lending a few yuan here and there. I'm not one to fuss over money." Shazhu's face turned red. In the past, when he had some extra money, he thought having over 300 yuan in savings was quite good. In these times, getting married only costs a few hundred yuan, which is still the standard in the capital. Of course, that's the expense for ordinary people. If one wants to have a 3-turn 1-sound wedding, it would cost over 1,000. There is also an option of marrying a rural bride for no money at all. Many people want to move to the city, and it's very common for rural women to marry city men just to move. Usually, these rural brides can be married for just a few dozen yuan, with no significant demands, and they have to please their husbands' families. Many young girls are willing to marry old men or disabled people just to secure city rations. Even so, city people are still reluctant to marry rural women. Once married, if they can't obtain a city household registration, they lose their ration quota, and their family's living standards drop sharply. If they have a few more children, a well-off family could turn into a poor household. Alas, I really don't know what to say to you. What can we do? Uncle Yi showed a difficult expression. "I can't help it either." Shazhu was filled with regret, wishing he had saved some money. "Don't worry, my grandson, I have money," the deaf old lady said to Shazhu, seemingly concerned. "Old lady, that is too much money. I can't take it out." Uncle Yi naturally refused, as this was 3,500 yuan. If he were to take it out, he would need collateral, but he wouldn't bring it up himself, lest he hurt his relationship with Shazhu, as he was counting on him for future support. "You can take it out. You have money." The old lady was somewhat dissatisfied, knowing that Uncle Yi had money. As for herself, the deaf old lady truly had little money. While she was indeed a subsistence allowance recipient, in this era, a monthly living expense of 5 yuan did not count as being in poverty. Therefore, the subsidy for subsistence allowance recipients was also based on this standard, and the deaf old lady only received 5 yuan a month. Her daily living expenses were covered by Uncle Yi, who also paid for her food, and she could save that 5 yuan subsidy. However, the deaf old lady had a craving for food, and being older, she never saved money. Whatever she could eat was a gain to her. Thus, she had no savings. After her death, Shazhu would inherit the house with nothing else. "Old lady, even if I want to, your aunt wouldn't agree. This is our couple's retirement money." Uncle Yi still refused. He had money, but he couldn't just take it out so easily. To give out thousands of yuan in just a few words, wouldn't that be crazy? "Shazhu is providing for your retirement, right, Shazhu?" The deaf old lady understood what Uncle Yi was after and directly asked Shazhu. That is fine." Chapter 10. Causing trouble at this moment, Shazhu had not even thought about taking on the responsibility of supporting Uncle Yi in his old age. When faced with the deaf old lady's inquiry, he stammered, "Old lady, this really won't work. I can't afford that money." Uncle Yi was quite dissatisfied with Shazhu's reply. feeling it was very reluctant. Just a sentence without any real guarantee. Uncle E naturally wouldn't accept it. Alas, Shazhu, why don't you mortgage the house to me? The deaf old lady saw that Uncle E needed some substantial guarantee to be satisfied. The only thing Shazhu could offer was this house. The deaf old lady herself still needed Uncle E and his wife to support her, so she couldn't say too much. Otherwise, Uncle E would definitely be unhappy. The house. That one do. The house can't be mortgaged. As soon as Shazhu heard about mortgaging the house, he immediately refused. Once the house is mortgaged, he would have nothing left. In fact, Shazhu understood in his heart that if Uncle E really helped him pay the money, he had never thought about paying it back. 3,500, he knew he could never pay it back. His monthly salary was only 35 yuan and 50 cents. He originally had 37 yuan and 50 cents. But the 2 yuan class leader subsidy was already gone. To pay it off, he would have to not eat, drink, or spend for 30 months. How could that be possible? He wouldn't be able to pay it back even in 60 months. Shazhu once had a monthly salary of 37 yuan and 50 cents. And after 5 years, he had only saved 300 yuan. Just thinking about it, once the house is mortgaged, it would no longer be his concern. If you don't mortgage it, you'll go to jail. The deaf old lady slapped Shazhu in dissatisfaction. How can this Shazhu be so stupid? Once the house is mortgaged, as long as you provide for Uncle Yi's retirement, the house is still yours, right? The deaf old lady had hoped that Shazhu would provide for Uncle E and his wife. She had mentioned it to Uncle E before that supporting them would rely on Shazhu. Otherwise, Uncle E wouldn't have his eye on Shazhu. Fine, I'll mortgage the house to Uncle E. Shazhu had no choice. He didn't want to go to jail. Let us write a note. The deaf old lady looked at Uncle E, seeing that he was still unresponsive, so she had no choice but to let Shazhu write a note. Fine, I'll write it. Shazhu had no choice but to act according to the deaf old lady's wishes. Tomorrow I'll go to the bank to withdraw the money and settle this matter. After receiving the note, Uncle E nodded in satisfaction. The matter was settled for now. Brother, come to my house for dinner. I brought back a lot of wild game. After the meeting, Su Demao pulled Jianguo in the backyard, inviting him to dine together. Sure, then I want to be polite. I'll cook and let you all taste my skills. Jianguo readily agreed. Jianguo didn't care about Uncle E, the deaf old lady, or Shazhu. If he really had to confront them, he would make them regret it. The reason Jianguo was unwilling to testify for Su Demao was that his previous words were half true and half false, and he didn't want to get embroiled in their disputes. Su Demao was not an easy character either, but he was easy to manipulate. This time, he successfully extracted a large compensation from Shazhu. This money would surely be borne by Uncle E, which would greatly affect his standard of living. And the deaf old lady would be no exception. Jianguo thought to himself, "You sow discord. Don't expect to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Brother, your skills are truly wasted at the steel mill. You could easily work at a big restaurant." Su Demao watched Jianguo cooking and couldn't help but praise him. The aroma filled the air, and the taste was excellent, not inferior to those top restaurants. The chefs at big restaurants earn much more than those at the steel mill. Brother Demao, you don't understand. The steel mill has its own advantages. Jianguo smiled and didn't say much. The timing wasn't right. It was not suitable to change jobs. Come on, let us drink. Soon, several dishes were ready, and the three began to drink heartily. Brother Demao, I should be able to get the compensation soon. But after you get the compensation, you need to be careful of Shazhu. He is not an easy character. If you make him pay so much money, he will definitely retaliate against you. Jianguo knew Shazhu's temperament very well. Offending him would surely bring retaliation. If Shazhu didn't deal with Su Demao, that would be strange. He would definitely dare to. A flash of fear crossed Su Demao's face, but quickly disappeared. Though he still sounded tough. He could do anything. But Brother Demao, you don't need to worry too much. If he retaliates against you, it might just be your opportunity to get rich. Jianguo's words were not unfounded. He had long been calculating. Su Demao was quite capable, so it was natural to make good use of him. What do you mean by that, brother? The word get rich was something Su Demao loved to hear. If Shazhu wants to retaliate against you, it's just those few tricks. One is to ambush you. You need to be careful and not take secluded paths at night. The second is to take advantage of your tendency to get drunk when drinking with leaders. I guess he will definitely wait until you get drunk to act. By then, if he ties you up, won't you be at his mercy when you wake up? Yang Jianguo smiled. Shazhu was quite familiar with this kind of thing. No way. Would he dare to do that? Su Damao hesitated a bit. What are you afraid of? Silly Zhu can do anything. I have an idea for you. Next time the boss asks you to drink, bring 100 yuan. If Silly Zhu really ties you up and makes up a story, just pretend to be scared and give him the money. At that point, he would be robbing you and would get arrested and sentenced to death. Even if it gets resolved in the compound, he would have to compensate you 2,000. Isn't that a way to get rich? Uncle E has a lot of money. 3,000 yuan is nothing to him. So, Yang Jianguo needs to work harder. Only by making Uncle E broke can the deaf old lady not live comfortably relying on him. As for why Uncle E and his wife support the deaf old lady, Yang Jianguo does not know, and it's not good to sow discord. So, let us make them poor and see if they can still wholeheartedly support an old lady. Even if they do, how good can it be? That's Yang Jianguo's goal. All right, I'll listen to you. When the money comes in tomorrow, brother, I won't forget you. Su Damao raised his glass. Su Damao does quite well in some matters. Brother, come to my house for dinner tonight. We'll have a good meal. The next day after work, Su Damao came to invite Yang Jianguo. He had already received the money, 3,005. Not a cent less. Before getting the result, Su Damao was filled with anxiety. The doctor only stated at that time it could be due to a collision. But Su Damao spent a little to fix the cause as infertility caused by a collision. A few words made a huge difference. Fortunately, Uncle E and Silly Zhu were fearful and didn't investigate deeply, so they accepted this report. Today is inconvenient. I have something to do outside. Yang Jianguo planned to go out. He had a bicycle ticket, but funds were still necessary. Marriage also needs planning. Money is needed everywhere. At that time, entertainment was scarce, and returning home at night felt very boring. Although he seemed to have everything in his world, time stood still unless shown externally, which Yang Jianguo was unwilling to do, as even a slight movement in the compound would be known to the neighbors. All right, let us meet again when we have time. Su Damao didn't impose, returning home to comfort his wife. Now that it had been confirmed that the infertile person was Su Damao, many thoughts dissipated. Lu Shaoyi needed more comfort. Divorce? Su Damao never had such a thought. How to sell food? This matter is not divided by day or night. As night fell, transactions quietly began. And there were plenty of examples during the day, too. The deaf old lady sold food stamps, just as Silly Zhu was getting off work. Coarse grain was 20 cents. Fine grain, 40 cents. At that time, the official price for coarse grain was 8 to 10 cents, and fine grain about 18 cents. In Yang Jianguo's place, prices doubled, which is the reason for the difficulty of life without a city household registration. The cost of purchasing food doubled. Good, I'll take them all. The inquirers bought them all. In fact, Yang Jianguo didn't bring much, 10 jin each of coarse and fine grain, worth a total of 6 yuan. After that, Yang Jianguo moved to another place. He returned home at 10 o'clock at night, carrying over 100 yuan. As for the bicycle, Yang Jianguo was not anxious. In the following days, Yang Jianguo was busy with food transactions with limited amounts each time, until more than 10 days later, a general meeting in the compound interrupted his business. Silly Zhu, there's no need to argue. I will report to the police immediately to verify if what you said is true. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Yang Jianguo heard Su Damao's furious shout. Hey, you dare to act like a rogue and even plan to report to the police? Are you out of your mind? Silly Zhu felt uneasy, secretly thinking this matter was strange. Although the story he fabricated was shallow, Su Damao was always dull and should not easily notice the oddity. Silly Zhu, do you think you can fool me? That is clearly your nonsense. Not only did you insult my innocence, but you also robbed me of 100 yuan. Just wait to rot in jail. Su Damao was fuming, ready to fight Silly Zhu to the death. Silly Zhu, you are simply insane to dare commit robbery. Just wait and see. Lu Shaoyi was equally furious. Initially, when she heard Yang Jianguo's words, she still had doubts, but unexpectedly, in just a few days, this matter became true. Silly Zhu was incredibly bold, even not letting Su Damao's underwear go. If it weren't for Yang Jianguo's early warning, allowing the couple to be cautious, they might have already come to blows. Hey, are you all crazy? What does it have to do with me? Su Damao was drunk and crazy, entangling with female colleagues outside the factory. How can you blame me? That was not me being a rogue. I was saving him. Silly Zhu was flustered but still clung to his lie. Keep making it up. Su Damao, get drunk easily, but once I'm drunk, I just sleep. How could I do that? Your fabricated lie can be debunked just by asking the factory security department to verify whether I left the factory yesterday. I will report to the police now, accusing you of robbery. Just wait and see. Su Damao dragged Lu Xiaoyi away, determined to teach Silly Zhu a lesson today. He had previously doubted Yang Jianguo's words, and after 10 days of nothing happening, he relaxed his vigilance, only to be schemed against by Silly Zhu as soon as he let his guard down. When he woke up, he was confused, finding himself tied to a chair by Silly Zhu and falsely accused of misconduct with a young girl outside the factory. At that moment, Su Damao remembered Yang Jianguo's words and decided to cooperate with Silly Zhu to act. Fortunately, he often carried 100 yuan, enticing Silly Zhu to reach out, solidifying his robbery charge. You stop right there. If you dare to report to the police, Silly Zhu panicked, rushing to the door to block him. Silly Zhu, you truly are Uncle E. Also noticed something was off. This was Silly Zhu causing trouble again, momentarily speechless. Let him make trouble. He has always done so. And Uncle E has spoiled him. However, this method was too obvious and would only bring trouble. Robbery is a serious crime. Silly Zhu, can you stop me for a moment? Can you stop me forever? I don't believe you can watch me 24 hours a day. You committed a crime and obstructed me from reporting to the police, that is, adding to the crime. Su Damao had now become cunning. He discovered that as long as he mentioned reporting to the police, both Silly Zhu and Uncle E would be filled with fear. This had become his trump card against the two. Do you believe I will beat you? Silly Zhu raised his fist. His way of dealing with Su Damao was to fight. Su Damao had already begged for mercy countless times after being beaten by him. Go ahead and hit me. Keep hitting. You've already made me infertile. Hit me more. Come on, hit me here. Su Damao simply leaned his head forward, provoking Silly Zhu. He had calculated that in the future, if Silly Zhu ever hit him again, he would report him to the police or make Silly Zhu pay 100 yuan. He would no longer be satisfied with just 1 or 2 yuan. Su Damao's appetite had grown much larger. Silly Zhu hesitated because he had already caused trouble in the past. The lesson of 3005 made him timid, his fist hanging in the air. Go on. Why aren't you hitting? You were never this timid before. Seeing Silly Zhu not daring to strike, Su Damao began to mock him. Upon hearing this, Silly Zhu was filled with rage and threw a punch. Ouch! Silly Zhu, you're robbing and hitting people. You're done for. Su Damao's eyes were filled with fire. This time he didn't want money. He wanted Silly Zhu's life. He got up and rushed towards the door, planning to report to the police. Stop him. The matters in the courtyard should be resolved in the courtyard. Uncle E saw the situation was not good and hurriedly called people to stop Su Damao. This was robbery, and now with added assault. It was definitely a death penalty crime. If he was executed, all previous investments would go down the drain. Silly Zhu's house was still mortgaged to Uncle E. Now, this house wouldn't be worth much, still owned by the public. If Silly Zhu really got executed, the house might be reclaimed. Damao, this is all Silly Zhu's fault. Let us resolve this in the courtyard. If it spreads, it will be a disgrace to the compound. You can put forth any demands. Let's not make this a big deal. Uncle Lee had no choice but to come out and intervene. He had not acted earlier, hoping Silly Zhu would, as in the past, take action and subdue Su Damao while he played the peacemaker. This was their usual tactic. However, Silly Zhu, the coward, didn't dare to act. In the end, Silly Zhu only symbolically threw a punch and then stopped. Uncle E secretly cursed. This Silly Zhu was truly useless. All right, for the sake of the old man, 3,000. Compensate me 3,000, and this matter will be settled. Su Damao immediately demanded a high compensation. Yang Jianguo originally proposed 2,000, but Su Damao intentionally left room for negotiation. Last time, due to not leaving room, the final transaction price reached 3,005, and Su Damao felt he had suffered a loss. 3,005 at this time was undoubtedly a large sum of money. It can only be said that Su Damao was too greedy. Yang Jianguo had been busy for many days and barely had 1,000 on hand. 3,000? Why don't you go rob someone? Shazhu was on the verge of collapse. Su Damao actually opened his mouth to ask for 3,000. In the past, the entanglements with Su Damao could be settled for just a few or dozens of dollars. Why now, once something happens, it's over 1,000? Rob? Haven't you already robbed me? Last time you took 100 from me. I'm a civilized person. I want to learn your ways. This is a legitimate claim for compensation. If you don't pay, I will call the police. Su Damao had now found a way to make money and didn't care about being beaten. After all, it's not like he hadn't been beaten before. What could happen if he got beaten again? If it hurt, he might even get more money. All right, Shazhu, why are you doing this? Is it because you have a grudge against Su Damao? Is it because Su Damao spread rumors about you and Qin Huairu in the factory? Although the old man was angry, he still tried hard to help Shazhu. The primary thing was to change the nature of the matter. Yes, I just want to teach him a lesson. Who told Su Damao to spread rumors about me and Sister Qin in the factory? Shazhu reacted quickly and instantly understood the old man's intention. Their tacit understanding no longer needed many words. Then, the old man turned to question Su Damao. Su Damao, are you spreading rumors about Shazhu and Qin Huairu in the factory? Su Damao naturally denied it. What rumors? How would I know? Chapter 11 True Transmission, he had clearly stated that. After all, the two were sworn enemies, and Su Damao frequently suffered beatings from Shazhu, naturally wanting to take revenge on him. Su Damao had been beaten by Shazhu since he was little. This was undoubtedly a form of violence in the courtyard, no different from school bullying. Su Damao had always been at odds with Shazhu, but he couldn't be entirely blamed. Just think, if you were violently treated by someone since childhood, would you have a desire for revenge, or even develop murderous intent? Everyone heard it. This time, Su Damao spread rumors, and that's why Shazhu tied him up. That's just how it is. This isn't robbery. Both parties have responsibility. In just a few sentences, the old man had already changed the nature of the matter. Su Damao was extremely anxious, but felt powerless and couldn't help but cast a pleading glance at Jianguo. He understood Jianguo's lip reading. Old man, you're saying that, right? Then I'll call the police and see if the police believe you. Su Damao understood that Jianguo meant to call the police. So he stood up, wanting to leave the courtyard to report to the police. What crime can spreading rumors constitute? Moreover, the matter between Shazhu and Qin Huairu may not even be a rumor. But robbery is a serious crime. Can they be the same? Stop. What are you calling the police for? Let us settle this in the courtyard. Don't let the courtyard lose face in the capital. The old man quickly stopped him. His reasoning was just to appease the people in the courtyard. If it really came to calling the police wouldn't listen to him. Shazhu definitely wouldn't escape the charge of robbery. Let us settle this in the courtyard. Just compensate me 3,000. Su Damao also saw through it. The old man was trying to help Shazhu. The idea that both parties were at fault was pure nonsense. Both parties may be at fault, but Shazhu's fault is greater. I'll decide. Shazhu will compensate Su Damao $50 and return the 100 he took from Su Damao. The old man had no choice but to rule that Shazhu compensate. But the compensation amount would naturally not be that much. 50? Dream on. Without 3,000. I'll call the police immediately. I see it clearly. Old man, you and Shazhu are in cahoots. I refuse to accept your judgment. Su Damao had already thrown caution to the wind. He used to be afraid of offending the old men in the courtyard. But now he realized that the old man was just like that. As soon as he mentioned calling the police, the old man would have to back down. I also feel that the old man is too protective of Shazhu. Let me take the lead on this matter. Second old man, Lu Haizhong, spoke up. He also noticed that the old man had been favoring Shazhu, which was clearly not fair. I support old Lu's words. Old man, you should step back. From now on, don't interfere in matters concerning Shazhu. The third old man nodded in agreement with Lu Haizhong and added a jab to completely distance the old man from Shazhu's matters. Since you all are so capable, then you handle it. I won't care anymore. Yi Zhonghai was so angry he nearly fainted. If Shazhu has an issue in the future and he avoids it, not letting Yi Zhonghai handle it, wouldn't that cut off his route to bestow favors on Shazhu? This was a major issue concerning his retirement, and Yi Zhonghai wished he could strangle those two. However, looking around, seeing the expressions of the crowd, it was clear they had begun to doubt him. So he could only compromise. Otherwise, his reputation for unfairness would spread throughout the courtyard, and no one would listen to him again. All right, for the next meeting, it will be hosted by me and the third old man, Su Dumao. Don't get agitated. This time we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Haizhong had long wanted to deal with Shazhu. Seizing this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't hold back, even directly signaling Su Dumao. All right, I'll listen to the second and third old men. Su Dumao was very cooperative. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Shazhu was unpopular in the courtyard and had offended many people, including the second and third old men. Shazhu was notoriously difficult to manage in the courtyard. The second and third old men had been contradicted by him many times. The matter had already been discussed quite a bit. I think everyone understands that Shazhu indeed robbed Su Dumao. This point is beyond doubt. Next, let us discuss specific solutions. How should Shazhu compensate? Su Dumao demanded a compensation of 3,000. Shazhu, do you have anything to say? Lu Haizhong opened his mouth and directly accused Shazhu of robbery. Why am I accused of robbery? Just because Su Dumao cheated me out of 3,005. I'm not allowed to retaliate? What robbery? That $100 was originally mine. What is wrong with taking it back? Shazhu angrily revealed the truth of the matter, looking quite justified, by saying that, "You're implicitly admitting that you rob $100? Lu Haizhong ignored Shazhu's words and struck the nail on the head. My money, what is wrong with that? Shazhu's face was filled with resentment. If Su Dumao had only brought $100, Shazhu vowed to take back all 3,005. Your money? How dare you say that? The third old man looked helpless, feeling that Shazhu was hopeless. Wanting to take back money meant for someone else, and claiming it as his own was truly a bizarre affair. How do I not have a face? That's my money scammed by Su Dumao. Shazhu looked stubborn. In his heart, Su Dumao deserved to be bullied by him. How dare he cheat his money? So he naturally had to take it back. Shazhu, if you're so stubborn, then there is no need for this meeting. Su Dumao, go ahead and call the police. We can't resolve this in our courtyard. Lu Haizhong stood up, wanted to end the meeting and let Su Dumao report it. He didn't believe they couldn't deal with Shazhu. Doing something wrong, yet still being so righteous. Second old man, Shazhu, is just stubborn. This matter still needs to be resolved in our courtyard. The first old man quickly interjected, worried that calling the police would ruin Shazhu. He felt powerless to comment on Shazhu's words and actions. If he hosted the meeting, perhaps he could guide things a little, making Shazhu's words seem somewhat reasonable. But how could the second and third old men indulge Shazhu? Absolutely impossible. While speaking, the first old man signaled to the first old lady. The first old lady hurried to the backyard to invite the old lady over. All right, since we're still resolving this in the courtyard, let me ask you again. Shazhu, do you admit your mistake? Was this incident your fault? The second old man sat back down, feeling very good. Then he continued to scold Shazhu. All right, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Shazhu also understood that without the first uncle hosting the whole courtyard meeting, he wouldn't gain any advantage. If he continued to resist, he might really have to call the police. He knew very well that the consequences of calling the police would be unimaginable. It's good to recognize one's mistakes and correct them. Would you be willing to pay the 3,000 compensation that Su Dumao demanded? Second uncle was straightforward and directly demanded 3,000 in compensation from Shazhu. If Shazhu refused, he would ignore him and let the police handle it. Today, he must subdue Shazhu. Who dares to bully my grandson? Who dares to make him pay 3,000? At this moment, the first aunt supported the old lady and walked over. Upon hearing Lu Haizhong's words, she instantly became furious. She raised her cane and pointed it directly at Lu Haizhong, intending to strike. Old lady, this is not my intention. It's Su Dumao who wants the 3,000. Lu Haizhong looked at the old lady and showed a fearful expression. The old lady was quite old, and if she got hurt, the compensation would be considerable. If he really offended her, she would definitely disturb his dreams at midnight, like breaking his windows. Because of this, no one in the courtyard dared to provoke her easily, not out of respect, but because they knew her power. Then how much do you think should be compensated? You are the one in charge. Your word counts, Su Dumao's word doesn't. The old lady stared intently at Lu Haizhong. After all, Lu Haizhong was the one in charge, and whatever he said would be what Su Dumao had to accept. 2,000, just pay 2,000. Lu Haizhong hastily reduced it by 1,000, fearing that the old lady would get angry. You dare. You make my grandson pay 2,000, I won't let you off. The old lady really made a move, swinging the cane towards Lu Haizhong's head. The cane swung with impressive force, showing no sign of weakness. 1,000. Just pay 1,000. Lu Haizhong was hit and ran around the courtyard in a panic, while the old lady could actually catch up, running swiftly without even needing her cane. To save his life, Lu Haizhong had to lower the compensation amount again. I, Su Damao, stand up to object. 1,000 is far from my goal. What did you say? What do you want to say? The old lady stopped beside Su Damao, raised her cane, and acted as if she was going to strike. This time, she learned her lesson and stood at the door, ensuring Su Damao wouldn't have a chance to run out and call the police. This matter was settled. Shazhu would compensate Su Damao 1,000. At this moment, the first uncle spoke up, bringing the matter to a conclusion. Although 1,000 was a lot, it was still better than Shazhu going to jail. The situation was serious this time. He thought it impossible to downplay it. The key was that the right to speak had been stripped away. 1,000 was already the bottom line. Su Damao would not easily compromise. 1,000, do you agree? The old lady raised her cane, her sharp gaze fixed on Su Damao, as if to say she would strike if he disagreed. I agree. There will be 1,000. And the 100 that Shazhu took must also be returned to me. That doesn't count as part of the compensation. I want to see the money tomorrow. Otherwise, I will call the police. Su Damao felt a bit disappointed. His original expected bottom line was 2,000. But 1,000 was still a lot, equivalent to 2 or 3 years' salary for him, and also 2 or 3 years' income for Shazhu. Thinking about how difficult Shazhu's future life would be, Su Damao even felt a bit of pleasure, as if the grievances accumulated from childhood to now had finally been avenged. Okay, come find me for the money tomorrow. The first uncle felt helpless, exhausted. Managing this courtyard was becoming increasingly difficult. The methods that worked before were now ineffective. It couldn't be said that they were entirely ineffective. At least the old lady's cane still instilled fear, as Lu Haizhong had once run all over the courtyard in panic. The previous rules were that the first uncle would oversee the situation. If someone was dissatisfied, Shazhu would take action, and if they still weren't satisfied, the old lady would come out to intimidate. With this approach, no one in the courtyard was disobedient, and all matters were under the control of these few people. The second and third uncles were merely decorations. Then I will wait to collect the money. Su Damao and Lu Xiao left. This time, he made a big profit. Previously, such matters, after being handled by the first uncle, would only result in a compensation of a few dozen yuan, and Shazhu would just have to clean the courtyard. Su Damao was quite satisfied with the current changes. Shazhu, what were you thinking, daring to commit robbery? Do you know this is a serious crime? Are you crazy? The first uncle and the old lady entered Shazhu's house, and the first uncle couldn't help but get angry. He intended to keep Shazhu straightforward, but certainly didn't want him to commit a crime. First uncle, I didn't think so much at the time. I was just upset that Su Damao tricked me out of so much money and wanted to teach him a lesson. Shazhu also looked regretful. Doing this before didn't have such serious consequences. What's going on lately? Just provoking Su Damao, and the consequences are hundreds of times more serious than before. All right. I'm really impressed by you. How are we going to settle this 1,000 compensation? I don't have extra money. The uncle was furious. This time he was determined not to spend any money. Once this money was spent, there would be less than 500 left in savings, and their retirement money would be entirely used up. The uncle realized that the money spent on Shazhu had already exceeded what they used to spend on Jia Dongshu. You have money, don't pretend to be poor. The deaf old lady didn't believe the uncle was really out of money. She understood that he just didn't want to spend. But if the uncle didn't spend money, Shazhu might end up in jail. Old lady, I already took out 3,005 last time. How could I have any money left? The uncle looked at the old lady, speechless. Why should he bear the 1,000? Shazhu, write a guarantee for your uncle, promising to take care of the old couple in the future. The old lady said to Shazhu that this money couldn't be given out for nothing. It was their pension fund. The old lady looked at the uncle, knowing his thoughts, which was why she arranged it this way. She was closest to the uncle and his wife. After all, it was the uncle and his wife who supported her. As for Shazhu, he would only cook a meal for her when she felt like it. All right, I'll write it. Shazhu thought for a moment and realized that since he was using their pension money, he should take care of them. So he agreed. Moreover, writing this guarantee wouldn't be a loss for him. Not to mention, Maybe the borrowed money wouldn't need to be returned? He was already taking care of their retirement. Did he still need to pay it back? Huairu, how long has it been since we've eaten steam buns made with white flour, since we've had meat? At Qin Huairu's home, Zhang Jia was feeling quite uncomfortable. The cornmeal cakes were making her stomach uneasy. Since Shazhu compensated last time, he stopped helping their family. And even the lunchboxes were gone. How could Zhang Jia, used to having meat several times a week and white flour steam buns, endure this? Mom, I want to eat meat. Eating cornmeal cakes makes me want to vomit. Qin Huairu's eldest son, Zhang Geng, also looked dissatisfied. At 11 years old, all he thought about was good food, without any consideration for the family situation. It was because Zhang Jia's behavior had set an example for Zhang Geng, leading him to follow suit. I want to eat meat too. The cornmeal cakes are too awful. The eldest daughter, Xiaodang, only 6 years old, had already learned from Zhang Jia, completely embodying a little Zhang Jia. As soon as her brother spoke, she echoed, and me, Huaihua wants to eat meat too. The youngest daughter, Huaihua, didn't understand much, but whatever her brother and sister wanted, she followed suit. Eat, eat, eat. What are you eating? Go to sleep. Qin Huairu looked at her 3 children, feeling helpless. She wished she could provide better food for them. But reality was unforgiving. She could only scold the children to go to sleep, then turn to face Zhang Jia. Mom, you know what Shazhu's situation is now. How can he still afford to help us? The first uncle is also almost drained. He can't help us anymore. What do you want me to do? Qin Huairu had been overwhelmed these days. If she had a solution, she would have acted long ago. The few people in the workshop were only taking small advantages, occasionally treating her to a cheap lunch, but more help was impossible. After all, Qin Huairu hadn't let them gain any substantial benefits. Chapter 12. Justice Huairu. Didn't Jianguo from the backyard get divorced? He works in the cafeteria, so he must have enough food. You should borrow some from him. Why does a single man need to eat so much? Also, Su Damao, he is also a single man. Now that he's received so much compensation, you should borrow some from him. In the past, Zhang Jia had been very strict with Qin Huairu, not allowing anyone to come close to her except for Shazhu. But the hardships of these days forced Zhang Jia to change her attitude. So, she turned her attention to Jianguo and Su Damao in the backyard, especially Su Damao, who had already been confirmed to have no heirs. What kind of loss could Qin Huairu suffer? Moreover, Su Damao's wife, Lu Shaoyi, was also known for being formidable in the yard, so Su Damao wouldn't dare to go too far. Mom, it's not as simple as you think. Jianguo completely ignored me. When I talked to him, he acted as if he didn't hear me. Su Damao was even less of a fool. Don't even think about borrowing anything from him. Qin Huairu shook her head, feeling that Zhang Jia's ideas were too naive. Su Damao is a lone wolf. What can he do to me? Zhang Jia muttered reluctantly, feeling that her strategy was still good. You don't need to worry. I'll handle it myself. Qin Huairu felt helpless. Although Su Damao was a lonely man, he was not easy to deal with. How could Su Damao be so easily dismissed? Qin Huairu had not been without benefits from Su Damao, such as the steamed buns and dishes at lunch. But every time this happened, the cost paid was far higher than the benefits gained from others. Others might only need to flirt with him a little, but with Su Damao, one had to go to the warehouse for unsavory dealings, which cost several times more. I don't mind. The key is the 3 children. They are at an age where they need proper nutrition. Zhang Jia had no choice but to let Qin Huairu find a way. However, to motivate Qin Huairu to take it seriously, she had to use a heavy-handed approach, bringing up the children. Qin Huairu might disregard this old woman, but the children were her heart's treasure, and Zhang Jia knew this well. Therefore, as long as the children were mentioned, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Huairu would find a way to bring back some food. I understand. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Qin Huairu looked at the 3 children, and a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. The children were Qin Huairu's Achilles' heel. She always wanted to give them the best. That's good. Zhang Jia felt pleased, knowing that delicious food would soon be available. This tactic had always been effective. I'm going out for a walk. After saying this, Qin Huairu stepped out of the house and headed toward Shazhu's place. Knowing that Shazhu was in a difficult situation, she still wanted to give it a try. If she could get something from Shazhu, she wouldn't need to ask others. Sister Qin, what brings you here? At Shazhu's home, an elder had just left with the deaf old lady. and Shazhu was looking troubled. Although the elder helped him pay off some debts, he also took away all of Shazhu's savings. The elder claimed to be financially strapped himself, leaving only 700. This emptied Shazhu's savings, leaving him with just a dozen yuan for living expenses. In the future, he would still need to give the elder 20 yuan each month to repay the debt. Just because he signed a pension guarantee letter didn't mean the elder wouldn't pursue the debt. Shazhu was thinking too simply. The death of Jia Dongshu made the elder feel uneasy, so although the guarantee letter was written, the money still had to be repaid. Shazhu, how's your situation progressing? Qin Huairu looked at Shazhu with concern, her heart full of worry. Sai, what else can I do? The elder helped me out. I'll just pay him back slowly. Shazhu looked melancholic, never expecting to fall into such a dire situation. He had already mortgaged his house to the elder, signed a pension guarantee letter, and was burdened with a large debt. It seemed his life was now tied to the elder. As long as it's resolved, that's good. You must not be so impulsive in the future. Qin Huairu spoke with concern, her eyes filled with pity. Don't worry, I will definitely hold back. Shazhu replied. That Su Damao, I will never let him go. Next time I'll catch him off guard. Shazhu was already planning how to deal with Su Damao, wanting him to pay a price while avoiding personal harm. Thoughts of setting up a trap, using a stick, or finding some thugs to help flash through his mind. Shazhu, you shouldn't cause any more trouble. Don't go after Su Damao anymore. Qin Huairu was almost in despair. Shazhu really had no memory. He had already lost over 4,000, and he was still thinking about revenge. It was simply madness. Previously, she thought Shazhu, despite his bad nickname, wasn't stupid. But now it was hard to say whether he was smart or not. How can that be? Su Damao extorted so much money from me. I can't just let it go. Shazhu shook his head in refusal. From childhood to adulthood, he had never suffered losses at Su Damao's hands. And this time he certainly wouldn't let him off easily. This sense of frustration had to be avenged, or he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. He also had to find a way to get that money back. All right, I won't interfere in your matter anymore. Qin Huairu helplessly gave up on persuading him. Shazhu, do you have any food at home? The kids are almost starving these days. Qin Huairu turned to seek help. My mother-in-law is forcing me to find something to eat. And you know my situation. If I don't find food, people will starve to death. She even asked me to go beg Su Damao. What should I do? Qin Huairu knew very well that if she didn't ask for help, she wouldn't be able to get what she needed. So, she immediately put on an act. Her eyes reddening, tears glistening, as if they would fall at any moment. She mentioned her mother-in-law as order to find Su Damao. What? How could your mother-in-law think that way? Shazhu was shocked and quickly opposed. Everyone knew of his feelings for Qin Huairu. She was a treasure in his heart that he wouldn't let anyone covet. My mother-in-law said Su Damao has no heirs, so nothing will happen, and she wants me to find him. Qin Huairu continued, Shazhu, I really have no way out. Please help me. After saying this, tears rolled down her cheeks. All right. Sister Qin, don't cry. Your mother-in-law is really unreasonable. Shazhu's heart softened, disregarding his own financial difficulties, and pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket. Take this money to buy something for the kids to eat. Just don't go looking for Su Damao. That guy is ruthless. Qin Huairu's words made Shazhu act impulsively, and he handed over the money without hesitation. Thank you, Shazhu. You're the kindest person in this yard. Qin Huairu took the money, showing a relieved smile. Getting support from Shazhu made her feel secretly grateful. If it weren't absolutely necessary, she would never ask for help from others. After all, not everyone was as generous as Shazhu. In the kitchen, everyone was discussing heatedly. Have you heard? Yu Haidang and Yang Weiman broke up. Upon hearing this, Yang Jianguo became quite interested. Lu Lan snorted coldly. Yu Haidang is really tearing down the bridge after crossing it. Shazhu was confused. Hey, how did breaking up become ungrateful? You don't understand, Lu Lan retorted. Do you know how Yu Haidang got her job? She is just a high school graduate. How could she become a broadcaster? Wasn't it Yang Weiman who helped her? Now that she has a stable job, she breaks up. Isn't that ungrateful? Lu Lan spoke with certainty. All this information came from the deputy factory director Yang. Is this true? Yang Jianguo showed surprise. If it were true, Yu Haitang's character was indeed questionable. Upon reflection, this situation was not impossible. Not to mention, Yu Haidang and Shazhu's sister He Yushui were classmates. After graduation, Shui became just an ordinary worker in a textile factory, while Yu Haitang became a broadcaster. One was in the workshop, the other was in the publicity department. The difference was vast. If there was a TA story behind it, it would be hard to explain. Don't talk about how precious high school students are these days. That's nonsense. Even university graduates can only start as workers in factories. High school students in the capital end up as ordinary workers. The idea that university students enter factories as cadres is even more absurd. The real shortage of students was after the break in education, not now. Nowadays, universities are everywhere, and the number of graduates increases every year, especially in the capital. How could I lie? Lulan spoke firmly. What she said was not false. If it weren't for the topic, she wouldn't have brought it up. That Yu Haidang is really something. Ma Hua couldn't help but mutter. If it was indeed Yang Weimin who helped Yu Haidang get this job, the cost must have been substantial. In this era, job positions, especially those that don't require working in the workshop, require background and strength to obtain. After Yu Haidang got this position, she broke up with Yang Weimin, which clearly showed she was playing tricks. Once the position is determined, it is not easy to resign or transfer. Yu Haidang clearly has the upper hand, knowing that Yang Weimin is helpless after their breakup. What can be said? Just work hard. Shazhu reprimands Ma Hua. Although he feels that Yu Haitang's behavior is inappropriate, she is after all the factory's flower and a classmate of Shui, so he cannot speak recklessly. Master, I'm almost done with this task. Ma Hua has no choice. When the master speaks, the apprentice can only obey. Even if the master is not sincerely teaching, he must endure it. After finishing, wash these potatoes. Shazhu is displeased that this apprentice dares to retort. That's the work of a laborer, Ma Hua mutters quietly, then obediently goes to wash the potatoes. He feels extremely regretful in his heart, wondering why he spoke back. Knowing that the master was not easy to deal with. Ma Hua's mindset has changed recently, and his trust in Shazhu has greatly diminished. This is because Yang Jianguo has never been stingy in teaching skills, while Shazhu has repeatedly interrupted Ma Hua's opportunities to learn from Yang Jianguo. Even the most loyal apprentice cannot help but feel dissatisfied under Shazhu's behavior. Focus on your work, stop chatting. Witnessing Shazhu targeting Ma Hua, Yang Jianguo can't help but smile. Shazhu's outdated notion of starving the master by teaching the apprentice has long been out of style. In the steel rolling mill, Shazhu has a secure job, yet he remains oblivious. Even if he teaches Ma Hua, it wouldn't matter much to him. However, he stubbornly refuses to pass on real skills and even obstructs others from teaching. If it weren't for Yang Jianguo's appearance, Ma Hua might have had no choice but to accept the situation without comparison. However, Yang Jianguo's presence makes everything different. Yang Jianguo firmly believes that Ma Hua definitely wants to become a formal employee, become a head chef, earn money, and marry. At 24, Ma Hua is at an age where he yearns for love. If he wants to marry, he must first become a formal employee, or no one will pay attention to him. Moreover, coming from a rural background, only by becoming a formal employee can he obtain an urban household registration and enjoy supply rations. Shazhu's actions are tantamount to blocking Ma Hua's path to becoming a formal employee, marrying, becoming an urbanite, and enjoying supply rations. How can this not breed resentment? Shazhu, Qin Huairu is looking for you. At this moment, an employee cleaning the front hall comes in to call Shazhu. No one is surprised by Qin Huairu's arrival. She often comes to find Shazhu. Got it. Upon hearing that Qin Huairu is looking for him, Shazhu quickly leaves. Sister Qin, what do you need me for? The cafeteria, as a benchmark for the steel rolling mill, has a spacious front hall with several dining tables for workers to eat. Other cafeterias do not have this treatment. Workers can only bring their own lunch boxes to get food back to the workshop. Qin Huairu is waiting for Shazhu in the front hall of the cafeteria. Shazhu, Sister Qin has something to ask of you. Qin Huairu's visit surely has a purpose. What is it, Sister Qin? Shazhu is puzzled, not understanding what Qin Huairu is asking for. It has been a long time since she last came after her lunchbox was lost. Shazhu, Sister Qin didn't sleep all night. In the days that followed, Qin Huairu was filled with worry, and she pleaded, "You have to help me." Sister Qin really doesn't know how to get by. Qin Huairu thought to herself, to live, she still needs to bring a lunchbox. This is her plan. She knows that asking others for help won't be of much use unless she disregards everything. Sister Qin, don't joke. I really don't have a lunchbox, Shazhu responded. The factory director has talked to me. The cafeteria class leader has been changed just to crack down on this. If I take the lunchbox, isn't that seeking death? Shazhu quickly shook his head. He knows this is not a joke, and he really doesn't dare to take the lunchbox anymore. In the past, he could be reckless because of his cooking skills, but now the small kitchen position is no longer solely his, as Jianguo is also good at Sichuan cuisine, making Shazhu worry every day about losing his job. At that time, those whom he offended would not let him off easily. Qin Huairu already has a countermeasure. Shazhu, it's fine if you don't let me take it out. You prepare it well every day, and we can agree on a place, and I'll take it out. Many workers have the habit of bringing food home, and the security department can't manage that. Qin Huairu's plan is well thought out. The meals in the factory are cheap due to subsidies, and many workers will spend money to take food home, as long as what she takes is not extravagant. The security department won't interfere. Sister Qin, your idea is too bold. There's so many people in the cafeteria, how could I possibly take the food out? Shazhu still refused. The cafeteria is different from before. Jianguo and others are watching. Jianguo even proposed a reward for reporting, completely cutting off the thought of stealing. Unless one can avoid everyone's eyes, it's impossible. At Su Damao's home, he is inviting 2 elders to dinner to thank them for standing by his side last night. Second elder, thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have been bullied by Shazhu for nothing. Third elder, thank you too. With the 2 of you around, I won't be afraid of Shazhu anymore. The second elder, Lu Haizhong, looks very pleased because he overshadowed Yi Zhonghai in terms of momentum last night. Old Lu is right. We do things based on fairness and justice. The third elder nods in agreement while taking food with his utensils. He is extremely satisfied with this meal. 6 dishes are even more sumptuous than his family's New Year's Eve dinner. Yes, the 2 elders must be fair. That's what we are after. As long as our courtyard handles things fairly, Shazhu will have to behave. If it weren't for the first elder's constant favoritism, how would Shazhu dare to be so arrogant in the courtyard? Su Damao is clear about the situation in the courtyard. He knows it like the back of his hand. He is also well aware of the entanglements between the first elder and Shazhu. It's just that the first elder is skilled at manipulating morals and has high prestige. So he has always been powerless to resist. Indeed, the first elder is biased towards Shazhu. Lu Haizhong enjoys discussing this matter. He even hopes it will escalate, ideally causing the first elder to lose power. After all, he has long coveted the first elder's position. This is understandable. The first elder's thoughts are not a secret. Chapter 13. Purpose Damao. Your performance these past 2 times has been really different. Like a real man, even the first elder has been subdued by you. The third elder, having drunk a cup of wine and feeling 8/10 full, begins to speak freely. Eating too quickly can lead to bloating, so the last 2 bites should be savored slowly. Who knows? He might even add a few more bites due to digestion. Oh, I have no such ability. It's all thanks to Jianguo's ideas. Su Damao has other plans in mind. Shazhu must be hating him to the bone at this moment, not knowing what other tricks he will use. Taking advantage of Lu Shaoyi going back to her family today, he plans to push Jianguo out to divert Shazhu's hatred. Jianguo gave you the idea? No way. The third elder looks surprised. This matter actually involves Jianguo? Of course, otherwise why would I go to the hospital? However, Jianguo also has his own motives. Everyone knows about Jianguo's divorce. It's all the old lady's doing. It is said that Jianguo is a dead end, stirring up trouble in people's marriage, ultimately causing them to divorce. Would Jianguo let that old lady off? He will definitely take revenge. But Jianguo doesn't dare to touch that old lady. Whoever touches her will be blamed by her. The first elder and Shazhu have the best relationship with that old lady. And Jianguo wants to use my hand to deal with that old lady. Su Damao knows it well, revealing it during the drinking session. He is convinced that after 3 rounds of drinks, this matter will surely be known to the first elder and Shazhu, at which point Shazhu's attention will no longer be focused solely on him. Although he made 1,000 yuan this time, Su Damao still feels a sense of fear, knowing that Shazhu acts recklessly and is an unpredictable person. When it comes to Jianguo's divorce, everyone in the courtyard knows the inside story. And the rumors about Yang Jianguo's infertility are also no secret. The deaf old lady's schemes are understood by several elders. Yet no one dares to intervene because she will threaten with her cane at the slightest provocation, falling to the ground and playing dead, making no one want to get involved in this trouble. Liu Haizhong has long been dissatisfied with the deaf old lady. Although he can compete with the first elder, Yi Zhonghai, and sometimes even gain the upper hand, no one dares to speak in front of the deaf old lady under her cane. Without this old lady, he is confident that he would have toppled Yi Zhonghai long ago. He asserts that this matter will not end here. After Yang Jianguo's divorce, he will surely bear a grudge, and the deaf old lady's life will be difficult in the future. The third elder smiles but feels quite disgusted with this old ancestor in his heart. People have no connection to the deaf old lady, who would recognize this ancestor. Only Yi Zhonghai blindly admires her, and they have no choice. Although the deaf old lady has the skill to weave straw sandals, it is not the basis for her to wield power. Liu Hai is secretly happy, hoping that the old lady and the elder will suffer misfortune. This courtyard is full of undercurrents, each with their own hidden agendas. Who recognizes her ancestor? We have nothing to do with her. I do not acknowledge it. Su Demao hates the deaf old lady to the bone. He firmly believes that Yang Jianguo's claims about infertility were instigated by the deaf old lady through Shazhu. Otherwise, how would Yang Jianguo know? Even Su Demao himself has not disclosed it. Yet Yang Jianguo speaks with certainty. There is no conclusive evidence for this matter. Why is Yang Jianguo so sure? No one officially acknowledges it. As long as everyone gets by on the surface, it's fine, and only the elder, Shazhu, and Qin Huairu's family agree. After all, it benefits them. The third elder is clear-minded but loves to feign ignorance. He steps forward when there is profit to be made and withdraws when there is none, trying to participate as little as possible in the affairs of the courtyard. This is the third elder's style. Only with Shazhu does he never back down, because Shazhu has been disrespectful to him multiple times. Forget it. Let us drink and have fun, and not mention those trivial matters in the courtyard anymore. Su Damao's goal has been achieved, with a smile on his face. This meal was certainly not in vain. In Qin Huairu's home, Qin Geng looks at the food on the table with an unhappy face. Isn't their steamed buns? What more meat do you want? Qin Huairu says as she hands Qin Geng a bun. Meat is expensive, and it is hard to get tickets. It costs at least 2 yuan, enough to buy several pounds of white flour. How could Qin Huairu bear to part with it? I want to eat meat. I haven't had it in a long time. Qin Geng complained. I want it too. I haven't eaten meat in a long time either. Xiao Deng immediately echoed. Xiao Huaihua also shouted. Huaihua hasn't eaten meat in a long time, though she does not understand why. She knows that following her brother and sister means she can get delicious food. This has become a familiar tacit agreement. Today we'll eat steamed buns. And in a few days, Mom will find a way. Qin Huairu said helplessly. Faced with the children's demands, she always doesn't know how to refuse. If it were another family, they would surely save money and would never make steamed buns with white flour, at most using mixed flour. But the Jia family is used to white flour, and the children are still not satisfied. You'll find a way. What way have you thought of? Zhang Jiashur has a displeased look on her face. She is the one who desires meat the most. In the past, when using the children as an excuse, Qin Huairu could always bring back meat the next day, but this time there are only steamed buns, and she is extremely disappointed. I've thought it over. Tomorrow I'll go back to the countryside and bring my cousin Qin Jingru here, introducing her to Yang Jianguo in the backyard. Yang Jianguo is now the head of the kitchen class, with a salary equivalent to that of Shazhu in the past. If he can help our family, life will surely be much better. Qin Huairu revealed her plan. Will this work? Yang Jianguo is childless and divorced. How would Qin Jingru be willing? Zhang Jiashur questioned, believing Yang Jianguo's conditions are not good. No children or marriage is just a rumor. Do you believe that? There are many people in the city who want to marry, and marrying someone with a flaw is not out of the question. This can work. Qin Huairu is already confident, convinced that Qin Jingru will agree. Yang Jianguo, work is over. I have something to discuss with you. The next day, as soon as Yang Jianguo stepped into the courtyard, Qin Huairu stopped him in the middle courtyard. What is it? Yang Jianguo is on guard, knowing that Qin Huairu is a troublemaker. I see you've been divorced for a while. Living alone isn't easy. I'd like to introduce you to a partner. She is my cousin and quite good-looking. Qin Huairu got straight to the point. Your cousin? From the countryside? I don't want someone from the countryside. Jianguo refused outright. Marrying someone from the countryside means there's no ration for food. You have to buy extra. If you have a few more children, life will be even harder. Jianguo is adamant. If he marries Qin Jingru and becomes related to Qin Huairu, he will have endless trouble in the future. Jianguo knows he cannot handle it like Su Demao, so he decides to avoid the Qin family. Just meet her first. You'll definitely be satisfied after seeing her. Qin Huairu has brought her along, trying to persuade him. I want to meet. I don't want anyone without a city household registration. Jianguo rejected her. Then take her to the second elder's house to try. Their child doesn't have a partner yet. After saying this, Jianguo bypassed Qin Huairu and left. Sigh. Jianguo, you. Qin Huairu feels helpless. Jianguo is so resolute. What should we do now? Taking her to Lu Haizhong's house is also unprofitable. Qin Huairu, feeling helpless, can only return home. Sister, what's wrong? No news yet? Qin Jingru feels displeased that her sister wants to set her up with a divorced man. As a rural girl, she feels she is beautiful and doesn't want to be married to a divorced man. Even if the other party's conditions are acceptable, Qin Jingru is still unwilling. I'm back. I've tested the waters. It won't work. He said he doesn't consider rural households. Qin Huairu relayed Jianguo's meaning truthfully. What? He is divorced? I didn't mind him, and now he looks down on me? Qin Jingru is indignant. That's fine. I don't want to marry him anyway. Sister, find me someone else in the courtyard who is better than him. Qin Jingru is furious, if not for wanting to go to the city. A divorced man wouldn't even be on her radar. Now to be rejected. Isn't that ridiculous? There's no suitable one in this courtyard. Unless you marry someone from the second elder's family. Qin Huairu said helplessly. But they have neither house nor money, and the job is temporary. Are you sure? Qin Huairu feels exhausted. Jianguo is already the best candidate among the singles in this courtyard. She initially thought to gain some support through marriage. But if she marries into the second elder's family, she fears getting nothing. That won't do. I want to marry someone who has a house and money. Although Qin Jingru comes from the countryside, her demands are not low. Who would want you if you have a house and money? Qin Huairu shook her head. Jianguo's words are not false. Marrying a rural girl is a problem for food, not to mention raising children. Those who can't find a wife in the city would consider rural girls. What is wrong with rural girls? My conditions aren't bad. Qin Jingru is full of confidence. In the nearby villages, she considers herself the most beautiful. She has seen those with lesser conditions marry into the city. Huairu, if Jianguo really doesn't want to think of a way quickly, our family doesn't have much food left. Zhangjia sure shows a worried expression. Originally, she wanted to use Qin Jingru to connect with Jianguo to gain some tangible benefits. Now that Jianguo doesn't agree, Qin Jingru has instead become a burden at home. Recently, the family's grain is already tight, and it's difficult to bear the expense of one more person. I understand. I'll handle it. Qin Huairu also feels troubled, but since her sister has already been brought over, how can she send her back immediately? If she does so, what reputation will she have in the village? Over the years, Qin Huairu has had a very good reputation in her hometown, always being an object of envy among the villagers. Sister, is your family really short on grain? Qin Jingru is quite surprised. After all, Qin Huairu has been living well since marrying into the city. Because of Qin Huairu, the living standards of her uncle's family have also improved. Qin Huairu often helps her natal family. In Qin Jingru's mind, her sister's family should be in good condition. Of course there is. By the end of each month, the grain is gone before the month is over, and the family can't even eat enough. Zhang Jia sure spoke frankly, not hiding the family's difficulties. But sister, you used to. Qin Jingru feels something is off. She has seen her sister bring grain back to the village multiple times. Even today, she brought over more than 10 pounds of grain for her uncle's family. Therefore, the whole village envies Qin Huairu for marrying well and admires the Qin family for having such a daughter. Jingru, let us talk about your matters. What do you really think? Otherwise, I can help you inquire nearby. There definitely won't be anyone with good conditions. Qin Huairu hurriedly interrupted. fearing to touch Zhang Jia's sensitive nerves. The Qin family is indeed in difficulty, but before, Shazhu helped a lot. Much of the money Shazhu gave was privately borrowed by Qin Huairu, which Zhang Jia sure does not know. Where did that money go? Qin Huairu's natal family is in difficulty. Marrying her into the city is precisely to hope for some support. Therefore, the money Qin Huairu privately borrowed from Shazhu is partly used for her own family and partly to support her natal family. This is also the reason why, despite Shazhu's constant assistance and lending money to Qin Huairu, the Jia family remains poor. This matter must not be known to Zhang Jia sure. Shazhu thought he was only supporting the 5 members of the Jia family, but in fact it also included 7 or 8 people from the Qin Huairu family side. Therefore, no matter how much he helped, it felt like a bottomless pit. Sister, I want to find someone with good conditions. When it came to blind dates, Qin Jingru no longer cared about anything else. As for how her sister's family was doing, she didn't really care anymore. All right, but good partners are hard to find. If you want to find a good home, you can only wait for opportunities slowly. How about this? You go back tomorrow, and I'll keep an eye out for you. If there's something suitable, I'll let you know. After thinking for a moment, Qin Huairu felt there were no better options. There were indeed not many who were willing to marry a rural girl, so she could only let Qin Jingru go back for now. Go back. Sister, are you asking me to leave just as I arrived? Qin Jingru was unhappy. She was reluctant to leave the city, as going home meant endless labor. Just then, Shazhu passed by the door, and Qin Jingru couldn't help but ask, "Who is that?" "That's Shazhu. You two aren't suited." Qin Huairu glanced at him and said indifferently. Shazhu was no longer within Qin Huairu's consideration because his current situation was too poor and marrying him would not be beneficial. Even the vague feelings Qin Huairu once had for Shazhu had long dissipated. She knew very well that if she were to be with Shazhu, her family situation would only become more difficult, which was something she could never tolerate. Jianguo, come out. Shazhu returned home, dropped his bag, and headed straight for the backyard. On the way back, he learned that Su Damao had gone to the hospital for an examination, and it was actually Jianguo who was behind it. Shazhu had once wondered how someone like Su Damao, who cared so much about his reputation, would suddenly go for an examination. Now it made sense. Someone was stirring the pot behind the scenes. Shazhu, what do you want? Inside the house. Jianguo put on a ring and nonchalantly opened the door. What do I want? I want to teach you a lesson. Without saying another word, Shazhu threw a punch. Because of Jianguo, he lost 500. This was money he would find hard to accumulate in his lifetime. If he didn't vent his anger on Jianguo, he wouldn't feel at ease. Immediately, a scream was heard. Jianguo showed no mercy and confronted Shazhu head-on. However, with Jianguo wearing a ring, Shazhu's punch was like colliding with steel. What's all the noise? What are you two doing? An elder rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Shazhu holding his hand in pain and hurriedly approached. Shazhu's hand had already started bleeding. He had just thrown a full-force punch, and Jianguo also didn't back down. It was likely that his finger was seriously injured. Elder, I was cooking at home when Shazhu suddenly charged in and hit me. Jianguo unceremoniously characterized the situation as unreasonable and suggested calling the police. Call the police for what? We can solve our own issues in this courtyard. Upon hearing it was Shazhu, the elder quickly stopped Jianguo from calling the police. Elder, what do you suggest we do? Shazhu ran over right after work. I didn't provoke him. Jianguo was indifferent. Anyway, he hadn't suffered any loss. If the police were called and a fight broke out, he would also face consequences. Kid, don't slander me. Why would I hit you? Once Shazhu regained his composure, he endured the pain and questioned Jianguo. If it weren't for Jianguo encouraging Su Damao to go for an examination, Shazhu wouldn't have ended up in this situation today, having lost thousands and run up debts. He still had to support the elder. These pressures made it hard for him to stand tall. Now, every month when he got paid, most of it had to go to the elder, and he could no longer be as carefree as before. Yeah, I told Su Damao to go for an examination. So what? Jianguo admitted openly, without any evasion. So what? What have I done to offend you that you want to harm me like this? Shazhu was filled with anger, practically hating Jianguo. Su Damao's family has never been able to have children. Is it wrong for me to suggest he get checked? Whether they can have children or not has nothing to do with you. Are you meddling too much? As Yang Jianguo spoke, he was calculating his mind. Only he and Su Damao's couple knew about his instigation for Su Damao to go for an examination. How did Shazhu find out? Lu Shaoyi is quite upright. It shouldn't be her. Then it must be Su Damao who betrayed himself. Yang Jianguo was truly frustrated. He had known Su Damao wasn't a good person. But this was too much. He helped him, only to be betrayed. You're doing this on purpose. You want to set me up. Shazhu was furious. Refusing to listen to Yang Jianguo's explanations, convinced that Yang Jianguo was targeting him. I just gave you a nickname. Is that so harsh? Yang Jianguo defended himself. Evil deeds will be punished. You should understand this principle. You make someone infertile and still don't allow them a check? Yang Jianguo, not knowing what Su Damao had said, did not plan to shirk responsibility. He felt no guilt, causing infertility and still claiming to be justified, and wanting others to cover for you. Can the wicked escape punishment? Su Damao brought this upon himself. He was never a good person. Shazhu also didn't think he had done anything wrong. In his eyes, Su Damao was not a good person, and his actions were to punish evil. Whether he was a good person or not didn't matter. The key was that he had no right to punish Su Damao. If you think you're innocent, why don't you let Su Damao call the police? You come to trouble me. That's too unreasonable. Am I bothering you, or are you bothering me? I just suggested Su Damao go for an examination. It has nothing to do with you. Yang Jianguo was not afraid of Shazhu. If Shazhu really wanted to pick a fight, Yang Jianguo would be harder to deal with than Su Damao, and compensation might not even solve it. All right, Shazhu, go to the hospital. Don't make a scene in the courtyard anymore. This courtyard was very peaceful until someone disturbed it. If you keep making a scene, I'll ask you to leave. The elder grabbed Shazhu, seeing his bleeding hand, anxious. Why couldn't Shazhu calm down? Did he have to resort to violence every time something happened? At this moment, the elder regretted teaching Shazhu to be so rough. At the same time, he realized Su Damao's recent changes were related to Yang Jianguo. So he was also warning Yang Jianguo not to cause trouble again, or he would be kicked out. Are you talking about me? You want to kick me out? Go ahead and try. Yang Jianguo was not fooled by the elder's words and made it clear. He hinted at others without saying it outright. And Yang Jianguo was not impressed. You. The elder was furious. He had no right to kick anyone out. If he really wanted to take action, he only needed to send someone to the street, and the elder's position would be at risk. On what basis? If you have the guts, kick me out. I'm waiting. Shazhu, you come to settle the score with me today, but you're looking for the wrong target. The person behind this is not me. In this courtyard, some people are scheming against you for a worry-free old age. Do you really think your frequent disputes with Su Damao are out of your own intention? Was there really such deep hatred between you? To tell you the truth, you've been schemed against. If you don't fight with Su Damao, how would those who plotted against you favor you? And how would they make you feel grateful? Yang Jianguo mercilessly revealed his suspicions. Yang Jianguo, shut up. The elder was furious. This matter must not be leaked in the slightest. Once Shazhu had doubts, it would lead to endless trouble. Why did your father flee back then? Was it really because of a widow? Don't you usually think about the reasons behind it? Your father was single back then. Why did he need to flee to marry? Behind this is someone else's scheme. Your father was also forced, and even you siblings weren't allowed to follow. After hearing the elder's words, Yang Jianguo became even more enthusiastic. If you kick me out of this courtyard, I'll make sure you have no hope for retirement. Yang Jianguo, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe your life will be difficult in the future? The elder glared fiercely at Yang Jianguo. If Shazhu took Yang Jianguo's words seriously, then how could they talk about retirement? He would have no good days ahead. Hee, what I say has nothing to do with you. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that the person I mentioned in my words made you feel targeted? Yang Jianguo would not fear the elder. Today, he would let him know that he is not easy to deal with. If someone dares to find fault, Yang Jianguo dares to turn against them. Don't stir up trouble. Let this courtyard be quiet. The elder truly fears Yang Jianguo's loose tongue. Over the years, he has indeed put in a lot of effort for his retirement. Once these schemes are exposed, it would be strange if Shazhu still wanted to support him. Elder, rest assured, I don't believe a word he says. Shazhu glared at Yang Jianguo, but his eyes sparkled with thought. He was not completely foolish and still had some wit left. Zhuzi, don't listen to Yang Jianguo's nonsense. It's all made up by him. This kid just wants to stir up unrest in the courtyard. In the hospital, Shazhu's hand injury had been treated, and the elder began to chat with him. I understand, elder. I'm not stupid. That kid has no good intentions. Shazhu verbally agreed. But no one knew what he was really thinking. Only a true fool would remain indifferent after hearing Jianguo's words. It's good that you understand. If you really believe him, you'll be in big trouble. Zhuzi, the elder thought for a moment. It's time for you to use some money. From now on, you can pay me back slowly. When your salary increases, when you marry and have a stable life, we can talk about it then. The elder felt mixed emotions, but had no choice. Jianguo's words would definitely make Shazhu suspicious. Only by treating him better could these doubts be eliminated. Therefore, the elder decided to postpone pressing for repayment, allowing Shazhu to feel his goodwill. Elder, I'm really grateful to you. When I have money, I will definitely pay you back. At this moment, Shazhu was genuinely joyful. The doubts raised by Jianguo's words vanished in an instant. How could the elder be so generous and still scheme against him? That's very good. You could take this 300 yuan back. A man without money cannot stand tall. It's even difficult to find a partner. You should settle down now. The elder continued to push, determined to make Shazhu willingly draw closer to him. Though there was a retirement guarantee, Shazhu's house was still under his control, but whether Shazhu was willing directly affected his quality of life in old age. If Shazhu felt unwilling in the future, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. Thank you, elder. Shazhu accepted the 300 yuan with a face full of joy. This was the money the elder had borrowed from him a few days ago to repay a debt. With this 300 yuan regained, plus the fact that he no longer had to repay the third elder every month, Shazhu's loss was almost negligible, and all compensation was actually borne by the elder. Regarding the mortgage and retirement, the elder would not take back the house, and Shazhu could still live there peacefully. Retirement was a matter for the distant future. They could discuss it then. All right, it's about time to head back. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to Zhao Yuhua from Workshop 5. Shazhu's hand injury was just a fracture. It was caused by a sharp object and resulted in a bloodied hand. After treatment, he could return home. Zhao Yuhua. Which Zhao Yuhua? Upon hearing that the elder wanted to introduce him to someone, Shazhu immediately felt excited. It's Zhao Yuhua, the daughter of old Zhao, the group leader from Workshop 5. The elder explained. She's that chubby girl, about 1.60 meters tall, weighing 206. Elder, please spare me. I don't want her. Shazhu immediately recalled who Zhao Yuhua was and shook his head in refusal, feeling that he could not handle it. Zhao Yuhua is a nice person. Don't be so unappreciative. If you marry Zhao Yuhua, your family will have dual incomes. How can life be bad then? The elder was not genuinely trying to introduce someone. The people he chose were all those Shazhu would find difficult to accept. He was worried that Shazhu's situation regarding retirement might change after marriage. So his future wife must be capable of shouldering the responsibility of supporting him in old age. In the elder's mind, Qin Huairu was indeed suitable. But she had a family, and Shazhu might not be willing. Therefore, he could only delay, waiting for Shazhu to grow older and have fewer options. Forget it. She's as fat as an old sow. I'm afraid I'd crush her when I turn over in my sleep. I'd get scared just looking at her in the dark. Shazhu firmly rejected the idea of marrying Zhao Yuhua, preferring to marry a widow instead. All right, if you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll keep an eye out for you. The elder secretly felt pleased, but pretended to be dissatisfied on the surface. His so-called keeping an eye out was just to find someone even uglier and fatter to introduce later. The next one would be guaranteed to be worse than Zhao Yuhua, making Shazhu understand that only such women would be willing to go on a blind date with him. Gradually, Shazhu's requirements became less strict, and in the end, he no longer minded Qin Huairu bringing 4 children with her. Shazhu, wait a moment. I'll go buy you a chicken to replenish your strength. You lost quite a bit of blood. Passing by the vegetable market, the elder stepped inside and soon came out carrying groceries, a chicken, and some vegetables. Thank you, elder. Shazhu smiled broadly. The elder was truly too good to him. The two quickly returned to the courtyard. Elder, I'll make chicken soup. You and Annie come over later, and we'll eat together. Shazhu happily carried the chicken home, feeling that his life could once again be as carefree as it used to be. Half an hour later, Su Damao returned to the courtyard. Shaoyi, where's our chicken? Upon returning to the backyard, Su Damao noticed that one of the chickens was missing. Chicken? Isn't it in the coop? Lu Xiaoyi came out of the house, looking confused. One is missing. You didn't take it back to your family, did you? Su Damao thought Lu Xiaoyi had taken the chicken back to her family. No. Why will my family want your chicken? You didn't take it to give as a gift, did you? Lu Xiaoyi's family used to be rich capitalists, and their financial situation was solid. Although buying things now required ration tickets, they lacked nothing. What gift? That chicken is for laying eggs. Go and see if it ran away. Su Damao became anxious. In this era, laying hens were precious. Raising 2 laying hens could provide eggs every day. I'll go look for it right away. Lu Xiaoyi hurriedly walked toward the front yard. Is that the smell of chicken soup? Just as Su Damao was about to search, he caught a whiff of the aroma and followed it. Shazhu, where did your chicken come from? Did you steal my chicken? Arriving at Shazhu's house and seeing him cooking chicken soup, Su Damao immediately became furious. What do you mean your chicken? Call it and see if it responds. Shazhu was also angry. He was busy cooking, and yet Su Damao came to pick a fight. This chicken was bought by the elder as a gift for him. So how could it be considered stealing? Shazhu, stop pretending. You stole my chicken, and I won't let this go. Saying this, Su Damao picked up a poker to intimidate Shazhu, but he didn't dare to actually strike, nor could he beat Shazhu. Su Damao provoked, hey, come on. Let's see if I dare chop you. Shazhu refused to back down and also grabbed a kitchen knife. This dispute was initiated by Su Damao. If he truly dared to act, Shazhu would certainly teach him a lesson. After all, this chicken had nothing to do with Su Damao. Come and see. Our chicken is here, and it's being stewed by Shazhu. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyi rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Shazhu, you're too greedy. You actually stole our chicken to eat? This chicken is for laying eggs. In these times, meat was scarce and ration tickets were hard to come by. With a chicken missing from their home and Shazhu stewing one, it was hard not to raise suspicions. Shazhu retorted with confidence, you all should worry about laying eggs. Su Damao was furious. Shazhu, just wait. Xiaoyi, go find the elder in the courtyard. Today's matter is not over. This remark subtly mocked the couple for being childless. And Su Damao was furious. Clearly, it was Shazhu's fault, and yet he dared to mock him. But the compensation had already passed. Su Damao could only helplessly seek the elder to deal with Shazhu over the chicken theft. Stealing a chicken? This doesn't seem right. Young Jianguo, upon learning that a courtyard meeting was convened due to Su Damao's chicken being stolen, felt puzzled. The matter of Shazhu confronting Su Damao had already calmed down. How could there be new turmoil over a stolen chicken? Thinking about it, kidnapping Su Damao seems to be his way of stirring up trouble in advance. And this theft is just the beginning of the story. Shazhu was about to go out to attend a meeting, planning to take this opportunity to deal with Su Damao. After all, he didn't steal the chicken, and with an elder as a witness, he had nothing to fear. Sister Qin, I have something to tell you. Shazhu was stopped by Qin Huairu. I was just about to tell you, today the elder told me that I don't have to pay him back. And in the future, I can manage my salary myself. Shazhu excitedly shared the good news with Qin Huairu, which meant he could help her again. Hearing this, Qin Huairu's eyes lit up. Really? That's wonderful. With your help, life will definitely be much better. Recently, she had been troubled, frequently disturbed in the workshop, but earning very little. Compared to the past, she had put in much effort but gained little, mainly because Shazhu, who used to give without taking advantage, was no longer around. To be honest, the elder has returned all my savings, Shazhu said, feeling somewhat proud. After all, it was 300 yuan, nearly 10 months of a salary. That's great. The elder treats you very well. Shazhu, I came today with a request, Qin Huairu said, although she was happy. She felt a bit helpless regarding her intention. What's wrong, Sister Qin? Shazhu was puzzled, wondering what could be bothering Qin Huairu when he was about to cause trouble for Su Damao. Shazhu, the chicken that Su Damao lost was taken by Baoging. If Su Damao finds out about this, it will be a big problem. You have to help me. Qin Huairu knew her child well. During mealtime, she noticed Sanzi wasn't eating and immediately sensed something was wrong. Moreover, with Su Damao and his wife searching the yard for the chicken and almost clashing with Shazhu, how could she not understand? Upon inquiry, it turned out to be her precious son's doing. Shazhu felt helpless about Baoging. He originally intended to teach Su Damao a lesson, but now he had to let it go. If he really dealt with Su Damao, would he let Baoging off the hook? Shazhu, what should we do? Qin Huairu was extremely anxious. Su Damao had become increasingly fierce lately. Shazhu had already compensated her a lot of money, and Qin Huairu's family was poor, making it hard for her to bear. Don't worry, I can solve it. Baoging is a good kid. He is young and ignorant. He doesn't understand what stealing is. I will teach him well in the future. Shazhu couldn't bear to see Qin Huairu wronged, so he took it upon himself. Shazhu, I really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would know what to do. Just in time, my cousin has come. Let us meet tomorrow, and I will introduce her to you. To express her gratitude and to make Shazhu willingly help, Qin Huairu decided to let Qin Jingru make another appearance. Whether it was sincere or not didn't matter. The key was that Shazhu would be happy to hear it. Really? Sister Qin, are you serious? Chapter 15. Reporting to the police, Shazhu had heard of Qin Huairu's cousin before, but always felt she was an unattainable sweetness dangling out of reach. To be honest, she's at my house right now. As soon as the meeting is over, you can go take a look. Qin Huairu was secretly delighted, feeling everything was under control, and Shazhu would surely take the blame. After that, a simple introduction would suffice. She was confident that the two wouldn't end up together. Thank you so much. Sister Qin, I'll handle this. Shazhu left with a joyful face, as the people in the yard were waiting for him. Shazhu, why are you so late? Everyone is waiting for you. Since everyone is here, I'll say a few words first. The theme of today's meeting is simple. Su Damao's chicken is missing. And coincidentally, someone in our yard is stewing chicken. This could be a coincidence, or perhaps not. Therefore, the three elders decided to hold this all-yards meeting. Following that, Elder 2 gave a formal speech and let Yi Zhonghai speak. I just learned about this. Shazhu's chicken was not stolen from Su Damao. I bought it for him. Today, Shazhu got injured, and I bought it to nourish him. It definitely isn't Su Damao's chicken, Yi Zhonghai said. Elder 1 then stood up and explained the origin of Shazhu's chicken in detail. Elder 1, is what you said true? Don't lie, just to help Shazhu. Su Damao questioned, demanding that Elder 1 step aside, as everyone knew his relationship with Shazhu. He didn't believe him. Elder 1 was angered by Su Damao's rudeness. All right, Elder 1's words can still be trusted. Elder 3 came out to mediate, not wanting to offend Yi Zhonghai. Shazhu, is what Elder 1 said true? The people in the yard actually knew the truth, but were unwilling to offend someone like Yi Zhonghai. What Elder 1 said is true. This chicken was bought for me by Elder 1. Shazhu provocatively looked at Su Damao. I can't believe it. If Shazhu's chicken was indeed bought by Elder 1, then what about my chicken? Su Damao's face was filled with suspicion, half believing Elder 1's words. Elder 1's favoritism toward Shazhu was not a first. Shazhu interjected, your chicken? I saw a chicken escaping when I came back. Perhaps it was yours. He promised to help Qin Huairu solve her trouble, so he had to follow through. Escaped? Impossible. Su Damao firmly denied. My chicken is locked in a cage. How could it escape on its own? Shazhu looked indifferent. Whether you believe it or not, I did see it. It was easy for him to deceive someone as straightforward as Su Damao. At this point, Elder 1 began to have doubts. He returned home with Shazhu, but had not seen this scene. Obviously, Shazhu was lying. Elder 1's gaze turned to Qin Huairu. Seeing her with her head down and silent, and the Qin family's children were also absent, everything was self-evident. Forget it, since it has escaped. Let us go look for it. Don't waste time here. Elder 1 hurriedly tried to smooth things over, wanting to brush this matter aside. No, my chicken has not been found yet, Su Damao insisted, scoffing at the idea of the chicken escaping on its own. He turned to Jianguo for help, but Jianguo ignored him. Jianguo was already calculating how to punish Su Damao, who had betrayed him. Shazhu urged, if you don't go look for it now, you really want to find it. He was eager to end this all-yards meeting. I don't believe it. I'm going to report to the police and let them find out the truth. Su Damao angrily stood up, swearing to call the police. I don't believe the police can't catch the thief who stole my chicken. The people in the yard were terrified at the mention of the police, and Su Damao knew this well. The last 2 times someone mentioned calling the police, someone had backed down, and this time would be no exception. Su Damao, is it really necessary to call the police for such a small matter? Qin Huairu was anxious. If the police were called, the consequences would be unimaginable. And Baogang might end up in jail, ruining his life. Humph, I don't care. I'm calling the police. Su Damao remained unmoved, insisting that even small matters warranted police attention. What are you reporting for? Just for a chicken? Do you want to ruin the reputation of the whole yard? What is your intention? Elder 1 angrily reprimanded Su Damao, stopping him from calling the police. Damao, there is no need to report this. Just let it go. Elder 3 also opened his mouth to advise against it. It's not a big deal. Calling the police would instead affect the yard's reputation. This time, he supports Elder 1. More importantly, calling the police would damage the authority of the 3 elders. Elder 3 makes a good point. We shouldn't call the police. Elder 2 also believed the matter should not be blown out of proportion. All right, not calling the police is fine. But before tomorrow night, the person who stole the chicken must deliver the compensation. 5 yuan, not a cent less. If I don't get the compensation, I will not let it go. Su Damao's attitude was firm, issuing an ultimatum. He had already realized that calling the police was an effective means to deal with people in the yard. All right, let the thief come and deliver the compensation themselves. The meeting is adjourned. Elder 1 waved his hand, ending the meeting. This yard is really beyond saving. Jianguo complained as he returned home to count money. The chicken theft had happened again. The incidents in the yard continued. Yet those thieving hands had not restrained themselves even a bit. 1,806, that's enough. Jianguo calculated that this money was enough to marry someone. He decided to put the selling business aside for now. Thinking about resting tomorrow, he decided to buy a bicycle first and then look for a matchmaker. In this era, finding a partner relied entirely on introductions. And finding a matchmaker was the most reliable. Life was dull, and getting a wife would at least provide company at night. Every day after work, there was nothing to do but wait to fall asleep, which was a difficult experience. He once thought about taking his laptop from the portable world and using it behind closed doors without fear of being discovered. But the laptop couldn't be used for watching movies or playing games. In the portable world, movies could only be streamed online and not downloaded. Games were all online. Even if they were single-player games, the static world couldn't be downloaded. Only by finding a companion could he alleviate his loneliness. Jianguo, a divorced man, knew it wouldn't be easy to find a partner. The next morning, he bought a bicycle and brought a gift to matchmaker Aunt Tion's house. Aunt Tion, are you home? Aunt Tion's residence was no secret. Jianguo was an old acquaintance and went straight there. Jianguo, what brings you here? Aunt Tion greeted him in surprise, as his ex-wife was introduced by her, and their marriage had ended in divorce, which troubled Aunt Tion, being the only match she had that ended in divorce. Aunt Tion, I have something to ask for your help. As he spoke, Jianguo handed her a gift bag containing 4 large apples. Wow, these are rare items. What do you want from me? Are you looking for a match? Aunt Tion's face lit up at the sight of the apples. In that era, apples were expensive and rare, not something ordinary families could easily afford. Yes, that's the matter. Aunt Tion, you must help me. Jianguo was no longer concerned about his pride in his quest for a wife. Aunt Tion didn't respond directly about introducing a match and instead noticed the bicycle next to Jianguo. Is this bicycle new? I just bought it and came straight to find you. Jianguo stepped aside to show off the bicycle. With a bicycle, things should be easier. Aunt Tion said, then changed the subject, but you've been divorced. It wouldn't be easy to find someone. How about a widow with children? Do you think it would work? Seeing Jianguo hesitate, she added, if you're not happy with that, I can also find you a rural girl. There are many widows these days. And Aunt Tion had a few suitable candidates on hand. If Jianguo nodded, given his formal job, it wouldn't be hard to succeed. Considering the apples, Aunt Tion decided to put in more effort. Aunt Tion, I don't want a widow. I want someone beautiful, with a good figure, preferably with an urban household registration. Jianguo was straightforward in his demands. What are you dreaming about? You think you could be picky with those conditions? Go away. Don't cause trouble. Aunt Tion was speechless. The market for divorced men and first-time marriages was vastly different. Aunt Tion, don't rush. Just listen to my conditions. Jianguo defended himself. I pursue beauty and a good figure, so I'm prepared. As long as you help me find a suitable match, I can prepare a matchmaking fee of 50. As for the bride's family's dowry, I can afford up to 2,000. Do you think this condition is acceptable? Yang Jianguo quickly added, in this day and age, it's indeed not easy for divorced people to find unmarried ones. But as long as I'm willing to spend money, the situation changes. After all, money can turn the impossible into possible. What? Are you serious? When did you become so wealthy? Aunt Tian looked at Yang Jianguo in surprise, spending 2,000 to marry. Even wealthy families might not agree, yet Yang Jianguo could offer it, and was willing. I've had a little gain recently, Aunt Tian. Can you help me find a suitable one? Yang Jianguo smiled broadly, thinking, since he had traveled through time, he shouldn't shortchange himself. Money wasn't an issue. The key was to find someone satisfactory. In this era, having multiple wives was impossible. A wife had to be carefully selected, or else he would be asking for trouble. All right, come in and let us talk in detail. What specific requirements do you have? Finding a wife for 2,000 was a generous condition. It could encompass all kinds of candidates. Not to mention someone who had been divorced once, even multiple times, would be acceptable. In this day and age, life was tough. Every household had many children, some even preferred sons over daughters. If one really wanted to find a spouse, it was not uncommon for families to marry off their daughters for dowries. Aunt Tian, this is what I've drawn. Do you have anyone with this kind of figure? Please keep an eye out. Yang Jianguo had already made plans. As soon as he entered Aunt Tian's house, he took out 2 drawings. One front view and one side view, depicting a person's figure in detail. Wow, your demands are quite high. I need to think about it. Aunt Tian calculated in her mind. There really was a family with 6 children. The eldest and the third were both beautiful and had good figures. But forget about the eldest. She worked in a cultural troupe and earned more than him. However, he was in luck. Their family had faced difficulties a few years ago, relying solely on the eldest to support the family, and now they were struggling. I'll go ask, and if it works out, I'll bring someone to meet you this afternoon. You should go back and prepare. Aunt Tian thought of this family. They were 8 people living off one person's salary. Life was somewhat tight, and the eldest son was still unmarried at 24, being the only economic pillar of the family, making it hard to sustain a family after marriage. The third son had reached the age of marriage, and if the eldest, Yang Jianguo, could share some of the burden, there might be a chance for a marriage. Aunt Tian, I'll go back and prepare. Yang Jianguo smiled. If it works out, when can I bring the girl over? I must show my capabilities. Around 3 o'clock. If the girl agrees, I'll bring her on time. If it doesn't work out, I'll look for someone else. I'll have news around 3. Aunt Tian agreed and waved to Yang Jianguo to go back and prepare while she changed clothes to find someone. Yang Jianguo secretly thought that he must earn that 50 yuan matchmaking fee. Usually, matchmaking fees were only 1 or 2 yuan, and this time, it was truly not to be underestimated. After returning home, Yang Jianguo locked the door tightly and stepped into the portable space, which happened to be located in a large supermarket. He quickly selected gifts, chocolates, candies, fruits, nuts, and quickly assembled 4 exquisite trays of snacks. Then, he went to the nearby seafood market and picked out several seafood items, confidently believing that the girl would be unable to resist such a spread. By the afternoon, Yang Jianguo began cooking, focusing on meat dishes, preparing 4 meat and 4 vegetable dishes, including braised pork, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, minced meat eggplant paired with seafood delicacies, totaling 8 dishes, a feast comparable to a New Year celebration. Once the dishes were ready, they were kept warm in a steamer, while peanuts, sunflower seeds, apples, and oranges were prearranged on the table for guests. If the visitor was not to his liking, that would be all. But if they shared mutual feelings, there would be more surprises in store. With everything prepared, Yang Jianguo went out to welcome the guests, not forgetting to lock the door to prevent any treasures inside from being revealed. Yang Jianguo, look, this is my partner Qin Huairu. Isn't she beautiful? Just as he stepped into the courtyard, he happened to see Shazhu walking out of Qin Huairu's house, accompanied by a woman. Upon seeing Yang Jianguo, Shazhu proudly introduced Qin Huairu to him. Shazhu was about to get married, while Yang Jianguo's wife had run away. Thinking of this scene, Shazhu felt a sense of glee. I don't believe he can get married smoothly. Yang Jianguo smiled bitterly. Shazhu getting married? It was simply a fantasy with obstacles all around. The first major hurdle was Qin Huairu. How could she let him go so easily? Furthermore, Su Damao would definitely create trouble. Even without mentioning those two, There was still a big uncle blocking the way. Unless the big uncle was convinced that Shazhu's new bride was willing to support him in his old age. The marriage was purely a delusion. This was the threefold difficulty, but it was far from over. The deaf old lady was also key. Although she hoped Shazhu would settle down, it was under the premise that Shazhu's wife would be willing to support her. The deaf old lady had intended to match Shazhu with Lu Xiao because Lu Xiao was very filial to her, and the two would surely allow her to enjoy her old age after marriage. As for others, whether they could be as filial as Lu Xiao was unknown. So if Shazhu wanted to marry, it was indeed a daydream. Hey, the person is right here. What are you still doubting? Just wait and see. Shazhu beamed as he led the person into the house. Jianguo had no words to respond and turned to walk toward the main gate. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw Su Damao anxiously looking around outside. Brother, where are you going? Upon seeing Jianguo, Su Damao approached with a smiling face, thinking Jianguo was completely unaware of his actions. Nothing, just go to the bathroom. Jianguo knew that this person was certainly not kind, so it was better to avoid discussing the matter of a partner. After all, Jianguo did not believe that Su Damao would show mercy just because he had once helped him and not ruin his marriage. Was Su Damao someone who knew how to be grateful? Oh, hurry up and come back. While Su Damao chatted with Jianguo, he anxiously glanced toward the courtyard. Jianguo had a rough idea that Su Damao must have seen Qin Huairu and was planning something against her. This guy had already reached such a point and still had a head full of bad ideas. Jianguo was truly speechless. However, this was not Jianguo's concern. He continued walking towards the restroom, planning to run into Aunt Tian along the way. However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes without seeing anyone, he decided to head back home. Hey, I actually waited long enough. Just as he reached the door, he saw Su Damao walking away with Qin Huairu. Obviously, Su Damao had achieved his goal and taken Qin Huairu away from there. Jianguo thought for a moment and headed straight to the central courtyard. Silly Zhu, you've wasted your efforts. I just saw at the door that your girlfriend was taken away by Su Damao. Jianguo remembered Su Damao's betrayal and knew it was time to take action. What? What did you say? Su Damao took my girlfriend away? Silly Zhu was enraged. He truly cared for Qin Huairu. He vowed to teach Su Damao a lesson and turned to chase after him. Don't chase anymore. They've gone too far. You want to catch up, but I know where they went. Jianguo had an idea of how the plot was developing. They would first go to buy clothes and then head to Quanjude for roast duck. They would definitely be caught at Quanjude. Where? Tell me quickly. I want to deal with Su Damao. He even went out to harm others after being cut off. I will never let him go. Silly Zhu was almost mad. He felt humiliated to be intercepted by someone who was already cut off. No, Su Damao must have deceived Qin Huairu, who was completely unaware. Silly Zhu, what good will it do to rush over like this? You really can't compare to Su Damao. Jianguo shook his head. Silly Zhu was far inferior to Su Damao in terms of words, and when it came to dealing with women, Su Damao was 100 times better than Silly Zhu. What? How am I not as good as him? He*s just a deadbeat. Silly Zhu was unwilling to accept this. That's right, Su Damao is a deadbeat. But he has money. Qin Huairu is just a rural girl. Even if she knows about Su Damao's situation, she might not give up. Chapter 16. Scheming. I have an idea for you. Don't forget that Su Damao is already married. You should report him to the Women's Federation and let them catch him. This time, Su Damao will definitely suffer the consequences. Didn't he cheat you out of a lot of money? This time you can deal with that too. Jianguo offered advice to Silly Zhu. Did Su Damao think he could betray Jianguo without paying a price? Jianguo was determined to give him a lesson. In this era, if a married person gets involved with a young girl, once the Women's Federation knows, they will not let him off easily. Yes, I'm going to report him now. Tell me quickly where Su Damao went. Silly Zhu's face was filled with anger, vowing to settle both new and old scores. I vaguely heard that they first went to buy clothes, then they will go to Quanjude. Jianguo told you to bring the Women's Federation to Quanjude. They will definitely catch him. After saying this, Jianguo returned home. There was no need for him to worry about what happened next. Su Damao, I want to let you go. Silly Zhu, with a furious expression, rushed out the door to expose him. Silly Zhu, where are you going? Qin Huairu, seeing Silly Zhu's hurried figure pass by her door, was filled with confusion. Could it be that her scheme had been uncovered? She deliberately led Qin Huairu to flaunt in front of Su Damao, hoping Su Damao would realize that this was the girl she had picked for silly Zhu. Qin Huairu knew that Su Damao would definitely take action. Now that silly Zhu rushed out with an angry face, he probably had already sensed something. This was not what Qin Huairu wanted. Once silly Zhu found out, Qin Huairu might be saved. Now that silly Zhu no longer had debts, Qin Huairu found it even harder to let go. Damn it, I will never spare you. Silly Zhu went out, heading straight to the restroom. Not seeing Qin Huairu, he was convinced that what Yang Jianguo said was true and then rushed straight to the Women's Federation. This time, even if Su Damao didn't die, he would definitely be severely injured, at the very least publicly humiliated. Yang Jianguo, I'm coming. After returning home, Yang Jianguo was secretly contemplating Su Damao's fate. There were already sounds coming from outside. Aunt Tian, I've been waiting for you. Please come in. Yang Jianguo opened the door and saw Aunt Tian bringing a young woman with her. The woman lowered her head, making it difficult for Yang Jianguo to see her face. She was also dressed in a loose work uniform, making it hard to discern her figure. What delicious food have you prepared? I haven't even touched my lunch. Aunt Tian remembered that Yang Jianguo said he would go home to prepare well, so there must be a feast. Aunt Tian's family was not well off, and it was rare for them to enjoy good food. When going out to matchmake, the hospitality received was also mediocre, and meat was especially scarce. I'll make sure Aunt Tian is satisfied. Let us sit down and chat first. Yang Jianguo invited the two to sit down and waited for Aunt Tian to speak. Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Tianai, 20 years old. This is Yang Jianguo. I've already told you about the situation. Tianai, don't be shy. Look up and see. After Aunt Tian finished the introduction, she urged Jiang Tianai, who had been keeping her head down, to look up. In an instant, Yang Jianguo's gaze froze. Jiang Tianai's surname seemed a bit off. If her surname were Zhang, it would be more fitting. This face looked like a future star. Exactly the one Yang Jianguo admired. Yang Jianguo, wake up. Aunt Tian had a helpless look on her face because Yang Jianguo was staring blankly at Jiang Tianai, who shyly lowered her head again. Aunt Tian couldn't bear to watch. I'll go get some candy. You all wait a moment. Without saying a word, Yang Jianguo turned and went into the kitchen. Soon, he brought out 4 plates, all of which he had carefully prepared. One plate was filled with various candies, such as fruit candies, milk candies, chocolate candies, peanut milk candies, and more, with no less than 10 varieties. Another plate had dried fruits, also with a wide variety. One plate was filled with various dried fruits. The last plate was pastries that Yang Jianguo had specially selected from the supermarket. Aunt Tian, Tianai, try these snacks. They'll satisfy your cravings. Yang Jianguo was quite proud. There were very few people in the country who could present such snacks, especially the chocolate, which was only sold in foreign exchange stores, and foreign exchange was now very hard to obtain. Oh, you've prepared quite a lot. These are candies, right? The packaging is so novel. I've never seen them before. Yang Jianguo, Yure impressive. Tianai, don't be shy. Hurry and try them. I've never seen these before. They're all rare items. Aunt Tian was amazed and urged Jiang Tianai. As a matchmaker, she naturally had to smooth things over, as there was always some awkwardness when meeting for the first time. Eat this chocolate candy. Girls all like it. Yang Jianguo quickly picked up a piece of chocolate and handed it to Jiang Tianai. Although he couldn't see her figure, just based on her face, he was already smitten. Don't be shy, little foodie. Aunt Tian couldn't help but tease when she saw Jiang Tianai being shy. Jiang Tianai was known as a little foodie, and Aunt Tian certainly knew this. Aunt Tian, don't laugh at me. Jiang Tianai finally accepted the candy. Yang Jianguo, I'm telling you, bring out all the good food. Tianai is just a little foodie. She'll definitely be happy with good food. Aunt Tian joked while eating the dried fruit and passing things to Jiang Tianai. Don't worry, there's definitely more prepared. I see it's getting late. Let us eat dinner while we chat. Yang Jianguo suggested. Wait a moment, I'll bring it right up. Yang Jianguo stole it up, and Aunt Tian had already given a hint that dinner must be sumptuous. Let me help you. Jiang Tianai also stood up, realizing that she could no longer be shy. All right, everything is ready. It's steaming in the steamer. Yang Jianguo led Jiang Tianai into the kitchen and lifted the steamer lid. Braised pork, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat, Minced meat with eggplant, steamed bass, steamed crabs, oil-braised shrimp, braised sea cucumber, and other dishes came into view, totaling 8 dishes, which was quite impressive. Fortunately, silly Zhu from the front yard was also matchmaking today and had been busy cooking. Otherwise, the aroma might have attracted everyone in the courtyard to watch. Jianguo, you really spent a fortune on this. What kind of dishes are these? Aunt Tian said with a surprised expression, joking to lighten the atmosphere. At the same time, Aunt Tian was curious, as there were a few dishes she didn't recognize. Aunt Tian, this is sea cucumber. Jianguo quickly introduced, pointing to another dish. This one is. He also realized that this era was different from later times. These rare ingredients were rarely seen by ordinary people, not to mention the internet and pictures. There were really not many people who recognized these good things. What? This is sea cucumber? Where did you get these? Aunt Tian was genuinely shocked this time. These items were not something ordinary people could acquire, especially in recent years. Even if you had money, you might not see them. Hey, I made a little money recently and got to know someone who specializes in these. Jianguo replied with a smile, knowing Aunt Tian was reliable and wouldn't spread around. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to bring out these items. Tian AI, look, Jianguo really put an effort. You will enjoy good fortune in the future. Aunt Tian unceremoniously picked up her chopsticks. She had never eaten such good things. Introducing Jianguo to a match was truly worth it. Aunt Tian, please stop. Jiang Tian AI said helplessly, feeling embarrassed by Aunt Tian's words. However, the food was indeed delicious, and she couldn't stop using her chopsticks. She was a foodie after all. I'm a chef. All of these are made by me. Actually, I'm better at making vegetarian dishes, but everyone loves meat these days. If you like my cooking, then I'll take care of the cooking in the future. Previously, Jianguo thought that once he got married, he wouldn't have to do housework. But seeing Jiang Tian AI, he was willing to make concessions and proactively proposed to take responsibility for cooking. Look, our future is all planned out. Haha, Jianguo said with a laugh. Hearing this, Aunt Tian couldn't help but smile. From her experience, it seemed that this matter was basically settled. The only small obstacle was Jiang Tian AI's family. Jiang Tian AI's mother seemed to have concerns when she first came, unwilling to let her daughter marry a divorced Jianguo. But when Jiang Tian AI heard that the betrothal gift could be increased, she insisted on coming. She was a good girl, wanting to relieve some pressure from her family. Aunt Tian, Jiang Tian AI gently tugged at Aunt Tian's sleeve, signaling her to stop joking, as she was starting to feel embarrassed about eating. All right, let's eat, Aunt Tian said, picking up her chopsticks and taking a piece of sea cucumber to try. It was indeed as good as rumored, extremely delicious. The other dishes were also outstanding, especially the steamed fish, which was incredibly fresh. She didn't expect Jianguo's cooking skills to be so superb. After the meal, Aunt Tian stood up. I'm full. I'm going out for a stroll. You two have a good chat. After saying that, she went out for a walk. This was the process of matchmaking, leaving time for the two parties to communicate privately. Jianguo looked at Jiang Tian AI. What do you think of the dishes? Today's time was tight. I didn't prepare fully. Otherwise, the taste would be even better. Jiang Tian AI blushed and replied, very delicious. It's my first time eating such tasty food. She glanced at Jianguo, feeling a bit shy. Earlier, she couldn't help but eat a bit more. It was just too delicious. I'm glad you like it. I'll make you more delicious food in the future. Jianguo smiled, feeling that this blind date should be fine. A girl who loves to eat meets a man with excellent cooking skills. Isn't that a match made in heaven? However, Jiang Tian AI suddenly shifted the topic. But these things aren't really important. Aunt Tian said you're willing to give a higher betrothal gift. Is that true? When it came to the betrothal gift, she lowered her head again. She knew it wasn't good for a girl to bring up the betrothal gift. But her family was indeed struggling, and she wanted to change the situation. Her younger siblings needed money for school, and her older sister's salary was barely enough. Jianguo nodded, understanding why Jiang Tian AI came to matchmake, even knowing he was divorced. The betrothal gift is fine. Jianguo was slightly surprised that this girl brought up the betrothal gift herself. Usually, it was the parents negotiating through a matchmaker, right? But he didn't think too much about it and accepted the arrangement. Such a beautiful girl. Yang Jianguo didn't believe she would come for matchmaking just because of his divorce status. If it was for the betrothal gift, he had no objections. After all, when he asked Aunt Tian for help, he was already prepared to offer a high betrothal gift. If I want 1,000, would you be willing? Jiang Tian AI said shyly but with a hint of difficulty, but she gathered her courage to speak. This money could relieve her family's burden and provide her sister with a better future. Her sister was 24 years old and unmarried, and the neighborhood had inquired about her several times. In this era, being unmarried at an older age attracted attention, and the range of choices became increasingly narrow. Generally, people got married around 21 or 22 if conditions allowed. Missing that age, there were not many good options left. Of course, as long as you're willing to marry me, I gladly accept 1,000 as betrothal gift. Yang Jianguo replied readily. Money could be earned again. Then I will marry you. Jiang Tian AI's words were direct and firm, almost making Yang Jianguo laugh. The marriage was thus settled. All right, it's settled. I'll have Aunt Tian go to your home to discuss the wedding matters. Yang Jianguo was overjoyed. He thought that being divorced would bring many difficulties, but it turned out to be so smooth. A beautiful girl like Jiang Tian AI, in other times, he probably wouldn't even have the opportunity to pursue her. This era is truly good. He couldn't help but sigh. And I see you have a bicycle. If I wanted it, would you think I'm being too much? Jiang Tian AI's eyes were filled with expectation as she continued. My sister has a long commute to work, and the bus is inconvenient, so no problem, you can ride it away right now. It's just a bicycle. Although Yang Jianguo felt reluctant. As the bicycle was brand new, he valued this marriage more. While the bicycle was important, it seemed less critical compared to the relationship. Now, Yang Jianguo had a plan how to obtain tickets through regular channels. He absolutely wouldn't consider tickets from scalpers, as their source was hard to explain. This place was significant. If it got reported, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right then, I have no other requests. As long as you are consistent in your words and actions, we can get married anytime. Jiang Tian AI thought of her hard-working sister and didn't want to delay her any longer. Moreover, marrying Yang Jianguo seemed like a good choice. Not only would there be delicious food, but Yang Jianguo was also generous. Although there had been suitors before, the betrothal gifts were meager and couldn't solve the family's difficulties. So she had rejected them all. She wanted to improve her family's situation through marriage, which was also the reason she willingly came to meet Yang Jianguo despite knowing he was divorced. I'm back. How are you two doing? Aunt Tian returned. The initial conversation during matchmaking usually wouldn't take too long. If they got along, there would naturally be more opportunities to talk in the future. If not, it would avoid the awkwardness of silence. Very good. Aunt Tian, thank you so much this time. Yang Jianguo hurried into the room to get the prepared gifts. This was his way of showing satisfaction, hence giving gifts to the matchmaker and the girl. Tian AI, take these back for your family to try. Yang Jianguo prepared the gifts for Jiang Tian AI with great care, weighing around 10 G. All right, then we'll take our leave first. Aunt Tian pulled Jiang Tian AI away, needing to go to the girl's family to discuss the betrothal gift and wedding matters. In this era, the speed of matchmaking and marriage was extremely fast. It wasn't unusual to get a marriage certificate within 10 days. Jiang Tian AI unceremoniously rode away on Yang Jianguo's bicycle, which also indicated that things had been settled. After sending them off, Yang Jianguo was about to go back inside when Lu Xiao came over and asked, Yang Jianguo, is this matchmaking? The girl is really beautiful. She had just seen the girl leave, and her looks were indeed outstanding. It was hard to find such a beauty in the yard or even in the nearby streets. Yes, when the time comes, I'll treat Sister Lu to wedding candies. Yang Jianguo replied with a smile. Lu Xiao probably still didn't know about Su Damao taking Qin Huairu out. I originally thought that after Su Damao was exposed, he would become more restrained, but it seems he is still the same as before. I wonder if Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao will part ways in the future. Even if they really do separate, it wouldn't be a bad thing, but they must not be allowed to have any more children, and we cannot let the schemes of the deaf old lady succeed. Yang Jianguo will definitely stop the deaf old lady's plot. Then I won't hold back. By the way, have you seen Su Damao? He said he went to the restroom, but then he disappeared. Lu Xiaoyi went out to look for him and has searched all around, but there is no trace of Su Damao. They had originally agreed to go together. Brother Dumao, I saw him. When I went to the restroom, I saw Brother Dumao walking with Qin Huairu's cousin. Yang Jianguo's eyes turned, and he truthfully reported. Su Dumao is currently quite wary of Liu Shaoyi and does not dare to act. It's also quite amusing to see Su Dumao in trouble. Plotting behind his back? Yang Jianguo will make him regret his earlier decisions. Betray me once, and you'll have continuous bad luck. What? He went off with Qin Huairu's cousin? What for? Liu Shaoyi immediately became angry upon hearing this. Su Dumao has been dishonest, and she has long suspected it, having taught him a lesson several times. But in the past, it was just flirtation with looks and words. This time, he actually dared to go out with a woman. They said they were going to eat roast duck. If you go to Quanzhou now, you might run into them. Chapter 17. Dealing with it, Yang Jianguo had clearly revealed Su Dumao's whereabouts. Liu Shaoyi is sure to have a good show to watch. Su Dumao will first take Qin Jingru shopping and then go eat roast duck. Liu Shaoyi is rushing over now and is likely to catch up. Maybe even run into Shazhu, bringing the women as Federation people. Plotting behind his back, huh? Let's see how I deal with you. Su Dumao, I'm going to make you pay. Sure enough, as Yang Jianguo expected, Liu Shaoyi listened and immediately rushed out, definitely heading to Quanzhou to find Su Dumao. This is bound to be quite a scene. However, Yang Jianguo has no intention of watching. He will see how it unfolds tomorrow. Su Dumao competing with Shazhu is like dogs biting each other. It's truly exciting. Near Quanzhou, Shazhu led a group of people, not only from the Women's Federation, but also Director Wang from the street office, closely following behind. 2 police officers arrived at the scene with Director Wang. Before Shazhu even entered, he pointed inside and said, Director Wang, look, that's Su Dumao, and the girl beside him is the one he brought out. Through the window, Su Dumao could be seen chatting and laughing with the girl. Take the person away and investigate thoroughly. At that time, if a married man has an affair with a young girl, it is a serious crime. Even couples in love dare not hold hands in the street. Otherwise, if seen by the red armbands, they would also be questioned. Now Su Dumao, already married, brought a girl to Quanzhou, and this girl is someone else's blind date. No need to say more, arrest him directly. Upon hearing this, the 2 police officers immediately took action. Hey, what are you doing? This is the capital. Do you dare to act recklessly? Su Dumao was boasting and deceiving Qin Jingru when he was suddenly subdued by the 2. He did not know what was happening and shouted loudly. Shazhu appeared, pointing at Su Dumao with a smug look. Shazhu, what do you want? Seeing Shazhu, Su Dumao thought he had come to deal with him. He felt guilty, knowing that Qin Jingru was originally there for a blind date with Shazhu. But he intercepted her midway. What do I want? You, Su Dumao, are already married, yet you brought a young girl to Quanzhou. What do you want to do? Shazhu retorted, questioning Su Dumao for daring to steal his blind date, which was simply seeking death. We're just having a meal. What business is it of yours? Su Dumao said defiantly, looking disdainful. He did not think Shazhu could do anything to him, especially with so many people around. What business is it of mine? The comrades from the Women's Federation, Director Wang, and the police are all here. Do you think I can't manage it? Shazhu stepped aside, revealing the crowd behind him. Su Dumao's expression instantly turned to fear. Director Wang, listen to my explanation. We're just having a meal, nothing else. Su Dumao paniqued. Knowing the severe consequences of having inappropriate relationships, there had been precedents in the street where several people almost lost their lives, and he had even thrown vegetable leaves before. However, it was none of his business. He had never imagined he would end up like this. No need to say more. Take them all back. Director Wang's expression was furious. The reputation of the street would be damaged again. If such misconduct is not severely punished, how can it serve as a warning? What are you doing? I am innocent. Qin Jingru panicked, thinking it was just a meal. How could it lead to an arrest? The police ignored her explanation and directly subdued her. Su Dumao was punished for his inappropriate relationship, and she, as a married woman, also faced criticism. Director Wang, this girl knows nothing. She was deceived by Su Dumao. Perhaps there is no need to charge her. Someone pleaded for Qin Huairu's sister. Once arrested, the consequences will be dire. Shazhu only then remembered this layer. He had intended to deal with Su Dumao, but forgot about Qin Jingru's involvement. Seeing her being arrested, he suddenly lost his composure. Whether she is ignorant or not is not for you to decide, Director Wang replied sternly. If a married woman is not dealt with, what kind of order is that? Take her away. Director Wang was unmoved by Shazhu's explanation. The evidence was conclusive, and explanations were futile. They could only wait for the consequences. Shazhu was confused, as the situation had already spiraled out of control. It's none of your business. Go back. Director Wang waved his hand, indicating that Shazhu, as the informant, had fulfilled his responsibility since the person had been captured. Smack! Su Damao had just been dragged out of Quanjude when Lu Shaoyi arrived and slapped him. Wife, I'm wronged. I didn't do anything. Su Damao begged. You have to save me. I really did nothing. It was her who seduced me. Ignoring the pain in his cheek, Su Damao eagerly sought help from Lu Shaoyi while not forgetting to blame Qin Huairu, portraying himself as the victim. Divorce. You still want me to save you? Lu Xiaoyi, seeing Qin Huairu also being taken away, understood. Su Damao not only couldn't have children, but was also so outrageous. She had already suffered enough. And now she was even more furious. Su Damao's betrayal undoubtedly added another scar to her heart. Shaoyi, listen to me. I really didn't do anything. I just don't want Shazhu to get married. After he ends my chances, I also don't want him to have it easy. Su Damao finally revealed his true thoughts. He indeed wanted to make things difficult for Shazhu. Deep down, he was also secretly calculating that if he had the chance, it would be even better to sleep with Shazhu's blind date, but he dared not reveal a hint of this thought. Su Damao, let's get a divorce. Lu Shaoyi knew Su Damao's nature well and was unwilling to listen to his explanations. His thoughts were not new. It was true he wanted to retaliate against Shazhu, and flirting was also his norm. Regarding the matter of being childless, Lu Shaoyi had long been unwilling. Now, her family background was no longer an obstacle to divorce. Su Damao's behavior just gave her a reason. Shaoyi, I was wrong. I really know my mistake. Su Damao was being led away, apologizing to Lu Shaoyi all the way. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Had he known the consequences would be so severe, he would never have done such a foolish thing. As a man who could not have children, it would be even harder for him to find a partner after a divorce. He had previously gotten along well with Qin Huairu only because she did not know his secret. Once she found out, she would definitely ignore him. Take him away, and conduct a strict investigation. Director Wang was impatient and directly ordered someone to drag Su Damao away. This matter would surely lead to Su Damao being severely punished. It would also affect this year's evaluations. Back at the courtyard, as Shazhu just stepped into the yard, Qin Huairu came up to him. Shazhu, you finally came back. Where have you been? Did you find Jingru? That girl still hasn't returned. Both the sister and Shazhu were missing. Qin Huairu was extremely anxious. She feared that the two would develop feelings for each other while also worrying about them encountering misfortune if they separated. Her thoughts were so complex that even she found it hard to grasp. It's nothing. I'm going to deal with Su Damao. Shazhu felt a bit guilty. After all, he had sent Qin Huairu's cousin in. If Qin Huairu found out, she would definitely blame him. Deal with Su Damao? What did he do to offend you? Qin Huairu looked puzzled, not knowing how she got entangled with Su Damao again. You'll know tomorrow. Let's leave it at that for now. Shazhu found it hard to speak, hurriedly bypassing Qin Huairu and returning home, feeling at a loss about today's events. Qin Huairu, come out for a moment. Shazhu initially wanted to conceal the matter and wait until there was a conclusion before discussing it, but soon, personnel from the street office came knocking. As the only relative of Qin Huairu in the city, they naturally would not miss the family affairs. Leader, what do you need from me? Qin Huairu looked at the visitor with confusion. There was nothing unusual at home, and she could not understand why the street office was looking for her. Qin Huairu is your sister, right? She came to the city to find you. The street office personnel spoke sternly. In that era, those who made mistakes were often harshly criticized, even affecting their families. Yes, what's wrong with Jingru? Qin Huairu felt uneasy, sensing something ominous. Qin Huairu has been caught having an affair with a married man, the street office personnel bluntly stated, and she will soon be publicly criticized. As a family member, you must attend. Su Damao lives here too, right? Where's his family? They openly announced in the courtyard, drawing the attention of those nearby. Impossible. How could Jingru do such a thing? Leader, are you sure you got the wrong person? Qin Huairu was in shock, feeling that the situation was beyond redemption. Once caught, although it wouldn't lead to the extreme punishments of ancient times, being publicly criticized was enough to bring lifelong shame. Qin Huairu was her sister. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. How could this be a mistake? The two were caught in Quanjude, and Su Damao has already been taken away by the police. The street office personnel were merciless, even revealing Su Damao's involvement. What do I do now? How can I explain this to Jingru's family? Upon hearing that the man involved was Su Damao, Qin Huairu's heart was in turmoil. She knew it was her idea to take Jingru to meet Su Damao, intending to sabotage the blind date. She even foresaw Su Damao's subsequent actions and concealed the fact that he had no descendants, not informing Qin Jingru. One could say that Qin Huairu had pushed Qin Jingru into this predicament. However, she never expected the consequences to be so severe and never anticipated that they would be caught. Hurry, family members must participate in the criticism, the street personnel urged, insisting that Qin Jingru's family must be present, while Su Damao's family was less important because he had been arrested and faced more serious charges. Directly sent to the police station. Qin Huairu's sister. She looks quite delicate. Who would have thought she would be this kind of person? Yeah, I really didn't see that coming. Su Damao is a dead end. How could she fall for him? He's just preferred by this type. You don't understand. A dead end won't have descendants. Indeed, he's not a good catch. After Qin Huairu left, the people in the courtyard began to chatter. In this era, with few entertainment activities, even a small matter could become a hot topic of discussion. This has become lively. Jianguo was reading at home, a new hobby he had picked up, finding books from the Portable World Library, though he was not reading literature, but rather future online novels. Until nightfall, Aunt Tian's voice came. Jianguo, are you home? Aunt Tian, you're here. Please come in for some tea. Jianguo knew Aunt Tian was there to convey news regarding the results of the discussions after the blind date. He already had an inkling, as the bicycle had already been ridden away. Jianguo, the girl's family has agreed. Tomorrow after you get off work, I'll take you there. Remember to bring the betrothal gifts. Let's get this celebration done quickly. Sure enough, Aunt Tian had come for this reason and brought good news. That's great. Thank you so much, Aunt Tian. Jianguo smiled, envisioning Jiang Tianai's appearance, feeling that he had truly struck gold. As long as you're satisfied, Aunt Tian said, but you should be psychologically prepared tomorrow. Tianai's sister doesn't quite agree, and Tianai's mother hasn't made a clear statement either. If it weren't for Tianai's own willingness and insistence, this matter might not have been settled. You need to be careful when you go tomorrow. Aunt Tian had to remind Jianguo. After all, he was a second marriage marrying a first marriage girl, and naturally, her family wouldn't be too willing. Don't worry, Aunt Tian, I understand. This was quite normal. Jianguo knew. In this era, the girl's parents were generally unwilling to agree to such matters, especially now. All right, come to my house after work tomorrow. After Aunt Tian finished her instructions, she went home. Just as Aunt Tian left, Shazhu arrived. Jianguo, did Aunt Tian set you up with someone? Jianguo was somewhat confused. Hadn't he just lectured him? He still had bandages wrapped around his hands. What, no grudges? You came to visit? Was it to thank him for tipping him off today? A widow? Shazhu guessed, thinking that since Jianguo was a second marriage, the other party must be a widow. It's a girl. Jianguo replied helplessly. Shazhu didn't believe it. How could a divorced Jianguo find a girl? He himself hadn't even found a suitable one yet. Huh. She's from the city and very beautiful. Jianguo edit. Shazhu, your partner must be Qin Huairu's sister, right? From the countryside. Have you two gotten together? Jianguo's words were intended to tease Shazhu. With Qin Jingru and Su Damao being caught while dining out, Shazhu had naturally lost hope. Unless Shazhu didn't care about his reputation anymore. However, Shazhu indeed had no good reputation. His affair with Qin Huairu was known throughout the factory and several nearby streets. At 30 years old, not a single matchmaker came to his door. There was a reason for that. Hey, I wouldn't even look at her. It was Qin Huairu who brought her here. I was just going along with it. If I want to find a wife, it has to be someone from the city. Not worse than what you're looking for. Shazhu was certainly not willing to be outdone and immediately had his own retort. He had clearly taken a liking to Qin Jingru before, but now claimed to be just going along with Qin Huairu. You're also looking for a girl? Jianguo found it quite interesting. Of course, if she's not a girl, I absolutely won't marry her. If she's worse than what you're looking for, I'll just crash my car. After Shazhu finished speaking, he turned and left, looking down on Yang Jianguo. Haha, I'm waiting to see you crash. Yang Jianguo shouted from behind, then locked the door and went out. He was going to meet the girl's parents tomorrow and needed to tidy himself up. The first stop was the barber shop. Old man, are you here for a haircut too? Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the shop, he bumped into an old man getting a haircut. The old man responded to Yang Jianguo with a dismissive grunt and ignored him afterward. Yang Jianguo didn't mind either. He had no good feelings toward the old man himself. The previous greeting was merely out of politeness since they were acquaintances. Young man, do you know Oldie well? Do you live in the same courtyard? After old Zhonghai finished getting his haircut and left, the barber took the initiative to chat with Yang Jianguo. Yes, the same courtyard. Are you very familiar with Oldie? The barber referred to Zhonghai as Old E, clearly indicating a close relationship. Yeah, Oldie comes every 10 days. After so many visits, we naturally become familiar. The barber replied honestly. Every 10 days? Why does he get a haircut so frequently? In that era, people typically got a haircut every 2 or 3 months. Zhonghai coming every 10 days was indeed unusual. His hair is slightly curly. Once it grows long, it curls. The barber explained. Old E said he is an 8th-level worker in the factory and feels that curly hair is not elegant. So he always keeps a flat top, close to the scalp, so the hair won't curl. Therefore, he has to come in every 10 days. The barber's words left Yang Jianguo astonished. Curly hair? Curly hair? This must be genetic. When the child grows up, will they also have curly hair? Many people had suspected a connection between Qin Huairu and Zhonghai because Zhonghai was overly partial to the Jia family, especially to Qin Huairu, which made people wonder if there was an undisclosed relationship between them, even thinking the two girls might be related to Zhonghai. However, Zhonghai actually had curly hair, just like Xiaodong's curly hair. Yang Jianguo suddenly realized. So that's how it is. No wonder when Xiaodong gets into trouble, Shazhu always takes the blame, while the old man always supports him. The reason lies here. Aunt Tian, do you still remember Jia Dongxu from our courtyard? Is he in Qin Huairu someone you introduced? The next evening, Yang Jianguo went to Jiang Tianai's home with Aunt Tian and couldn't help but ask along the way. It's not me. It was introduced by someone from the Zhao family, Aunt Tian replied. Actually, it wasn't directly introduced by Zhao. It was someone brought by Zhonghai from your courtyard, who had Zhao introduce him to Jia Dongxu. Aunt Tian thought for a moment and explained the situation in detail. Was it Zhonghai who facilitated the meeting between Qin Huairu and Jia Dongxu? Yang Jianguo felt a suspicion arise in his heart, as if he had caught a glimpse of something. Chapter 18. Divorced Zhonghai indeed facilitated the acquaintance between Qin Huairu and Jia Dongxu, which meant they had some interaction before marriage. However, in Yang Jianguo's memory, Zhonghai did not show any signs of knowing Qin Huairu during Jia Dongxu's wedding. It seemed that no one in the courtyard was aware of this relationship orchestrated by Zhonghai. It must be that the matchmaker conspired with Zhonghai to keep this matter so secretive, and only seasoned matchmakers like Aunt Tian would know. That's right. This was revealed by someone from the Zhao family after drinking. At that time, several matchmakers were present, and she boasted that this match earned her 100 yuan. The Jia family is really generous. Aunt Tian candidly revealed the truth with envy in her words. Generous? Yang Jianguo secretly laughed in his heart. Earning 100 was true. But the source of that money was intriguing. It is well known that the Jia family only pays a yuan to matchmakers. That 100 yuan, needless to say, should be a hush money. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. We've arrived. Aunt Tian led Yang Jianguo to a courtyard and stepped inside. This was the residence of the Jiang family, a large compound. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they encountered Jiang Tianai, who was clearly waiting there for a long time. Aunt Tian, Yang Jianguo, you have come. Aunt Tian, beaming with a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Tianai before inviting Yang Jianguo into the house. The courtyard was divided into front and back sections, with the Jiang family living in the back. My elder sister is at home, but she's not in a good mood, so please be a bit more considerate later. Jiang Tianai quietly said to Yang Jianguo, my elder sister strongly opposes this match. She understands my second sister's thoughts, wanting to relieve the family burden, but she cannot accept her sister marrying a divorced man, just to share the pressure. In her view, how many good men are there among divorced men? If there are no character issues, how could they end up divorced? It's either domestic violence or the woman had to leave after enduring unbearable circumstances. Don't worry. I know what to do, Yang Jianguo replied. For the sake of marrying a wife, willing to endure grievances. I brought him here. You could take a look. Aunt Tian walked straight into the main room of the back courtyard. This was the best dwelling in the back courtyard, spacious with 2 rooms, indicating that the Jiang family situation was still good. At least they had no worries about housing. Thinking back, how could a family with many children be poor? If it weren't for Jiang Tianai's father's misfortune, their family would surely be prosperous. Brother, we want candy. Do you have milk candy? Without even reaching the threshold, Yang Jianguo was intercepted by children. A pair of siblings reached out their hands for candy, blocking Yang Jianguo's path. Xiao Shun, Xiaoli, what are you doing? Yang Jianguo. These are my younger sister and brother, Tianli and Tian Shun. Jiang Tianai showed an embarrassed expression, fully aware that this was her sister's scheme. No worries, I have prepared candy. It's peanut milk candy. When visiting the girl's family, one must bring gifts. Yang Jianguo had prepared in advance, carrying a bag. He opened the bag and took out 3 pounds of peanut milk candy, which tasted much better than regular milk candy. Here you go. This candy is delicious and contains peanuts. He handed over the candy with a smile. In fact, Tianai's younger siblings were no longer children, being over 10 years old. All right, you can go in. The 2 looked slightly disappointed, accepted the candy, and made way. Clearly, this was not a genuine request for candy, but rather a way to block his path. Yang Jianguo, it must be my sister's idea. Don't take it to heart. She's also worried about me suffering. Tianai explained in a low voice. About your sister, this is indeed tricky. Moreover, with work not going well, Yang Jianguo was truly facing difficulties. It's fine. I already have plans. Do I still have to go through numerous tests? Yang Jianguo felt that he was not a fool and shouldn't have to endure such hardships. Come in, please. A woman in her 50s came out to greet Aunt Tian and Yang Jianguo. Yang Jianguo, this is my mother. Just call her Aunt. Tianai introduced. Aunt, it's my first visit. I apologize for the disturbance. I brought some food, but I don't know your preferences. Yang Jianguo handed over the bag in his hand, which contained various delicacies. Let's talk inside. I'll go prepare the meal. Jiang Tianai looked at Yang Jianguo and felt that he was quite decent and energetic. However, she was concerned about him being a second marriage and didn't know the reason for his divorce, fearing it might not be good for her daughter. Elder sister, this is Yang Jianguo. Yang Jianguo, this is my elder sister Jiang Tianmei, who sings in performing arts troupe. Once inside the Jiang family, Jiang Tianai introduced Yang Jianguo to her family. This is Jiang Tianbei, my younger brother. My elder brother is out. He took a job far away and won't be back for a few days. Except for the elder brother, everyone else was present. Jiang Tianmei looked displeased as she stared at Yang Jianguo, while Jiang Tianbei sat beside his sister, not daring to greet Yang Jianguo. You are Yang Jianguo. Why did you get divorced? Jiang Tianmei asked bluntly, intending to make Yang Jianguo uncomfortable and hoping he would back off. She could earn money herself and didn't need her sister's marriage to lighten the family burden. It was due to personality differences, I suppose. Yang Jianguo could only respond with the common reason for divorce. Personality differences, and you got divorced. Jiang Tianmi glutted at Yang Jianguo, her eyes filled with disdain for a scumbag. What were you doing before marriage? Only now do you say personality differences? No, you misunderstood. I was the one who was divorced, Yang Jianguo said helplessly, as the divorce was not initiated by him. Oh, you can't even keep your wife. Are you still a man? Yang Jianguo understood that this was a deliberate provocation, and it was useless to say anything. Sister, what are you trying to do? Yang Jianguo, don't be angry. My sister is usually not like this. She's been having a hard time at work, facing exclusion at the unit, and even lost her lead singer position. Jiang Tianai quickly explained, understanding her sister's intentions and that she couldn't blame her. Sisterly affection was evident, and the elder sister clearly did not want Jiang Tianai to sacrifice her marriage for the family. This was deliberately trying to drive Yang Jianguo away. It's fine. I can tell that my elder sister is not in a good mood. Yang Jianguo felt quite helpless, clearly realizing that it was difficult to get past this hurdle with Jiang Tianai. Who is your elder sister? Aren't you 2 years older than me? Don't call me elder sister. Jiang Tianmei was unapologetic, also displeased with the title of elder sister. Sister, don't be like this. I'm determined to marry Yang Jianguo. Jiang Tianai was somewhat angry. She decided to marry Yang Jianguo to improve the family's economic situation. After visiting Yang Jianguo the previous day, she felt quite satisfied. As a woman who loved food, Yang Jianguo could satisfy her, making her feel that this marriage was quite suitable. When it came to the costs of marrying a wife, some questioned the expenditure of 1 or 2,000 yuan, but she firmly believed it was not excessive. Taking the wedding of Heir de Ye's family. That wedding almost exhausted all of Heir de Ye's savings, causing his younger brother to be neglected when marrying later due to the family's poverty. As a level 7 fitter, Heir de Ye earned over 70 yuan a month, living frugally and saving over 40 yuan each month, accumulating at least 500 yuan a year. Even if his work level was low in the early years, estimating upward, he should have been able to save nearly 4,000 yuan over 10 years. However, the wedding of the elder son nearly drained the family finances, indicating that wedding expenses must be at least 3,000 yuan to be considered emptying the family coffers. In the 1960s, the cost of marrying was similarly high, comparable to housing and cars in later generations. If one could marry for just a few dozen yuan, with Shazhu's salary of 37 yuan and 50 cents, wouldn't he be able to marry a new bride every month? In reality, money in the 1960s was not that scarce, and the common people in the capital were not extremely impoverished. At that time, marriage emphasized 3 turns and 1 sound, which is no different from modern-day houses and cars. Many families hoped to prepare these items before agreeing to marry off their daughters. As for the so-called material scarcity of the 1960s and the idea that every household was starving, it actually stemmed from the rationing system that made it difficult for the wealthy to purchase goods, rather than true poverty. For example, although the family of Uncle San was considered to be in poor condition, their bicycle and radio were unmatched by other families in the courtyard. In that era, radios, as high-tech products, were valued more than bicycles. People were competing for tickets, not money. I won't call you sister. How about I call you Tianmei? Have you encountered difficulties at work? I have plenty of workplace experience and might be able to help you. Yang Jianguo, feeling helpless, could only try to ease the relationship, as the problem lay with Jiang Tianmei, Jiang Tianai's older sister. Don't be so familiar. Call me Jiang Tianmei. Help me? How can you assist? Are you going to help me regain my position as the lead singer? You're just a cook. Outside the kitchen, you're useless. Jiang Tianmei was determined to make Yang Jianguo feel ashamed and abandon the marriage. That may not be the case. What's so difficult about the lead singer position? Yang Jianguo was unconcerned and secretly admired Jiang Tianmei's beauty, which was not inferior to her sister Jiang Tianai. She deliberately maintained a serious expression, which had its own charm. If you can really help me regain my lead singer position, I won't obstruct your relationship with Tianai. Jiang Tianmei looked at Yang Jianguo with disdain, believing it was simply wishful thinking. Yang Jianguo, a cook, probably doesn't even know where the entrance to the art troupe is, let alone appreciate their performances. The art troupe Jiang Tianmei belonged to was affiliated with the military, with performances exclusively for soldiers and the leadership class. If that's the case, it's a deal. Now you tell me your problem, and I'll help you plan. A smile appeared on Yang Jianguo's face. Once he said this, Jiang Tianmei found it hard to backtrack. As long as he could win over this sister-in-law, the marriage would be almost guaranteed. Jiang Tianai's mother was relatively mild and did not strongly oppose it. My position as lead singer was taken by the troop leader's niece. That girl's father is an official. Tell me, how can a cook help me? Unless you have some big leader's relatives behind you? Jiang Tianmei's words were full of sarcasm. If she were truly helped by a cook, it would make her seem incompetent. Only truly pleasant-sounding things were the way to go. Moreover, this song had too many repetitions, and Jiang Tianmei really could not grasp its singing method. All right, just listen. I'll sing it for you. 56 constellations, 56 flowers, 56 ethnic brothers and sisters, one family. 56 languages combined into one sentence. Love my China, love my China, love my China. How about that? This song is suitable for singing on October 1st, right? If your leaders dare to stop it, unless they don't want to get along anymore, once the matter is exposed, they won't be able to bear the consequences. Of course, you also have to be cautious and not let others get ahead. Yang Jianguo looked proud. To please Jiang Tianmei, who worked in the art troupe. He had professional skills in hand and didn't believe she would reject this song. Moreover, once he really sang this song as the original singer, it would be like having a protective talisman. Even if he started again, no one would dare to easily touch her. And as the lyricist, Yang Jianguo would also possess this talisman. In this era, the role of revolutionary songs was quite significant. Where's the music? Hurry up and write the music. Jiang Tianmei, looking anxious, could no longer pretend to be aloof with Yang Jianguo. I'm a cook. You want me to compose music? You're really funny. Although there was already a ready-made tune in his world dormitory, Yang Jianguo did not intend to bring out. It would be good to overdo it. It was understandable that a cook could sincerely love his country and write lyrics, but if he were to compose music, that would be a bit much. Cook, can I? Tell Mom I'm going out for a bit. After mocking Yang Jianguo, Jiang Tianmei hurried out. She happened to know someone who could compose music. No, Yang Jianguo. You come with me. This lyric needs to be registered with the relevant department first to confirm you as the lyricist. However, Jiang Tianmei quickly returned, dragging Yang Jianguo along. She suddenly remembered that although the person who could compose music was very capable, his character was not great. If she easily handed over the lyrics to him, the ownership of the song would be uncertain in the end. They had to confirm the lyricist's identity first, and only after obtaining the singing authorization could they go for the music. It was best to find a reliable composer, not the one Jiang Tianmei knew. Hey, I'm here for a blind date. Yang Jianguo refused to leave. He was originally there to meet the girl's parents. What would it look like to leave like this? Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Second sister, is that all right? Jiang Tianmei ignoret Yang Jianguo's objections. It's fine, I'll go with you. Jiang Tianmei felt a headache coming on and could only follow along. Otherwise, if Yang Jianguo was taken away by her sister, it would really be a joke. Mom, I'm going out with my sister and Yang Jianguo for a bit. We'll be back soon. Jiang Tianmei quickly informed her mother. Aunt Tianmei needs my help with something. We'll be back soon. Yang Jianguo had no choice but to echo. Yang Jianguo followed Jiang Tianmei for a wasted trip because they were already off work. At that moment, the excited Jiang Tianmei suddenly remembered that the time was wrong and took Jiang Tianmei back home. Yang Jianguo was very frustrated. He originally thought Jiang Tianmei had connections and could get things done even after work. It turned out she was just absent-minded. They agreed to handle the procedures the next day. Yang Jianguo learned from Jiang Tianmei that this era also had copyright, but ordinary people were unaware and uninterested. Mom, is dinner ready? As soon as they got home, Jiang Tianmei shouted that she was hungry. You crazy girl, how old are you still so reckless? Jiang's mother was somewhat helpless. This eldest daughter was already 24 years old, but still had a carefree personality. I was wrong, Mom. Let us eat quickly. Jiang Tianmei didn't care about her mother's scolding. What do you think of this person from the Jiang family? If you think he is good, we can discuss marriage. In this year, marriage could happen very quickly. From introduction to marriage, it could happen within 10 days. This matter still depends on Tianai's own wishes. Jiang's mother looked at her daughter. I agree. You could decide the time for the wedding, Mom. Jiang Tianai glanced at Yang Jianguo and directly agreed, which she had already thought about. Second sister, isn't this too rushed? Jiang Tianmei did not strongly oppose Yang Jianguo's gift of a song, but still hoped her younger sister would consider carefully, especially since Yang Jianguo was a remarried man. I made up my mind. Jiang Tianai shook her head, resolute in her heart. Chapter 19. Betrothal gifts. Since that's the case, Yang Jianguo, why not take this opportunity to present the betrothal gifts? Aunt Tian urged, wanting to settle the matter. It's already prepared. Yang Jianguo quickly handed over 1,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, which at that time was considered a large sum, far exceeding the future wedding costs of millions. No need for so much. Our family is not one that sells daughters. Jiang's mother declined politely, hoping that after marriage, he would treat Tianai well. And 50 yuan would suffice. Aunt, this is my heartfelt intention. I am willing to give it. Yang Jianguo insisted, I will certainly treat Tianai well after marriage. And I hope you will often come to help our family. How could there be any talk of selling daughters? It is my fortune that Tianai is willing to marry me. I would gladly give any amount. Yang Jianguo knew the reason Jiang Tianai wanted to marry him. Love still needed time to cultivate, and the immediate priority was to improve their living conditions. If he refused the betrothal gifts, the marriage would be difficult to achieve. Jiang family, just accept it. This is the child's heartfelt intention. Aunt Tian advised, Yang Jianguo's family is well off. He can afford this amount. With his son-in-law, you will have blessings to enjoy in the future. Although Jiang's mother felt guilty towards her daughter, she still accepted the betrothal gifts with a sigh. All right, let us discuss the marriage matter. Yang Jianguo, Tianai, what are your plans? Aunt Tian breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the 50 yuan matchmaking fee was secure. I naturally hope to marry Tian Ai as soon as possible, but I also respect Tian Ai and Aunt's opinions. Yang Jianguo is eager yet rational. Tian Ai, what do you think? Jiangmu looked at her daughter. Her husband had passed away, and she listened to her children. Then let us do it quickly, Jiang Tian Ai replied. Jiang Tian Ai decisively made her decision and took swift action. Then let us find a good date. I brought the calendar with me. Aunt Tian said while flipping through the calendar, there are good days for marriage this month, and there are still over 10 days left. So the preparation time should be enough. Aunt Tian clearly had ulterior motives. The $50 in matchmaking fees from Yang Jianguo played a significant role, as she wanted to facilitate the marriage between Yang Jianguo and Jiang Tian Ai. Isn't this a bit too rushed? Jiang Mu was surprised by the urgency of the wedding date. Let us set this date then. I have no objections. Jiang Tian Ai was determined. And since the family had already received the money, she would marry sooner or later. Second sister Jiang Tianmei, who had received Yang Jianguo's songs, found it hard to oppose at the moment. Eldest sister, I am not aggrieved. I am willing to marry Yang Jianguo, Jiang Tianmei said firmly, and he can also prepare delicious food for me. All right then, it's settled. Aunt Tian clapped her hands. Yang Jianguo, take Tian Ai to get the marriage certificate this weekend. Remember to prepare in advance. Aunt Tian had a beaming smile. Her help to Yang Jianguo was not solely for that $50. Although Yang Jianguo was divorced, he had decent character, and the reason for the divorce was not due to domestic violence or other bad behaviors. It was simply due to poor financial management. But now he was willing to spend thousands on the bride price, which clearly indicated change. Don't worry, Aunt Tian. Yang Jianguo felt secretly delighted. This Jiang Tian Ai, who resembled a star from later generations, was about to become his wife. In the future, with such looks, he wouldn't even have the qualification to get close. How many rich people would be eyeing her? Then it's settled. Let us eat. Aunt Tian saw that the Jiang family had no objections and hurriedly urged everyone to dine to avoid any further complications. After the meal, Yang Jianguo left the Jiang family with Aunt Tian. The next day, Yang Jianguo took half a day off and spent half a day with Jiang Tianmei and Jiang Tian Ai to resolve the copyright issue. On this day, he became much closer to Jiang Tianmei and also deepened his understanding of Jiang Tian Ai. From blind date to engagement, it was only a 2-day gap, and the two had been like strangers before. Spending more time together before marriage was indeed a good thing, but unfortunately, Yang Jianguo had to be busy with work, while Jiang Tian Ai was idle at home. Yang Jianguo also unraveled his doubts and understood that Jiang Tian Ai's preference for loose clothing was to conceal her figure. In this era, where a graceful figure was a distraction, Yang Jianguo was pleasantly surprised to find that Jiang Tian Ai's body shape coincided with the ideal figure he had depicted in his paintings. Tian Ai, I have to return to work in the afternoon. In the evening, I will prepare a feast at your home to share a meal together. After a busy morning, Yang Jianguo continued his work in the afternoon. The kitchen wouldn't serve dinner, but the afternoon tasks remained heavy, needing to prepare the ingredients for the next day's lunch. Additionally, the first cafeteria occasionally prepared dinner for overtime workers, although the number of overtime workers was few. The factory planned meticulously to save on overtime pay and avoid extra expenses. What kind of feast? Are you planning to steal from the factory? If so, my family won't accept it. Before Jiang Tian Ai could speak, her sister Jiang Tianmei had already sarcastically retorted to Yang Jianguo. How could I do such a despicable thing? You will know tonight. Yang Jianguo waved his hand and laughed, secretly vowing to showcase his skills tonight to impress his sister-in-law, daring to underestimate a chef. As night fell, Yang Jianguo hurriedly made his way home, privately lamenting the inconvenience of not having a car. To marry a wife actually made his beloved car disappear. Should he buy another? Although a bicycle ticket was easy to obtain, displaying wealth in this chaotic courtyard was truly inappropriate. Even regarding the bride price, Yang Jianguo specifically instructed Aunt Tian to keep it confidential. In a hurry to return home, he closed the door and entered his personal space. Moments later, he emerged from the courtyard carrying a worn-out burlap sack, choosing the sack to avoid drawing attention, as it looked unremarkable and seemed to carry insignificant items. Brother-in-law is here. This visit to the Jiang family was very different from the previous day. Jiang Tianai's younger siblings greeted Yang Jianguo warmly, directly calling him brother-in-law. Yang Jianguo felt a surge of emotion. The effect of the candy from yesterday was beyond imagination. Come and have some cookies. He smiled as he took out animal-shaped cookies, which were very appealing to children. Jiang Tianai came out to greet him, pulling Yang Jianguo into the house. Aunt, I'm here. Let me cook. Today, I brought some good things for the family to taste. Once inside, seeing Jiang Mu was cooking, Yang Jianguo stepped forward to take over. He knew that the Jiang family had concerns about his marriage with Jiang Tianai and decided to change this situation from this moment on. In the courtyard, Yang Jianguo didn't dare to show off his wealth easily, but here he could take out good things to share. What good things? Could be sea cucumbers? Jiang Tianmei provocatively asked, and Yang Jianguo secretly chuckled but didn't respond. He thought, you didn't act like this when you took my songs. If I had known earlier, I should have let you keep the authorization letter for a few more days. You will know once it's made. Yang Jianguo smiled without speaking, but he indeed had plans for sea cucumbers. You don't need to do anything. I can handle it. Jiang Mu was unusually enthusiastic today. Seeing Yang Jianguo smile eased her heart a bit. The marriage was set, and competing with her future son-in-law would only make her daughter uncomfortable. After the marriage, her daughter's life would still rely on her son-in-law. Jiang Tianai was unemployed, which was particularly evident. She would focus on her husband. Aunt, don't be polite. This is my profession. Yang Jianguo took the spatula from Jiang Mu's hand. The ingredients I brought need my professional cooking skills. Saying this, he sent Jiang Mu out of the kitchen. Mom, you go and rest. Yang Jianguo and I will handle it, Jiang Tianai said. This was exactly what Yang Jianguo hoped for, cooking together with Jiang Tianai, creating a harmonious atmosphere. All right then, you guys go ahead. Jiang Mu didn't insist anymore. She wanted to take this opportunity to observe Yang Jianguo's character. Time was tight, and she was genuinely worried that her daughter would suffer after marrying him. Especially since Yang Jianguo was a divorced man, she worried he might have a bad temper and would hit her daughter. Although the matchmaker said Yang Jianguo had good character and did not have a habit of hitting women, she still felt uncertain. If she could trust the matchmaker even 1/10, it would be good enough. What did you bring? Jiang Tianai asked curiously. Recalling the meal at Yang Jianguo's house, she remembered it vividly. When her father was alive and the family was well off, they had never tasted such delicious food. The key was that Yang Jianguo's cooking skills were truly outstanding. Knowing you have a craving, I specially brought good things. Look, these are the ingredients I carefully prepared. I remember you loved sea bass last time, so this time I brought a large one. And there are plenty of sea cucumbers, enough to eat. Yang Jianguo knew she loved good food and used this as a way to win her over. Leaving me may be possible, but leaving my cooking is absolutely impossible. Yang Jianguo opened the burlap sack and showcased the items one by one, which made Jiang Tianai beam with joy. This move undoubtedly demonstrated his care for her and concern for her family. How could it not make her heart blossom? She had once worried that the high bride price would make Yang Jianguo resentful towards her family. Is it too much? These are all prepared for my wife. Yang Jianguo said proudly. These things only he could prepare. Who is your wife? You haven't even entered the door yet, Jiang Tianai teased, and then began to assist Yang Jianguo. 40 minutes later, a sumptuous table of dishes was presented, even more lavish than when Jiang Tianai last visited Yang Jianguo's house. Come everyone, taste my cooking. Tianmei, didn't you want to eat sea cucumbers? Here they are. Hurry and try, this is something hard to come by. Looking at the shocked expressions and drooling faces of the Jiang family, Yang Jianguo felt immense joy. In this era, delicious food could conquer everything. People struggled to fill their stomachs, and being able to present these dishes was a testament to his strength. Brother-in-law, what is this? It's so delicious. I've never had it before. Jiang Tianshun asked without caring for his image. This is Buddha jumps over the wall, a famous dish, you know? It normally takes several days to prepare. Our simplified version is cooked quickly. The taste is slightly inferior, but still good. Yang Jianguo provided a brief introduction, but refrained from revealing any details, fearing that Jiang Tianshun would boast about it. Jiang Tianshun, will you call me? Brother-in-law, not brother. If you keep calling me that, I want to let you off. Jiang Tianmei was extremely dissatisfied with this title, feeling that her brother had betrayed her. It was just some candy, but it truly annoyed her. The second sister insisted on calling him brother-in-law, because they would be getting married in a few days. Jiang Tianshun argued with a sense of grievance. He had clearly received the second sister's approval for this title and didn't understand why it was not allowed. Moreover, every time he called brother-in-law like this, he could also get delicious food. Sister, just ignore him. Jiang Tianai laughed from the side. As soon as little Shun has food, who can control him? She knew her brother too well. He was an absolute foodie, and they were very much alike, having the best relationship. See, my second sister didn't say anything about me. Jiang Tianshun proudly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Usually, the food at home consisted of corn cakes and coarse grains, with dishes only being cabbage and potatoes. Delicious food like this was a rare sight. They didn't even eat this well during the New Year. Brother-in-law, can you come often in the future? There's good food when you come. Jiang Tianli, who was already 14, was very sensible, but in front of good food, she couldn't help but hope that Yang Jianguo could come more often. Yang Jianguo had come twice, and the family's meals had improved a lot, and it was all brought by Yang Jianguo, which wouldn't increase the family's burden. All right, I'll come often in the future, Yang Jianguo promised, but he was secretly calculating. The courtyard was not suitable for eating too well, but he planned to treat his mother-in-law's home as his little canteen. Although it was possible to have big meals often, having meat occasionally was still acceptable. He had already learned that the Jiang family lived in a nice courtyard, and the neighborhood relationships were pretty good, unlike the complicated place where he lived. Besides, they didn't know him. He could just say that he got the food from working as a chef outside, which should be fine. In this day and age, hiring a chef for weddings and such required giving some things. What are you talking about? Is your sister not going to live anymore? Zhang's mother reprimanded. In this era, food was too important. Eating someone else's food meant that others would go hungry. Aunt, it's fine, we have enough at home. Yang Jianguo secretly felt relieved that at least his mother-in-law's family didn't teach their daughter to bring things back home. In this male preference society, some families would even specially instruct their daughters to bring things back home after getting married. When Yang Jianguo returned to the courtyard, it was already past 7. As soon as he walked into the courtyard, he heard crying from the central courtyard. Oh, I really didn't do anything. Yang Jianguo stepped into the house and saw Qin Jingru with disheveled hair and a foul smell standing stiffly in front of the Jia family's door, surrounded by onlookers. Qin Jingru, you should leave. Our family can no longer accommodate you. Here, $1 for you. Hurry back to your hometown. And don't step into the city again. Qin Huairu blocked Qin Jingru at the door, preventing her from entering. Qin Jingru had just returned from a public shaming. Labeled as an evil woman. Once she entered the house, Qin Huairu feared she would be implicated, and the image she had worked hard to build could not be destroyed in an instant. Sister, you're my real sister. What transportation is there at this hour? Qin Jingru regretted deeply. If she had known this would happen, she would never have followed Su Damao. Then I can't help you. You need to find a way back. Qin Huairu glanced at the neighbors watching the commotion. Knowing that she had to distance herself from Qin Jingru at this moment to avoid her bad reputation affecting herself. Whoa, sister, I really didn't do anything. I just went out to use the bathroom. Su Damao said I had an ambiguous relationship with Shazhu, and I believed him and went out to eat with him. Qin Jingru cried, with tears streaming down her face, but no one sympathized with her. Su Damao was married. You went out to eat with him, especially at a high-end place like Quanjude. Isn't that ridiculous? If you had no ties, how could you go to an expensive restaurant together? You didn't know each other before, right? Enough. It's useless for you to explain to me. Even if I let you in, my mother-in-law won't agree. Qin Huairu turned and entered the house, closing the door heavily. Shazhu, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Do you still want me? I'll marry you right away. Qin Jingru turned and saw Shazhu. At this moment, she no longer despised his dullness and disregarded Su Damao's slanders. I can't dare to want you. Shazhu shook his head in refusal. Qin Jingru's reputation was ruined, and marrying her would mean he would be discussed by others for a lifetime, which was not what Shazhu wanted. I and Su Damao really had nothing. I really didn't do anything. Qin Jingru loudly defended herself to Shazhu, feeling truly wronged. When she was arrested, she had known Su Damao for less than a day. She had only taken his clothes and shoes. Clothes and shoes had unexpectedly become key evidence for her conviction. You say it has nothing to do with Su Damao. Then why did he give you clothes and shoes? And why did you accept them? Qin Jingru was speechless at the time. After accepting the gifts, she even spent dozens of his money. Who would believe it had nothing to do with anyone? Because of this, Qin Jingru was subjected to public shaming. And Su Damao was also arrested. You ask everyone if they believe it? I pity you. Take this $2 and quickly find a place to wash up. In fact, Shazhu felt a bit guilty. Qin Jingru's current situation was partly his fault. The Women's Federation, the street committee, and the police station were all contacted by Shazhu. At that time, Shazhu only wanted to teach Su Damao a lesson, but he didn't expect Qin Jingru to suffer. She was innocent. Well, what should I do? How can I go back to the village with any face? Qin Jingru was on the verge of collapse. The public shaming was just the beginning. This matter would definitely reach Qin Jingru's village. When she returned, she would be branded with the name of infidelity, worse than a widow, making it even harder to marry in the future. That's your business. Hurry up and leave, or else the old man will chase you away. Shazhu waved his hand. At this moment, who would dare to take Qin Jingru in? Woo, sister, you're too cruel. Clearly, you were the one who took me to meet Su Damao. You harm me. Qin Jingru was exceptionally clear-headed at this moment, recalling that it was Qin Huairu who took her to meet Su Damao yesterday morning. Chapter 20. Stirring trouble, what did you say? Qin Huairu took you? Shazhu felt something was off upon hearing this. It was my sister who pulled me out. She brought me to meet Su Damao, introducing us and telling him I was her blind date. The more Qin Jingru thought about it, the more she felt something was fishy. Shazhu mentioned that the two had enmity. Then why did Qin Huairu take her to meet Su Damao at that time? Qin Jingru, shut up. I just took you out for a walk. Don't say random things. The Jia family's door opened, and Qin Huairu looked anxious, trying to stop Qin Jingru from continuing. As soon as Su Damao left, you took me home. You were clearly waiting outside for Su Damao, then dragged me to meet him. If not, why did you go straight home after meeting Su Damao instead of going for a walk? At first, Qin Jingru was merely suspicious, but at this moment, she felt more and more that her cousin was plotting against her. Her cousin had intentionally taken her to meet Su Damao that morning. Such a thing happened? Oh my God! How could Qin Huairu not know that Shazhu and Su Damao were like fire and water? How could she? You don't understand this. Su Damao has ruined Shazhu's blind dates many times. Qin Huairu did it on purpose. Human hearts are hidden. Even a cousin could be schemed against. Su Damao is a married man, and he is also a dead end. The neighbors were stunned, not expecting such twists in the story. It turned out that Qin Huairu was the one who connected Su Damao and Qin Jingru. This matter was quite subtle. More crucially, Su Damao was not only married but also a dead end. How ruthless must one be to do such a thing to a cousin? Don't talk nonsense. Yesterday was purely a coincidence. Qin Jingru, you leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Qin Huairu hurriedly defended herself, fearing that her reputation would be ruined, especially that harmful notoriety. Who would dare to get close to her in the future? Who would still sympathize with her? Her weak and pitiful image was a powerful tool in the courtyard. What I said is the truth. You harm me. Qin Jingru's face was full of indignation, and at this moment, she hated Qin Huairu to the bone. I harmed you. When have I ever harmed you? Did I make you chase after Su Damao? Did I make you eat with him? Are you still asking me to buy clothes, shoes, and socks for Su Damao? You made a mistake, refused to reflect, and still want to frame me. What do you intend to do? Qin Huairu refused to admit it. Yesterday, she did indeed take Qin Jingru to meet Su Damao and intended to use Su Damao to create trouble, but she did not participate in the rest. Buying clothes, shoes, and socks, going to Quanjude, were not arranged by her. It was all voluntary on Qin Jingru's part. Qin Huairu flatly denied it, and no one could do anything to her. Qin Jingru was ultimately expelled after Qin Huairu's words left her speechless and pushed out. In terms of scheming, she is far inferior to Qin Huairu. When Qin Huairu introduced her to Su Demao, she already anticipated that even if things went wrong later, she could easily distance herself, claiming it was just a chance encounter with no further involvement. Yang Jianguo, are you intentionally trying to harm me? Shazhu stormed into Yang Jianguo's house in anger. I harm you? Why would you say that? Yang Jianguo looked confused. Didn't you tell me to contact the Women's Federation? Qin Jingru would be criticized and paraded. Shazhu was indignant, believing Yang Jianguo had set a trap for him. If it weren't for Yang Jianguo, Qin Jingru wouldn't have ended up like this, ruining her future. Your claim is really funny. Did I bring people to catch you? Aren't they your people? Yang Jianguo retorted, his tone not polite at all. Yang Jianguo felt no guilt towards Qin Jingru. Breaking her apart from Su Demao was at least a chance for her to marry someone else, avoiding being childless and having descendants. If she followed Su Demao, that would truly be a ruin. Although Qin Jingru's reputation is now damaged and good matches are hard to find, at least she can continue her lineage. Are you looking for a fight? Do you believe that Shazhu will become furious? He felt he had given Yang Jianguo enough face. If it weren't for Yang Jianguo being the class leader, considering their work relationship, he would have struck already. Do you dare touch me? Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Yang Jianguo did not back down. Do you think I can't deal with you? Shazhu provoked. Huh, you can deal with me? I want to see how you do it. Shazhu had always been overbearing in this yard, considering himself above everyone else, believing no one could control him. Shazhu, your family used to sell buns, right? You were a vendor, right? Yang Jianguo asked with a smile. What do you mean? Shazhu didn't understand at first. Your family was originally a vendor. How did it become 3 generations of poor peasants? Where does this identity of 3 generations of poor peasants come from? Should I report it to the street? Yang Jianguo's smile grew wider, full of disdain, staring at Shazhu. Don't talk nonsense. What do you want? Shazhu instantly panicked. As for identity, being a vendor is fine, but Shazhu's family is now 3 generations of poor peasants. How does a vendor become a poor peasant? This is a big deal. If it were to be investigated, Shazhu would definitely suffer, along with his sister and the runaway he Da Qing. None would escape. In the future, when you see me, behave yourself. And if I let you crawl, don't walk, got it? If I'm unhappy, none of you will have it easy. For someone like Shazhu, one must not be soft-hearted. This guy's been bullying others in the courtyard for years. Teaching him a lesson is not unjust. Yang Jianguo, don't talk nonsense. My family's identity is fine. We live in the same courtyard. Let's not pick fights with each other. I'm actually here to thank you. If it weren't for you, Su Demao would have succeeded, and that would have harmed the girl, right? I was just joking earlier. Shazhu wasn't stupid. Instead, he was a bit clever, quickly changing his words from looking for trouble to joking and expressing gratitude. Get out of here, quickly. When you see me in the future, be more polite. Bang. After Yang Jianguo finished speaking, he closed the door and ignored Shazhu. Although Shazhu had some small cleverness, he was also foolish, especially in front of Qin Huairu, where his intelligence dropped sharply. Yang Jianguo wondered, does Qin Huairu carry a dimming intelligence aura? Yang Jianguo locked the door after entering the house, pondering whether to enter the portable world. He glanced outside and was immediately speechless. That Shazhu actually rolled away, rolling in circles toward the courtyard. Yang Jianguo helplessly thought he told him to roll to leave, but this guy's comprehension ability is too poor. Shazhu, what are you doing? Qin Huairu was walking toward the backyard, planning to ease her relationship with Yang Jianguo. Yang Jianguo's conditions were pretty good, and he was single now. She thought he was a good choice. Even if she couldn't become another Shazhu, being able to borrow food from him twice a month would be quite nice. Before reaching the backyard, Qin Huairu saw Shazhu rolling on the ground and was shocked. Is this guy going crazy? Oh, Sister Qin, I'm just exercising. Shazhu jumped up instantly, feeling extremely embarrassed, but quickly made up an excuse, refusing to mention it was Yang Jianguo's doing. That would be too humiliating. In this courtyard, Shazhu had never feared anyone. How could he fear Yang Jianguo? This way of exercising is really special. Qin Huairu looked at him suspiciously, doubting Shazhu's mental state. Hey, I learned this from someone. It's said to be quite effective. Shazhu made up nonsense, while the martial artists called this rolling on the ground, which is not just simple rolling, there's a method to it. All right, as long as you like it. Qin Huairu had no words to respond. Knowing that Shazhu's words were not credible, something must have happened for him to act like this. Sister Qin, where are you going? Shazhu asked while tidying his clothes. This road leads to the backyard, and Qin Huairu rarely goes to the backyard. Oh, I heard there was some noise in the backyard and wanted to check it out. I thought Su Damao was back. Qin Huairu naturally wouldn't tell Shazhu she was looking for Jianguo. In comparison, Shazhu was more crucial. It was challenging to please Jianguo, and even if successful, she could only borrow rice twice a month. However, Shazhu, with his 35 yuan and 5 jiao salary, with a little manipulation, Qin Huairu could easily get 20 or even more. No, Su Damao won't be coming back easily. Shazhu said he heard his parents caused a scene at the factory and didn't know if the factory would report it to the police station. Anyway, Su Damao is in trouble this time. Even if he comes out to work, it's uncertain. Shazhu looked proud, but Qin Huairu was displeased. Both Su Damao and Shazhu were her sources of income. If Su Damao could gain some advantage, she could trade for big steamed buns and vegetables. If Su Damao doesn't come back, wouldn't her source of income be cut off? Qin Huairu regretted it immensely, feeling she shouldn't have brought Qin Jingru into the city. If Qin Jingru had never stepped into the city, this series of events wouldn't have occurred. Just thinking about Su Damao's embarrassing state makes me secretly pleased. All right, Sister Qin, let's go home. The backyard is empty. The two had never gotten along, and seeing Su Damao suffer, how could Shazhu not feel pleased? Fine, let's go back. Qin Huairu had no choice but to look for Jianguo another day. And when looking for Jianguo, she had to avoid Shazhu. The next day, after work, Jianguo brought a small piece of pork and 10 pounds of white flour to the Jiang family. In this era, food is undoubtedly the most precious gift. There were certainly more valuable options, but he had already made an exception yesterday. If he did this every day, the Jiang family might become fearful. Why are you here again? Jiang Tianmei looked displeased upon seeing Jianguo. Jianguo felt helpless. Does bringing something mean they have to turn hostile? He even thought about retracting the lyrics he wrote for Jiang Tianmei. I'm here to find Tianai, not you. Jianguo was somewhat familiar with Jiang Tianmei by now and spoke without politeness. You two stop arguing. Jianguo, coming quickly. Jiang Tianai felt a headache as the two were about to quarrel again. She knew her sister still had objections to this marriage. Look, I brought you something. Jianguo brought food mainly to please Jiang Tianai, this little foodie. Using delicious food to coax her home was his goal. Jianguo, I have good news for you. My sister will sing your song on the big stage on October 1st. As soon as they entered the Jiang family, Jiang Tianai couldn't wait to share this good news with Jianguo. Jiang Tianmei not only reclaimed the lead singer position, but the song, after being arranged, would also become the grand finale of the October stage, sung solely by Jiang Tianmei. This is a great opportunity to stand out, and the benefits that follow will be countless. She asks like this, and still doesn't he thank me. She just talked to me like that. Jianguo felt speechless. Doesn't she understand gratitude? How is it? If you don't like what I say, you can leave. Saying this, Jiang Tianmei also walked into the house and bluntly retorted to Jianguo. I won't argue with you. Jianguo ignored Jiang Tianmei and reached out to hold Jiang Tianai's hand. Hey, there are still people here. Jiang Tianai said shyly. Jiang Tianai blushed and pulled away. With her sister right next to her, Jianguo's move was indeed too bold. What is there to fear with my sister present? Jianguo merely held her hand, completely disregarding the presence of others. I'm going to prepare dinner. Do you want to come along? Jiang Tianai wasn't as calm as Jianguo. She glanced at her sister and walked straight into the kitchen. Let me do it. Jianguo followed closely behind. Wherever Jiang Tianai was, he would be there too. With only the two of them in the kitchen, it was a great opportunity to enhance their feelings. Sure enough, once they entered the kitchen, Jiang Tianai no longer resisted Jianguo holding her hand. By the time Jianguo returned to the courtyard, it was already past 7 o'clock. Hey, Jianguo, you came back quite late. As soon as he stepped into the front yard, he ran into Third Uncle. Third Uncle, why are you still walking the yard so late? It was already late, and normally third uncle would have been gone by now. Oh, I just got back from a meeting. Su Damao from our courtyard is back, and that guy is really in bad shape. He got beaten up badly. I heard that Su Damao's father put in a lot of effort this time, and it was finally Deputy Factory Director Yang from your factory who stepped in to bring him back. Although he is back, he also lost his job. Life won't be easy for him going forward. With the stain on him, I doubt any organization will want him. The first uncle organized a meeting to let Su Damao move out. They just finished a meeting. Third uncle explained the reason. It turned out the courtyard meeting had just concluded. This first uncle really knows how to take advantage of others' misfortunes. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. Su Damao has caused a lot of trouble before, so it's no wonder the first uncle is angry. It might also be that Su Damao was too arrogant, and the first uncle couldn't control him anymore. So, has Su Damao moved out? Yang Jianguo wasn't interested in the process. He just wanted to know the outcome. Not yet. It's not that easy. The people from the street have come. They said that house belongs to Su Damao's family, and that people can't be kicked out casually. They also want the first uncle to be responsible for educating and supervising Su Damao. Third uncle laughed. There will be plenty to see in the future. Although Su Damao hasn't moved out, he can be considered to have fallen into the first uncle's hands. Su Damao is really in a terrible situation now. He has scammed Shazhu out of so much money, and Shazhu's money is all from the first uncle. The first uncle will definitely not let Su Damao off easy. As for his job, with his stain, no public organization will hire him again. But in this era, all organizations are public. Su Damao can only rely on the money he obtained through improper means to survive. Without a change in policy, he won't have a chance for a turnaround. Indeed, Su Damao has caused too much trouble. It's hard to understand his thinking. Third uncle has no sympathy for Su Damao. Liu Shaoyi is such a virtuous person. Yet Su Damao is still out there flirting. He brought this on himself. How does Liu Shaoyi react to Su Damao's situation? Yang Jianguo was curious about the final outcome for Su Damao and Liu Shaoyi. If they divorce, and Su Damao still lives in this courtyard, or even at the deaf old lady's house, Yang Jianguo would definitely take action. But it seems unlikely. After all, Yang Jianguo had previously spoken out while drunk, and Liu Shaoyi has already distanced herself from the deaf old lady. Chapter 21 registration. Since Su Damao got into trouble, Liu Shaoyi hasn't returned to the courtyard. She probably went back to her family. Anyway, no one has seen her. Third uncle shook his head, believing that Su Damao's marriage was hard to maintain. Third uncle, I'm heading back now. Yang Jianguo said goodbye and walked towards the backyard. Yang Jianguo was certain that Liu Shaoyi would definitely get a divorce. The Liu family originally valued Su Damao's identity as a poor peasant for 3 generations, but now that Su Damao has a bad reputation, the Liu family would be eager to distance themselves to avoid being implicated. Oh, Yang Jianguo is back. You missed our courtyard meeting. Qin Huairu greeted Yang Jianguo warmly upon seeing him in the middle courtyard. It doesn't matter whether I attend or not. Yang Jianguo was indifferent to the courtyard meeting, considering it just a venue for people to scheme against each other. The several uncles were not concerned about the people, only focused on their own calculations. The courtyard meeting had become a stage for their scheming. You can't say that. The courtyard meeting is a big deal for our courtyard. Qin Huairu naturally supported the meeting, maintaining its authority. Because she was a beneficiary of the meeting, Zhonghai, as the first uncle, had a close relationship with her and would certainly protect her. Supporting the courtyard meeting is equivalent to supporting her family's interests. A big deal? What big deal can there be at the courtyard meeting? The courtyard uncles have no authority to organize a courtyard meeting. I asked on the street. The uncles' rights are limited to mediating neighborhood disputes and have no authority to hold meetings for judgment. People on the street say that if someone in the courtyard breaks the law, they must report it to the police. Privately sheltering wrongdoers is equivalent to committing a crime. It is said that several uncles in the courtyard have already crossed the line of the law. After saying this, Yang Jianguo headed towards the backyard, knowing that this remark would definitely reach the uncle's ears. This was exactly what he hoped for, as a warning. You have broken the law, and I can report you at any time. Many past matters should have been dealt with according to the law, but they were resolved privately by 3 people. If investigated, the 3 would definitely receive admonishment from the street. Indeed, merely admonishment. The street is good at trivializing big issues and making small issues disappear, unless things escalate. They won't investigate deeply. Brother, you're back. Oh, I ran into Su Damao again in the backyard. He was obviously waiting outside for Yang Jianguo. Brother Damao, what is the matter? Yang Jianguo looked at Su Damao and noticed he looked much haggard, with a bruised face. He had evidently suffered a lot inside. In these times, no mercy is shown to criminals, especially concerning matters between men and women. Once inside, it's a beating. Brother, you have to help me. I'm in a terrible situation. Su Damao said as he began to cry. Brother Damao, what's wrong with you? Yang Jianguo was helpless. How could a grown man be crying? I lost my job and now have a stain on my record. How will I live in the future? Brother, you're smart. You must help me. Otherwise, I really can't live anymore. Shazhu, I will definitely deal with him. Su Damao cried miserably, believing that everything was Shazhu's fault. If it weren't for Shazhu bringing people to catch him, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Brother Damao, even if you've lost your job, don't you still have money? A while ago, you got 4,005. Even without a job, that should be enough for you for over a decade. Yang Jianguo was unimpressed. Su Damao was not in dire straits. 4,005 for someone earning 35 a month is equivalent to over a decade's income. In a decade, as the reform and opening up approach, those past stains won't be that significant. The reason I could come out is entirely because I spent that money. Su Damao looked troubled, as if he had unspoken difficulties. Hearing this, Yang Jianguo understood. Su Damao must have paid a hefty price. He sighed. Why are you looking for me? There's nothing I can do. Su Damao was someone who did not understand the ways of the world. Yang Jianguo had helped him twice, allowing him to earn 4,005, but he had never given anything in return. Thinking of this, Yang Jianguo couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. However, Su Damao seemed unaware of Yang Jianguo's feelings and instead suggested, Brother, your cooking skills are excellent. Why not help me take on some private work? For example, banquets for weddings and funerals. We can split the earnings. How about that? Upon hearing this, Yang Jianguo couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and politely declined. No need. I already have a fixed place to help with cooking and don't plan to take on private jobs anymore. Su Damao seemed a bit surprised and quickly explained that the profits were considerable. He said, I've looked into it. Very few people specialize in this line of work now. And if you go, the business will definitely thrive. You could take on at least 20 banquets a month, and if we negotiate for higher prices, splitting 10 or $8 a month won't be a problem. Yang Jianguo reminded un mofet. He shook his head, took out his keys, and prepared to open the door to go home. He thought to himself, 20 banquets a month, wouldn't that wear him out? Moreover, he still had to work hard to make Jiang Tianai fall in love with him before the wedding. How could he find time for all this? So, he politely declined Su Damao's proposal and turned to walk into his home. Brother, how about we split it 70 to 30? You take 70 and I take 30? Su Damao was anxious, not expecting Yang Jianguo to refuse. Nowadays, isn't it the nature of chefs to seek such profits? Could it be that Yang Jianguo is really that foolish? With his connections, the money would be rolling in. As for the unreasonable division of profits, it was simply beyond his capacity. Damao, actually, Shazhu is quite good. If you two team up, you will surely make a fortune. After saying this, Yang Jianguo stepped inside and closed the door behind him, leaving Su Damao outside. If Su Damao teamed up with Shazhu, it would indeed be interesting. But that was merely a joke from Yang Jianguo. It was absolutely impossible. With the door tightly locked, Yang Jianguo entered his personal space. The temperature had dropped sharply recently, and Yang Jianguo wanted to purchase a batch of coal. There were many coal warehouses on the outskirts, and he had spotted coal ships at the dock. He just needed to move the coal. Without you, could I not find a chef? Su Damao was furious. Yang Jianguo's actions were simply ungrateful. To reject such a profitable venture was clearly underestimating him. Su Damao. Shazhu? No way. That guy is definitely not a good person. All the troubles I face today are thanks to him. There are chefs everywhere. I refuse to believe I can't find a suitable candidate. Su Damao muttered to himself, calculating where to find chef. Su Damao was selective and would not choose just anyone. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined after just a few deals. For red and white banquets, it was best to find a chef skilled in large pot dishes. Such talents could be found most easily in factories. Just as Su Damao was pondering suitable candidates, a woman stepped into the house. "Shaoyi, you're back," Su Damao exclaimed with surprise. Now that he was at his lowest, he had no other thoughts but to spend the rest of his life with Lu Shaoyi. "I'm here to tell you that we'll be getting a divorce tomorrow. I'll come to find you in the morning, so be prepared." Lu Shaoyi had come solely to inform Su Damao about the divorce. She had made up her mind, unwilling to undergo sterilization and longing for her own children. Su Damao, being sterile himself and with impure intentions, had pushed Lu Shaoyi to make the decision to divorce. Lu Shaoyi's family also supported her decision. "Shaoyi, listen to me. I really didn't do anything. I just ruined Shazhu's blind date. It's all a misunderstanding." Su Damao was unwilling to divorce. As a sterile man, he had already gained a bad reputation. After the divorce, Lu Shaoyi was determined not to look back. "No need to say more. We'll divorce tomorrow. If you don't comply, I will go to the street office myself." Lu Shaoyi ignored Su Damao's explanations. Recently, she had been frequently going back and forth to the police station. Su Damao had bought clothes and shoes for another woman, spending quite a bit. But he had never treated her this way. His explanations sounded weak. Su Damao's intentions were now clear. "Shaoyi, how could you be so heartless? We were once husband and wife. Don't you have any sentiment left? Since we got married, how have I treated you? I took care of all the housework and prepared all the meals. What man can do this? And yet, you treat me like this?" Su Damao also felt wronged. He had held Lu Shaoyi in high regard, like a revered ancestor. Everyone in the courtyard knew how formidable Lu Shaoyi was, and that was the result of how Su Damao had treated her. "These words are useless. We'll divorce tomorrow." Lu Shaoyi also felt wronged. After many years of marriage, she had suffered cold looks and humiliation due to her inability to conceive. The way her in-laws looked at her seemed to mock her, just a hen that can't lay eggs. She could no longer endure it. "From now on, you will be my wife. Come home with me tonight." After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jianguo was full of pride. He finally had the beautiful woman he wanted, officially registered. They hadn't even held a wedding yet. Jiang Tianai, delicate as a mosquito, knew that getting a license meant they were a couple, but she felt shy about it. "Come, let us go home. I've redecorated the house. You haven't seen it yet." Yang Jianguo provided a reason for Jiang Tianai to visit his home, but he had ulterior motives and was determined to taste what he had legally acquired that night. "Yang Jianguo, who is this?" Stepping into the courtyard, it was the weekend and the courtyard was bustling with people. Uncle Sam was guarding the entrance. As families improved their meals on weekends, he couldn't miss this opportunity to profit. "This is my wife. We just got our certificate." Jiang Tianai was about to settle in this courtyard, so Yang Jianguo naturally had to introduce her. "Yang Jianguo, you got married?" Uncle Sam was astonished. He remembered the matchmaker had come, but after that, there had been no news, and he hadn't seen Yang Jianguo bring a girl home. So he thought the marriage had fallen through. Unexpectedly, they had already gotten a license. "Yes, we'll have a banquet next week." "Uncle Sam, I'll bring you some wedding candy later. We'll be on our way." Yang Jianguo was anxious, although he had worked hard this week. He could only kiss Jiang Tianai's cheek, and everything else was rejected. Now that they had their license, he could finally be unrestricted. In the courtyard, Shazhu, who had been avoiding Yang Jianguo, saw him enter with Jiang Tianai, and his eyes widened. Jiang Tianai's beauty far surpassed Qin Huairu's. Shazhu usually lost his senses when he saw Qin Huairu, but at this moment, he could not take his eyes off Jiang Tianai. "This is my wife. Look again, and I'll poke your eyes out." Yang Jianguo was unceremonious with Shazhu. "Your wife? You got married?" Shazhu looked incredulous, staring at Yang Jianguo and Jiang Tianai, feeling it was impossible. Yang Jianguo, in his second marriage, could actually marry such a beautiful wife. It was simply unbelievable. His own conditions were much better than Yang Jianguo's. Yet he couldn't even find a wife. Although Shazhu's salary was $2 less than Yang Jianguo's, his house was the main house in the courtyard, which was the best. As for the matter of mortgaging the house, he didn't care at all. "Why can't I marry a wife?" Yang Jianguo was somewhat annoyed. "No, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect it." Shazhu was incoherent. "But why can't I find a wife? I'm single with 2 big rooms. Free of worries. It shouldn't be like this." Shazhu was filled with doubt. How could such a beautiful girl marry Yang Jianguo? A man in his second marriage? He had worked so hard to find a wife, but had never succeeded. What is wrong with the world? He felt lost. There is much more you can't imagine. Wife, let us go home. Yang Jianguo didn't want to bother with Shazhu any longer and pulled Jiang Tianai away. One person eats well, and the whole family is free of worries. Is that really the case? In this courtyard, the one with the heaviest burden was undoubtedly Shazhu. What was Shazhu's burden? The Jia family of 5, Uncle De and his wife, the deaf old lady in the backyard, and this was just the beginning. In the future, if Shazhu's biological father returned, it would add one more to the burden. Even more so, the couples of Uncle Air and Uncle San, and even Su Damao's parents, could all potentially become Shazhu's responsibility. Who would dare say they had no burdens? If any woman were to marry Shazhu, she would need to serve the elders right after entering the home. First the deaf old lady, then Uncle De and his wife, as well as the Jia family elders, would also be hard to avoid. There were many elderly in the courtyard, all waiting to be served. Whoever married Shazhu would truly be the unluckiest person. From marriage to the end, it would all be about serving the old. Moreover, with Shazhu's complicated entanglement with the widow Qin Huairu, they would have to endure this after marriage. Who would be willing to marry him? Brother is back. Who is this person? As they walked to the backyard, Su Damao was actually there, and he was having a meal. There was a small table at the door, laden with sumptuous dishes. It was unclear whether he was influenced by Yang Jianguo. He was not dining alone, but with a thin man. My wife, what does Damao mean by this? Yang Jianguo was curious about Su Damao's actions. At the end of my rope, why entertain guests? This is Nani, a chef, originally from a repair factory in the suburbs. We are now partners, and we have secured a big order. Why not share a meal, brother? Su Damao glanced at Jiang Tianai while speaking with Yang Jianguo. This person was also not a good character. You all enjoy your meal. I'll be taking my wife home. Yang Jianguo chuckled. Su Damao indeed had some means. If this matter succeeds, specializing in red and white events with the help of Chef Nani may be better than working a job. Wait, Nani? Arrière factory chef? How can this be? Recalling the drama of Nani, the repair shop is not a place in the capital. Why is it Nani? Yang Jianguo was taken aback. Why was Yang Jianguo like this? Jiang Tianai noticed something unusual in Yang Jianguo's expression and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. I suddenly remembered something. Yang Jianguo si gid inwardly. Why does this plot revolve around widows? He could chat more with Nani and Shazhu about how to marry a widow. Both of them had fallen for widows. And those two widows were entangled with men for their livelihood, exchanging their beauty for their needs. Wow, Yang Jianguo, this furniture is really beautiful. Upon entering Yang Jianguo's house, Jiang Tianai was astonished. Yang Jianguo's home today was vastly different from before. The sofa and cabinets were all brand new. As soon as you walked in, you were greeted by Yang Jianguo's carefully crafted modern living room. Hey, how could I let my wife suffer? The home naturally has to be well arranged. Yang Jianguo smiled proudly, turned around to lock the door tightly, and then went to hug Jiang Tianai. No, Yang Jianguo, wait until tonight. It's still daytime now. Jiang Tianai was startled and tried to break free from Yang Jianguo's grip. Can't wait anymore. Yang Jianguo wouldn't let go. With a princess carry, he walked towards the bedroom. How long has it been? How long have I wanted this since I met you? I would never let Jiang Tianai go. Look at Yang Jianguo. His wife is truly beautiful. Su Damao at the table looked at Yang Jianguo returning home with his wife with envy. He was pursuing a doctor at the factory, who was also quite pretty, but compared to Jiang Tianai, it was like heaven and earth. What's so great about it? Once we cooperate and make money, we'll find someone even prettier. Su Damao was extremely jealous. He was divorced, while Yang Jianguo had married a fairy-like wife. Let's talk about making money first. Nani didn't take it to heart. Collaborating with Su Damao wasn't bad. They could make some money. Once they earned money, Nani wouldn't have to sell the antiques at home, which had been passed down from his ancestors. 3 hours later, Yang Jianguo was happily preparing dinner. As for Jiang Tianai, she was sleeping and would be lucky if she woke up after he finished cooking. Yang Jianguo was quite satisfied with this body. The duration exceeded expectations. Unlike the memories from his previous life, where he was only proud of size, now the duration was also satisfactory. Yang Jianguo, come have a drink. While cooking, he opened the window, and Shazhu came over. What is it? Shazhu, a humble man, would show a cold face when feeling useless. Young Jianguo knew that Shazhu must have a request. I have something to ask you. Shazhu appeared awkward. When there's a request, past grievances could all be set aside. Let's skip the drinking and get straight to the point. Yang Jianguo welcomed Shazhu into the living room, closing the inner door tightly. Jiang Tianai was sound asleep. Yang Jianguo was curious about what Shazhu wanted to ask. We must drink. I'm treating 2 bottles of erguo too. Shazhu pretended to be generous, showing off the alcohol in his hand, and was surprised at the sight of Yang Jianguo's living room. Forget it. I'm registering my marriage today and want to celebrate well with my wife. You can keep that erguo too for yourself. There's nothing cheaper than this at the supply and marketing cooperative. Speak quickly if you have something to say. If not, please leave. Yang Jianguo shook his head. This alcohol was not suitable for today's occasion. Besides, how could one drink without food? Did Shazhu want to take advantage of drinking? This behavior was quite reminiscent of third uncle. Hey, if you don't want it, fine, but it's not that I didn't invite you. I came to ask how you managed to marry a wife who's both beautiful and easygoing, while I'm struggling so much. This was Shazhu's purpose for coming. He was particularly obsessed with the matter of marrying a wife, and his feelings for widow Qin were unwavering. Chapter 22. Meeting this is simple, right? Because your conditions are poor, because you're poor, because your burdens are heavy, because of your bad reputation, because of your poor character, and because you're violent. Yang Jianguo spoke frankly, each word piercing. What do you mean? Are you looking for trouble? Shazhu was unconvinced. What Yang Jianguo said was completely different from how he viewed himself. Shazhu was most proud of his own conditions. So tell me, which of my words is wrong? Yang Jianguo showed a helpless expression, clearly thinking that Shazhu was a typical example of unclear self-awareness. You say I have heavy burdens? Where are they heavy? I can feed myself without worrying about the family. What burden is there? Shazhu retorted, his face full of defiance. His sister was already working at the textile factory, so he didn't need to support her, and after she got married, she'd free up a room. He felt he had no burdens at all. You have no burden? You are the one with the heaviest burden in the courtyard. Yang Jianguo sneered, preparing to reason with him until he had nothing to say. What about the deaf old lady? You want to take care of her? In the future, won't she come to you for support? Yang Jianguo asked. She should be taken care of. Shazhu hesitated a bit. He couldn't deny that. What about the old couple from the first uncle? Will you take care of them? Yang Jianguo continued to inquire. Well, I guess I have to take care of them. Shazhu replied helplessly. After all, he had written a guarantee for their old age. What about Qin Huairu's family? Haven't you been supporting them all along? You will have to continue, right? Yang Jianguo asked again. Of course. Sister Qin is raising 3 children on her own, plus a mother-in-law. It's really not easy. We men have to help out. That's for sure. Shazhu said this with pride, feeling he had done a great good deed. Then how can you say you have no burdens? Adding the deaf old lady and the couple from the first uncle. That's 3 elderly people. Plus, with Qin Huairu's family of 5, how can you say you have no burdens? How can you have the face to say that? Yang Jianguo rebutted. In the future, when your father He Daqing needs support, won't he come looking for you? Is that what you call having no burdens? One person eats well, and the family doesn't starve? Don't joke around. Shazhu was somewhat speechless. Upon careful thought, these were indeed all burdens, and they were much heavier than others. 4 or 5 elderly people needed care. Then what's wrong with my character? Shazhu was unconvinced and wanted to regain face in other aspects. Your character? Do I even need to say it? Yang Jianguo sneered. How many years have you been stealing at the steel mill? If it weren't for your stealing, would I have needed to transfer from the second cafeteria? A thief talking about character? Don't say it like that. Those were leftovers. They're allowed to exploit workers, but I can't take a little advantage? Shazhu defended himself. As for us cooks, how can taking things from the kitchen be counted as wrong? This is a rule passed down from our ancestors. Shazhu felt wronged, thinking he was far superior to the factory leaders, and, as a cook, it was natural to take some things from the kitchen. Cooks taking things is by no means justified. Indeed, there are rules from our ancestors. Cooks can eat in the kitchen but cannot take things privately. Taking is stealing, and there's no room for argument. You say the factory leaders exploit workers. Do you think you can just follow along and drink soup? How are you any different from them? When others do evil, you imitate them. How unreasonable. When you were the class leader in the kitchen, How many workers switched to eat elsewhere because you deliberately shook your hand while serving leftovers? What you've done is simply bullying laborers with a little power, exploiting the working class, and bringing a capitalist atmosphere into the factory. Such behavior deserves execution. Yang Jianguo was clearly drunk, spouting nonsense about the rules of ancestors. Shazhu was alarmed, fearing that Yang Jianguo would say something inappropriate while drunk, bringing trouble to himself. Don't talk nonsense. We're just chatting casually. Don't put labels on me. Shazhu was anxious. If Yang Jianguo's words got out, he feared he wouldn't escape a disaster. What? You can do it, but others can't say anything? Yang Jianguo was unafraid of Shazhu. If Shazhu didn't restrain himself, he would surely spread these words, bringing trouble to Shazhu. No, I won't take it anymore. I won't even bring my lunchbox. Fine, I admit your character is poor, but at least you're not violent, right? Shazhu felt a sense of fear. Yang Jianguo's words were too sharp, and small matters could escalate once he spoke. You're not violent? Who hurt Sudamao? You hit people whether justified or not. And you still claim not to be violent? Who in the courtyard would believe that? That was against Sudamao. If I were to marry, how could I ever lay a hand on her? I'd treat her like a treasure. Shazhu was unwilling to give in again. Enough already. You have a habit of resorting to violence. When something happens, you think of hitting first. Whoever marries you, if a dispute arises in the future, could you still hold back from hitting your wife? Shazhu's violence has become a common occurrence. Who can be sure that he will behave after marriage? Only Qin Huairu can keep Shazhu in check and prevent him from misbehaving. If it were another woman, would she really think he is a good catch? Enough said. I'm leaving. This drink is for you. Shazhu looked a bit dejected. Wait, I'm not done speaking. Let me ask you something. Do you know how much Lu Guangqi from second uncle's family spent on his wedding? Yang Jianguo felt the impact wasn't enough and hesitated to leave. How much could Lu Guangqi spend on his wedding? Second uncle is so stingy. Shazhu didn't think it was a big deal, saying getting married only costs a few dozen yuan. Just listen to my calculations. Lu Guangqi's wedding drained all of second uncle's savings. Second uncle is a level 7 mechanic with a monthly salary of nearly 80. His family hasn't had any major expenses in recent years, spending only about 30 a month. You tell me, how much has Lu Haizhong saved in the last 10 years? Even if he wasn't level 7 a few years ago, he should have at least 4,000. Lu Guangqi's wedding spent all of his savings, at least 3,000. Marrying a wife is not as easy as you think. Do you think a few dozen yuan is enough? Take Qin Huairu, a village girl. When she married Jia Dongshu, she even bought a sewing machine. And with the dowry and other expenses, it costs several hundred. A village girl without a household registration or grain supply still spent that much. Do you have money? How much savings do you have? Shazhu, if you want to marry, take a look at your own finances. Can you afford it? You keep saying your 35 yuan salary is never enough. It's really laughable. How many people in this yard have a lower salary than you? Besides apprentices and newcomers. Who doesn't earn more than you? An apprentice mechanic can become a regular in 2 years, and in 3 years, at least a skilled worker, with a salary of over 40 a month. You alone make it seem like you're wealthy. But if you really get married, that little money has to support a family. Is it really enough? When you have children, will that little money be sufficient? By then, you'll be worse off than the Jia family. You still want to support Qin Huairu, yet don't know how to save money. It's utterly ridiculous. Marry? Do I need to continue? If I were you, I would definitely shed those unnecessary burdens and focus on saving money, so I could marry the one I love. Otherwise, even if you manage to start a family, how will you support it, let alone raise children? Seeing Shazhu's awkward expression, Yang Jianguo felt secretly pleased. Perhaps he could drink a few more glasses tonight. Those few words were undoubtedly meant to sow discord. If Shazhu really distances himself from the deaf old lady, that would be interesting. After all, if Shazhu were wise, he should have long since shed those burdens he could discard, like the Qin Huairu family and the deaf old lady, and ignore them completely. As for second uncle's side, he truly had no power to help, with debts piling up. Husband, who was that just now? What did you talk about? After Shazhu left, Jiang Tianai walked out with a puzzled expression. She had already woken up, but didn't want to appear while Yang Jianguo was talking to someone outside. Yet she heard everything. Wife, since you have entered the door, there are some things I must remind you of. In this yard, there are not a few people with ulterior motives, especially a few who are childless. You need to avoid them to prevent being schemed against. Yang Jianguo was determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. In the past, his ex-wife was close to the deaf old lady, and he didn't pay attention, which ultimately led to their divorce. Who? Tell me quickly. I will definitely stay away from them. Jiang Tianai's temperament was clearly much better than his ex-wife's. His ex-wife ignored his advice, insisted on staying close to the deaf old lady, and even accused him of not respecting the elderly. He had grown up in this yard, had seen and heard a lot, and knew quite well about the affairs here. Unfortunately, it was useless to speak out. Next door, there lives an old lady. You must never associate with her. She is definitely not a good person. My previous marriage fell apart because this old lady secretly meddled. To secure her old age, she uses ruthless tactics. You wouldn't want to unwittingly take on the responsibility of being filial to her, would you? Yang Jianguo first mentioned the old lady. He had always been trying to deal with her. Recently, her life had become increasingly difficult. Shazhu rarely came to the backyard, and second uncle's family had little savings and could no longer provide her with good food. I don't want to. I only want to be filial to my mother. No one else. Jiang Tianai refused. She thought serving an old lady was too troublesome, especially since if Yang Jianguo had parents nearby, she might be able to accept such an arrangement. Also, the three stewards in her yard are all shrewd and calculating, especially steward Yi Zhonghai, who seems childless on the surface, but actually the eldest son of Qin Huairu, Ergang, is his bloodline. You must keep this a secret. I tell you, Yi Zhonghai would do anything for his old age. You must not get close to him. You also don't want to unwittingly support someone else's old age. Do you? Speaking of these three stewards, especially the hypocritical Yi Zhonghai, Yang Jianguo originally thought he was childless but later found out otherwise. And even the hereditary traits appeared in Ergang. Plus, from what he heard from the matchmaker, Yang Jianguo speculated that Qin Huairu was already pregnant when she married Jia Dongshu, and he didn't know what means she used to hide it. Furthermore, Jia Dongshu's death might have other secrets. After all, living together inevitably reveals flaws. And once suspicion arises, there will be an investigation, and the truth will come out eventually. Why are there so many schemes for supporting the elderly in this yard? Jiang Tianai lamented helplessly, contrasting sharply with where she lived. In fact, not all the people in this yard are bad, as long as you avoid the three stewards' families, as well as Shazhu's family in the middle yard, the Jia family, and the deaf old lady, and Su Damao in the backyard. The rest of the families are fine. What I'm saying is that those who are calculating for old age or are being calculated against, if you get close, you will definitely be dragged into it and increase your troubles. In the entire yard with over 20 households, most do not participate in these conflicts. Everyone just observes the situations of those few families mentioned by Yang Jianguo and never intervenes. Husband, I will listen to you. If someone really schemes against me, you must protect me. Jiang Tianai nestled in Yang Jianguo's arms, filled with affection. Of course, I will go make dinner for you now. Yang Jianguo noticed that a woman's attitude does indeed change before and after confirming the relationship. She used to call him by his name directly, but now she refers to him as husband, clearly showing more submission. Soon, Yang Jianguo prepared 6 dishes and a soup, planning to celebrate with Jiang Tianai. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Yang Jianguo felt puzzled. Who could it be at dinner time? Who is it? He asked, then opened the door to find the deaf old lady standing outside. Yang Jianguo, you got married, and I came to congratulate you. This aroma is so tempting. Upon hearing this, Yang Jianguo understood her intentions. She was just looking to get a free meal, thinking too highly of herself. I'm sorry. Today I registered my marriage and want to celebrate privately with my wife. I only prepared enough food for 2. Yang Jianguo had no intention of letting the deaf old lady in. He knew she always tried to use the same old tricks to get close to his wife. However, the deaf old lady pretended not to hear and insisted on barging in. What did you say? I can't hear. Let me in to eat. Yang Jianguo abruptly closed the door, giving her a loud rejection. The deaf old lady was so startled that she staggered back, nearly getting hit by the door. Jiang Tianai, seeing this, asked in confusion, what happened, husband? That old lady is full of bad ideas. Who knows what scheme she is brewing? Yang Jianguo said bluntly. Forget her wife. Let us eat. Outside, the deaf old lady heard everything clearly, Her face twisted with anger as she glared at Yang Jianguo's door. She turned and walked towards second uncle's house, feeling humiliated. She had never suffered such a loss or been insulted like this. If she didn't take action, wouldn't she be bullied in the future? How could she maintain her status as the matriarch of this yard? Old lady, what brings you here? Second uncle, seeing the deaf old lady arrive, hurried to greet her. Old lady, are you hungry? The food will be ready soon. Second aunt thought she came to mooch a meal. I want to eat, I want meat. Yang Jianguo is making delicious food right now. The deaf old lady could tell that second uncle's family was just serving plain food. In recent days, second uncle's meals have become increasingly poor, and the deaf old lady was already fed up with it. Yang Jianguo is stewing meat. I'll go get some for you. An old man casually said, which family is stewing meat? It's fine to ask for some on the pretext that the old lady wants to eat. When he couldn't get any, he was scolded for it. Truly unfilial, he thought. As he faced the scolding, the deaf old lady wanted more than just one meal. She had long been craving Yang Jianguo's cooking and wanted to take this opportunity to make him more compliant, so she could often come over for free meals in the future. Furthermore, Yang Jianguo's new wife was quite beautiful. She wanted to interact with her more to see if she was a filial person. If so, then she would be suitable for Shazhu. The deaf old lady had been looking for a filial wife for Shazhu, but the previous candidates had all failed. After Yang Jianguo's ex-wife left following their divorce, she had her eye on Lu Xiaoa, but for some reason, Lu Xiaoa never returned to the yard after her divorce and stopped being close to her. Thus, Yang Jianguo's wife became her new target. What? Yang Jianguo actually scolded you? The old man frowned. This was absolutely intolerable. His authority in the courtyard largely depended on the cooperation of the deaf old lady. She had become the revered elder of the courtyard, and he had played a significant role in this, which brought him many benefits. He scolded me, saying I had sores on my head and was rotten to the core, deliberately letting me hear. The deaf old lady's face was filled with anger. All right, I'll go deal with him. Young people need to learn to respect their elders. They need proper education. The old man turned and left. Supporting the deaf old lady was tantamount to supporting himself. He first went to find third uncle, then second uncle. He would confront Yang Jianguo directly. A courtyard meeting was his ace in the hole. The best way to suppress everything was to gather everyone in the courtyard to condemn him together. Yang Jianguo, the courtyard meeting has started. Hurry up and come. Yang Jianguo had just finished eating with Jiang Tianai when Lu Guangfu from second uncle's family came to notify him. As a child of second uncle's family, he naturally knew that this meeting was aimed at Yang Jianguo, so his attitude was cold. A meeting? Great. Yang Jianguo immediately understood what was going on. The old lady had been scolded by him and wanted to regain face. Coincidentally, Yang Jianguo also wanted to use this opportunity to teach these people a lesson, so they would behave more honestly in the future. Yang Jianguo was not afraid of the challenge of the meeting. The 3 moves in a meeting, he faced them without fear. What 3 moves? First, moral pressure. If that didn't work, then it would be fists from Shazhu. Finally, the deaf old lady would step in. Honey, what do they want to do? Jiang Tianai asked, puzzled, as their courtyard had never held a courtyard-wide meeting before. Don't worry. That old lady wanted to come over for a meal, but we didn't let her in. They're here to cause trouble. Yang Jianguo candidly explained, wanting Jiang Tianai to understand the character of the people in the courtyard. Chapter 23. Responding to the challenge. Isn't that excessive? Just because we didn't let her eat. They're holding a courtyard meeting? Jiang Tianai was astonished. Causing trouble over not being allowed to eat. What kind of people are these? What kind of courtyard is this? Just finished eating, and now we're taking a walk. You can see the atmosphere of this courtyard for yourself. If you feel tired, just rest at home. I'll handle it myself. Yang Jianguo stood up, ready to face the challenge. I'm going too. Jiang Tianai followed him. Everyone had arrived, and the meeting began. I'll say a few words first. The theme of today's meeting is to respect the elderly and love the young. We need to learn to respect our elders. In the past, our courtyard did this very well, but recently, quite a few incidents have occurred where some people no longer regard their elders with respect. Today, we need to talk seriously about certain individuals, and everyone should take it as a warning. All right, let us have oldest uncle speak. Second uncle always wanted to steal the limelight, speaking first. This was a silent challenge to oldest uncle. He knew that if oldest uncle spoke first, He would have the opportunity to show off. Respecting elders is a virtue. As an advanced courtyard every year, we must achieve this. Otherwise, if word gets out, it will bring shame to our courtyard. In this regard, Shazhu has done very well. He shows great respect to the deaf old lady and even cooks for her. Our courtyard should learn from Shazhu. Oldest uncle smiled, lavishly praising Shazhu and building his image. Kind-hearted, good person, helping the needy. These were all personas that oldest uncle had consistently promoted for Shazhu. A wise person could see through it at a glance. Those so-called personas were utterly hypocritical. Shazhu's kindness and charitable actions were specifically directed towards the Jia family, the deaf old lady, and oldest uncle's family, if others wanted to benefit from it. That was pure wishful thinking. His so-called good deeds were even more absurd. There were many in the courtyard who had been on the receiving end of his fists. Oldest uncle, this is only right. The old lady is our courtyard's elder. Hearing this, Shazhu was filled with pride. He loved being praised. And as long as he was complimented, he would do anything. Oldest uncle knew this well and could easily manipulate him. Just a few kind words and packaging the matter as a good deed would make Shazhu act without hesitation. This is absolutely true. The old lady is elderly and deserves respect. Then, oldest uncle called on Jianguo, asking for his opinion. At this moment, the people in the courtyard seemed to be bound by some moral concept. Who would dare say they did not respect the old lady would surely incur the wrath of the crowd. Thus, oldest uncle smoothly moved to the main topic. My thoughts are very simple. My parents are deceased, and I have no relatives in this courtyard. Everyone here is just neighbors. So what is there to talk about regarding elders? Elders refer to relatives who are of a higher generation than me, the elders of the family. May I ask, are there any of my relatives in this courtyard? Are there any Yangs? We are just neighbors. What does respect have to do with it? You respect me, and then I will respect you. What else with this elder hierarchy? Who are you to me? Jianguo said indifferently and straightforwardly. Nonsense. Aren't the elders in this courtyard all your elders? Oldest uncle was displeased. According to Jianguo's logic, whom would they need to respect? This trend couldn't be allowed to continue. If everyone thought this way, how would he and the deaf old lady be respected? How would this courtyard be managed? Just because someone is older, they are my elder? That's ridiculous. By your logic, if I meet someone older when I go out, should I kneel and bow? Then, I won't need to do anything else. I'll just recognize elders. Jianguo retorted. No relatives, no connections. What is there to talk about regarding elders? Jianguo showed no mercy in his rebuttal. Elders? Get lost. What kind of talk is that? The deaf old lady is our courtyard's elder. Your father respected her greatly while he was alive. Oldest uncle said angrily, but he had no way to counter, so he could only bring up the deaf old lady. What elder? My family has elders have long passed. None are alive. Whose elder is the deaf old lady? What does it have to do with me? If you want to support her, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Also, you say my father respected her. I've never seen it. Perhaps you made that up, right? Nonsense. My father told me in his lifetime that everyone is just neighbors and should respect each other. You respect me, and then I will respect you. It's that simple. How did it turn into my father respecting others? Is he my father or your father? You know better than I do. You can go to my father's grave and bow a few times, telling him that there's an older son here. Jianguo showed no mercy, scolding him face to face. You are simply lawless. Oldest uncle was furious and signaled to Shazhu to take action. This was his usual tactic. If he couldn't suppress it, he would have Shazhu take action. But this time it failed. Shazhu glanced at him and directly lowered his head, pretending to be dead. He didn't dare to act, as the handle was in Jianguo's hands. Jianguo, I ask you, did you scold the deaf old lady? Oldest uncle, with no other choice, could only get straight to the point. He originally wanted to proceed gradually, but now that method didn't work. And he didn't know what else Jianguo would say, so he decided to be direct. I did scold her. That old beast deserved it. I still want to scold her now. What about it? Old beast, rotten to the core, shameless old thing, what now? I have even worse words. Do you want to continue? Jianguo admitted calmly. You did something wrong and still dare to come asking for food. How shameless can you be? Do you really think Jianguo is easy to bully? You're over 70 years old. How could you bear to say that? Regardless, she is still your elder. Believe it or not, I can call the street people to come and teach you a lesson right now." The old man was excited to hear that Yang Jianguo actually admitted it and continued to curse him. Yang Jianguo was digging his own grave. Once those words were spoken, there was no way to salvage his image. The deaf old lady was of such an age, and being cursed by Yang Jianguo like this. The street committee could not just sit back and do nothing. "Go ahead, call the people from the street committee now. I was just about to tell them about the bad things this old guy has done. A bad person with pus oozing from his feet and sores on his head. Calling himself an ancestor is more like an old scoundrel. If you don't call them, I will." But Yang Jianguo was not afraid at all. If the street committee really came and exposed the deaf old lady's actions, it would be unknown who would be worse off. "What are you talking about? The old lady is so old, and doesn't even leave the yard. What bad things can she do?" Upon hearing this, the old man felt a bit uneasy. How could he not know what kind of person the deaf old lady was? If Yang Jianguo caught her on something when the street committee arrived, it would turn into a joke. What bad things can she do? She has done a lot of good deeds, and when the street committee arrives, I can just tell them, "Everyone in the yard is listening. Let us see what kind of person your respected ancestor really is. And about my divorce, we need to settle that too. You old hag, don't you feel ashamed? How can you still have the face to live?" Yang Jianguo souhait no merci. His cursing of the deaf old lady never ceased. "I'm tired, I'm going to sleep." The deaf old lady staggered to her feet and walked towards the backyard. She knew her actions were not honorable, and she might have been caught. If anything was exposed in front of the street committee, she could lose her benefits as a 5-guarantee household, and then she would have no way to live. The old man had conditions for taking care of her, namely, she had to be a 5-guarantee household. Only then could he maintain a good reputation. If she were not a 5-guarantee household, but just a wicked old woman, he definitely wouldn't continue to support her. Those past calculations were many years ago and might not be able to suppress the old man anymore. This old lady must be feeling guilty. Has she really done something bad? It's obvious. Otherwise, why would she walk like that? She would have hit someone with her cane long ago. You're right. This old lady has never been reasonable and often resorts to violence. I didn't expect her to still use such tactics at her age. You guys don't know. Yang Jianguo's ex-wife divorced him because of the deaf old lady's instigation, right? I know about this. Saying Yang Jianguo is childless was just a rumor spread by the deaf old lady. Haven't you noticed? The scarf that Yang Jianguo's ex-wife knitted back then is now being worn by Shazhu. I know about this too. It was said that the deaf old lady asked for it. If that's the case, that is too much. Isn't that just pimping? No wonder the deaf old lady ran away. If this matter gets out, the street committee will criticize her. In fact, many things people don't think about much usually. Many events that happened in the courtyard were not secrets at all. Just say that scarf. Many people saw Yang Jianguo's ex-wife knitting it at the time and knew who it was for. How did it end up in Shazhu's hands? In this day and age, can such things be given out casually? The deaf old lady is clearly pimping. If this matter is exposed, she won't be able to handle it. All right, let us stop here for today. Everyone disperse. Mind your mouths and don't spread rumors everywhere. Shazhu, come here for a moment. The old man glared at Shazhu and directly announced the meeting adjourned. The deaf old lady had run away. How could the meeting continue? He was almost becoming Yang Jianguo's older brother. What shame. He glared at Shazhu, but wasn't it because Shazhu didn't take action? If Shazhu had hit Yang Jianguo when he signaled him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Shazhu was also a bit out of control, and the old man was very angry. He couldn't control others, but could he not control Shazhu? Shazhu's house was still in his hands. Ever since he got the house, the old man's attitude towards Shazhu had become much stricter. Here he comes, old man. Shazhu quickly followed. He probably understood what the old man meant. He received the signal earlier, but he didn't dare to take action. Take action? How could Shazhu dare? Wouldn't Yang Jianguo report him? And regarding the cafeteria, Yang Jianguo's words scared him. If he got labeled with a big hat, it would definitely ruin him. Let us go home. Yang Jianguo stood up. His newly married wife was making him happy. If it weren't for these troublemakers, he wouldn't bother with them. Honey, you're amazing. You've made these people obey you. Jiang Tianai sensed something was off. This courtyard meeting was specifically for Yang Jianguo, and the purpose was to find fault with him for not providing meals, which was simply absurd. In this day and age, there are still people eyeing others' food. It's really shameless. Such a thing has never happened in their courtyard. Brother, you're amazing. These guys still need you to settle things. Su Damao said as he walked towards the backyard, giving Jianguo a thumbs up. Jianguo's harsh words toward the deaf old lady made Su Damao feel exhilarated. The deaf old lady often slandered Jianguo in front of Liu Xiaoyi, and Su Damao knew it well. Although they were divorced, he still held a grudge. He had repeatedly reminded Liu Xiaoyi to stay away from the deaf old lady, but Liu Xiaoyi was as stubborn as Jianguo's ex-wife, firmly believing the deaf old lady was a good person. "Ha, you're not bad either." Jianguo smiled lightly in response, secretly thinking that Su Damao was as cunning as the deaf old lady. However, Su Damao did have some skills. In this era, where private trading was banned and stores were all state-owned, Su Damao managed to start a legitimate business handling banquets for weddings and funerals, an idea that most people wouldn't think of. If he did well, his income could be higher than before. "Business is going well. I'm planning to expand," Su Damao said proudly. "Want to work together? One chef isn't enough." Mentioning this made Su Damao even more excited. He found this line of work truly profitable. When he encountered wealthy families, he could earn dozens of yuan from a single banquet. Recently, he started taking on secret private banquets for wealthy families, with even more considerable profits. Some rich people couldn't flaunt their spending due to their social status and lacked receipts, so they could only sneak around to eat. Su Damao seized the opportunity, planning to open a secret little shop to serve such people at high prices. Now, one chef was no longer enough. "Forget it. You can find someone else. I'm not making that money." Jianguo shook his head, refusing, unwilling to associate with Su Damao. This person was not good. Cooperation would not last. Moreover, Jianguo didn't need to make such money. Bah, thinking too highly of himself. Does he really think I can't do without him? Su Damao spat on the ground as he saw Jianguo's figure disappear into the house. Today is indeed a lucky day. Everything is going smoothly. Jianguo happily carried gifts towards the Jiang family. Yesterday, Jiang Tianai stayed overnight at Jianguo's house. But this morning she returned to the Jiang family because Jianguo had to go to work. After Jianguo got off work, he came with gifts, as per Jiang Tianai's wishes, to wait until after the banquet to officially move over. Although Jianguo was a bit anxious, he also understood the importance of respect. "Brother-in-law, what delicious food did you bring today?" Jiang Tianshun smiled widely as soon as he saw Jianguo, knowing his brother-in-law always brought good food. He had been waiting at the door, full of anticipation. "Here, take it." Jianguo smiled as he handed the items to his brother-in-law. This brother-in-law was indeed a little foodie, but that was fine. A bit of food could satisfy him. Unlike his sister, who still often found fault. "Brother-in-law, what is this?" Jiang Tianshun was excited, guessing it was meat. "Today we're having big goose-stewed rabbit meat, plus some potatoes. I guarantee you'll want more." Jianguo no longer brought precious ingredients to the Jiang family. Just having meat to eat in this era was already very satisfying. "Great!" Jiang Tianshun cheered, grabbing the bag and running off, clearly eager to return home and share the good news with his family. "Hey, isn't that Master Nan? What are you doing here?" Jianguo walked into the Jiang family's yard and unexpectedly found Nan Yi. "Oh, Master Yang, I'm just living nearby and came here to take care of some business." Nan Yi was also quite surprised to see Jianguo. "Aren't you going out to work today? Didn't Su Damao say there was a lot of work?" Jianguo asked with a smile. It was not strange to run into each other. They were both in the capital now, so it was normal to meet even if they weren't originally from the same place. "Ah, don't mention it. That Su Damao is really something else. I need to teach him a good lesson." Nan Yi spoke frankly, not at all afraid that Jianguo was Su Damao's neighbor. It would be best if this message reached Su Damao's ears. "What's wrong?" Jianguo asked curiously. He was puzzled. The two should be rolling in wealth together, as Su Damao had promised to split the profits. Guess what? He took on a banquet for a wealthy family and made over 50 yuan in one order. But in the end, he only gave me a measly 5 yuan, thinking he could pull the wool over my eyes. Today, I will definitely make him uncomfortable. The banquet is set, but the chef is nowhere to be found. Let's see if he dares to do it again in the future. Yang Jianguo was at a loss for words, but suspected Su Damao could do such a thing. He really should be taught a lesson. Su Damao was someone who, even after being reprimanded, would soon revert to his old ways. But Yang Jianguo chose to remain silent on this. Although Nan Yi was furious at the moment. If it really came to cutting off cooperation with Su Damao, it would probably be hard for him to let go. After all, the work was quite profitable. A small banquet could yield over 50 yuan, with both of them getting more than 20 each, nearly a month's salary. If it weren't for Yang Jianguo's special circumstances, he might also have to go out and find work. Moreover, this work had no risks. Even if reported, it would be of no use. Of course, Su Damao organizing private banquets for those with money but questionable backgrounds was somewhat sensitive. Now that I'm here in this yard, I guarantee Su Damao won't find any helpers. Nan, he was quite pleased. Today he would make Su Damao pay. Master Nan, you go ahead and busy yourself. I'll head inside. Yang Jianguo said no more and walked towards the backyard. After all, he still needed to personally handle the dishes, as Zhang's mother's cooking was quite average, especially when it came to meat, since he had rarely tasted it before. Brother-in-law, everything is ready. Come and take charge. As soon as he stepped into the backyard, Jiang Tianli ran over, beaming with joy. You ungrateful one. Are you complaining about your mother's cooking? You better not eat what I make in the future. Zhang's mother was furious. Ever since her son-in-law took over the cooking, her children had become increasingly disobedient and even started to be critical. Mom, that's not what I meant. I just wanted you to rest more. Yang Jianguo's ability to read the room was truly comparable to that of Shazhu. Yang Jianguo, hurry up. My sister won an award today, and her salary has been raised a level. Just as Yang Jianguo was about to enter the kitchen, Jiang Tianai grabbed him with a joyful expression. What's going on? Yang Jianguo asked, slightly surprised, as Jiang Tianmei's salary already exceeded his. Yesterday was October 1st. Did you forget? My sister was the last to sing your song. Jiang Tianai said helplessly. Oh, right. I was so happy yesterday that I completely forgot about her. Yang Jianguo scratched his head, and besides, his mind was filled with thoughts of Jiang Tianai. How could he pay attention to her? A certain chef. Your salary is still in the 30s, right? I'm already over 50. I'm so jealous of you. Jiang Tianmei mocked. You really are ungrateful. Have you forgotten who helped you get promoted? Do you think your position as the lead singer is as stable as a mountain? Yang Jianguo felt helpless. Jiang Tianmei clearly did not appreciate it and proudly said, That's because I sang well. Your lyrics are just an auxiliary. All right, you're the best. Yang Jianguo didn't want to get into an argument and dragged Jiang Tianai into the kitchen. Wife, let's go cook. Don't rush off. I have a chance for you to show off. Jiang Tianmei called out. Recently, we're going to a charity performance for a disaster relief team. If you can write me another set of lyrics, I'll be impressed. Yang Jianguo now understood that Jiang Tianmei was waiting for him. The previous performance was also to test him. No, I don't have that ability. Yang Jianguo politely declined, feeling that Jiang Tianmei was too proud and needed to be left on the shelf for a while. Yang Jianguo initially wanted to write red songs to increase his leverage, but he didn't want to do it too frequently. I won't let you write for free. Look, this is the payment for your last song. I helped you get it. Jiang Tianmei handed over an envelope. This was the money Yang Jianguo earned from writing lyrics. People knew he was a chef who casually wrote a song and didn't think much of it. Otherwise, they would either invite Yang Jianguo to collect it personally or send someone to deliver it. Oh, there's also payment for the lyrics? Yang Jianguo was somewhat surprised. All right, wife, here's the money. Let's save it for new clothes. Yang Jianguo handed over the envelope without a care. He was thinking that perhaps he could find some beautiful clothes for his wife in the world he carried with him. She would definitely look beautiful in them. The loose clothes outside were to hide her figure, but at home, there was no need to hide. They also needed to add some items at home, like a screen, so that people outside couldn't see inside. Hubby, please help my sister. If you can write, then write a set of lyrics for her. Yang Jianguo brought Jiang Tianai out again. He had originally planned to stay in the yard after the banquet, but a few sweet words changed his plan. How could he let her stay at her mother's house at this time? Consider my wife Sake. I'll give it a try. I won't hold it against her. Yang Jianguo readily agreed, writing red songs as a talisman. His sister-in-law was a good avenue, and he had originally planned to write. Although his sister-in-law was proud, He could see that she had accepted him. There was no other way. They were already married and living together. You're so nice. Jiang Tianai smiled like a flower, feeling that Yang Jianguo was truly wonderful. Before they got married, she was quite anxious. After all, Yang Jianguo had been divorced. What if he hit someone? But after living together for a day, she found him to be a good person. He even told her the reason for his divorce yesterday. It was all the old lady's doing in the yard, wanting to set him up with her grandson. That's too ridiculous. If it weren't for the old lady, someone else would have suffered long ago. Of course, you're my wife, and your family's my family. How can I not help them? To please his wife, Yang Jianguo claimed to be an expert at it. Yang Jianguo, where have you been? As soon as he entered the backyard, Su Damao rushed over with an anxious look and grabbed his arm. What's the matter? Why does it concern you whether I come back or not? Yang Jianguo shook off Su Damao's hand. No, it's just that I don't know how to speak. Brother, please do me a favor. I booked a table for a banquet, and you go help me entertain the guests. The chef I arranged hasn't arrived, and I'm really anxious. Su Damao was indeed in a state of panic this time. He had just taken on the task of organizing a private banquet for a wealthy family. And if he messed up this time, it would be difficult to gain the other party's trust in the future, which would undoubtedly cut off his source of income. To this end, Su Damao even sought help from Shazhu, but Shazhu was unmoved no matter how much he offered. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn to Yang Jianguo. I need to rest. Who will cook for you? Find someone else. Yang Jianguo politely declined the job. Su Damao was someone who always liked to play little tricks during cooperation. It was indeed appropriate for Nan Yi to teach him a lesson. Brother, I really can't find anyone else. I'm begging you. 5 yuan for a meal isn't a low price. If it weren't for having no other choice, he certainly wouldn't come to Yang Jianguo. At this moment, he was naturally not willing to give up easily. Su Damao, you're really something. I don't have that free time. And even if I did, I wouldn't help you. Yang Jianguo silently cursed in his heart. If it weren't for hearing the situation from Nan Yi, he might have really thought Su Damao was sincere. After all, 5 yuan for a meal was considered a sky-high price at the moment. But Nan Yi revealed that Su Damao could earn more than 50 yuan per meal, and the price Su offered was simply mocking. Previously, when Su Damao sought help, he had said that the profits would be split with the chef. Brother, what do you mean by that? Have I ever wronged you? Su Damao was puzzled as to why Yang Jianguo refused, so he had to raise the price. How about this? I want to make any profit this time. You can have all 10 yuan. You can deal with it yourself. Yang Jianguo sneered, and you've offended me. Don't think I don't know. The idea I gave you, you actually let it leak. Don't treat me like a fool. If it weren't for this revelation, Su Damao would still be pretending to be innocent, thinking that his actions were flawless. No. This is all a misunderstanding. Su Damao hurriedly defended himself. I'm just loose-tongued when I drink. I was wrong this time, but I only mentioned it to Uncle Air and Uncle San. They must have let it slip. It really has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Su Damao quickly threw out the excuse he had prepared long ago. He had already set this up when he betrayed Yang Jianguo. Yang Jianguo returned home with his wife, firmly closing the door and cutting off Su Damao's words. Wait for me. Su Damao shouted angrily and left in a hurry. He knew that to solve this dilemma, he had to seek help from Shazhu. But asking directly was no longer possible. He owed too much in the past, and Shazhu would not help him for a small profit. So, Su Damao decided to turn to Qin Huairu, knowing she was greedy and easily manipulated. Only she could handle Shazhu. Just as he arrived at the courtyard, Su Damao ran into Qin Huairu, who was going out. What's the matter? Qin Huairu's attitude towards Su Damao was cold, as he was the reason Uncle De received less money, and Shazhu was also heavily affected by him. There's a money-making deal. Just cooking a meal can earn 5 yuan. Su Damao smiled at Qin Huairu, calculating in his heart that this woman was very greedy. He initially wanted to propose 2 yuan more, but remembering the previous agreement with Shazhu of 20, he feared it might cause trouble. But I can't cook. Qin Huairu didn't understand why he was looking for her. He should be asking Shazhu. You can't cook, but Shazhu can. In this courtyard, the only one who can get Shazhu to work is you. Su Damao flattered her, fully aware that with Qin Huairu's involvement, this matter was sure to succeed. She was an expert at manipulating Shazhu. Qin Huairu smiled, knowing that Su Damao had already approached Shazhu and hit a wall. Otherwise, why would he come to her? Hee. Sister Qin knows everything. Su Damao no longer hid his intentions. 10 yuan, I'll help you find Shazhu. Qin Huairu thought for a moment and quoted a price. Feeling it was already a sky-high amount, double what Su Damao proposed, secretly pleased with herself. She was indeed a greedy person, easily controlled. Okay, that has settled. Hurry up and find someone. They're waiting over there. Su Damao was anxious and urged Qin Huairu to act quickly. Got it. Qin Huairu joyfully went to find Shazhu. 10 yuan. Her monthly salary was only 27.5 yuan, and this meal would earn her over a third of her monthly salary. Truly a great deal. Su Damao, you're lying to me. You gave Shazhu 20, and it became 10 here. Soon, Qin Huairu came out with an angry expression. Su Damao's little scheme ultimately could not be hidden. Shazhu's remark that Su Damao gave me 20, but for you, it's only 10 directly infuriated Qin Huairu. Sister Qin, I didn't tea. I was planning to give you 20 after everything was settled, to surprise you. Su Damao hurriedly found an excuse. Even though that was not his true intention. He originally planned to save as much as possible. If neither of them mentioned the price, wouldn't everything be fine? Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Su Damao, you're being so sneaky. 30 yuan. Give me 30 and Shazhu will cook for you. Qin Huairu added another 10 yuan, intending to teach Su Damao a lesson. Okay, I accept it. Su Damao feigned a resigned expression, but his heart was bleeding. He could have earned 30 from this meal, but now it all went into Qin Huairu's pocket. He was truly unwilling. But fortunately, he didn't lose money. Su Damao thought that in the future, he needed to find a few reliable chefs and could no longer be manipulated by them. Su Damao, what do you mean? Why is it only 20? Wasn't it agreed upon as 30? In the end, Shazhu still went because Qin Huairu was someone he could not refuse. After everything was settled, Qin Huairu came to Su Damao to collect the money, but there were only 20. Qin Huairu, did you forget something? Su Damao's my smuli, showing no intention of taking out money. What do you mean? Qin Huairu was very angry, not understanding what tricks Su Damao was trying to play. What do I mean? The chicken that went missing from my house last time. Do you think that's just over? I've already checked. It was stolen by your son. If it weren't for something else happening the next day, your son would have been caught long ago. Consider this 10 yuan as compensation. You're lucky. Su Damao was well prepared, firmly holding onto Qin Huairu's weakness. You're ruthless. Qin Huairu knew she was in the wrong, as the item from 810 was indeed something she stole, and she thought the matter had passed, but Su Damao had been waiting here all along. 10 yuan for a chicken was an astronomical figure. Qin Huairu was unwilling to say more and turned to leave. Sister Qin, don't be in a hurry. Su Damao called her back again. What else do you want? Qin Huairu was very impatient. Look, these 4 big takeout boxes of leftovers. Do you want them? Su Damao proudly lifted the 4 big boxes from the table. This time, Shazhu cooked and didn't bring anything back. Su Damao had seen it all. The leftovers were all in his hands, and he was waiting for this moment. Having been divorced for a long time, Su Damao hadn't touched a woman. What do you mean by this? When Qin Huairu saw the 4 big takeout boxes, she was immediately tempted. She had also stolen a glance before. Today's dishes were almost all meat. Hey, it's the old rules. Su Damao said with a smile, but this time it's 4 boxes of meat dishes. I need something substantial in return. They had a relationship when they were at the steel mill, and Su Damao often brought Qin Huairu food, then used the opportunity to go to the small warehouse. Of course, nothing ever happened, but there were plenty of small actions. Hurry up, this is in the courtyard. Qin Huairu didn't refuse. This wasn't the first time for such things. It was just that before it was in the small warehouse, and now it was in Su Damao's home. Since Su Damao was divorced, this place was safe and undisturbed, so Qin Huairu agreed. Then it depends on your skills, Sister Qin. Su Damao unceremoniously embraced Qin Huairu. What are you doing? Why are you unbuckling my belt? Not long after, Qin Huairu's voice was filled with panic. Sister Qin, these are 4 big boxes of meat dishes, not just a few steam buns. Su Damao laughed. As for the 10 yuan, I'll give it to you later. After that, there was Su Damao's triumphant laughter. More than 20 minutes later, Qin Huairu walked out of Su Damao's house, her face red, holding the 4 big takeout boxes. Her expression was a mix of regret and joy. The joy came from the food in those 4 big boxes, enough for several days at home, and she had also recovered the 10 yuan that was deducted. The regret was due to this behavior crossing the line. Sudamao was even more excessive than before the warehouse. Where have you been? Why are you so late? When Qin Huairu entered, Zhang Jia was full of suspicion. Mom, I went to Sudamao's house to collect a debt and chatted for a bit. Qin Huairu quickly explained, holding the leftovers, he gave me all this. Zhang Jia took the takeout boxes and saw they were all meat dishes. Her suspicions deepened. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Qin Huairu was exhausted, just returning from a predicament, and now had to deal with Zhang Jia. Mom, I believe you. I want to eat. I haven't had enough to eat all evening. Ignoring the consequences, she was extremely hungry. The Jia family's recent situation was not good. With a significant reduction in rations, not only were the takeout boxes missing, but the assistance was also less, and even white steamed buns had become a luxury. Almost to the point of exchanging fine grains for coarse ones, down to sweet potatoes, just seeking quantity over quality. After eating, I'll warm it up for you. Qin Huairu took the takeout boxes towards the stove, avoiding Zhang Jia's gaze, feeling a bit uneasy. She sacrificed the most this time, and Su Damao was merciless. It's unclean. Zhang Jia's whispers were actually driven by her deep fear of Qin Huairu remarrying. If that happened, she would lose her support and be forced to return to the countryside to work, which she could not bear. Grandma, don't say that about Mom. Mom brings back the most food for you. Jiagang defended Qin Huairu. The grandmother, who spent all day idling at home, even argued with her grandson over food. Jiagang, Grandma is just reminding your mom. Otherwise, what will we do if your mom no longer wants us one day? At that time, my good grandson, what will you do? Zhang Jia naturally wanted her grandson to stand by her, so she dared to say anything. Mom, how can you say that? What do you want the child to think? Don't say these things to him. Qin Huairu was very angry. Such words were inappropriate for the child to hear. She had never thought about remarrying, and even if she did, she wouldn't abandon the Jia family. It wasn't that she couldn't bear to part with Zhang Jia. It was that the house and Jia belonged to the Jia family. If she ignored Zhang Jia, she would definitely make a scene. Work was extremely important to her. She would rather support Zhang Jia than lose her job. Supporting Zhang Jia only cost a few yuan a month. 3 yuan for pension and another 3 or 4 for food and drink was enough. You know what you're thinking in your heart best. Don't think I don't know. I tell you, as long as I'm alive, don't even think about it. Unless you raise all the children to adulthood, then I won't care about you anymore. Zhang Jia had her own plans. Once Jiagang grew up, could her grandson not support her? By then, she would naturally no longer need Qin Huairu. Moreover, by that time, Qin Huairu would be over 40. Who would still want her? Mom, I never thought that way. Don't overthink it. Let's eat. What else could Qin Huairu say? She could only comfort Zhang Jia. Mom, this meat is really delicious. Mom, can we eat meat every day in the future? Huaihua also wanted to eat meat every day. She had never eaten this much meat in her life. The 3 children were more affectionate towards meat than anything else, which was influenced by the Jia family's lifestyle. I want some too. The cornmeal cake for dinner made my stomach uncomfortable. Zhang Jia couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks looking at the dishes on the table. She was the most greedy one. Usually, she talked about her grandson, but she just wanted to get some meat to satisfy her cravings. Chapter 25. Shopping the next day after work. Jianguo had just arrived home and was preparing to take something to his mother-in-law's house when he ran into He Yushui in the yard. He Yushui lived in the factory and only returned home on weekends. However, since He Yushui started dating, she rarely came home on weekends. These siblings were somewhat special. The older brother prided himself on being a lone wolf and never considered having a sister. In the past, the stolen lunchboxes were all given to the Jia family, and Yushui rarely had the chance to enjoy them. The younger sister, on the other hand, actively supported her brother's ambiguous relationship with a widow, to the extent that it made one suspect she was targeting Shazhu. Brother, you got off work. I heard you got married. That was fast. The last time I was home, I hadn't heard about you going on a blind date. Growing up in the same courtyard, everyone was familiar. Yushui naturally asked Yang Jianguo. It's fate. When it comes, you have to seize it. When you meet someone you like, you have to act quickly. Mentioning his new marriage, Yang Jianguo was beaming. Congratulations, Brother Yang. Yushui congratulated him, then sighed, if only my brother had your ability, he is still single. Do you think my brother is stupid? Qin Jie is so good. Yet he is still looking for a wife everywhere. Can't he see Qin Jie? Yu Shui's words left young Jianguo speechless. Did Yu Shui really think his brother and Qin Huairu were a match? Goodness, that thought was too bizarre. Especially since Qin Huairu had 3 children and an old woman with her. Could it be that she was really trying to get back at her brother? Yeah, your brother is indeed foolish, looking for a wife all over the place when Qin Huairu is the most suitable. Yang Jianguo feigned agreement while secretly rejoicing. Shazhu marrying Qin Huairu was exactly what he wanted. This way, Shazhu could end his lineage, without Lu Xiao to bear children for him, and without Lu Xiao's financial support. Let's see how he could support everyone in the courtyard. What would Shazhu's later years look like? Yang Jianguo was quite curious and looked forward to it. Would Qin Huairu's 3 children support Shazhu? Brother, we are thinking along the same lines. I feel like my thoughts are correct. Yu Shui said excitedly, Qin Jie is so good. Her children are sensible and filial to their elders. The key is that she is hardworking. My brother is so messy that without Qin Jie, his clothes would stink. Yu Shui seemed to have found a kindred spirit. For many years, she had always thought her brother should marry Qin Huairu. Unfortunately, her brother always wanted to find an unmarried girl, despising Qin Huairu for being married and having children. You're right. You should persuade your brother more. Yang Jianguo had no words to respond. Educating children? Those 3 kids were practically little thieves and ungrateful wolves. Other people's children are the source of joy for their parents. But her children were like hungry wolves, thinking only of food all day. Shazhu and Qin Huairu were indeed matched, but not because Qin Huairu was so good, but because they were like a white lotus and a perfect match for a dead end. Once together, Shazhu would probably have no descendants. After all, Qin Huairu had already had a contraceptive device. Of course, I will definitely help my brother pursue Qin Jie. Qin Jie is so good. My brother is not worthy of her. Ah, what a good sister he is. Yang Jianguo secretly rejoiced that fortunately, this was not his own sister. Otherwise, he would really want to bury her one night. You're right, keep it up. What else could Yang Jianguo say? He could only encourage Yu Shui. Brother, I heard your family's food has been good lately. Have you struck it rich? Yu Shui unexpectedly asked about the food. Nonsense, just some vegetables. The key is that your brother's cooking is good. Yang Jianguo mumbled in his heart. He had been cooking at his mother-in-law's house and hadn't eaten much in the courtyard. How did it spread that the food was good and they had struck it rich? He had to be careful in the future. In this era, being said to have struck it rich was not a good thing. How did you get rich? In this era, getting rich equals breaking the law. The deaf old lady said your family's food smells particularly good. I thought you bought meat. Upon hearing this, Yang Jianguo knew the deaf old lady had started spreading rumors again. She had previously said that the family couldn't have children, spreading rumors of a dead end. Why didn't Yang Jianguo take Tianai back to the courtyard when they were dating? He was afraid that the rumors would reach her ears and ruin their relationship. Yu Shui, do you believe the deaf old lady's words? She has enmity with your family. You wouldn't still not know about the bad things she did back then, would you? Come to my house. I'll tell you a secret. The deaf old lady actually dared to spread rumors, and Yang Jianguo planned to deal with her. Spread rumors? Let you know the consequences. Yu Shui, how could we become enemies? Brother, you really love to joke. What secret do you want to tell me? Yu Shui, full of curiosity, unconsciously followed Yang Jianguo into the house. Brother, your home is decorated so elegantly. These pieces of furniture are beautiful. Stepping into Yang Jianguo's home, Yu Shui sincerely praised. These are all designed by me and made by someone else. Come, sit here. I'll tell you a secret. Yang Jianguo gestured for Yu Shui to sit down. He was pressed for time and still needed to go to his wife's house. What secret? Yu Shui was full of curiosity, unsure of what Yang Jianguo wanted to say. Do you know why your father fled back then? Why he left? Yang Jianguo's words left Yu Shui stunned. Isn't it because of that white widow? What's there to mention? Yu Shui's face showed anger. The matter of Yi Daqing eloping with the widow was not only embarrassing, but also deeply painful for her. Back then, she went to look for Yi Daqing, but was not even allowed to enter the door. Then you really wronged your father. If your father hadn't fled back then, he would have likely lost his life long ago. This is a secret that few people in our courtyard know. My dad told me before he died. Yang Jianguo stood up and looked outside, seemingly afraid of being overheard. What do you mean? Wasn't he Da Qing running away with a widow? He Yushui found it hard to believe. She was a first-hand witness. There was absolutely no mistake about it. Of course not. According to my father, the dead end in our courtyard had her eyes on your father, wanting him to support her in her old age. Your father wasn't stupid. Why would he agree for no reason? He naturally didn't want to. But that old hag had a hold over your father's weakness. At that time, she made a harsh statement, telling your father to get lost, or she would take his life. Your father was at a loss and wanted to leave with you and your brother. But that old hag insisted that only he could leave, and you and your brother had to stay. What she meant was, if he Da Qing wouldn't support me in my old age, then let your son take care of me. Your father had no choice for himself, and for you siblings, he had to leave. Even when you went to find him, he didn't dare to meet you, fearing that old hag's wrath. Yang Jianguo secretly revealed some words to He Yushui, although these were all lies he fabricated. He didn't care about that, instead provoking her by saying, if you spread rumors, I will sow discord. Brother Yang, are you playing with me? Is what you said true? He Yushui looked confused, feeling that Yang Jianguo's words were very unreal. Well, you have to think for yourself about that, Yang Jianguo replied. The only thing I can tell you is that over the years, there have only been a few people in our courtyard who needed someone else to support them in their old age, and that hasn't changed. Think about it. Who is your brother supporting now? And who is he close to? All right, I have things to do. You can go now. Yang Jianguo hurriedly sent He Yushui away because he wanted to enter his personal space to gather materials. His wife said she would be back tonight and would reward him. After Yang Jianguo left, He Yushui returned home with a worried face. She began to doubt the truth of Yang Jianguo's words. The person in the courtyard who needed their father to support them in old age, wasn't he that obvious? It was the one in the backyard. The moment she thought of this, countless worries flooded her mind. If what Yang Jianguo said was true, then that old lady was indeed malicious and the culprit behind the separation of the He family's flesh and blood. And now, her foolish brother was still treating her like an ancestor. He Yushui momentarily believed Yang Jianguo's words, but then was filled with doubt. She really couldn't understand and ultimately decided to go to Shazhu's room to ask him. Brother, I have something to ask you, He Yushui said directly. What is it? I am Busa, Shazhu replied dismissively. Brother, someone told me that Dad didn't he leave like that back then. Do you think that is possible? He Yushui asked straightforwardly. How could that be? He just ran off with that widow. Shazhu firmly did not believe this statement because he had experienced it firsthand. No one had forced their father. Even if someone had forced him, why didn't he take them along when he ran away? Brother, after thinking it over, I feel that it's actually not impossible. Someone told me that the childless family in our yard had their eyes on He Da Qing, wanting him to support them in their old age. But He Da Qing refused. So the two sides fell out. That person even seized on He Da Qing's weaknesses, drove him out, and wouldn't allow him to take us with him. I think this doesn't sound like a lie. What weaknesses does our family have that could be exploited? He Yushui said, falling into deep thought. Don't listen to those absurd claims. He Yushu, of course, knew what that weakness was, being from 3 generations of poor farmers. When He Yushui mentioned the family's weakness, Shazhu immediately thought of this point. If Yang Jianguo knew about this, then perhaps others in the courtyard also knew. The young people definitely wouldn't know, and most of the older generation had moved in later and were also unaware. If anyone knew, it would probably just be the old lady in the backyard and the elder. These were things Shazhu was reluctant to mention. How could it be absurd? The more I think about it, the more I feel that the events of that year were not simple. He Yushui indeed felt this way. Remembering back, He Da Qing had loved her very much. When he left, there were no signs, and he directly denied her. Looking back now, it seemed like he was forced. All right, hurry up and eat. Don't guess randomly. It's not that complicated. Shazhu said this, but in his heart, he was calculating. If this matter were true, it would definitely be the work of the deaf old lady. That deaf old lady was definitely not a good person. Shazhu felt an impulse to question her, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. What good would it do to ask? The answer would only be one, regardless of whether it was true or false. The deaf old lady would deny it vehemently. After several lessons from Yang Jianguo, impulsive Shazhu had slightly restrained himself and no longer acted on impulse when faced with matters. At the same time, he understood that the weakness had already been grasped by the old lady, Going over now would only be seeking humiliation. In the future, it was best to avoid the old lady. Are you still my brother? You treat this major matter so dismissively? Qin Huairu was very dissatisfied. How could this important matter not concern her foolish brother? Enough. Don't worry about things you shouldn't be concerned with. Have you settled your own matters? Shazhu at this moment seemed unusually clear-headed. Once things got stiff, it would definitely be them, the siblings, who would suffer. Therefore, he couldn't let his sister continue to investigate. It was decided they would hold the wedding by the end of the year. When this matter was mentioned, Qin Huairu's face was filled with joy. Her fiancé was a police officer, and after marriage, both of them would be working, so their life would definitely not be bad. Then let us prepare for the wedding well, and don't meddle in the courtyard's affairs. After Shazhu finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks to eat. But his heart was already turbulent. In the past, he hadn't thought deeply, but now that he considered it carefully, even if Qing was with the widow, he had no right to oppose it back then. Why would he have to run away? There must be something strange about this matter. Nowadays, there are many newcomers in the courtyard, and few old people remain. The only ones who could make Qin wary and grasp his family background were the elder and the deaf old lady. This made Shazhu feel doubtful. Oh, is Master Nan going to teach Su Damao a lesson again today? Jianguo arrived at the Jiang family courtyard and ran into Nanny. Oh, don't mention it. Su Damao found another cook and fell out with me, Nanny said with a face of helplessness and regret. Losing this job meant no more extra money in the future. He could only continue selling antiques from his home. He never expected that just because he stood Su Damao up once, Su Damao would find another cook. Who did Su Damao find? Young Jianguo asked curiously, wondering who was so blind to cooperate with Su Damao. It was simply foolish. That guy was definitely not a good person. He could harm partners without hesitation. A small kitchen cook from a big factory, his skills were just average. However, they were barely enough to handle Su Damao's jobs. Nanny was unhappy. The cook Su Damao found was far inferior to him. But the job Su Damao had didn't necessarily require a top-notch cook. For those weddings and banquets, many families were not picky about the cook's skills and could save some money. As for private banquets, nowadays, as long as there was meat, most people wouldn't be picky, especially those wealthy people with poor ingredients, who normally wouldn't have access to good things, would be even less picky. Su Damao was cunning. He would go buy meat and vegetables himself, host private banquets at high prices, and make a fortune. Perhaps someone would ask why those people didn't go by themselves? In the eyes of those seen as having poor ingredients, if they stepped into prohibited areas and were caught, the consequences would be unimaginable, and they would avoid it at all costs. What was even more worrying was that if these families cooked something that smelled of meat, it would probably alert the people around them. Once someone caught a whiff of that scent, they would swarm over and report it. After all, those classified as capitalists had no meat tickets and couldn't explain the source of the meat. And the informant could often receive rewards for this. So why wouldn't they do it? Don't worry. Su Damao's business is bound to be short-lived, Yang Jianguo comforted. That guy is not suitable for cooperation. Anyone who teams up with him will get into trouble. Just as the two were talking, a door in the front courtyard quietly opened, and a woman came out, looking displeased at Nanny. Who is this? Yang Jianguo asked in confusion. This is our factory's doctor, Ding Xiaonan, Nanny explained, looking a bit embarrassed. Then I'll head back. I'll chat with acquaintances, Nanny said, appearing somewhat awkward. But he was exceptionally tolerant of this woman. Yang Jianguo instantly understood that this Ding Xiaonan was the person Nan he had feelings for. The woman murmured "Fox friends" and turned to leave, leaving Yang Jianguo looking bewildered, unsure why he was described that way. Nan he quickly came to Yang Jianguo's rescue. Master Yang, don't take it to heart. She might have misunderstood. Yang Jianguo shook his head helplessly, carrying his bag into the courtyard, no longer paying attention to Nanny. He had always scoffed at sycophantic behavior. However, he was surprised to discover that Ding Xiaonan also lived in this courtyard. What a coincidence. Chapter 26. The ungrateful wolf. The factory was distributing salaries, and everyone came to collect theirs. Hiyuzhu, salary 35 yuan 50. Yang Jianguo, salary 15 yuan 50. Lulan, salary 27 yuan 50. Yang Jianguo took his salary, feeling mixed emotions. Thinking of his expenses this month, including the costs of marrying and the betrothal gifts, he couldn't help but sigh. With his salary level, who knows when he could make up for this month's expenditures? Shazhu, the salary has been issued. Are you going to buy meat for Qin Huairu again tonight? Jianguo teased. Lulan, seeing Shazhu's happy face with the salary, couldn't help but mock. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm saving money to marry a wife. From now on, I'll save my salary every month and only keep 5 yuan for living expenses. Shazhu immediately chimed in, expressing his determination to save money for marriage. The last time Jianguo mentioned Lu Guangqi's marriage expenses, it had jolted him awake. At this rate, even if he got married, he wouldn't be able to afford it, let alone the fact that the money he had now was far from enough for marriage. If Lu Guangqi spent that much, Shazhu couldn't be too far behind. Come on, who would believe you? Lulan completely didn't believe Shazhu. She knew Shazhu's temperament all too well. A few words from Qin Huairu could make him submissive, let alone extracting a few coins from him. Hey, let us wait and see if I can save money. Shazhu decided to prove his determination through action. Just after leaving the finance department, Shazhu bumped into Qin Huairu, who had been waiting for him. Qin Huairu was well aware of the salary distribution time in the cafeteria and knew this was a good opportunity to borrow money. Moreover, her family had recently fallen on hard times, so she had come early to wait. Shazhu, I need to talk to you, Qin Huairu said. Shazhu's heart tightened, having already guessed her intention. Sister Qin, are you looking to borrow money? Is there really no food at home? Sure enough. Qin Huairu opened her mouth to ask for money. Sister Qin, didn't you just get paid? Shazhu, for once, was quick-witted in front of Qin Huairu. Shazhu, you know me. If it weren't for having no other choice, would I come to you? She said, this month's salary just came in, and I've already paid off quite a bit of debt, leaving only a few yuan. I still need to pay for the school fees and my mother-in-law's medicine. How is this enough? Qin Huairu lied effortlessly. She indeed had debts, but had always borrowed without repaying. She sought to borrow money from Shazhu simply because he was financially comfortable and thought it was better to borrow than not to. Sister Qin, how about waiting until you really need money? But I really need it this month. Shazhu had already felt pity for her, but at that moment, Lulan came out of the finance department, wearing a mocking smile. Shazhu keenly caught that hint of contempt, instantly dispelling the thought of lending her money. He knew he wasn't foolish and didn't want to be taken advantage of. Shazhu, won't you help your sister? Hearing this, Qin Huairu grew more anxious. Her determination to borrow money even stronger. Sister Qin, I really can't, Shazhu refused, calculating in his heart that he must guard his money pouch and never easily give it to Qin Huairu again. Shazhu, I thought you cared about me. I can only rely on you now. Saying this, Qin Huairu grabbed Shazhu's arm and pressed her body against him. This was her trump card. Every time she did this, Shazhu would always agree to her requests. Sister Qin, I can only lend you 5 yuan at most. Shazhu couldn't resist such teasing. His defenses crumbled instantly, and he pulled out 5 yuan and handed it over. Shazhu, you're the best, truly helping Sister Qin. Qin Huairu quickly took the money, releasing Shazhu's arm, calculating how to ensure Shazhu wouldn't take advantage of her again. In Shazhu's eyes, Qin Huairu had always been a gentle and virtuous woman, and 5 yuan was so easily obtained. However, to others, Qin Huairu was quite different. The last time with Su Damao and the leftovers from the 4 big lunchboxes, worth only 2 or 3 yuan, she had easily taken and later almost got her hands on 10 yuan from Sanlei. Qin Huairu treated Shazhu like an ATM. Sister Qin, I will definitely help you. You should head back. Shazhu had just wanted to boast about his generosity, promising Qin Huairu, when he saw a kitchen colleague just coming out of the finance department standing at the door, filled with mockery. Shazhu was instantly speechless, feeling a mix of emotions. The hard-earned money was just like that coaxed away by someone's sweet words. Wouldn't that make him look like a fool? Shazhu had no words to respond. Then I'll leave first. Having gotten the money, Qin Huairu didn't want to stay long. After all, this was the factory, and she had to be cautious with her words and actions, as she cared a lot about her reputation. Shazhu, what did you just say in the finance department? Lulan walked over, wearing a mocking smile. She had witnessed Shazhu's stubbornness earlier, only to see him give money to Qin Huairu in an instant. I thought Sister Qin was pitiful. I was helping her, Shazhu stammered, adding, "It was just 5 yuan. I'll save the rest." Shazhu felt ashamed, but always found it hard to control himself in front of Qin Huairu. "Forget it. Don't save it. Otherwise, when Qin Huairu borrows money next time, you'll still have to run to the bank," Lu Lan said with a face full of sarcasm, then headed toward the back kitchen. Not giving Qin Huairu money. Would that still make Shazhu? Everyone in the factory knew about the relationship between Shazhu and Qin Huairu. Not only did they know, but they also laughed at Shazhu behind his back. There were many men entangled with Qin Huairu, but Shazhu was always the one who suffered. What nonsense! This is the money I saved to marry a wife. I won't lend it to anyone. After Qin Huairu left, Shazhu regained his confidence. Unfortunately, no one in the kitchen believed him. Even Ma Hua, who had always supported him, hurriedly left with his head down, finding his master too embarrassing. Seriously, am Aihiyuju really that foolish? Seeing that no one believed him, Shazhu muttered to himself. He considered himself smart and never admitted to being foolish. Therefore, since there was still time, he directly walked out of the factory to deposit his money. He thought, once the money is deposited, let us see who can still take it from the savings book. "Huairu, did you go looking for Shazhu?" As soon as Qin Huairu returned to the workshop, an elder approached her. "Yes, elder, the family is really struggling to make ends meet, so I had to find Shazhu." Qin Huairu spoke frankly, knowing the elder was on her side and encouraging her to go find Shazhu. "Okay, I'll bring you some flour tonight. Remember to stay up late." After saying that, the elder left. In the factory, he wouldn't get too close to Qin Huairu. Jianguo, today is a big day, congratulations." On the weekend, it was Jianguo's wedding day. As the morning light broke, neighbors came to congratulate him. "Thank you. Please be sure to come for a drink this afternoon." Jianguo smiled broadly, but in his heart, he was clear. Aside from a few characters in the play, the rest of the neighbors were all friendly. Everyone knew the score and had a mostly curious attitude towards the actions of a few elders in the courtyard. Of course, the neighbors responded with festive smiles. "Squad leader Yang, how is the banquet arranged today? You take the lead." Shazhu also came over. As the kitchen squad leader, Jianguo proactively offered to help organize the banquet. Shazhu knew that he was trying to curry favor. He had already volunteered yesterday to lend Jianguo a helping hand. What else can we do? Just follow the usual customs of an ordinary family. Put 2 gene of pork in the big pot, and let us have steamed buns as the staple food. I haven't invited any leaders. The banquet will just have 2 tables, one for the bride's family and one for colleagues. The people in the courtyard will eat from the big pot, and I want to accept gifts. Jianguo thought for a moment and then made a decision. In these times, especially when holding a wedding in such a big courtyard, due to ration restrictions, no one could extravagantly spend money, nor could they afford to. It's usually a large pot of food, accompanied by staple food, with each person having a small bowl of dishes and 2 steamed buns, and then setting up a few tables for a banquet to entertain the bride's parents and important guests from the groom's side. Isn't this inappropriate? We should at least prepare a table for the people in our courtyard, right? Shazhu was stunned. Jianguo didn't plan to set up a separate table for the people in the courtyard. If everyone in the courtyard only ate from the large pot, wouldn't the old gentleman cause a ruckus? I don't collect betrothal gifts, but they still benefit from eating from the large pot. Invite the people from the courtyard? Jianguo has long been at odds with them. Inviting them would just be asking for trouble, right? The old gentlemen in our courtyard are very concerned about their reputation. If you do this, they will definitely hold a grudge against you in the future. You still have to live in this courtyard. Shazhu understood the old gentlemen in the courtyard very well. They not only cared about face, but were also narrow-minded. "Huh? Do you think inviting them will make them stop picking on me? The old gentlemen in our courtyard won't behave even if you don't provoke them." Shazhu's words made sense, but they weren't entirely correct. Jianguo knew that no matter how you behaved, as long as the old gentlemen found an opportunity, they would definitely come looking for trouble. Therefore, trying to please them was completely useless. Unless you were willing to support one of the old gentlemen in his old age, he would protect you. Or if you let the third old gentleman take advantage, he would speak for you. As for the second old gentleman, if causing you trouble could benefit him, even if you were his own son, he wouldn't show any mercy. Therefore, Jianguo never engaged in such futile matters. "The first old gentleman is actually quite nice," Shazhu retorted, After all, the first old gentleman had helped him a lot. Just focus on cooking, don't say too much about other things, young Jianguo replied. When you get married, I will give you a big gift, and then you will understand just how good the first old gentleman is, guaranteed to surprise you. Yang Jianguo looked deeply at Shazhu, thinking, if I tell him about the matters between the old gentleman and Zhonghai, will he still think the first old gentleman is a good person? After all, Shazhu initially helped Qin Huairu at the behest of the first old gentleman. The first old gentleman always told Shazhu how difficult Qin Huairu's family was, urging him to help more. Shazhu thought the first old gentleman was acting out of kindness, not realizing that he wanted him to spend money to support his mistress. Now that Shazhu is deeply captivated by Qin Huairu's charm, if he knew, it would definitely be a good show to watch. Yang Jianguo decided to wait until Shazhu married Qin Huairu before revealing this matter. There was no point in saying it now. Speaking of which, it's incredible that the first old gentleman could accept Shazhu marrying Qin Huairu. What was he thinking? Was it for his old age? After all, although Shazhu was a child, he dared not acknowledge him. He was a white-eyed wolf. So, he could only rely on Shazhu. When the reform and opening up happened, this old fellow retired, wanting to rely on Shazhu for support, thinking the situation was settled. At that time, if I expose him, will he still expect Shazhu to support him? Last time, he stood up for the deaf old lady. Yang Jianguo has not forgotten. After calculating for a lifetime about the issue of retirement, he better not end up empty-handed and old. Haha, so mysterious. Shazhu didn't know what Yang Jianguo's big gift was, thinking he was going to give him a present. The thought of Yang Jianguo giving a gift even made him a bit happy. Yang Jianguo, it's about time. Shall we set off? 2 hours later, several tricycles arrived. These were hired by Yang Jianguo specifically for picking up the bride. In the capital, horse-drawn carts are strictly prohibited on the road, and only such vehicles are allowed. It was agreed yesterday that the Jiang family would send 6 or 7 people. So Yang Jianguo hired 3 tricycles. Let's hurry. Yang Jianguo was also anxious, jumping into the car and heading straight for the Jiang family. He had few relatives and didn't want to get close to the people in the courtyard, so he went alone. This was quite common at the moment. Upon arriving at the Jiang family, after some excitement, he finally brought the bride back. Then came the wedding ceremony, and finally, the bride Jiang Tianai was sent to the new house. All right, everyone, please take your seats. After the wedding, there was, of course, a celebratory feast. Lu Lan was in charge of the reception, being quite experienced, guiding everyone to their seats. The banquet was simple, with only 2 tables, one for Yang Jianguo's colleagues and the cafeteria chef, and one for the Jiang family's relatives and friends. The people from the courtyard then went to the large pot to scoop a small bowl of food and take home 2 steamed buns to enjoy. Throughout the entire wedding, Yang Jianguo did not collect any betrothal gifts. At this time in the courtyard, the second old gentleman, Lu Haizhong, with a gloomy face, unexpectedly encountered the first old gentleman, Zhonghai, who was going out. They didn't even prepare a seat for us. What's the point of going? Zhonghai felt that eating from the large pot would be a loss of face. Whenever there is a celebration at someone else's home, he is either seated at the table or in the main position. How could Yang Jianguo dare not prepare a table for the courtyard? It's simply absurd. Exactly. Yang Jianguo is too outrageous. Lu Haizhong was also furious. He had even thought that if Yang Jianguo didn't personally invite him, he wouldn't go. The result was that he didn't prepare a portion for him at all. Forget it. Just let it be. From now on, we won't care about anything related to Yang Jianguo's family in the courtyard. Zhonghai glanced at the direction of Yang Jianguo's house, dropped a sentence, and left. As if not caring about Yang Jianguo's family was actually Yang Jianguo's loss. If Yang Jianguo heard this, he would definitely be grateful to Zhonghai for not meddling in his family affairs. The farther away, the better. Right? Let's not care about Yang Jianguo's family affairs. Let's see how long he can be pleased with himself. The second old gentleman was burning with anger, his eyes full of indignation. Meanwhile, the third old gentleman's family had already mobilized to get food. Although the third old gentleman was also dissatisfied, it was incredibly difficult for him to give up the free steamed buns and dishes, especially the large pot of food containing meat. This heartless dead end. Why doesn't he just die, daring not to invite us to the table? In the middle courtyard, the Jia family, Zhang Jiashe, was cursing while eating. She glanced at the two tables filled with 6 or 7 dishes, half of which were meat dishes, while her family could only fill their stomachs with cabbage, which made her furious. Mom, I want to eat meat. I want to eat at the banquet. I don't want to eat cabbage anymore. Shazhu threw down his chopsticks, insisting on going to the banquet. I want to go too. I saw there is braised pork. The little one immediately echoed his brother. Huaihua also wanted braised pork. Of course, Huaihua was not willing to be left behind. Eat, eat, eat. Isn't there meat in this dish too? Hurry up and eat. Zhang Jiashi knew very well that no one in the courtyard was invited to the table. So how could her family possibly have such an honor? Qin Huairu understood that going over now would only make her humiliate herself. Huairu, look at all that meat on the table. Jianguo is just one person. Where'd he get the meat tickets? He must be hoarding and reselling. Zhang Jiashi had a malicious thought and wanted to report Jianguo. If we really report him, can his wedding still go on? Although Zhang Jiashi was unwilling, she also had her concerns. Mom, save it. If you report him, will he let our family off easily? Don't forget where our monthly rations come from. If it really comes to an investigation, who in this courtyard can stand clean? Even that old lady in the back courtyard secretly sells grain tickets. Qin Huairu quickly advised Zhang Jiashi. In this era, reporting requires real name systems, and the confidentiality system is not perfect. Once Jianguo learns he has been reported, the Jia family will definitely have no peace. Moreover, every household in the courtyard has some secrets that cannot be disclosed. Once they are dragged out, the Jia family will surely fall into trouble. Let that heartless dead end benefit from it. Zhang Jiashi was helpless. If she couldn't report him and ended up being reported herself, her family would face great disaster. Chapter 27 Theft. After all, the source of her family's monthly grain was not a glorious matter. Good grandson, tomorrow let's buy some meat to eat. Quickly finish your meal. Zhang Jiashi had no choice but to give up. If it really comes down to it, others might not buy meat, but can her family not buy grain? I want to eat now. I want to eat right away. That lonely widow's banquet is lavish. I want to try it. Shazhu is not someone who can be easily dismissed. He knows very well that in the past, whenever there was a commotion, there would definitely be delicious food to enjoy the next day. But now if he makes a fuss, who knows what will happen the next day? Therefore, if he wants to make a fuss, he must directly gain some benefits. I also want to eat meat. Let's eat right now. Huanghua also wants to eat meat. It has been a long time since Huanghua tasted the flavor of meat. Look, the 3 children have teamed up again. Wait a moment, I'll go find your silly uncle. Qin Huairu's eyes turned red. The 3 children, she really couldn't refuse. What they said made sense. It had been many days since they had seen any meat at home. As for the big pot of food Jianguo made, it didn't count as meat in the eyes of the Qin family. It had to be real meat. Silly Zhu, I have something to discuss with you. In the backyard, Qin Huairu called out to Silly Zhu. Silly Zhu had just finished his cooking duties. He was sitting at the banquet with Jianguo, both being cooks. What's wrong, Sister Qin? As soon as Qin Huairu called, Silly Zhu dared not delay and quickly got up to follow her. Silly Zhu, the kids at home are clamoring for meat. You know, we haven't had meat at home for a long time, and Jianguo is hosting a banquet, so the kids are itching for it. Can you think of a way? Qin Huairu intended to borrow money, but she had just borrowed 5 yuan a couple of days ago, so Silly Zhu definitely wouldn't give her any. Therefore, she wanted meat. Although she still needed to spend money, it was better than directly asking for money. Sister Qin, what can I do? The meat Jianguo bought has all been used up, and even if there is some left, I can't take it out. Silly Zhu looked troubled. Where'd he get any meat? If it were another family hosting a celebration, he might be able to salvage some leftovers, but he couldn't count on Jianguo's place. Then think of a way. The 3 kids are closest to you. Qin Huairu used the children to leverage Silly Zhu. After all, Silly Zhu had always doted on these 3 children. Wait until I finish my meal, and I'll think of a way. Silly Zhu felt helpless, but thinking of the children, he felt pity. He could only try to get some meat after the meal. Silly Zhu faced difficulties. Meat tickets were no longer available, and he could only buy at a high price. Without meat tickets, it would cost at least 2 yuan, which troubled him. He had originally planned to save money, but unexpectedly had to spend again so soon. However, he couldn't refuse Qin Huairu's request. Back at the table, Lulan immediately teased Silly Zhu. You must have spent money for Qin Huairu again, right? Lulan guessed the reason as soon as she heard Qin Huairu looking for Silly Zhu. Silly Zhu stubbornly retorted, "Nonsense. Qin Huairu came to me to introduce a partner. After being laughed at by everyone in the kitchen last time, he didn't want to admit it again this time." Ever since Jianguo came to the kitchen, his status as the head cook had been undermined, and even the people in the kitchen dared to tease him. The head chef of the second cafeteria directly suggested, "Silly Zhu, why don't you marry Qin Huairu? That would make it legitimate." Silly Zhu hurriedly refused. "Are you kidding? How can a single young man like me marry a widow with 3 children?" He felt he should find a young girl. Although his help to Qin Huairu was not entirely out of good intentions, he also didn't want to take responsibility. He had heard about Qin Huairu's reputation in the factory and her dealings with some men in the workshop. If they were to be together, what kind of situation would he end up in? He knew entangling with a widow was not good, but he had already invested too much, including previous lunchboxes and quite a bit of salary, yet still had not gained anything. He was unwilling to let go. This unwillingness made him reluctant to release what he had already put in, always thinking of getting back his previous investments. However, Qin Huairu was not a fool. She had already seen through everything and always kept her distance from Silly Zhu. The people at the table couldn't help but tease, "You two really are a good match." Everyone believed that Silly Zhu wouldn't escape from Qin Huairu's grasp. Qin Huairu's means were not something Silly Zhu could compare to. Silly Zhu dissatisfiedly retorted, "Why say good match? I'm definitely going to find a girl. I want to find a stunning girl to open your eyes." Silly Zhu was unwilling and vowed to redeem his face in the matter of getting married. "Then we'll wait and see. Silly Zhu, don't forget what you said today." Lulan teased from the side, believing that Silly Zhu would eventually become a laughingstock. He would want to marry him while he still wanted to find a beautiful girl. "Wife, hurry and eat something, you must be hungry." After the banquet, the guests dispersed, and Jianguo hurriedly prepared a few dishes. He even took out his treasured red wine, planning to spend a romantic time with Jiang Tianai. "Honey, how do you have red wine?" This era, red wine was quite rare. Of course, this red wine was not bought, but was the most expensive wine Jianguo had brought from the supermarket in his personal world. This red wine is not easily intoxicating and is very suitable for women. "We're getting married today. How can we not celebrate?" Saying this, Jianguo poured wine for Jiang Tianai. Suddenly, there was a noise from outside the door. Jianguo turned his head and saw a little head poking out from the window, instantly recognizing it was Wei Gong. "Honey," Jiang Tian asked, but Jianguo stopped her with a look. "Wife, which family in our courtyard is the richest?" Jianguo changed the subject. "How would I know? I've only been here a few times." Jiang Tianai saw Jianguo's expression and knew he was up to something again, but she cooperated. "Hey, I'll tell you. The richest is Uncle Zhonghai's family. On the surface, they look like us, but privately they definitely eat and drink well." Jianguo said while glancing out of the corner of his eye at the window. The little head poked out again. Wei Gong was still there. "Uncle, he earns so much." Jianguo had already informed Jiang Tianai about Zhonghai's situation. Now to mention it again, Jiang Tianai naturally understood that Jianguo was intentionally saying it for the outsider to hear. "That's right. He is the #1 figure in this courtyard. I think the people in this courtyard are too naive. With such a rich person, a little movement could make everyone's life better. The Qin family lives so tightly. That is their own fault. If I were Wei Gong, I would fix my eyes on Uncle Yi's family, visit a few more times, and not have to worry about not having meat to eat. Uncle Yi wouldn't care if something went missing. He would definitely be like Silly Zhu and not take it to heart. If it were another family, if you dared to reach out, you'd have been reported and arrested long ago." Jianguo smiled proudly, hoping Wei Gong would quickly act on his words. If Wei Gong goes to steal from Zhonghai, Jianguo was sure there would be no problem. Just like Silly Zhu, no one would even ask about it. That's his son. What could he do? Jianguo didn't care. Stealing from Zhonghai was just right. If he stole from Su Damao or someone else's family, he would definitely be held accountable. By then, Wei Gong would know the consequences of stealing, get a lesson, and wouldn't dare to do it again. Just like in a play, Wei Gong kept stealing from Silly Zhu. And after the incident with Su Damao, he never dared to touch others again. You could say that incident with Su Damao was what pulled Wei Gong back from the path of theft. Jianguo let Wei Gong steal from Zhonghai, so he wouldn't be punished. Zhonghai would definitely be like Silly Zhu. If something were stolen, he would keep his mouth shut. If this continued, Wei Gong would only become better at stealing, eventually unable to extricate himself. Last time he stole Su Damao's chicken, he didn't learn his lesson. Later, Qin Huairu spent 10 yuan to settle the matter and didn't mention it to Wei Gong. Wei Gong had just sneaked under Yang Jianguo's window, clearly with intentions toward Yang Jianguo. Would Yang Jianguo not become his target? He better go steal from someone else and not have his eyes on this place. Brother, you're back. Is there any meat? Wei Gong returned to the courtyard, and Xiao Dang immediately greeted him. Wei Gong never hid his stealing from Xiao Dang. No, Yang Jianguo had people at home, so I couldn't steal anything. But wait a moment, I'm going to take a look at Uncle Yi's house. Dan Geng, feeling unwilling to accept the situation, remembered Yang Jianguo's words and decided to try his luck at Uncle Yi's house. Shazhu's house. He had been there many times these days, but Shazhu's place was very clean. In the past, he could steal some peanuts, but now there weren't even any peanuts left. Brother, if you go to Uncle Yi's house, Mom will be angry and will hit you. Xiao Dang was a bit scared. Uncle Yi had a very high reputation in the yard and managed the whole place. Don't worry, I have a plan. Tang Geng was already used to stealing. He had stolen so many things from Shazhu without any issues. Since Uncle Yi and Shazhu had such a good relationship, if anything happened, he could just ask Shazhu for help. Previously, Tang Geng didn't steal from Uncle Yi's house because there had never been any smell of meat coming from there. He thought they didn't eat well. Now that Yang Jianguo said Uncle Yi's family was the richest, how could Tang Geng resist? Brother, I saw Uncle Yi coming back with something. Huaihua directly said. She just seen Uncle Yi carrying a bag back, and it must be something good. Wait, I'll go take a look. As soon as Tang Geng heard this, he couldn't help but run towards Uncle Yi's house. It was quite coincidental that there was actually no one at Uncle Yi's house. Both he and his wife were in the backyard, comforting the deaf old lady. The old lady was very angry because she wasn't invited to the banquet. Yi Zhonghai indeed bought something, and it was cooked food. His family usually ate meat that was bought cooked, so it wouldn't easily give off a smell. Tang Geng didn't take long to sneak in and came out holding the bag, having stolen all the meat Yi Zhonghai bought. Old lady, I'll bring you back some meat. At Yang Jianguo's banquet, each person only gets a few pieces of meat. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai and the old lady in the backyard had finished chatting and came out together, ready to go home and cut the meat. Buying some meat could easily appease the old lady when she was angry. This couple had quite a bit of experience. Old Yi, where's the meat you bought? Upon returning home, the old lady searched everywhere, but couldn't find any trace of the meat. Didn't you put on the table in the flour bag? Uncle Yi frowned and went to check. It's not here. Even the flour bag is gone. Could it be stolen? Who's so bold? The old lady was furious and had already realized something. Previously, when she and Uncle Yi went to the backyard, the things disappeared when they returned. It only took a few minutes. This thief was truly cunning. Gone? Then it must have been stolen. Uncle Yi was shocked. He knew very well who in the yard could have done this. No, I need to ask who is so shameless. The old lady was seething with anger and wanted to make a big deal out of this. That meat cost over 5 yuan. Wait. Uncle Yi quickly stopped the old lady. Old Yi, this matter cannot just be let go. This is theft. The old lady looked at Uncle Yi in confusion. But it was over 5 yuan. We didn't exchange it with tickets. It wouldn't be good to make a big fuss. What if we don't catch the thief, and then they label us as speculators? The situation is tense. We cannot cause a commotion. Uncle Yi quickly found an excuse. It wasn't easy for them to buy meat. Their family had only 4 taels of meat tickets each month. How could that be enough? The old lady in the backyard was greedy, and if they didn't find a way, 4 taels of meat wouldn't even be enough for her one meal. But we can't just let it go. Isn't that just letting the thief get away with it? The old lady was heartbroken. 5 yuan worth of meat. That's too Jean. We can hardly buy it a few times a month. I'll check it out. This matter will be clarified. You go to the backyard and tell the old lady that she won't be able to have this meat today. Uncle Yi already had a plan in mind. After saying that, he went out towards the Jia family across the street. He had to confirm whether this matter was related to Tang Geng. Suspicions were one thing, but confirmation was necessary. Huaiju, are the kids at home? Entering Qin Huaiju's house, Uncle Yi didn't see the 3 children. Uncle Yi, the kids aren't here. I don't know where they've gone to play. Qin Huaiju met Uncle Yi Zhonghai with a smile on her face. She was puzzled. The kids usually stayed at home or in the yard at this time, but today they were nowhere to be seen. Oh, they're all gone? Let's talk about some matters outside. Uncle Yi looked towards Zhang Jia, deciding to speak privately with Qin Huairu to avoid mentioning Tang Geng possibly stealing, which might cause Zhang Jia to cause a scene. Qin Huairu didn't think much of it and followed Uncle Yi outside. Zhang Jia didn't stop them, but quickly ran to the window to spy. She had doubts about Yi Zhonghai and always felt that he had an unusual relationship with Qin Huairu, although she hadn't seen any improper behavior. Even his nighttime deliveries were limited to that. She always felt something was off but lacked evidence. Therefore, every time Qin Huairu talked to Yi Zhonghai, she was extremely nervous. Every time Yi Zhonghai delivered something at midnight, she would spy from the window. Huairu, where did Tang Geng go? Yi Zhonghai asked. The old lady in the backyard wanted to eat meat, so I just went and bought 2 Jin back, but the meat is gone. Qin Huairu replied. Do you think Tang Geng took it? Yi Zhonghai spoke candidly, telling her what had happened. Qin Huairu frowned. She knew that Tang Geng only stole from Shazhu's house, and the one time he stole something else was from Su Damao's chicken. Afterwards, she had also warned Tang Geng not to steal from others in the yard. You should ask him. This time I'll let it go, but your aunt is really angry. If there's another time, I can't hold back. Yi Zhonghai said, if Tang Geng wants to eat meat, you can tell me privately, and I can find a way. It wasn't a problem for Tang Geng to eat meat. Yi Zhonghai could buy it, but he couldn't steal it. After all, he wasn't the only one in the family. I understand, uncle. I'll ask Tang Geng later. Qin Huairu nodded. This matter couldn't be condoned. If it really was Tang Geng, it would lead to big trouble sooner or later, especially with Aunt Yi. All right, I'll go back and calm your aunt down. Yi Zhonghai said. Yi Zhonghai turned back, temporarily putting this matter aside until he confirmed whether it concerned Tang Geng. If it wasn't related to Tang Geng, he would definitely investigate thoroughly. After all, he was not someone to be easily bullied. As soon as Qin Huairu entered the house, Zhang Jia approached with a gloomy face. Although she had just spied from the window, no one knew the content of their conversation. What is going on? Uncle Yi was just asking about Tang Geng's whereabouts. Qin Huairu spoke vaguely, knowing that if Zhang Jia found out, she would definitely cause a scene. Chapter 28 Lyrics Qin Huairu. I advise you to stay away from Yi Zhonghai. That person is not good. Zhang Jia said sternly. If you dare to do anything against the law and morality, I will not spare you. Zhang Jia was suspicious and preferred to believe that Yi Zhonghai was trying to scheme against Qin Huairu. She vowed to stop any thoughts of Qin Huairu wanting to remarry. Mom, what are you talking about? What could I possibly have to do with Uncle Yi? Are you crazy? Qin Huairu retorted. He is about the same age as my father, and his family is harmonious. How could he have anything to do with me? Qin Huairu knew how to handle Zhang Jia well, realizing that using the age difference as a reason was enough to dispel her doubts. Sure enough, after hearing this, Zhang Jia's expression softened a bit. It's best if it's like that. Zhang Jia warned. If there's any wind or grass moving, I will definitely make a scene at your factory. By then, neither you nor Yi Zhonghai will have it easy. Although Zhang Jia had her doubts, she felt that there was some reason in the explanation, but still didn't forget to threaten. After all, although Yi Zhonghai was older, he had quite a good income. Do as you wish. I have a clear conscience. Qin Huairu replied calmly, knowing that explanations were useless and would only provoke Zhang Jia's suspicions further. Her words, do as you wish, actually made Zhang Jia feel somewhat relieved. You know best what you're thinking. Although Zhang Jia sometimes doubted whether she was being overly sensitive, the unease in her heart always lingered. In the end, she could only conclude that she was too worried, which led to many suspicions. Qin Huairu acted very close to Shazhu in the yard, and Zhang Jia had no doubts about this, instead harboring suspicions about Yi Zhonghai. Even she herself didn't understand why. I'm going to find Tang Geng. Qin Huairu said briefly and left, unwilling to say more to Zhang Jia. She was eager to confirm whether Tang Geng had taken Yi Zhonghai's meat. If so, she must cover it up to prevent others in the yard from finding out. After all, the reputation of a thief could ruin a person's life. Although it was often said that Tang Geng was still a child, Qin Huairu knew very well that at 11 years old, he was no longer innocent. In the countryside, 8-year-old children are already required to work. After searching for a long time, Qin Huairu finally saw Chang Geng returning with his 2 younger sisters. Faced with their mother's inquiry, Chang Geng's eyes flickered as he lied, claiming they had just been out to play. Xiao Deng also answered according to her brother's instructions. Only Huaihua, under her mother's authority, revealed the truth that they had gone to eat meat. Qin Huairu angrily reprimanded Chang'eng and ordered them to clean the grease off themselves to avoid being discovered by an ant. After Jianguo returned to the back courtyard of the quadrangle from work, he saw Qin Jingru. He thought this woman had long since disappeared, didn't he? Last time, due to Su Damao's incident, Qin Jingru's reputation was damaged. So how could she be here again? Yang Jianguo was filled with doubts, wondering if he had missed something. Yang Jianguo, you're back. Qin Jingru greeted. Come, let me introduce you. This is my wife Qin Jingru, Su Damao said as he walked out his house. A smug look on his face. Having recently made a lot of money, Su Damao had developed the thought of getting married. But he was a man without heirs. Who would be willing to marry him? So, he turned his gaze to Qin Jingru. This woman had a bad reputation in the village and was often talked about. For Su Damao, she was like a timely rain, and without hesitation, she followed him. Whether Su Damao was without heirs didn't matter to her. It was better than marrying a cripple, a blind man, or an old man. Since returning to the village, Qin Jingru had gone on 6 blind dates, and the men were either crippled or blind, while the other 3 were divorced with children, one of whom was in his 40s and had 6 kids, which scared Qin Jingru quite a bit. You two are really together? Yang Jianguo was astonished and speechless. He thought that after the last incident, Qin Jingru would avoid the big pit that was Su Damao, but it seemed she was still with him. Was this a return to square one? No, it was different. Now Qin Jingru knew Su Damao was without heirs, so she wouldn't be blamed for not having children in the future. That's right, we just got our certificate. Su Damao said proudly. Even if he was without heirs, he could still get married. He was also thinking of showing off to Shazhu, which would infuriate him. All right, congratulations. Yang Jianguo said. What else could he say? This was Qin Jingru's choice. He couldn't understand why she had to be with a man without heirs. But he had no right to interfere. In this day and age, one could only marry one wife. Messing around could cost one their life. Yang Jianguo had never entertained any inappropriate thoughts, believing that just because he was a time traveler made him superior. He had never been unfaithful. Hee wife. Let's go stroll around the courtyard, Su Damao said proudly. But in front of Yang Jianguo, he couldn't find a sense of superiority. After all, Yang Jianguo's wife was prettier than Qin Jingru. Shazhu was his real target. Shazhu, I'm inviting you to dinner tonight. Su Damao shouted in front of Shazhu's door in the courtyard. What are you up to, Su Damao? Inviting me to dinner. Shazhu walked out with a confused face, not knowing what Su Damao was up to this time. Today I got married and received my certificate. Just came to let you know. Look, this is my wife. Su Damao said with a beaming face, pulling Qin Jingru along. Inviting Shazhu to dinner was just a pretense. The real intention was to lure him out. Qin Jingru, how could you be with Su Damao? You two have already gotten your certificate? Shazhu was stunned. Hadn't Qin Jingru gone back? After what happened last time? How could she still be entangled with Su Damao? Shazhu was filled with confusion. Jingru naturally has feelings for me. That's why she's with me. Shazhu, what about it? Aren't you going to congratulate us? Su Damao delibeten vovok Shazhu. Congratulate you? For what? Congratulate you on being childless? Shazhu retorted sharply. So what if you married a wife? You're still without heirs. What good is that? Shazhu's tone shifted instantly, mocking Su Damao. Yes, I'm without heirs, I admit it. So what? I can still find a wife. How about you? You won't have a wife your whole life. Aren't you just like me? Su Damao was prepared for Shazhu's words. They had no impact on him. All right, Su Damao, you're impressive, being proud when called childless. Shazhu turned his attention to Qin Jingru. What do you think? Marrying a man without heirs, you really have a unique taste. With no way to counter Su Damao, Shazhu redirected his attack towards Qin Jingru. If Qin Jingru changed her mind, it would have the same effect. If she ran away, wouldn't Su Damao be furious? I think Damao is pretty good. As long as he treats me well, I'm willing to be with him, Qin Jingru said frankly, glancing at Shazhu. She never wanted to experience those rural days again. Being without heirs was fine. At worst, she could adopt a child. The key point was that Su Damao was making a lot of money now, and marrying him meant she wouldn't have to worry about making a living. Hey, you're a good girl, marrying a man without heirs and still thinking it's good? When you're old, you want to even have a child. Then you'll have something to cry about. Shazhu was somewhat angry. Was Qin Jingru really that foolish? Yes. We definitely won't have children. How about you? How old are you? Do you have kids? Qin Huairu felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for Shazhu meddling, she wouldn't have ended up like this. That time, Shazhu had ruined her dinner with Su Damao, causing her reputation to suffer. If it weren't for that, upon learning that Su Damao was without heirs, she wouldn't have given him a second glance. All of this was caused by Shazhu, and now he still had the audacity to speak disrespectfully. Even if he really became childless, it was still Shazhu's fault. It was only because Su Damao was present that Qin Huairu held back her anger, not daring to reveal her true feelings for fear that Su Damao would notice she was marrying down due to her damaged reputation. I'm just unmarried. Once I start a family, I'll have 2 in 3 years. Let us see how you'll still be smug, Qin Huairu boasted. Shazhu was furious and immediately countered. You're getting married? You're in your 30s and can't even get a wife, and you talk about having 2 in 3 years? What a joke. Su Damao sneered from the side, mocking Shazhu for his hopelessness in finding a wife. Shazhu refused to back down. Su Damao, just wait and see how I get a wife. Within 3 months, I will definitely be married. In the past, Shazhu would have already taken action, but after being schemed against by Su Damao twice, he learned to restrain himself, though his words were still sharp. All right, I'll wait for your wedding, but don't let me wait until the year of the monkey or the horse. Su Damao didn't believe Shazhu could find a wife. After all, he had been single for so long. Su Damao also noticed that he wasn't the only one in the courtyard who didn't want Shazhu to find partner. Qin Huairu was one of them. Thinking of Qin Huairu, Su Damao recalled the last deal. 10 yuan and 4 boxes of leftovers almost got him what he wanted. Next time, if he added 20 yuan and more leftovers, thinking that Shazhu's goddess would soon fall into his hands, Su Damao felt secretly pleased. Just you wait. Let us see if I can get married. Shazhu angrily turned and went home, secretly vowing to find a beautiful, well-proportioned woman with an urban household registration to marry, making Su Damao envious. In the back courtyard, Su Damao was charming Qin Huairu. He knew well that the matter of being without heirs was hard for women to accept, so he must comfort Qin Huairu more in the future to prevent her from having thoughts of divorce. Tianai, these are my new lyrics. Take them to your sister today and see if she's satisfied. In the evening after work, I'll come pick you up. After several delays, Jianguo finally completed the lyrics. This was a win-win situation. If the first song didn't work out, Jianguo didn't mind creating another. Moreover, even if he didn't succeed, his aunt would feel a sense of gain. A salary increase was secondary. The key was that in times of trouble, this was a protective charm. Did you really write it? Jiang Tianai was surprised. Yang Jianguo was just a cook after all. Jiang Tianmei had said last time that she had no hope, and even Jiang Tianai herself hadn't thought much of it. At this moment, when Yang Jianguo took out the lyrics, how could she not be amazed? Do you still doubt me? I promised to write it, so I surely did. If it weren't for the timing not being right, I would have wanted to write a novel. Nowadays, writers can really make money. Yang Jianguo helplessly realized that people didn't believe he could write a second song. It was no wonder, after all, Yang Jianguo had never systematically studied. To be honest, if it weren't for relying on the world he carried, he really wouldn't have been able to produce this song. This was something he specifically returned to his personal world to find in his dormitory, a part of the lyrics he almost forgot. What was wrong with the timing? Jiang Tianai couldn't understand. Writing a novel is just that. When can it not be done? You will know next year. Yang Jianguo shook his head. Writing novels or becoming a writer might be fine, but if the atmosphere changes, he might be in danger of being labeled as a stinky old nine. It's better to act low-key. When short on money, just make a few trips. Very mysterious. Jiang Tianai didn't care, helped Yang Jianguo tidy up, let him go to work, and then returned to her family home. Yang Jianguo, I have something to talk to you about. Just as Yang Jianguo arrived at the factory, he was stopped by Shazhu, who grabbed his arm. What is it? Yang Jianguo looked at Shazhu helplessly. This Shazhu had a flattering expression. What was he up to? With such a look, Shazhu was either asking for something or setting a trap. Shazhu, carrying steamed buns and fried dough sticks, leaned close to Yang Jianguo with a fawning look. What do you want from me? I've already had breakfast. Yang Jianguo said he had been having breakfast with his wife lately and never stepped into the kitchen. Besides, the cafeteria in the steel mill never serves breakfast, and doesn't allow breakfast like the second cafeteria. The first cafeteria is different from the others. I just want to ask you something. Let's go over there and talk. Shazhu humbly pulled young Jianguo to the front hall of the cafeteria, which was empty at the moment. Go ahead. Yang Jianguo showed impatience. He knew that whatever Shazhu asked, it was to sow discord. He never opened his heart to the people in this yard. Shazhu was an important figure for the elderly in this yard. If he could fool Shazhu, the few families would surely be anxious. I want to marry a wife. Help me come up with some ideas so that Su Damao won't laugh at me. Shazhu said eagerly. He could marry a wife even as a single household and was still flaunting it in front of me. I can't stand this. I have to marry a wife. Yang Jianguo thought to himself, this Shazhu, just a little provocation, makes him want to find a wife. And then after being thwarted by Qin Huairu or Su Damao during a blind date, he would forget about it, only to remember again when provoked next time. What a strange character. Shazhu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's that too many people are unwilling for you to get married. Introducing a partner for you would offend many people in the yard. Yang Jianguo said. He thought for a moment and came up with an idea. What do you mean? Isn't it just Su Damao? Are you still afraid of him? Shazhu said disdainfully. He's been dealing with Su Damao since childhood. That guy is just a coward. Now the consequences of making a move are great. Otherwise, I would have made him beg for mercy long ago. So, I have an idea for you. First, we need to know how many people in this yard don't want you to marry a wife before considering the next steps. Yang Jianguo said. Finding a wife for Shazhu is impossible. Shazhu and Qin Huairu are a pair. But he was willing to use this matter to sow discord. What do you mean? It's just Su Damao. No one else do we still need to test? Shazhu was confused. Shazhu was confident that only Su Damao did not want him to marry successfully. Everyone else hoped he would settle down. This is uncertain. We need to test it to know. If finding a match for you offends everyone, I can't take on that heavy responsibility. I still have to live in this yard. Yang Jianguo pretended to be afraid, but insisted on testing. Well then, how do you suggest we test who doesn't want me to get married? Shazhu had no choice but to listen to Yang Jianguo. Yang Jianguo's speed in pursuing partners made him envious. He didn't have that ability and could only seek help from Yang Jianguo. I have an idea. You spend some money to find a woman to pretend to be on a blind date with you. Make her act convincingly, showing that she wouldn't marry anyone but you. Then, it will be clear who opposes you and who creates obstacles. Chapter 29. Recognizing reality, Yang Jianguo said with a smile, already envisioning that scene. Don't joke around. Where can you find such a woman who would be willing? Don't people care about their reputation? This is ridiculous. Shazhu shook his head, believing this was absurd. But Yang Jianguo said, as long as you are willing to spend money, there will always be someone willing. It's just a blind date. If you really want to do this, remember to keep it a secret. Perhaps the person you think is least likely to oppose you is actually the one who wants to obstruct you the most, unless you don't even have the courage to try. Yang Jianguo patted Shazhu's shoulder, encouraging him to give it a try. In the end, he even used an incitement tactic. What do I have to be afraid of? What harm is there in trying? In this yard, aside from Su Damao, who would come to stir up trouble, the incitement tactic really worked on Shazhu. Then I will wait and see. Let me tell you, if there are fewer than 3 people who disrupt your marriage, I will take care of everything regarding your partner. Not only will I help you find a partner, but I will also ensure that you can marry smoothly. If there are more than 3, then I can't do anything about it. I can't offend too many people. To get Shazhu to take real action, Yang Jianguo painted an unattainable blueprint for him. You said this, so don't go back on your word later. As soon as Shazhu heard this, he immediately became excited. It was I who said it. But we must agree on one thing. You cannot tell anyone in the yard in advance, including old E and the deaf old lady. Otherwise, my words will not count. Yang Jianguo was curious about what kind of uproar a woman who insisted on marrying Shazhu would cause in the yard. How would he deal with old E and the deaf old lady? Thinking about how Shazhu would face his closest neighbors when this was all over, Yang Jianguo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Brother-in-law, I miss you so much. As soon as the evening arrived at the Jiang family, the younger brother-in-law and younger sister-in-law rushed over, sweet-talking while reaching for the bag in Yang Jianguo's hand. They clearly wanted food, not him. Husband, coming quickly. Sister has seen the lyrics and is waiting for you. Sing it once. It's still his own wife being considerate, welcoming him without food. Sister, how do you find these lyrics? I spent a lot of effort to write them. Yang Jianguo entered the house, planning to tease his sister-in-law. It's barely acceptable. Hurry up and sing at once so I can learn. The sister-in-law was very proud, not cute at all. Speaking of which, the younger sister-in-law was sticking to her brother-in-law. What about the elder sister-in-law? From her attitude, it was clear that she was no longer around. After that, Yang Jianguo seriously taught Jiang Tianmei to sing until it was time for dinner. Yang Jianguo, you ride the bicycle back. After dinner, Yang Jianguo prepared to go home, and his mother-in-law pushed out the bicycle. Isn't Tianmei going to ride it to work? This is the betrothal gift. Can it be returned? Yang Jianguo was somewhat surprised. Tianmei's workplace issued her a ticket, and she would buy a new one herself tomorrow. I originally didn't want her to take this one. She insisted on seeing if you would care, so I let her ride it for a few days. This sister-in-law always wants to go against me, to see my reaction. Well then, I will ride it back. It's more convenient to come over in the future. Yang Jianguo lived in a large courtyard that wasn't far from the Jiang family, but it was still 5 miles away. Walking back and forth was indeed inconvenient. Having a bicycle would make it much easier. All right, you all hurry back. It's already dark. Zhang's mother handed the bicycle to Yang Jianguo, urging them to go home. Okay, tell Tianmei that I will take leave tomorrow afternoon to handle the copyright matter. Yang Jianguo replied and rode the bicycle home with his wife. As soon as he stepped into the yard, Yang Jianguo heard a commotion. They walked into the central courtyard and saw an elderly woman angrily arguing. What happened? Yang Jianguo stopped the neighbor to ask. I heard that the old lady's house was robbed. This is not the first time. Last time they lost some meat and didn't say anything. Today they lost 2 pounds of meat again, the neighbor explained. Yang Jianguo understood in his heart. The hint he gave to the thief had worked, and Yi Zhonghai's family had become the target of the thief. Everyone disperse. This kind of matter is not worth arguing about. Go home. Don't make a scene in the yard. An elderly man advised the old lady, with a worried expression on his face, clearly not wanting things to escalate because he already knew the inside story. No, this is already the second time. If we don't speak up, our family will be completely robbed. The old lady firmly opposed. Twice the meat was stolen, a total of 4 pounds of cooked food worth 10 yuan, which is even more than half a month's salary for an apprentice. How can this be tolerated? Listen to me. I am the elder in the yard. How can I cause a scene over such a trivial matter? The elder was somewhat angry, looking at the elder woman with dissatisfaction, not understanding why his usually obedient partner was acting so today. But the thief has targeted our home. The elder woman retorted. Should the elder always endure in the face of trouble? If this is not stopped, won't the thief become addicted to stealing? Can we still leave things at home? I know, I will handle it. Let's go home. Everyone in the yard came to watch the commotion. What kind of decorum is this? Everyone disperse. The elder naturally would not really pursue the matter. This time, it was triggered by a commotion when he was out and a certain elder woman noticed it. If he had been present, perhaps this disturbance could have been avoided. Forget it, everyone disperse. Elder Iwanti hold a grudge, and this matter will be dropped. Elder San, with a look of watching a show, noticed that Elder did not intend to pursue the matter and hurriedly urged everyone to leave. After the crowd dispersed, Elder Air and Elder San entered Elder Da's home. Elder E, what exactly is going on? The two elders were puzzled and did not understand Elder Yi Zhonghai's attitude of not pursuing the lost items. It's nothing, just some meat, not worth making a fuss over. Yi Zhonghai shook his head lightly, appearing indifferent, as if the 2 instances of lost meat were trivial to him. It's fine then, we shall take our leave. Elder Air and Elder Sin exchanged glances, both feeling that this matter was strange, but since Yi Zhonghai was unwilling to elaborate, they could only leave. Lao Lu, what do you think about this? Just as they left Elder Da's door, Elder Sin couldn't contain his curiosity. Clearly, there must be hidden truths behind this matter, as Yi Zhonghai was not someone who would endure such a minor loss. What can there be to think? Yi Zhonghai's meat might have an unclear origin. Lu Haizhong, although keen on power, had a shallow understanding and simple thinking. What he could think of was merely that the meat's origin was improper. I think this matter is probably not that simple. Elder San shook his head. Meat of unclear origin has no direct relation to investigating the thief. This is not uncommon in the neighborhood. Elder not pursuing it clearly has other reasons. Forget it. Since Elder E has said so, why should we meddle? Lu Haizhong muttered impatiently and turned to go home. Ha! He thinks he can still be Elder Da, and he can't even seize such a good opportunity. Elder San watched Lu Haizhong's back and shook his head helplessly. He had intended to use this opportunity to remind Lu Haizhong, who had long coveted Elder Da's position. Clearing up this matter might help him. After all, Yi Zhonghai letting it go so easily must have hidden reasons. If he could topple Yi Zhonghai, Yin Shuzhai, might be able to rise to the position of elder heir. Unfortunately, Lu Haizhong was truly dull and could not grasp such an obvious hint. Elder San could only walk towards the front yard helplessly, knowing he should not intervene to avoid offending anyone. He lacked the courage to take the lead in causing trouble. Otherwise, he would not have merely reminded elder heir. Huairu, come out. I have something to tell you. Soon, after calming down Elder Da, he went to find Qin Huairu. Such things really cannot happen again. This time, it almost got out of control. He cannot always be on guard in the yard. What if Elder Da causes a scene? Besides, if the stealing continues, Elder Da will eventually find out. She is here. Qin Huairu looked helpless. She had already warned the child, but it seemed ineffective. At this moment, 3 children were also missing from home, clearly looking for a place to eat meat again. Thinking of this, Qin Huairu felt exhausted. Huairu, there cannot be a next time. You saw how it escalated. If I hadn't returned in time, it would have been troublesome. You have to keep an eye on that child. He is not small anymore. If he keeps stealing like this, it will be harder to manage in the future. Elder Da knew that many people were watching them. After saying this, he handed the 2 pounds of cornmeal to Qin Huairu and turned to leave. This 2 pounds of cornmeal was his excuse. To outsiders, it appeared as if he was helping Qin Huairu. Jianguo, the matter we discussed last time has been settled. I found someone. Shazhu mysteriously approached Jiang, looking excited. Found someone? Good for you. Jianguo was also surprised. In this era, women value their reputation highly, generally. Women wouldn't pretend to be someone else's partner. For Shazhu to find someone is indeed not simple. Of course, if a brother wants to accomplish something, there is nothing he can't achieve. Shazhu was smug, remembering his bet with Jianguo. If he wins this bet, Jianguo will have to help him find a partner and even cover the wedding expenses. Thinking of this, Shazhu couldn't help but smile. All right, you're impressive. Where did you find that woman? What is her name? Jianguo was also curious, hoping Shazhu didn't find some casual woman. She is from a repair shop in the suburbs, named Liang Lady. Do you remember the chef Nan Yi who cooperated with Su Dumao before? He introduced me to her. That woman has a tough life, raising 4 children alone, and urgently needs money. I promised to give her 20 yuan, and she will accompany me for 10 days. Shazhu briefly explained the woman's background. Liang Lady? Is she the one introduced by Nan Yi? Jianguo felt mixed emotions. Isn't Liang Lady supposed to be Nan Yi's future partner? How could he introduce such a job to his future partner? What is going on with Nan Yi? Right, what is wrong? Nan Yi and I are both chefs and got along well. Our relationship is very close. Don't worry, Nan Yi will never leak this matter. Shazhu mistakenly thought Jianguo was worried he would spill the beans to Nan Yi. It's fine. Liang Lady is Liang Lady. She is quite suitable. Jianguo thought for a moment. Liang Lady is not an ordinary woman. She is comparable to Qin Huairu, both using their looks to entice men for food. They are both leading ladies in the drama, of equal status. In fact, whether in the courtyard full of love or iron rice's steel, the female leads are widows, which Jianguo has always found puzzling. These 2 widows are also promiscuous. What is even more confusing is that some people defend Liang Lady. Just because she has a steel plate hidden in her shoe, anyone who dares to touch her gets stomped? Or is it because Liang Lady had a child with Nan Yi, she became a good person? This is simply absurd. Indeed, Liang Lady has a steel plate in her shoe and stomps on those who take advantage of her. But the premise is that she has already been taken advantage of. If someone touches her, but she stomps, doesn't that mean that for every time she stomps a man, her but has been touched that many times? Moreover, it's not just a simple touch. Using beauty for benefits is an indefensible act in itself. Hey, as long as you agree, I'll bring her over tomorrow. Do you want to meet her? Shazhu was quite pleased, seeing that Jianguo did not oppose, and immediately took action. He was eager to marry someone after being bullied by Su Dumao during this time. All right, after work today, we'll go meet her. I need to explain a few things to her. Yang Jianguo thought for a moment and felt it was still necessary to meet her. We need to take this seriously. Don't misunderstand, this is just a play. The young lady is willing to agree to everything. She promised to take care of the old couple and also agreed to look after Elderda and his wife in their old age. If this comes true, how happy the family would be. However, even if she promised to take care of Elderda and his wife, Elderda might not be willing. He is determined to bring Shazhu and Qin Huairu together. The key is to make Shazhu see the true face of the deaf old lady, so he won T get close to her again. All right, after work. I'll take you there, Shazhu said, leaving with a smile on his face. He was confident, believing he would win for sure. The young lady, come out for a moment. After work, Shazhu brought Yang Jianguo over. He didn't enter the young lady's house, but just called out from outside. Shazhu only likes the children of Qin Huairu and is not interested in other people's kids. The Liang family has 4 children, and he dislikes the noise they would make if he went in. Didn't we agree to tomorrow? Why are you here today? When Liang Ladi saw Shazhu, her expression was not good. If it weren't for making money, she wouldn't bother with Shazhu. After all, He had already told her about Shazhu's background. Let me introduce you. This is Yang Jianguo from our courtyard, and he is also a chef. The reason for coming to you is that he made a bet with me. He wants to say a few words to you. Shazhu didn't beat around the bush and directly told Liang Ladi. Oh, what does he want to say? Liang Ladi was reluctant. She still had a lot of work at home. After work, she often takes on sewing jobs to supplement the household income. In fact, Liang Ladi's salary is not low. She is already a level 5 welder, and in theory, she should have more than enough to support 4 children. But she always wants to give her children better, which is a common point between her and Qin Huairu. Whether it's Qin Huairu or Liang Ladi, as long as they are willing to let their children suffer a bit, life can still go on. All right, Shazhu, you go over there, and I'll talk to Liang Ladi alone. Yang Jianguo realized that his trip was worthwhile. Liang Ladi obviously didn't care much about this matter. After all, it was fake, and she might agree to anything when the time came. Anyway, she wouldn't really have to bear the consequences. It's possible to create a win-win situation. Go ahead, what's the matter? I am Busu. Liang Ladi seemed a bit impatient. Here's the thing. I'll give you an extra $10 if you add a bit of drama when you play Shazhu's partner. Yang Jianguo didn't say much, understanding this woman well, and directly handed over the $10. Great, you say it, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The money was quickly taken by Liang Ladi. This attitude was like night and day from before. When I need you to act, Yang Jianguo instructed for about 10 minutes before leaving. What did you say to Liang Ladi? On the way, Shazhu felt a bit anxious. Just make her pay more attention. You see how she is. Very likely to give herself away. Chapter 30. Filial piety. Yang Jianguo certainly wouldn't tell Shazhu the truth. He couldn't mention anything about Liang Ladi either. It was all very mysterious. Remember the bet if you lose. Shazhu didn't care. His mind was full of winning and marrying a wife. Don't worry. I keep my word. Yang Jianguo secretly laughed. If Shazhu could win, even a sow could climb a tree. In the days that followed, Yang Jianguo looked forward to the show starting. Wife, I'm back. Upon returning home, Yang Jianguo headed straight for his wife. This matter had to be discussed with her. She needed to see it too. Such an exciting event couldn't be enjoyed alone. What are you shouting for? Your wife won't run away. Yang Jianguo helplessly realized that his proud sister-in-law, Jiang Tianmei, had come over. It's understandable. The sister-in-law is the wife's sister. Yang Jianguo, who was that girl at your place yesterday? Really beautiful. The next day at work, Shazhu came running in excitedly. It has nothing to do with you. Yang Jianguo was speechless. He could tell from Shazhu's expression that he had taken a liking to his sister-in-law. It wasn't surprising. Shazhu fell for every pretty face. If he could be more dedicated, he wouldn't be single. This character was truly exasperating. I was just asking. If I win the bet, can you help me make an introduction? Shazhu was full of hope. That girl's beauty was comparable to Yang Jianguo's wife. Plus, she had a unique charm. Stop daydreaming. Just focus on acting, Yang Jianguo said helplessly. If you expose yourself, don't blame me for backing out. Yang Jianguo knew that a relationship between Shazhu and his sister-in-law was impossible, not to mention Shazhu's unclear relationship with Qin Huairu. He believed Shazhu was unworthy of any good woman. All right, I remember. Don't worry. Although Shazhu felt disappointed, he understood that only by winning the bet would there be a chance for Jianguo to help with the introduction. Master Yang, what were you and my master talking about? Ma Hua approached with a flattering smile, helping Jianguo chop vegetables. He had long given up on learning skills from Shazhu, as Shazhu was stingy with teaching real techniques. Nothing. Your master just can't see the situation clearly. I'm giving him a lesson. Jianguo thought to himself that this bet was a form of real-life education. As for my master, don't waste your energy. Attending class won't help. Ma Hua knew Shazhu's temperament well. Many had told him that Qin Huairu was using him, but he wouldn't listen. Jianguo was not surprised by Ma Hua's understanding since they had worked together in the kitchen for many years, and Ma Hua knew Shazhu inside out. Shazhu always thought Ma Hua was slow-witted, but in reality, Ma Hua didn't have a good impression of him, viewing him as a fool being played by Qin Huairu. However, because Shazhu dominated the kitchen, no one dared to speak the truth in front of him. Just focus on your cooking skills. Getting regular status is the priority. Jianguo shook his head. Shazhu was not well liked. In the past, he was the best chef in the canteen, so the apprentices had to curry favor with him, and because he was domineering, no one dared to provoke him. Only Lu Lan, relying on her relationship with the deputy factory director, dared to talk back to him, but she often ended up infuriated. Shazhu's words were indeed formidable. I think so too. I must learn cooking well. Ma Hua responded. My family recently introduced a match for me, and if things go well, I'm planning to get married. Ma Hua worked efficiently, full of anticipation. During my time with Jianguo, I've learned more than I did in several years as Shazhu's apprentice. When Shazhu was busy at the small stove, he always made Ma Hua stay away. Congratulations. Jianguo smiled kindly, never being arrogant toward apprentices. After all, future apprentices could become valuable support. Jianguo, I have something to tell you. I spoke up. The deaf old lady in our courtyard has her birthday in a few days. Grandpa suggested we pool money to prepare a nice meal. You can't refuse this. You have the ability. At this moment, Shazhu interjected. Her birthday has nothing to do with me. Don't involve me. Jianguo shook his head, not caring at all. In the past, when the deaf old lady had her birthday, your partner didn't send her gifts. Shazhu reminded him, knowing that Jianguo's ex-wife had taken good care of the deaf old lady before. But I'm divorced now. My new wife doesn't care about her. Jianguo said bluntly. I even hope that old lady leaves soon. Jianguo felt speechless at Shazhu's pointless remarks. He was no longer connected to the deaf old lady, so why bring this up? I wanted to say that we could improve your relationship with her on her birthday. Shazhu tried to persuade him. After all, she was considered an elder in the courtyard. That's your elder. Our Yang family's ancestors are surnamed Yang. What kind of ancestor is she? Jianguo glared at Shazhu. He got angry whenever the topic of the courtyard's ancestors was mentioned. All right. If you don't want to, forget it. I meant well, but you took it for granted. Shazhu felt helpless. She thought her suggestion was for Jianguo's good. Shazhu, I've always been curious. Why are you so good to the deaf old lady? You're not even related to her. Jianguo asked in confusion. Jianguo was filled with curiosity as to why someone would care for an elder without any blood relation. This seemed unbelievable to him. After all, the deaf old lady had no familial ties to the He family. When my father left home, was it the deaf old lady and grandpa who took care of me and my sister? Shazhu answered without hesitation, without a trace of doubt. When he Daqing disappeared, in the entire courtyard, only the deaf old lady and grandpa offered a helping hand to support the siblings. Thus, Shazhu believed that being filial to the deaf old lady and taking care of her in her old age was only natural. Jianguo curiously followed up. How old were you when your father left? You must have learned cooking by then, right? Jianguo was puzzled. Since the deaf old lady and grandpa took care of Shazhu, how old was he at that time? Shazhu's culinary skills came from Daqing. Mastering Sichuan cuisine and Tan family dishes, this was not something that could be achieved overnight. Moreover, Shazhu was still an apprentice at the steel mill, learning cooking skills from his father. As a formal establishment, the steel mill could not employ child labor, even if the regulations were not strict at the time. One had to be at least 16 to enter the factory. Based on the apprenticeship duration, Shazhu should have been quite old. Why would he need someone to take care of him? During the apprenticeship, the salary was also 18 yuan. Shazhu and his sister had a monthly living expense of 18 yuan, which should have been quite sufficient. So why would they need care? This question had been troubling young Jianguo. Hey, when my dad left, I had just been confirmed at the steel mill, and I was only 19, Shazhu replied casually. As soon as these words came out, young Jianguo suddenly realized. At 19, Shazhu was no longer a child. After being confirmed, he became a level 10 cook with a monthly salary of 27 yuan and 50 cents. Did he still need care? Together, the two of them had 27 yuan and 50 cents, which would be enough to afford meat for a month. You've been confirmed. With a salary of 27 yuan and 50 cents, right? Just you and your sister. What care do you still need? What exactly do they take care of you? Yang Jianguo couldn't help but ask. Hey, after Qin ran away, Yu Shui cried all day long. I had to go to work. So it was Old Lady Long who helped comfort her. At that time, we ate with Old Lady Long, and it took Yu Shui several months to gradually get better. Shazhu candidly shared, saying that he had long since stopped caring about it. How old was your sister at that time? Yang Jianguo couldn't help but ask. When Qin left, Yu Shui was only 12 years old. Shazhu thought for a moment before answering. Over the years, Shazhu had been very attentive to Yu Shui and had almost forgotten. I understand now. Let me ask again at that time. Was Old Lady Long taking care of you and Yu Shui? A 12-year-old child, after their father left, had someone to accompany them, yet it took several months to recover. Are you sure you were comforting her and not letting her dwell in sadness all day long? A 12-year-old child can recover in a few days without comfort when they're sad. Several months clearly indicates that someone kept bringing this up, right? That certainly wasn't the case. How could I let the old lady spend money? Shazhu said. Moreover, my salary was 27 yuan and 50 cents for 1 or 2 months. And both Yu Shui and I had food supplies. We just ate together at the old lady's place, so she could comfort Yu Shui. I did all the cooking. He excitedly explained that he couldn't possibly be taking advantage of the old lady. Oh, I see. At this point, Yang Jianguo no longer needed to ask. This was not about Old Lady Long comforting Yu Shui. It was almost exploiting Yu Shui. Even worse, when they ate together. Old Lady Long was actually benefiting from this brother-sister duo. What do you mean Qin ran away? Old Lady Long and her husband took care of Shazhu and his sister. It turns out it was like this. Isn't this too much? Just after their father left, Old Lady Long took the opportunity to get free meals and drinks while gaining a good reputation. Just after their father left, Yang Jianguo really wanted to ask, how could you eat and drink like that? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Is this called care? This is taking advantage. So, I must be filial to the old lady. Ah, Shazhu is really foolish. He thought Yang Jianguo's I understand was an acknowledgement of the old lady's care for them. Little did he know that Yang Jianguo was thinking the exact opposite. Clearly, it was Shazhu supporting Old Lady Long. Indeed, you must be filial. Yang Jianguo followed Shazhu's line of thought, thinking that even if he made it clear, Shazhu might not understand. Let Shazhu continue to be confused, although the sarcasm in his words was hard to conceal. What do you mean by that tone? Shazhu detected Yang Jianguo's ridicule. Think for yourself. Aren't you quite smart? Yang Jianguo responded. He then asked Ma Hua beside him, Ma Hua, did you pick up anything from my conversation with your master just now? Ma Hua glanced at Shazhu and hesitated before saying, I think I'd better not say. Come on, say it. I want to see what you can come up with, Shazhu insisted. Ma Hua, feeling helpless, had to speak up. I think, master, you've been played. What you said sounds more like you taking care of Old Lady Long rather than her taking care of you. Cooking and eating were all on you. Isn't that you taking care of her? Shazhu retorted, nonsense. If it weren't for the old lady, who knows how long it would take Yu Shui to get better? What do those little meals mean? Yu Shui is my sister. He believed that Old Lady Long comforting Yu Shui was very important. Ma Hua countered, master. There's a man in my yard who ran away from his wife and children. That child was also 12 years old, and he got better in just a few days. It's impossible for it to drag on for several months unless someone kept bringing it up, deliberately making him sad. After hearing this, Yang Jianguo praised, now that's a smart kid. He sees through it right away. Shazhu, your head really isn't clear. Shazhu stubbornly said, what are you talking about? It's not what you think. But a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Being in the situation, it might be difficult for someone to reflect on themselves, But when an outsider points it out, it's completely different. Especially when it comes from a disciple he looked down upon, just a few words could reveal everything. And coupled with Jianguo's praise for Ma Hua, it made Shazhu doubt himself even more. Enough, let us get back to work. You think it over carefully, don't be a fool anymore. Shazhu, think about it. Why do people in the courtyard call you that? Jianguo said no more. Today's events were an unexpected gain. What was originally casual chat unexpectedly revealed past secrets. If in the future Shazhu could be more filial to old Lady Long, Jianguo would sit back and watch the fun. Thinking about the matter of marriage, he was curious how Shazhu would face the difficulties of supporting the elderly. Reflecting on He Da-Qing, in fact, he had no great debt to Shazhu back then. After Shazhu was confirmed and learned his cooking skills, only then did he leave. A salary of 27 yuan and 50 cents was enough for the two siblings to live without worry. If it weren't for the malice in the courtyard, they wouldn't have ended up like this. At the very least, Shazhu should have already started a family, and his child might be as big as a seedling by now. In this era, it was not difficult for a formal worker to marry. Saving up for 2 years would be sufficient. If that didn't work, imitating Jia Dongshu and marrying a rural girl would also be easy. Jianguo, Deputy Factory Director Yang, is looking for you. Looking at the distracted Shazhu, Jianguo felt secretly pleased. It was clear that Shazhu had taken it to heart. Just as he was feeling pleased, Lu Lan came to deliver a message, saying that Deputy Factory Director Yang was looking for him. Got it. Jianguo was a bit surprised. What could Deputy Factory Director Yang want with him? Since the last time they exchanged bicycle tickets, they hadn't met again. Without thinking too much, Jianguo headed straight to Deputy Factory Director Yang's office. Director Yang, you were looking for me? After greeting upon entering, Jianguo waited for Deputy Factory Director Yang to elaborate. Master Yang is here. Please take a seat. Deputy Factory Director Yang welcomed him warmly. Director Yang, just tell me directly. Your enthusiasm makes me feel uncertain. It was evident that he had something to ask, but since the other party was the Deputy Factory Director, what could he possibly want from him? Could it be about mangoes? A great gift, very possible. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Could you help me find some more of those mangoes you gave me last time? Those mangoes were indeed delicious, with an excellent taste. Here's a receipt for a radio. You can use it. Deputy Factory Director Yang said, with a big smile and direct words. Director Yang, I can only try to help you ask. My friend has been frequently going to the south recently. Jianguo didn't refuse. A few mangoes were nothing to fuss over. Just fruit. How could it be compared to illegal matters? And it was not speculation either. Bringing back food from the south. What was wrong with that? It was a gift from a friend, not something purchased. Okay, then it's settled. Deputy Factory Director Yang knew right away that Jianguo had agreed. Jianguo, have you seen Shazhu? Why hasn't he returned yet? After finishing work and returning home, Jianguo ran into Qin Huairu doing laundry. Although it was called laundry, it was really waiting for Shazhu. Even though there were no boxed meals to collect, the matter of borrowing money was still negotiable. However, due to the cancellation of the boxed meals, Qin Huairu's instances of doing laundry after work had greatly decreased. Jianguo was secretly surprised. Having ridden his bike home, how had she arrived first? Perhaps Shazhu is with his girlfriend. Jianguo had a sudden thought and provided an answer. Just then, Shazhu was returning with his girlfriend, and Jianguo wanted to set the stage for him. What? Shazhu has a girlfriend? Qin Huairu's hands suddenly paused. Shazhu was the economic pillar of their family, and if he got married, it would be a big deal. It would be surprising if Shazhu's wife agreed. You didn't know? Someone introduced a girlfriend to Shazhu. They've already become a couple. Jianguo feigned surprise, as if Qin Huairu was unaware that this matter was quite strange. Shazhu didn't say anything. I really don't know, he added. Qin Huairu appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. How could Shazhu have a partner? Who introduced them? How could this even happen? This is impossible. What should I do in the future? No, this absolutely cannot happen. In an instant, Qin Huairu had made up her mind that Shazhu cannot have a partner, and even less, cannot get married. This decision was not the first. Every time Shazhu went on a blind date, she would always come to such a conclusion after a bit of thought. Today, Shazhu even mentioned wanting to bring his partner back to our courtyard, and perhaps you will see her too. Yang Jianguo laughed and then walked into the backyard. If it weren't to inform Qin Huairu of this matter, he wouldn't have wanted to say much to her. At this moment, Qin Huairu was probably in a dilemma again. Sister Qin, are you doing laundry? Come, let me introduce you. This is my partner, Liang Ladi. As Qin Huairu was contemplating countermeasures, Shazhu had already entered the courtyard with Liang Ladi. Upon seeing Qin Huairu, Shazhu greeted her with a beaming smile. Shazhu is back, and his partner is really beautiful. Liang Ladi was stunning, comparable to Qin Huairu, and even younger. Of course, my Shazhu's partner can't be bad. Shazhu was quite proud, and Liang Ladi indeed met his standards for a partner. Unfortunately, Shazhu could not accept her bringing 4 children with her. Congratulations. When is the big wedding? Qin Huairu seemed to congratulate him, but in fact was probing. Definitely before the end of the year, Shazhu replied. No more talk, Sister Qin, we're leaving. Shazhu took Liang Ladi and left with a triumphant expression. There had been rumors in the courtyard that Shazhu was hard to find a good match, but now he had found one. Although it was true love, it still made him feel a bit proud. Shazhu was overjoyed and started cooking as soon as he got home, genuinely wanting to treat Liang Ladi. At the dining table, Qin Huairu unexpectedly appeared, smiling broadly as she rummaged through Shazhu's clothes, even deliberately picking up his underwear and placing it in a conspicuous spot for Liang Ladi to see. Young lady, Shazhu is a really nice person. He has always helped my family. I usually help him wash his clothes and so on. So, if you need anything in the future, just let me know, Qin Huairu said with a smile. Using this method to sabotage Shazhu's blind date was not the first time. She firmly believed that no woman would want to see herself washing Shazhu's underwear. Is that so? That's really great, Liang Ladi responded. You don't know. I hate doing housework the most. In the future, you must help me out more. I really dislike chores like laundry. When I was at home, I even thought about hiring a maid, but my family opposed it. Don't worry, Shazhu will definitely continue to help your family in the future. But for small matters like laundry, I'll have to trouble you. 1 tael of silver a month, I can afford that. Liang Ladi knew this was a test of how many people opposed Shazhu's marriage. As soon as Qin Huairu arrived, she took the basin to wash Shazhu's underwear. Liang Ladi would not fail to understand the implication. Liang Ladi simply played along and bluntly stated that Qin Huairu was like a maid. Since you said you want to help, then let's count it as payment. Haha, you all take your time, I'll go do the laundry. Qin Huairu showed an awkward expression. Her face was quite unpleasant. To be compared to a maid was absurd. If other women encountered this scene, they would definitely change their expression or even leave in a huff. However, Qin Huairu showed no sign of disturbance. She knew very well that she had encountered a tough opponent. After leaving Shazhu's house, Qin Huairu went straight to the backyard to find Su Damao. Su Damao, guess who I just saw Shazhu bringing back? She thought to herself, if she couldn't do it, there was still Su Damao. Shazhu brought someone back. What does it have to do with me? Su Damao looked at Qin Huairu, his eyes flickering. If it weren't for Qin Jingru being present, he would have taken action. Shazhu brought a partner back, and she's quite beautiful, Qin Huairu said bluntly, as this was not the time for beating around the bush. What? Shazhu brought a partner? Are you kidding? Who would marry him? Su Damao suddenly stood up, looking incredulous. It's true. She's at Shazhu's house right now. If you don't believe me, you can go see. Qin Huairu already knew Su Damao would react this way. Seeing his excited look, he would definitely go to stir up trouble. No way. I have to go take a look. Su Damao stood up, thinking that if Shazhu wanted to get married, did he ask Su Damao first? As long as Su Damao was around, this matter would never succeed. Watching Su Damao's departing back, Qin Huairu smiled. Sister, you're really something, using our Damao as a pawn. At least you should have informed me. Qin Jingru's expression was displeased. She could see through Qin Huairu's little tricks from the side. It was clear she was using Su Damao. Jingru, you can't say that. Su Damao's marital status is Shazhu's doing. What he wants has nothing to do with me. Qin Huairu left after saying this. Since the last time Qin Huairu refused to take in Qin Jingru, the relationship between the two sisters had dropped to freezing point, and they loathed each other. On the other hand, Su Damao stepped into Shazhu's house. Hey Su Damao, let me introduce you. This is my partner, Liang Ladi. Shazhu was beaming with pride. How about it? Isn't she pretty? Not any worse than your Qin Jingru, right? Although it was fake. He could still show off a bit, especially since Su Damao had been flaunting his wife these days, which made him quite annoyed. You haven't even gotten married yet. Why are you showing off? Maybe you'll be exposed tomorrow. Su Damao assessed Liang Ladi. She didn't look young, estimating she was around 24 or 25. But her looks were indeed on point, not inferior to Qin Huairu. It was really a pity for this woman to marry Shazhu. Absolutely not. Shazhu cannot marry. Even if he does, he shouldn't marry someone this good. Get out. Shazhu got angry and directly kicked Su Damao out. Su Damao wasn't angry. He headed straight for the door, planning to wait outside and stir up trouble for Shazhu. Hello. Liang Ladi had eaten at Shazhu's house and was holding a lunchbox ready to go home, the box containing dishes she planned to take back to her children. Liang Ladi married young and already had 4 children. Now at 25, she still looked good, so during her blind date with Shazhu, no one questioned it. You are Liang Ladi. Su Damao recognized her immediately. He had just been to Shazhu's house. I am Su Damao, Shazhu's neighbor. Su Damao got straight to the point. I have something to tell you about Shazhu. Su Damao went straight to the topic, as there were many people coming and going at the entrance of the courtyard, fearing being seen. What do you mean? What do you want to say? Liang Ladi was a bit curious. Isn't it just that Shazhu has a partner? Do these people really need to act like this? Coming to find trouble, blocking the door, it was really ridiculous. Initially, she thought Shazhu and Jianguo were quite boring. And if it weren't for the money involved, Liang Ladi would have wanted to scold them. This Shazhu, does he have a delusion of grandeur? But now it seemed that their actions were indeed speechless. Look at how beautiful you are. Don't let Shazhu fool you. Shazhu and our courtyard's Qin Huairu have an ambiguous relationship. The two have long been involved. Not to mention, Shazhu's underwear is washed by Qin Huairu. If you really ended up with Shazhu, think about it. Su Damao slandered Shazhu, merely recycling the same old lines. His nickname and his affair with Qin Huairu. If that didn't work, he would fabricate something else. Is that so? Liang Ladi feigned surprise, but in fact, she had already seen that Shazhu and Qin Huairu's relationship was complicated. Washing underwear? This is too outrageous. If my blind date were really like this, I would have left long ago. Who would want to marry someone who has an unclear relationship with a widow? This man even has the habit of helping widows. Families are struggling to make ends meet, and he actually goes to help others. It's simply incomprehensible. Of course it's true. The matter between Shazhu and Qin Huairu. You can ask around at the steel factory, everyone knows. Young lady, how about I take you out to eat? And we chat slowly? Su Damao was not a good person. He was here not only to ruin Shazhu's blind date, but also to see if he could gain something. Liang Ladi's appearance did tempt Su Damao. No need, I have something to do. Let's talk later. Liang Ladi was not an easily fooled young girl and turned to leave. She still had 4 children waiting for her at home. Although Nani said she would help take care of things, Liang Ladi still felt uneasy. Silly Zhu wants to find a wife, dream on. Watching Liang Ladi leave, Su Damao felt a bit lost. But thinking about how he had ruined Silly Zhu's blind date again, Su Damao couldn't help but feel happy. Jianguo, you brought the person back. Do you see anyone causing trouble? You're overthinking it. At Silly Zhu's house, Silly Zhu insisted on calling Jianguo over, wanting to communicate as if he were afraid Jianguo would change his mind. What's the rush? It's only the first day. Young Jianguo felt helpless. How could it be up to Silly Zhu to decide if there would be trouble? Jianguo had already instructed Liang Ladi to count the number of troublemakers. He didn't want Silly Zhu's marriage to be obstructed. This matter would need Liang Ladi's final report for a conclusion. Silly Zhu always naively thought that even if someone caused trouble, it was out of goodwill. Silly Zhu, are you home? Just as Silly Zhu was about to speak, the door opened, and Yi Zhonghai walked in with a serious expression. Uncle Yi, what brings you here? Silly Zhu greeted him with a big smile. He had a close friendship with Yi Zhonghai. After all, the property was still mortgaged with Yi Zhonghai, and he was deeply in debt, so their relationship was naturally tight. Yang Jianguo is also here. Yi Zhonghai's expression changed slightly upon seeing Yang Jianguo. He was puzzled about why Yang Jianguo was at Silly Zhu's home. Uncle Yi, we were just discussing work. Silly Zhu quickly explained to avoid misunderstandings. I see. Silly Zhu, I heard your girlfriend has come. Where is she? Yi Zhonghai had his own purpose for coming. Qin Huairu not only sought help from Su Damao, but also approached him, just in case. Oh, She has already left. She just came to take a look. You don't need to worry about this. Actually, silly Zhu's words were cut off as Jianguo lightly kicked his leg to signal him to stop. Luckily, the table blocked it, so Yi Zhonghai didn't notice. Actually what? Yi Zhonghai pressed for more information, confused about the ins and outs of this relationship. He was completely unaware of silly Zhu's romantic situation. Actually, we've talked quite a bit. She saw my 2 main rooms today and praised them. Silly Zhu realized he almost let something slip and quickly covered up his embarrassment. Is that so? How is that girl-esque character? Let your uncle E, Aunt E, and the old lady check her out. You quietly decided on a partner without saying a word. The old lady will not be happy if she finds out. Yi Zhonghai felt a tightness in his heart. Could this matter actually succeed? That wouldn't do. If silly Zhu got married, wouldn't his plans be in vain? Don't worry, Uncle E. I will definitely let the old lady have a look. Silly Zhu promised. Although he originally didn't plan to involve Uncle E, Aunt E, and the old lady. This is ultimately a sham. They will break up and explain it sooner or later. But since Uncle E has already spoken, what can he do? All right, let us set it for tomorrow. I will have Aunt E prepare some meat, and we will have a banquet at the old lady's place tomorrow. You bring the person over so the old lady can take a look. Silly Zhu suggested letting the old lady check things out, and Uncle E immediately decided it would be tomorrow. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Well, that's fine. No need to go to the old lady's place. We could just set the table here. Silly Zhu felt helpless, but had no way to refuse. He couldn't possibly tell the truth, as that would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Silly Zhu had a habit of wanting to win when betting with others. Moreover, he wanted to know how many people opposed his marriage. All right, it's settled then. I'll head back. I have things to do at home. Since Jianguo was present, Uncle E couldn't say much and could only agree on the dinner for tomorrow before leaving. He still needed to talk to the old lady. Yi Zhonghai believed that the old lady would not agree to silly Zhu marrying a stranger. After all, this concerned her support in old age. Yi Zhonghai was only 50 and could still work to earn money. But the deaf old lady was already over 70, and she was the most anxious and kept the closest watch. Silly Zhu, you'll have a lot to see at tomorrow's dinner. Yi Zhonghai left, and Jianguo felt secretly pleased. Tomorrow's dinner would definitely be very exciting. After all, Jianguo had already given Liang Ladi 10 yuan yesterday, asking her to express her stance of not supporting anyone in old age in the courtyard. This would surely cause a stir. Tomorrow's dinner would undoubtedly be a test. Once Liang Ladi made her stance clear, Jianguo thought to himself, a good show is about to unfold. What does it matter? Uncle E and the deaf old lady are just looking out for me. Silly Zhu said this with a tone full of insecurity. He had heard a lot recently and had his own doubts. Just don't let anything slip. Jianguo shook his head. Silly Zhu had no sense of confidentiality. If it weren't for Jianguo's kick just now, he would have almost let something slip. The next day after work, Silly Zhu and Liang Ladi returned home. Since there was a gathering, Silly Zhu specifically bought a lot of ingredients. Silly Zhu, what delicious food did you prepare for Grandma? Silly Zhu was busy in the kitchen when the deaf old lady was helped in by a woman. Recently, Silly Zhu had rarely cooked for her, and the deaf old lady felt a bit resentful, thinking that Silly Zhu was not as close as before. Grandma, there's meat today. Please have a seat. Silly Zhu didn't realize he had gradually become distant from the deaf old lady. Seeing the deaf old lady, he quickly greeted her. After all, regarding his father He Daqing's departure, it was still uncertain whether it was related to the deaf old lady. Meat, I like it. The deaf old lady sat down shakily, her expression brightening at the sight of the meat. You must be Silly Zhu's partner, right? After settling down, her gaze turned to Liang Ladi, and her probing was obvious, wanting to see if she was willing to support her. Hello, Grandma. I am Liang Ladi. Liang Ladi smiled brightly, but was puzzled. Didn't they say Silly Zhu only had one sister? Where did this grandma come from? What did you say? I can't hear clearly. The deaf old lady began her performance. Pretending to be deaf was her usual probing tactic to test others' patience. I said, my name is Liang Ladi. Liang Ladi frowned, confused as to why the conversation that had been normal just now suddenly became unclear. Her voice wasn't soft. Can't hear? Are you talking bad about me behind my back? The deaf old lady was unceremonious. Uncle Yi's remarks last night made her have many concerns. And today she was determined to give Liang Ladi a warning, making her understand that if she wanted to enter the door, she had to treat her with respect. Forget it. You please go ahead. Liang Ladi instantly lost interest in talking to the deaf old lady. She was just pretending to be a partner. Why bother with such a stubborn old woman? Being polite is good for making money, but why only pretend to be deaf and mute with me? It's unreasonable to accuse me of talking bad about her. Don't you like me? The deaf old lady's expression changed drastically. Such impatience if she really married silly Zhu. How could she take care of herself? As an old lady, what harm is there if my hearing is a little poor? How can you be so impatient? What's wrong, Grandma? Silly Zhu noticed something was off and quickly tried to mediate. I didn't say anything. She can't hear what I say. Silly Zhu defended himself, confused as to why he was suddenly accused of not liking her and of talking bad about her. Silly Zhu, don't you just have one sister? How come there's a grandma too? Liang Ladi was confused. This old lady was really strange. This is the deaf old lady from the backyard. I only have one sister who lives in the factory dormitory and didn't come back today, Silly Zhu explained. Oh, just a neighbor. Why didn't you say so earlier? Liang Ladi understood. It was just a neighbor from the same courtyard. What trouble was she causing? Silly Zhu, I don't like her. Make her leave. The deaf old lady got angry. What do you mean just a neighbor? When did she cause trouble? She glared at Liang Ladi. Don't say that. The deaf old lady is a senior in our courtyard. Silly Zhu felt helpless and hurried to stop Liang Ladi. Silly Zhu knew Liang Ladi was not easy to deal with and could only persuade her gently. After all, the two were not real lovers, and once they started quarreling, it would be troublesome. Senior? Yes, just a neighbor. How did she become a senior? Liang Ladi was puzzled. Silly Zhu, I want to make it clear first. I only agreed to hang out with you because I heard you only have one sister. If there's another elder to take care of, I want to do it. Liang Ladi stated directly. At this moment, Liang Ladi finally understood the deeper meaning of Jianguo's words that day. Earning that 10 yuan was truly not easy. Silly Zhu, get her to leave. I don't like her. The deaf old lady, fuming with anger, picked up her cane and struck the ground fiercely, clearly unable to contain her rage. Given the woman's attitude, how could one expect her to rely on her for support in old age? If she were to marry Shazhu, could he still be filial to her? The deaf old lady knew well the power of a whisper in one's ear and had to drive Liang Ladi away. Shazhu, do you want me to leave too? Liang Ladi didn't care about these matters. If Shazhu drove Liang Ladi away, it would only benefit her. The money had already been accepted, and there was no hope of a refund. The originally 10-day agreement was concluded in 2 days, and Liang Ladi undoubtedly had the upper hand. Unfortunately, she had still planned to pack some delicious food for the children after dinner. This old lady, Xiao Yang, is a nice person, so please don't be angry. Shazhu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking to comfort the old lady. Letting Liang Ladi leave at this moment would surely mean the money could not be recovered, and the bet with Jianguo would also be nullified. The matter of his future wife would likely fall through. No way, I just don't like her, let her go. The deaf old lady was never reasonable. Her deafness and reliance on her age were two of her greatest tools for bullying in the courtyard. In front of Shazhu, she pretended to be amiable, merely taking advantage of his filial piety. If it were someone else, she would not be so easy to deal with. Old lady, don't do this. She's my girlfriend. Shazhu looked helpless, wondering how things had turned into this. You leave, you leave. If you don't leave, I'll hit you. Seeing Shazhu unwilling to let Liang Ladi go, the deaf old lady grew even angrier and raised her cane as if to strike. Using her age to bully others was her last resort. After all, at her age, no one dared to easily move against her. Shazhu, what do you mean? I am your girlfriend. Liang Ladi was astonished. Things had escalated to this point. Even if she was headstrong, she wouldn't dare to retaliate against such a trembling old lady and could only call for Shazhu. Old lady, what's wrong? Don't get too worked up. Shazhu hurriedly tried to calm her down. Shazhu, what's wrong with you? The old lady is so old. Where'd she get to fit from anger? Before Shazhu could speak, an older man hurried over, quickly supporting the old lady with a concerned look. I, Shazhu, have difficulties to express. Chapter 32. Pretending to be deaf and mute. What on earth is wrong with this old lady today? It's completely different from her usual self. Where has that amiable old lady gone? As soon as she entered the house, she pretended to be deaf and mute, deliberately making things difficult for Liang Ladi. Shazhu wasn't foolish. He could see through all this. All right, it's really worrying. Hurry up and carry the old lady back to the backyard. The older man didn't want to hear Shazhu's explanation and directly ordered him to take her back. Okay, old lady, I'll take you back. Shazhu silently picked up the old lady and safely took her home. The old lady calmed down, knowing that the older man would handle the subsequent matters. She just needed to prevent Shazhu from visiting again. As Shazhu's partner, what is going on with you? Do you want to make the deaf old lady angry? After Shazhu left, the older man turned to Liang Ladi and started to criticize her. Why should I want to upset her? She's just a neighbor, coming here to put on a show. What is her true intention? Liang Ladi did not back down at all. She was not a gentle woman and had a bit of a tough streak to survive in a complicated environment. The deaf old lady is Shazhu's benefactor. How can you be so rude? The older man's face was filled with anger as he scolded Liang Ladi. Can kindness be the capital for her to act recklessly? Just because she has done me a favor, should I tolerate her? Why should I? Liang Ladi was unyielding. So, you mean that because she has done a favor for Shazhu, I have to be filial to her? That doesn't make sense. Liang Ladi's tone was firm. Whether she was pretending or genuinely being Shazhu's partner, she was not a character to be manipulated. You and Shazhu are not suitable. Shazhu has to take care of the deaf old lady in her old age, and with your attitude, the deaf old lady will never agree to your marriage. The older man spoke bluntly, feeling compelled to be clear with this seemingly tough and unique woman. Oh, I see. Liang Ladi sneered. The deaf old lady was calculating something. Creating such a scene was evidently about finding someone to take care of her in her old age. Leveraging Shazhu's kindness was truly disgusting. I must clarify this with Shazhu. Liang Ladi didn't care that this was a farce. Instead, she took the older man's words as a weapon for counterattack. Don't talk nonsense. I'm telling you, Shazhu, and you're not a match. The older man was getting angry. How could this woman be so difficult? Matters of old age support must not be revealed in front of Shazhu. Otherwise, what would he think? Why do you say we're not suitable? Shazhu likes me, and I have quite a good impression of him as well. Soon, we will be married. I'm speaking frankly today, as long as Shazhu is with me. No one's old age issue can be pushed onto us. Just a neighbor, not blood relatives, so no one's face matters. This was the attitude that young Jianguo had instructed her to convey in the courtyard. Anyone with Shazhu would likely think this way unless they had leverage over him, in which case they would have to helplessly bear the burden of supporting their neighbor in their old age. You're not a match. Don't look at Shazhu's decent job. He has 2 spacious rooms. But that house has long been mortgaged, and Shazhu owes 4,000 to 5,000 outside. In this lifetime, it will be difficult for Shazhu to repay this huge debt. The older man had no choice but to persuade her with words, hoping Liang Ladi would realize the difficulty and retreat. Shazhu's house is mortgaged? He owes so much money? Unbelievable. Liang Ladi was genuinely shocked this time. This was no longer just a game. Shazhu lived freely, showing no signs of being in debt. She half believed the older man, Yi Zhonghai's words. I am the older man, Yi Zhonghai of this courtyard. Shazhu's debt is no lie. The house has indeed been mortgaged to me. You can verify with Shazhu. You surely wouldn't want to carry such a heavy burden after marriage. It's better to leave. The older man candidly revealed, actually wishing to prevent Shazhu from marrying Liang Ladi. Even if they were to marry, it could only be Qin Huairu, which concerned his plans. Since the house is mortgaged to you, why don't you take it back and let Shazhu live there? Liang Ladi did not back down. She was merely probing. The house and debt were not enough to shake her determination. Liang Ladi had concluded that the older man and the deaf old lady were both obstructing Shazhu's marriage. And with Qin Huairu and Su Damao, it was already a 4-person alliance. Later, she wanted to ask Shazhu what had offended these people and why they all opposed him getting married. You don't need to worry about this. Shazhu is unmarried, and I can allow him to stay temporarily. Once married, I will definitely reclaim the house. Hurry and leave. The older man was resolute, determined to cut off Liang Ladi's hopes. If you dare to marry Shazhu, I will make you homeless. Not knowing how long the old lady could delay Shazhu, he was eager to drive her away. That doesn't matter. I have vacant rooms at my house. Shazhu can live there. If Shazhu is willing to come to my house, I would actually be quite happy. Liang Ladi was somewhat annoyed. Why was this older man so determined to drive people away? You want me to leave? I want to leave. No house. I have one. Liang Ladi's words were not true. Although her house was small, the matter with Shazhu was not real either. So what harm was there in boasting a bit? Shazhu was the only child of the He family. How could he become a son-in-law? Wouldn't he that cut off the He family's lineage? This idea wouldn't he work. The older man realized that Liang Ladi was indeed difficult to deal with and was starting to feel overwhelmed. That is not necessarily true. Perhaps Shazhu would be happy to do so. You're not him. He is mortgaging the house and in debt here. It would be better for him to be my son-in-law. The house would belong to me, and the debt would be cleared, right? You drive me away. I'll get you angry. Liang Ladi was also not easy to handle. She had already seen through the older man's intentions. Older man, what are you talking about? The older man hesitated to speak, just as Shazhu returned. With someone at home, the deaf old lady could not stay long. The deaf old lady thought that with the older man's ability, he should have already settled Liang Ladi, so she let Shazhu go home. Shazhu, I ask you. The older man said you owe 4,000 to 5,000 in the courtyard and even mortgage the house. Is that true? Seeing Shazhu, Liang Ladi spoke candidly, her words rapid, not giving the older man a chance to interject. The disturbances in the courtyard had been seen through by Liang Ladi. The older man's words just now were clearly said after Shazhu left, evidently not wanting Shazhu to know. But she wanted Shazhu to know. What? Older man, did you tell Xiaoyang this? Shazhu was taken aback, looking at the old man in surprise. Just casual chat. Xiaoyang wanted to understand you, and that's all. The old man looked embarrassed. Spreading rumors behind Shazhu about debts and mortgaging his house is truly unworthy of a gentleman. You didn't say that just now. You said the fool owes money, even mortgaged his house, and thinks we're not suitable, urging me to leave quickly. Liang Ladi is not the kind of person who can be dismissed with a few words from an old man. She is currently eager to escalate the situation. What nonsense are you talking? How can you speak so recklessly? I only told you to go back first because I saw you anger the deaf old lady. The old man was furious, not expecting this woman to speak without holding back, showing no mercy at all. But he reacted quickly, finding an excuse to try to cover his tracks. You didn't say that just now. Liang Ladi was about to expose the old man. All right, I won't interfere with your matters anymore. Shazhu, think carefully. The old lady has treated you well. Don't make her angry. The old man raised his voice. Interrupting Liang Ladi, continuing would only make him embarrassed, so he pretended to be angry and left. After he left, whatever Liang Ladi said was irrelevant, and it would be considered slander. When the time comes, if he doesn't admit it, Liang Ladi would be the villain, and he could easily appease Shazhu with a few words. Shazhu, what do you think? Is there still a need to ask about winning or losing? Jianguo looked at Shazhu with a smile. I haven't lost. What do you mean by that? Shazhu was still unclear about the situation, thinking the bet was not over. Not lost. After work today, let us go find Liang Ladi together and see what she says. Jianguo noticed what happened last night, estimating that the number of people trying to stop Shazhu from getting married had reached 3, and Shazhu, completely unaware, was truly confused. No wonder he is called Shazhu. The old man and the deaf old lady acted this way, confident that Shazhu wouldn't see through it. Even if he did, they could say a few words to make him think it was for his own good. Fine, I don't believe it can reach 3 people. Shazhu was full of disbelief, thinking there was only one person, Qin Huairu. In fact, Shazhu had long understood Qin Huairu's thoughts. He even secretly felt happy. Qin Huairu's interference with his blind date was precisely a sign of her interest in him, right? Every time she disrupted things, he felt a bit pleased. Therefore, Shazhu had never pointed this out. After work, Jianguo suggested listening to Liang Ladi's account, secretly planning to make Shazhu face reality. That evening, Shazhu and Jianguo went to Nani's house, where Liang Ladi had already arrived. As the actor introduced by Nani to Shazhu, Nani was well aware of the situation and invited everyone to dinner. Let us skip the pleasantries. Liang Ladi, you tell me. How many people were secretly sabotaging when Master he got married? Nani didn't care much about dinner, more interested in Shazhu's situation, finding it quite amusing. Liang Ladi spoke frankly. Currently, 5 people are known to be causing trouble. Shazhu was taken aback. What? 5 people? That's impossible. He thought he hadn't offended too many people, besides Su Damao and Qin Huairu. How could there be 5 more? Liang Ladi listed them one by one. The first day, I went to your house, and Qin Huairu went in to do your laundry, even showing me your underwear. Isn't that malicious? Shazhu reluctantly admitted this point. And Su Damao, after I had dinner at your house, he waited for me outside. After I came out, he started gossiping about you and Qin Huairu, even wanting to invite me to dinner. Does that count? Liang Ladi asked Shazhu seriously. Shazhu gritted his teeth. That Su Damao definitely has bad intentions. I'll settle the score with him later. But even adding those two, Shazhu still didn't believe there were other people. The second day, I went to your house, just as you were cooking, and that old lady came. She heard everything you said clearly but pretended not to hear me. After a few words, she found an excuse to turn against me. Isn't that malicious? Liang Ladi continued to question. Shazhu hesitated. That doesn't count, does it? The old lady's ears are like that. Liang Ladi directly exposed him. Shazhu, stop pretending to be confused. That old lady hears just fine. Yang Jianguo sighed inwardly. Shazhu surely knew the deaf old lady's hearing condition. Fine, I accept it. 3 or 3. Shazhu reluctantly agreed. Everyone in the courtyard knew the secret about the old lady's ears. If she didn't want to listen or didn't care to hear, she would pretend to be deaf and mute. Next is your courtyard's old man. He sent Shazhu away, asking him to escort the old lady, then told me to leave, saying I wasn't suitable for Shazhu. I refused, and he claimed the house was his and that Shazhu owed 4 or 5,000. He asked me if I was willing to take on debt to marry, with not even a house. He also said that if Shazhu didn't get married, the house wouldn't be reclaimed, but once married, he would end up on the streets. Isn't that deliberately making things difficult? Liang Ladi looked at Shazhu, who was now dispirited. How could he rebut this? Then, after I left your house, I encountered one of your neighbors at the gate. That neighbor told me Shazhu is a violent man, often hitting people for no reason, and would surely commit domestic violence after marriage. He advised me to stay away from you, saying you had beaten someone in the courtyard to the point of family ruin. Liang Ladi exposed this final incident. Who is gossiping behind my back? I must deal with him. Shazhu was furious. He had finally found a partner, but so many people were opposing him. What is this about? Do they want him, Shazhu, to end up ruined as well? Shazhu interpreted Qin Huairu's obstruction as interest in her, so he didn't take it to heart. Su Damao was his childhood rival, and he would definitely obstruct him after being beaten to ruin. Shazhu was already prepared for that. But why did the old man act this way? And why did the deaf old lady do this? And that neighbor, how could they label him a violent man? Shazhu felt completely confused. He, who usually felt good about himself, thought all of this was like a dream. The old man and the deaf old lady treated him so well. How could they do such things? Who else could it be but those he had offended in this courtyard? Hadn't he offended many people in this courtyard? In the past, when there were meetings, the old man had instructed that if anyone opposed, just give them a look and go beat them up. Do you think that by hitting people, they wouldn't hold a grudge against you? Isn't it reasonable that they talk bad about you behind your back? Besides, when they say you're a violent man, are they wrong? Over the years in the courtyard, you've hit many people. Which time were you truly in the right? Yang Jianguo looked at Shazhu's indignant expression and directly exposed him. In Yang Jianguo's mind, Shazhu was undoubtedly a person who liked to resort to violence. Shazhu had no words to retort. He knew very well that every time he threw a punch, it was under the protection of the old man and the deaf old lady in the courtyard. The so-called reason was merely to back the old man and suppress any dissent. All right, that's 5 times. You have nothing more to say now, do you? In the future, don't look for me when introducing partners. Yang Jianguo secretly laughed. A simple test had revealed everyone's thoughts. Yet the person accusing Shazhu of being violent was not innocent. Those Shazhu had hid in the courtyard surely hoped to add to his troubles. Fine, I accept it. Shazhu raised his glass, downing a mouthful, filled with disappointment and frustration. It's good to accept it. Yang Jianguo secretly rejoiced. Shazhu's filial piety towards the deaf old lady would likely be diminished from now on. Even if he was foolish, he had to have a bottom line. The relationship between the old man and Shazhu would likely show cracks as well. But Shazhu was tightly controlled by the old man. Even if there was a crisis, he wouldn't dare to turn against him easily, or else he would truly end up on the streets. Come, let us drink. Nani looked at Shazhu with pity. A man, schemed against to such an extent that even marrying was a luxury, was truly sad. Master Yang, didn't you see this coming? Seeing Shazhu drinking alone and silent, Nani couldn't help but ask Yang Jianguo. The bet was originally between Yang Jianguo and Shazhu. If it weren't for knowing that everyone didn't want Shazhu to get married, Yang Jianguo wouldn't have placed such a bet. There's a slight awareness, but not quite sure, so I want to verify it. By the way, how was the treatment at your factory? Yang Jianguo naturally wouldn't reveal that he already knew, just speaking ambiguously. Don't mention it. Our factory can't compare to your steel mill. Your steel mill is a key unit enjoying support. Our factory, not to mention, we can hardly see meat dishes in the kitchen a few times a month. Chapter 33, Cold Shoulder. Nanny shook his head. Different factories have different fates. Their repair shop is neglected. Really? We hardly see meat dishes a few times a month as well. Yang Jianguo was speechless. The times are like this. Non-key factories are ignored. Conditions are scarce. I'm not very clear about your repair shop, but I heard you have to go to the countryside to repair farm tools? Yang Jianguo was curious whether Cui Dake had already appeared. His appearance meant the plot would start. Nan, he would suffer, losing his loved one, and could only marry a widow. It is indeed true, they have been in the countryside for quite some time and will be back soon. The commune plans to send us a pig as a token of gratitude. If it comes true, it would be a treat. The repair shop has few people, only a few hundred. If they get a big pig, each person could get more than half a pound of meat, which is a rare delicacy. Such good fortune? Yang Jianguo was secretly shocked. Is the plot about to unfold? The timing is off, but since it has happened, it cannot be changed. Remembering the encounter with Nan Yi at the Jiang family, that sharp-tongued woman should be Ding Xiaonan, not bad-looking, but would fall into Cui Dake's hands. What a pity. Indeed, when has the commune been so generous? The repair shop has never encountered such good fortune. Going to the countryside to repair farm tools is a directive from the superiors. The commune usually only gifts a few chickens for the leaders to enjoy. Giving a pig this time is truly rare. The commune has always been stingy. There must be something fishy about this. If there is something fishy, it has nothing to do with us. Nanny didn't care. He was just a cook. It was none of his business. What if it implicates you? Yang Jianguo helplessly replied. This matter indeed relates to Nan Yi. That pig is what Cui Dake schemes for to enter the city. After Cui Dake enters the city, Nan Yi seems to lose his love. How could this have nothing to do with Nan Yi? The one who suffers the most is you. How could it be? That's impossible. Let us drink. Don't mention this anymore. Nan Yi was filled with suspicion, even interrupting Yang Jianguo's words with wine. Clearly, he didn't care about this matter at all. All right, let us drink. Yang Jianguo just casually mentioned it. And wouldn't help Nan Yi resolve Cui Dake's issue just because Nan Yi is the main character. Their friendship was still shallow. Speaking of which, that pig hasn't arrived yet. Last time in the kitchen, he even talked about the story of the pig's tail, but the matter hasn't happened yet. And he already mentioned it. Truly ridiculous. If it does happen in the future, what will the people in the kitchen think? Yang Jianguo, Yang Squat Leader. Can you help me introduce a partner? On the way home, Shazhu couldn't help but ask. Shazhu, don't waste your thoughts. There are so many people in the courtyard watching. This matter is impossible. Over the years, matchmakers don't even come to the door. Don't you understand what is going on? I tell you, Qin Huairu is quite suitable for you. Just work hard to marry her. Introducing a partner to Shazhu? That would simply be harming him. Hey, isn't that Su Damao? What's going on? As they approached the courtyard, Shazhu couldn't help but shout loudly to Yang Jianguo. How would I know? What trouble has Su Damao caused again? At the gate of the courtyard, several police officers were escorting Su Damao out. He must have done something bad. Let us go ask. Shazhu was excited this time, throwing aside the matter of being sabotaged in marrying a wife. Su Damao, what is the matter with you? What trouble have you gotten into again? As the police escorted Su Damao past, Shazhu couldn't help but ask loudly. Seeing Su Damao in trouble made Shazhu feel very happy. Su Damao glared fiercely at Shazhu, but said nothing. Hey, Qin Huairu, what is going on? At the gate, Shazhu ran into Qin Huairu. Shazhu, where have you been? Why are you back so late? I heard Su Damao was reported for buying a lot of things somewhere. I don't know the specifics yet. Qin Huairu also looked confused, not understanding how Su Damao got arrested. Everyone went over, but didn't see where he was caught. Shopping often leads to leniency. Qin Huairu once witnessed people from the police station also going shopping. If there is a strict investigation in the future, how will her family handle it? The grain in Qin Huairu's family all comes from where? Who reported it? How could shopping lead to being captured? Everyone is related. How could it not involve shopping? This matter is unknown, just waiting to be revealed. With a worried expression, Qin Huairu turned to go home. Everyone returned to the courtyard. Jianguo saw an old man returning home with a blank expression and thought to himself, if it were Shazhu, Qin Huairu would probably be anxious to follow him. The next day at work, Shazhu came with news. Yang squad leader, how is Su Damao doing? What happened? Jianguo had already anticipated it. Su Damao is certainly not a well-behaved person. There must be a change in his business. He often holds private banquets and purchases. Su Damao held a private banquet outside and was reported by the collaborating chef. Haha, Su Damao is really stingy, promising a 50-50 split, but every time only giving a few bucks, keeping dozens for himself. The chef was unhappy and thus exposed him. Shazhu showed a joyful expression. Su Damao would definitely suffer this time. Tricking him out of money is certainly retribution. This Su Damao. Jianguo was speechless, not knowing how to describe him. He had fallen out with Nan Yi because of this matter. How could he collaborate with others and have such issues again, greed not changing? Su Damao is truly difficult to understand. Why can't he do honest work and earn money properly? Shazhu, that woman is not suitable for you. The old man has already investigated. That woman is a widow with 4 children. How can you marry a widow? I oppose it. At Shazhu's home, the old lady came to the door. To completely drive that woman away, the old man specifically went to check Liang Ladi today. As a result, he found out that the woman is a widow with 4 children. After reporting back to the old lady, the deaf old lady came to find Shazhu that night. Old lady, don't worry. We have no relationship anymore. Since the bet was lost, there's naturally no need to continue. The original 10-day deadline, unexpectedly within 2 days. 5 people have obstructed it. Is there still a need to test further? Shazhu was afraid that if he continued testing, he would become an enemy of the entire courtyard. It's okay, good, that is really great. The deaf old lady was overjoyed upon hearing this, thinking that her actions with the old man yesterday had worked. It was originally unrelated. 823, Shazhu casually mentioned, but was immediately caught by the deaf old lady. What do you mean it was originally unrelated? She has been at your house for 2 days. ISNT she your partner? Hey, no, she really ISNT my partner. Since the bet is over, Shazhu didn't take it to heart at all. If she is not your partner, why did you bring her back? The deaf old lady frowned tightly, feeling that something was amiss. This matter, I still want to tell you. Shazhu was not careful with his words. But considering this was a test, and the deaf old lady's reaction, he decided to remain silent. What is there that can't be said? Shazhu, aren't you close to your grandmother anymore? The deaf old lady would not let it go easily. Bringing someone home without a proper reason must have some background. Moreover, she had already caused a scene at Shazhu's house because of this matter. If it's unclear, she would definitely lose sleep over it. It's really nothing. I just made a bet with someone. I asked him to introduce me to a partner, and he said there are too many people in the courtyard who don't want me to get married, so he wouldn't introduce me. I don't believe there are people in the courtyard who don't want me to get married, so I made a bet. I just found someone to try and see how many people really don't want me to get married. After saying this, Shazhu could only sigh helplessly. Jianguo. Is it Jianguo? The deaf old lady instantly understood, even guessing who the person Shazhu made a bet with was. She was filled with hatred. This was going to cut off her path to retirement. The deaf old lady wished she could kill Jianguo immediately. Old lady, how did you guess? Shazhu was surprised. He hadn't mentioned the person he made a bet with. How did the deaf old lady know? Shazhu felt very unexpected. That guy is definitely not a good person. That woman is not worthy of you. Anyone who truly cares for you would oppose it. If you brought back a good woman, who would oppose? Opposing is also for your own good. The deaf old lady immediately set about defending herself, as that was the purpose of her visit. She initially thought to use the investigation results from an elder to exonerate herself, but soon realized it was a trap set by Jianguo. Thus, she turned to the common saying of "it's for your own good" to justify her actions. "All right, old lady, I understand. You may leave now." Shazhu was not very enthusiastic. "For my good? Really for my good? But you didn't even know that Liang Ladi has 4 children before this. Can you predict the future? So you oppose us?" "Shazhu, this old lady's eyes can see through countless people. I can see through anyone at a glance. The moment I stepped into your house yesterday, I felt something was off about that woman. Don't you know how eager your grandma is to find you a wife?" The deaf old lady would not leave easily. Once she did, all her previous emotional investments would go to waste. She could only play the emotional card. Moreover, she had indeed put a lot of effort into Shazhu's marriage. Yang Jianguo's ex-wife, Lu Xiaoyi, was one of her targets, but unfortunately, they all ran away. She had introduced other candidates to Shazhu, but he mostly looked down on them. Only those whom the deaf old lady thought could provide for her in her old age would she introduce to Shazhu. As for the others she introduced, they were either fat, ugly, short, or awkward, and Shazhu rejected them all, which was similar to the elder's methods. It was precisely this set of methods that made Shazhu admit that the deaf old lady had indeed introduced him to candidates, and that she cared about his affairs. "I know this, old lady. The deaf old lady did indeed introduce candidates to Shazhu, and he admits it." Reflecting on the past, Shazhu's doubts dissipated somewhat. "Shazhu, that Yang Jianguo has ulterior motives. You must not fall for his tricks. Both I and the elder have offended him. He is trying to sow discord. Shazhu, don't be foolish. How many more years can I live? By then, won't my house belong to you?" The deaf old lady reasoned with him and appealed to his emotions, exhausting all her means. With few years left to live, her property was no longer important. She only sought a peaceful remainder of her life. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. You can't take the house with you. So it's better to use it to win over the fool and be filial. Besides, this house belonged to the public. It couldn't be privately traded. As for money, at her age, the deaf old lady no longer understood saving. The little money she had was all spent on food and drink. "I understand, old lady. You can rest assured." Upon hearing that the deaf old lady wanted to leave the house to him, Shazhu immediately believed her words and felt elated. If he could add another room, his conditions would improve, and marrying a wife wouldn't be a problem. Perhaps the bride would come knocking at his door. "Well, that's good. You take a break. I'll go find the elder to help you arrange for a wife." After leaving Shazhu's house, the deaf old lady felt that he had been sufficiently comforted. She needed to go to the elder's house to vent her frustration. "Shall I walk you there?" Shazhu reached out to assist her. "No need, I can walk." The deaf old lady refused, feeling it was not appropriate to take Shazhu with her at that moment. "You can walk. You usually let me carry you." Shazhu didn't believe it, thinking the deaf old lady was putting on a brave front. "I really can walk. I'd just like you to carry me. My legs are quite strong." To convince Shazhu, the deaf old lady walked steadily, her usual frail appearance completely gone. She usually pretended to be weak as a strategy, making everyone in the courtyard respect her and not dare to provoke her, rather than being genuinely unable to move. Shazhu was rather pleased, thinking this was the old lady's way of being close to him and enjoying his carrying her. "Is your elder at home?" The deaf old lady walked into the elder's house, looking anxious. "What's wrong, old lady?" It was already past dinner, and the elder was puzzled by the deaf old lady's visit. "We've been schemed against by that little bastard in the backyard. Shazhu's partner doesn't even exist. It's a trap set by that little bastard to sow discord between us and Shazhu." The deaf old lady quickly explained the situation. Although she had comforted Shazhu and provided some explanation, the matter had already occurred, and the impact was inevitable. Yang Jianguo's behavior was indeed excessive. As the sound of breaking glass echoed, Yang Jianguo and Jiang Tianai were deep in conversation at home when suddenly the glass began to shatter piece by piece. They turned around to see a stick swinging and smashing their glass. Luckily, they were far from the window. Otherwise, they would have been injured by the flying shards. "Honey, what's going on?" Jiang Tianai asked anxiously, getting up to check outside. Yang Jianguo followed closely behind, shouting angrily, "Deaf old lady, what are you doing?" When they went outside, they saw the deaf old lady fiercely smashing their glass with a cane. I want to teach you a lesson, you bad egg, the deaf old lady shouted. She had previously discussed with the elder and felt it necessary to give young Jianguo a lesson to prevent him from sowing discord in the future. I'm not a bad egg, what have I done? Yang Jianguo looked at the shattered glass and felt his anger rise, while also pondering where the problem lay. What is Shazhu's partner about? What do you want to do? A single sentence from the deaf old lady instantly made Yang Jianguo understand the origin of the matter. He realized that both Shazhu and Su Damao could not keep secrets. Su Damao leaked information intentionally, while Shazhu was easily led to spill the beans. Do I need to explain what I want to do to you? That's a matter between me and Shazhu, Yang Jianguo said helplessly, already deciding that he would teach Shazhu a good lesson in the future. You have sinister intentions and an unclean heart, the deaf old lady retorted. She knew before coming that she wouldn't be able to speak any great truths. The elder had also advised her to endure first and find another opportunity later. But as she walked to the backyard, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling that at her age, what was the point of being reasonable? She was the matriarch of the courtyard. Why should she endure? So she went straight to Yang Jianguo's house, smashed the glass, and provocatively said, "So what if I smash your glass? What can you do to me? If you have the ability, try hitting me." The deaf old lady had never been reasonable, and at this moment, she was even more reckless. I have an unclean heart. I have sinister intentions. I made a bet with the fool, and that makes me have an unclean heart and sinister intentions? What does my bet with Shazhu have to do with you? Why did you smash my glass? At this moment, a crowd had gathered to watch. What's all the noise? Yang Jianguo, what have you done to make the old lady so angry? The elder Yi Zhonghai also arrived, quickly assessing the situation and confronting Yang Jianguo. Since the old lady had already taken action, he naturally cooperated. You all are really funny. My glass got smashed, and it's suddenly my fault? You, the elder of this courtyard, are really interesting, not asking anything, and just coming to blame me. Are you all colluding with the old lady? Do you think there's no law? Wife, let's go, we'll report this. Yang Jianguo grabbed his wife's hand. Not wanting to entangle himself with these unreasonable people, he could already see that these people were unreasonable. Debating with them seemed meaningless. Calling the police was the way to go. Yang Jianguo, what do you want to do? The matters of the courtyard should be resolved within the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai quickly shouted, insisting that this matter could not leave the courtyard. The deaf old lady was clearly in the wrong, having smashed more than 10 pieces of glass. In the courtyard, she could still argue, but if the police were called, it would spiral out of control. What, my house got smashed, and I can't even call the police? Is this how you act as the elder of the courtyard? Not only am I going to call the police, but I'm also going to report you to the street for being this elder. I'm not Su Damao. I won't be fooled by your few words. Let's wait and see. Yang Jianguo pulled his wife away, determined to teach these rogues a lesson this time. Stop. Block them. As the year-end evaluations for outstanding individuals approached, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly had people stop Yang Jianguo and his wife. Chapter 34. Reporting to the authorities at the same time. He used the matter of evaluating outstanding individuals to rally the entire courtyard's people to his side. If this matter escalated, the courtyard would certainly not be able to be evaluated as outstanding. If they were evaluated as outstanding, the street would provide rewards, and each family would receive some meat tickets or similar benefits. Yi Zhonghai also used these benefits to win over the vast majority of people in the courtyard. For the reputation of the courtyard and the benefits of being recognized as advanced, quite a few people usually support the old man. Step aside, or else when we get to the police station, I'll report all of you together. Some people really responded to the old man's call, and the children from his second and third old man's families surrounded Yang Jianguo, trying to stop him. Although the three old men had different purposes, they formed a community of interests in the courtyard. The current state of the courtyard could not be achieved without the joint efforts of the three. This also made their status in the courtyard increasingly stable, with growing power. Therefore, when Yang Jianguo insisted on calling the police, the children of the two old men, at the old man's signal, rushed forward to dissuade him. No, it's not like that. We can solve this in the courtyard. We're not trying to stop you from calling the police. We just think it can be handled here. Why bother the police? The few people in front of Yang Jianguo hurriedly explained that they were willing to intervene, but did not want to take any responsibility. The old man spoke up. using meat tickets as a bargaining chip. Yang Jianguo, what do you want to do? Do you want to ruin everyone's meat tickets for the new year because of just you? Our courtyard has been an advanced unit for many years. Yang Jianguo, let the old men help you solve this. It's not a big deal. Our families are counting on these advanced meat tickets for the new year. So stop making a fuss. Everyone in the courtyard wanted those meat tickets, as they could have an extra meal of dumplings during the new year. Thus, everyone urged Yang Jianguo. Yang Jianguo, this is a matter for the courtyard, and we will handle it properly. The deaf old lady is so old. She can't handle grievances, just bear with it. Are you really going to call the police to arrest the deaf old lady? The old man was quite satisfied with his influence. This bit of meat tickets was enough to make these people his supporters. However, Yang Jianguo refused to back down. For the sake of being recognized as advanced, Su Damao was beaten into a dead end and has been suppressed all along. Today my house was vandalized, and you want me to endure. If my family is harmed tomorrow, will you also not let me call the police? You sacrifice others for the sake of being advanced. Don't you feel guilty? Eating that little bit of meat, don't you feel disgusted? I'm not Su Damao. No one can use morality to pressure me. I tell you, whoever tries to stop me today will be taken along when I call the police. Wife, let us go. Yang Jianguo, are you someone who could be easily swayed by morality? Do as you please. I will do what I need to do. I am justified. So I will call the police. This behavior is a serious crime in this era. Even if the deaf old lady is a recipient of the 5 guarantees and over 70 years old, she definitely cannot escape responsibility. Why, Yang Jianguo? There is no need to call the police now. It's just a matter of a few broken windows. I'll help the deaf old lady compensate you. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Yi Zhonghai quickly stated his position. If Yang Jianguo goes to the street to complain about him, that would definitely not be good. Once the street intervenes, it will shake his authority and may even cause him to lose his position as the old man. Matters in the courtyard have always been hard to speak of fairly and justly. Do you think compensation will solve the problem? This is not just about a few broken windows. It's an insult to my family. Whoever tries to stop me from calling the police is covering up and is equally guilty. I'm not Su Damao, who can be sent away with a bit of small benefit. I want to call the police even if my family is ruined. Compensation doesn't work for me. If there has to be compensation, it must be decided by the police. Yang Jianguo dragged his wife along, and this time no one stopped him. Stop him. Let the courtyard handle its own matters. Don't you all want this year's advanced title? Seeing no one stopping Yang Jianguo, Yi Zhonghai became extremely anxious. At this moment, it absolutely could not be leaked outside the courtyard. Even the deaf old lady has no privileges before the law. Inside the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai could operate and elevate the deaf old lady to the status of an ancestor. But outside the courtyard, who knows the deaf old lady? Yang Jianguo, didn't the old man say he would compensate you? Just let it go. Yes, let the old man help you handle it. Old man, why not compensate Yang Jianguo a little? People in the courtyard spoke one after another. Although Yang Jianguo's words were reasonable, they did not concern their interests. The advanced title comes with rewards from the street. With the end of the year approaching, getting this year's reward is key, and it concerns their interests. As for Su Damao being beaten and Yang Jianguo's glass being smashed, after all, it didn't happen to them. If it really happened to them, they would decisively call the police at that time. All right, I'll take charge and compensate Yang Jianguo 10 yuan. The old man said in a decisive tone, wanting to settle the matter. I have no money, really no money. When Yang Jianguo mentioned calling the police, the deaf old lady instantly fell silent. Upon hearing about compensation, she immediately opposed it and firmly stated that she would not pay, needing to clarify who should bear the cost. Her monthly allowance of just 5 yuan was barely enough for basic living, let alone compensation. At this moment, she was filled with regret, wishing she hadn't acted impulsively back then. I'll cover it, don't worry, old lady. Yi Zhonghai, well aware of the deaf old lady's situation, took the initiative to propose that he would bear the costs. This move would undoubtedly earn him more respect and prestige, as he was actively helping the elder in the courtyard. Compensation? I don't want your compensation. What I want is compensation determined by the police. However, Yang Jianguo was not convinced. He pushed aside the people blocking him and pulled his wife away. If they don't let them back down today, Who knows what kind of trouble will arise in the future? He was determined to make his position clear by calling the police, letting them know that the set of rules in the courtyard would not work here in order to prevent similar incidents from happening again. After all, some people, like Su Damao, were easily resolved over small matters, which led to the formation of bad habits and even intensified behaviors. Yang Jianguo did not want to follow in Su Damao's footsteps, being placated with a small amount of money and falling into a vicious cycle. Let him report it. I don't believe the police can do anything to me, an old lady. Oh, my chest hurts so badly. Although the deaf old lady was angry, her body was still relatively strong and she did not really fall ill. However, she also didn't want to wait here for the police to come and arrest her. Old lady, what is wrong? Quick, someone take the old lady to the hospital. The deaf old lady fell to the ground, a trace of smugness crossing her lips. She thought to herself, as long as it's like this, she could go to the hospital to avoid trouble. The police surely wouldn't go to the hospital to arrest her. Shazhu, quickly carry the old lady. At this moment, the old man discovered Shazhu hiding behind the crowd. Shazhu had intended to avoid detection, but in the chaos of the crowd, he was still spotted by the old man. They're coming, they're coming. Shazhu hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the old lady, and left. The old man followed closely behind. Shazhu, where did you run off to just now? Why didn't I see you? On the way to the hospital, the old man couldn't help but ask Shazhu if Shazhu had been present earlier. He could have directed him to subdue Yang Jianguo. Without Shazhu, the old man felt that he lacked a capable assistant, making things a bit less smooth. In the past, with Shazhu around, he could easily handle matters in the courtyard, but now he felt that Shazhu was somewhat unmanageable. When he saw Shazhu just now, he was even mingling in the crowd. I just woke up in the backyard and came over. Shazhu replied. He couldn't say he had been nearby all along, or else the old man would definitely feel dissatisfied. During this time, Shazhu had indeed changed quite a bit. At least he had learned to restrain his fists and no longer resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. This was all thanks to Su Damao's several extortions, which made him understand the consequences of hitting people. In the future, take care of the old lady. The old man changed the subject. Today the old lady smashed Yang Jianguo's glass to help you stand up for yourself. Although the old man had some dissatisfaction, it was hard to speak out. The relationship between him and Shazhu had gradually developed a gap. He didn't dare to criticize freely, fearing it would further alienate their relationship. Even though he held the elderly care guarantee letter and had taken Shazhu's house, leaving Shazhu in debt. The elderly care at this moment was not directly related to these matters. If it weren't for genuinely caring for the elderly, their attitude and enthusiasm would be vastly different. For me? Shazhu looked bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened. It's all for you. Uncle Lee continued. Didn't you find a fake partner? That widow has 4 kids, and the old lady thinks Yang Jianguo is ruining your reputation. Just think about it. You found a partner with 4 kids who would still be willing to introduce you to girls in the future. Everyone knows you went on a date with a widow, and even if someone introduces you later, it's probably going to be someone like her. How can the old lady not be angry? Uncle Yi's argument was so convincing that Shazhu actually believed him, and a wave of guilt surged within him. He even started to blame himself, thinking he had made a mistake this time by pretending to date a widow. He should have found a girl instead, so he wouldn't lose his bottom line. Is the problem with you? Is it the old lady's fault? Uncle Yi glanced at Shazhu, thinking to himself that Shazhu was still as easily deceived as before. It's just that someone was causing trouble, which had made him change a bit. But that was unimportant, as long as one paid a little attention. Shazhu was still the same Shazhu. Uncle Yi was firmly convinced of this. After years of education and influence, how could it be easily shaken? It's my fault. Yang Jianguo said he won a bet and would introduce me to a partner, and I impulsively got involved. Shazhu quickly admitted his mistake, regretting his moment of confusion. Yang Jianguo, this person is unreliable. You should stay away from him in the future. Uncle Yi believed that Shazhu's change must have been influenced by Yang Jianguo. Ever since Yang Jianguo got divorced, his personality had changed dramatically, seemingly targeting the deaf old lady. Uncle Yi had opposed the actions of the deaf old lady from the beginning. Isn't Qin Huairu just fine? Officer, look, this is my home. The glass has been smashed, and now I'm homeless. Yang Jianguo led the police to the courtyard. It was after work hours, and help couldn't be sought today. Who smashed it? Had they been caught? The police briefly checked the scene and counted the shattered glass. It was an old lady inside. Jianguo directly led the police to the deaf old lady's door and knocked to inquire. The police did not take any extreme actions, intending to take the person away for education and compensation for the damages. Don't knock. The old lady is sick and went to the hospital, someone among the onlookers reminded. Sick? She was just smashing glass with great energy. Now that I called the police, she suddenly got sick? She probably saw the situation was bad and hid away. Pretending to be sick is not a new trick for her. Jianguo ruthlessly exposed the deaf old lady's trick, intending to let the neighbors see her true colors. Which hospital did she go to? Does anyone know? The police were half convinced by Jianguo's words and planned to verify at the hospital. Who knows? Shazhu and Uncle Yi went over. We'll know when they come back. The people in the courtyard speculated that the deaf old lady must have hidden away. Otherwise, how could she suddenly be so sick, especially after Jianguo reported to the police? The elderly in the courtyard all understood the deaf old lady's temperament. Over the years, thanks to Zhonghai often mentioning that the deaf old lady once made straw sandals for rabbits, her status had been elevated and people mentioned her past behavior less. But not mentioning it doesn't mean forgetting. Pretending to be sick was just a small trick for the deaf old lady. She had previously helped Shazhu out of trouble in public meetings using this tactic. All right, let's leave it at that for today. I'll come back tomorrow to handle it. The police saw that the person had run away, and it was after work hours, so they left with just a few words since it was only broken glass. Jianguo felt helpless. What problem could hiding solve? Did she think she wouldn't come back? Would the police give up searching for her just because she was hiding? Jianguo shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was truly bizarre at this moment. Forget it, dear. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Tianai comforted Jianguo. The house was a mess, and it was too late to even buy glass. The two could only temporarily cover the windows with paper and make do for the night. 2 hours later, Uncle Yi and Shazhu returned with the deaf old lady. Staying in a hospital costs money. Besides, the deaf old lady is fine. She just hid from the police. Shazhu was exhausted from carrying the deaf old lady, and he even paid for the medical expenses, which amounted to over 6 yuan for the medicine. Go back and rest. Uncle Yi waved for Shazhu to leave. Shazhu was indeed extremely tired from running back and forth carrying the old lady. Old lady, Shazhu is leaving. Let's have a chat. After Shazhu left, Uncle Yi called to the deaf old lady, but she seemed to be asleep and showed no reaction. Old lady, although you escaped a disaster today, Jianguo reported to the police, and they will come again tomorrow. Uncle Yi knew the deaf old lady's temperament well. Seeing her unresponsive, he muttered to himself, "That damn guy. I really want to teach him a lesson." The deaf old lady perked up immediately upon hearing this. There was no trace of drowsiness left. She had previously felt too ashamed to face anyone, which was why she pretended to be asleep. "Old lady, what's the use of saying this now?" Uncle Yi advised. "You were too impulsive. How could you smash someone else's glass?" The deaf old lady woke up, and Uncle Yi was not surprised because she had pretended to be sick more than once. Uncle Yi played along with her act, just to let others see how much he cared for the lonely elderly in the courtyard, thereby enhancing his own prestige. "I am furious. That little brat dares to cause trouble in the courtyard. He needs to know who's in charge," the deaf old lady said angrily. The Shazhu she had worked hard to cultivate could not be disturbed by Jianguo. Now, she had reached a point where she needed Shazhu's help. But she couldn't just smash glass. Ever since Jianguo got divorced, he had changed completely and was clearly retaliating. Uncle Yi said, "I told you long ago that what you did was wrong and would bring trouble." Uncle Yi actually believed that all of this was caused by the old lady herself. If it weren't for her fixation on Jianguo's ex-wife, resulting in the divorce, Jianguo wouldn't have acted this way. The old Jianguo never cared about courtyard matters. He's a man without heirs. Getting divorced was right. The deaf old lady didn't think she had done anything wrong. Finding a wife for Shazhu was certainly not a mistake. Finding a wife who could be filial to Shazhu was crucial for her retirement. So how could it be wrong? So what do you think we should do now? The police will definitely come tomorrow. Uncle Yi had no solution either. This old lady was very stubborn and would not give up on what she was determined to do. "I don't want to see the police. It's too embarrassing." The deaf old lady was also at a loss. Saying she had connections and knew important figures was all nonsense. If she really had such connections, she wouldn't have only gone to Liu Haizhong's house for help when Shazhu was arrested before. All right, tomorrow morning I'll take you to the police station, and we'll turn ourselves in, Uncle Lee said. We'll compensate some money, and this matter will be settled. This way, the people in the courtyard wouldn't see the police, and things would calm down. If the deaf old lady were taken away by the police from the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai would also be affected. Therefore, Yi Zhonghai didn't want the deaf old lady's prestige to be damaged. After all, the deaf old lady's status was something he had built up himself. The deaf old lady's esteemed position in the courtyard was like that of an ancestor, which greatly benefited him. Once that halo was shattered, he would suffer significant losses. Well, we need to avoid people's eyes and ears. The deaf old lady was used to enjoying the respect of an ancestor in the courtyard and valued her face. She also feared being seen, as it would damage her prestige. Being regarded as an ancestor in the courtyard was indeed a pleasure. Everyone was willing to offer good food. If it were an ordinary old lady, who would care? The deaf old lady was very shrewd. Chapter 35. Reporting. Don't worry, when everyone in the courtyard goes to work. You can stroll out slowly, and I'll wait for you outside. Yi Zhonghai smiled. This was the most satisfactory way to resolve the matter. Okay, let's go according to plan. The deaf old lady thought for a moment and knew that this trip was unavoidable. This was the best plan, so she agreed. However, she had already secretly vowed to severely punish Jianguo. The ancestor only smashed a piece of glass. How dare you call the police? You're really bold. Director Wang, what I said is all true. The street where we live is the most chaotic. The matters in the courtyard have all been suppressed, which is why we can be rated as advanced. Everything I mentioned is all Yi Zhonghai's doing. You can check it out. After work the next day, Jianguo rushed straight to the street office, reporting, Yi Zhonghai. He remembered it clearly. The deaf old lady's punishment is insufficiently shared, and you, Yi Zhonghai, are covering for her. I will definitely seek trouble with you. Regarding the incident with the deaf old lady yesterday, Yi Zhonghai actually blamed me, which infuriated that old woman. Jianguo remembers this clearly. All right, let's go to your courtyard. If what you said is true, it will be dealt with severely. Director Wang stood up. This matter must be resolved. If the courtyard is truly this chaotic yet still receives accolades year after year, isn't that her dereliction of duty? Once exposed, it will be a disgrace. At this moment, swift action must be taken to remedy the situation. Jianguo, what are you doing? As Jianguo led Director Wang into the courtyard, third uncle's face was filled with shock, and the broom in his hand fell to the ground uncontrollably. Third uncle, I discussed the situation in our courtyard with Director Wang. He specifically came to understand. Director Wang, I will take you to visit a few neighbors who can speak frankly. After saying this, Jianguo led Director Wang away. He knew well that those who had suffered grievances from Yi Zhonghai in the courtyard would definitely not speak well of him. Thus, he specifically chose these households to inquire. This is bad. Something has happened in our courtyard. Soon, third uncle hurried back home with a panicked expression, while third aunt looked confused. This courtyard has never been peaceful. What new tricks could it possibly have? Jianguo reported Yi Zhonghai and even invited Director Wang. This is a huge problem. Third uncle was anxious over the years. To maintain order in the courtyard, several uncles had employed various methods. He, Yin Shuzhai, was no exception and had cooperated with Yi Zhonghai multiple times. If he were to be held accountable, he couldn't escape responsibility, and this was the root of his anxiety. No way. Could Jianguo really be so decisive? Third aunt was equally shocked. This is going to cause an uproar. There are many secrets in the courtyard. How can they be made public? Once exposed, the several uncles would all be implicated. No, I need to go see. I have to discuss countermeasures with old E. The timid third uncle couldn't sit still. He needed to consult Yi Zhonghai. Many things he only assisted from the sidelines and did not directly participate in, so he couldn't be dragged into this. Wait, going to find Yi Zhonghai at this time? Are you crazy? What if Director Wang sees you? How will you explain it? Anyway, you were just assisting. If it comes to it, just push it onto Yi Zhonghai. Besides, it might not even be pursued. Don't be afraid. Third aunt was also worried about third uncle. The family relied on his income. If he got into trouble, the whole family would go hungry. Right, we can't find Yi Zhonghai. We can't panic. We won't go anywhere. Although third uncle was flustered, he still tried to calm himself. He also didn't dare to trouble first uncle Zhonghai. Director Wang, why are you here? Although third uncle didn't inform Zhonghai, the news still leaked. Just after Yang Jianguo finished visiting two families with Director Wang, Zhonghai appeared. Oldie, gather the people in the courtyard. I have some matters to inquire about. Director Wang looked at Zhonghai, her eyes filled with disappointment. This courtyard receives accolades year after year. She had originally thought Zhonghai managed it excellently. Unexpectedly, the courtyard wasn't truly good. It was just that Zhonghai was too adept at concealment, suppressing all the problems. Even incidents of assault and robbery could be resolved within the courtyard. Director Wang was astonished. Even she, as the street director, wouldn't he dare to handle such matters lightly. How could Zhonghai be so bold? Where did his power come from? All right, Director Wang. Zhonghai initially wanted to have a conversation with Director Wang, as they had a good relationship before. But Director Wang didn't give him the chance and directly called for a meeting of the entire courtyard. Director Wang's attitude, treating it as an official matter with a serious expression, gave Zhonghai a sense of foreboding. He didn't know what Yang Jianguo had told Director Wang or what he reported. If it was just about him favoring the deaf old lady last night, that would be fine, but he feared Yang Jianguo had revealed something more serious. Hello, comrades, I am Director Wang from the street. Today, someone reported some situations in your courtyard to the street, and I am here to verify. Zhonghai, as one of the elders in the courtyard, I will first ask you, has there been a serious assault incident in your courtyard that resulted in the victim losing their reproductive ability? Has there been a robbery? Director Wang didn't beat around the bush. Once everyone was present, she publicly questioned Zhonghai. Director Wang, there is a misunderstanding. Zhonghai thought to himself that this time he might be in trouble. Yang Jianguo actually revealed all these matters. No need to explain whether such incidents or not. Director Wang would not listen to explanations. Yes, there were, but compensation has been made and understanding reached. Zhonghai felt disheartened, knowing this time he was finished. These two incidents were both handled by him, both covered up by him. Are these two incidents both handled by you? Who gave you such power? The street only authorized you to handle neighborhood disputes and mediate daily trivial matters. For illegal activities, where did you get the authority to resolve them privately? Director Wang was furious. Zhonghai's actions exceeded expectations. Director Wang, I was also thinking of the courtyard. If a criminal were to emerge, the reputation would be ruined. Then, which girl would still be willing to marry in? It would even make finding a job difficult. The elder still wanted to argue a bit. Even if he was wrong, he still habitually regarded himself as morally superior, claiming he was doing it for the good of the whole courtyard. Enough, stop talking. Covering up problems is the greatest irresponsibility to the courtyard. I now announce the dismissal of the three elders of this courtyard. The courtyard will temporarily not have any managers. If there are issues, you can report them to the street. In the future, I will have street staff focus on supervising this courtyard. If illegal activities occur again, there will be severe punishment. Director Wang, filled with anger, directly dismissed the three elders and did not plan to appoint a new manager, instead letting street staff supervise. In fact, in recent years, the roles of the managing elders have become virtually non-existent. The establishment of managing elders stemmed from the rampant destruction in earlier years. To keep an eye on the courtyard. Nowadays, the situation has long since calmed down. The responsibilities of the managing elders have also shifted to assisting the street in handling neighborhood disputes, but in recent years, they have hardly been needed. In this courtyard, however, the managing elders not only did not become mere decorations, but their power also increased, even interfering in criminal cases, which is quite rare. After speaking, Director Wang left. Sigh. Yang Jianguo felt disappointed, but it was also within expectations. Director Wang chose to cover it up, no different from Zhonghai. Once this matter is exposed, she, as the street director, would also find it hard to escape responsibility. Therefore, she did not investigate deeply, only dismissing the three elders. Zhonghai concealed the facts in the courtyard, and Director Wang did the same on the street. Yang Jianguo, you scoundrel, I swear I won't let this go. In the home of first uncle, the furious elder had already smashed several cups. This was an unprecedented rage for him, all because Yang Jianguo actually reported him. Without the position of first uncle, how would he continue with his plans? This power was originally a solid backing for his retirement plan, but now it turned to vapor. How could he manipulate people's hearts? What's wrong with you, first uncle? Don't get so worked up. First aunt was still in a fog. She rarely participated in courtyard affairs and, due to her health issues, was even less willing to go out and join the fun, always waiting for first uncle to come back and recount. Jianguo, he reported all three of our elders in the courtyard. First uncle said angrily, Director Wang has already come. All three of us have been dismissed, and in the future, this courtyard will be supervised by the staff of the 823 Street. That's nothing. Matters in the courtyard are troublesome anyway. It's better not to manage them, just to have some peace. Although first aunt was also planning for retirement. Her thoughts were far less profound than Zhonghai's, and she didn't care much about losing the position of first uncle. What do you know? That position can protect Shazhu. Don't you understand Shazhu's character? Without my protection, he would have been caught countless times already. He certainly wouldn't admit it was for himself, nor would he acknowledge his reluctance to let go of the power in his hands. Back when Zhonghai voluntarily stepped down as first uncle, it was during a time of turmoil in the courtyard. Even if he did not resign, it would be difficult to control the situation. It was merely a move to protect himself and stay out of trouble. But now the situation is quite different. He still needs this power by his side, yet he has been reported and removed, losing face. What should he do? You should talk to Shazhu and let him know not to act so recklessly in the future. Auntie is worried. Shazhu's temperament is too impulsive and can easily lead to trouble. Without Zhonghai's protection, the consequences would be unimaginable. All right, I will speak to him myself. You need not worry about this. Zhonghai is not the least bit worried. He knows that Shazhu has been avoiding problems lately. He has noticed that Shazhu has already undergone a transformation and no longer needs to worry about him. At this moment, Zhonghai is fully calculating how to deal with Jianguo, this troublemaker. I'm going out for a bit. Thinking about dealing with Jianguo, Zhonghai remembers that not only did he suffer losses in this incident, but also Uncle Lu Haizhong and Uncle San were similarly frustrated, especially Lu Haizhong, who has always dreamed of being an official but has never achieved it in his life. The small position of managing the courtyard was the only official title he had, and now it has been stripped away. How could Lu Haizhong easily let Jianguo go? Considering this, Zhonghai decides to find Lu Haizhong. Just as he steps out, he runs into Uncle San. Uncle San has a gloomy expression. After all, the several uncles in the courtyard have a strong desire for control, and the original order was constructed together by them. In this system, Zhonghai has prestige, Lu Haizhong has his official position, and Uncle San can reap some small benefits. Jianguo's actions have undoubtedly stirred up a big mess and completely offended the three of them. It's fine, I'm going to fetch some water. Zhonghai is not interested in Uncle San Yin Shuzhai. This person is a fence-sitter, easily swayed by small benefits. He decides to use Lu Haizhong to take action. A few words of provocation will be enough, since Lu Haizhong is not a smart person. Uncle, what do you think about what happened today? Uncle San came to discuss with Zhonghai, feeling dissatisfied if Jianguo is not taught a lesson. Although Yin Shuzhai is a teacher, he is narrow-minded and lacks the capacity to tolerate others. What else can we think? It's already a done deal, Zhonghai sighed. But this little Yang has indeed been quite arrogant lately, stirring up chaos in the courtyard. In the end, we are the ones who suffer. It truly is a case of having a reason, but no place to voice it. He blames the chaos in the courtyard entirely on Jianguo. Yes, Jianguo has indeed gone too far. Uncle San agrees, saying that without us managing it, the courtyard will definitely fall into chaos. Implicitly, he suggests that they are still the benefactors of the courtyard and indispensable. Sai, what's the use of saying this? I'll go to the back courtyard to talk to old Lu. Zhonghai feels disappointed. He has already discerned Uncle San Yin Shuzhai's ulterior motives, which are to incite him to take action. Both Yin Shuzhai and Zhonghai are skilled at provoking others while reaping the benefits themselves. Zhonghai has no desire to continue to deal with Yin Shuzhai. He plans to find Lu Haizhong, believing the latter is easier to manipulate. All right then, I'll accompany you to visit him. Yin Shuzhai naturally does not want to miss this competition among the uncles, fearing that he will be excluded. Upon arriving at the back courtyard, Lu Haizhong is drowning his sorrows in alcohol, furious about losing his position as the second uncle of the courtyard. The only official position he ever held was that of the courtyard manager, which is now nothing but a dream. After sitting down, Yin Shuzhai takes the lead and asks, "Old Lu, what are your plans regarding today's incident?" Lu Haizhong replies indignantly, "What else can I think? Director Wang has personally intervened." After saying this, he glances at Yi Zhonghai with dissatisfaction, secretly blaming him for insisting on protecting Shazhu, which led to today's situation. Yi Zhonghai senses Lu Haizhong's discontent and quickly distances himself. Yin Shuzhai nods in agreement. Yes, such incidents in the courtyard indeed have a negative impact. In this era, if there are villains or criminals in a courtyard, the entire courtyard's reputation will be damaged. This is an undeniable fact. Lu Haizhong angrily says, "This is all caused by that Yang Jianguo. I will not let him off the hook. That little Yang is not an easy opponent. Old Lu, you must ensure everything goes smoothly." Yi Zhonghai pretends to remind him, secretly hoping that Lu Haizhong will immediately seek out Yang Jianguo. "Don't worry, I have a plan. Young Jianguo, he's still too green. I will send a few apprentices to the kitchen. This matter should not be discussed openly." Lu Haizhong suddenly falls silent. He realizes he is about to engage in misconduct and cannot spread around. Moreover, Yin Shuzhai is still present. This person is fickle. And if he goes out to inform Yang Jianguo, that would be troublesome. "Master Yang, Director Yang has a reception at noon today. I will need you to personally cook. Just let Shazhu handle the big pot dishes." Before noon, the cafeteria director has already come to give instructions. Although this small reception is handled by Yang Jianguo, the timing overlaps with the workers' meal, and he is not allowed to touch the big pot dishes. "All right, no problem. This is not the first time. Ever since Director Yang tasted Yang Jianguo's cooking, he has always been the one to handle important receptions. Shazhu can only retreat to the background, but he still has to take charge in less important situations. All right, Lu Lan, go get the ingredients. Master Yang, prepare yourself and don't delay the matter." It is clear that this reception is quite important, and the cafeteria director repeatedly emphasizes it. Yang Jianguo does not disappoint. After Lu Lan brings back the ingredients, he starts to get busy. "Master Yang, the factory director's guests have arrived. Hurry up and cook." At noon, Lu Lan comes back from the small private room, urging Yang Jianguo. Lu Lan is mainly responsible for the small private room. She only goes to clean or serve dishes when there are no receptions there. "Let's get started." Yang Jianguo thinks little of it and immediately turns on the stove to cook. But at this moment, a conspiracy is quietly brewing at the front hall's serving station. "Hey, how does your cafeteria's head chef cook? How can he not see such a big cockroach?" In front of window number 1, a man suddenly raises his lunchbox and angrily accuses the kitchen staff. In his lunchbox, there are 2 disgusting dead cockroaches mixed in with the cabbage. "Hey, I have this too. What's going on with your cafeteria?" The person who is serving in front of this man seems to have just discovered it and also shows his lunchbox to those around him. A large cockroach is hidden among the dishes, making people feel nauseous. "What's going on with this cafeteria? Get your head chef out here. Everyone look. Can the food from this cafeteria still be eaten?" The 2 men angrily point fingers, and others around them join in. The first window is usually manned by the cafeteria class leader. Everyone knows that. Due to its deliciousness, this window is always crowded. Upon seeing this, everyone's expression changes drastically. Some of those who had previously been served at this window are gagging, while others even rush outside to vomit. This is outrageous. The cafeteria's hygiene is so terrible. Yes, bring the chef out. This is unacceptable, and the cafeteria manager must give us an explanation today. Whose dishes are these? They must appear immediately. The people in the cafeteria are boiling with rage. Chapter 36. Unable to keep a secret, the appearance of cockroaches in the dishes is simply unacceptable. "Please, everyone stay calm. The kitchen manager will be here shortly. I will go get someone." A temporary worker, serving food, hurriedly goes to find the kitchen manager, directly skipping over class leader Yang Jianguo. The situation is serious. Only the manager can resolve it. "What's going on? What happened?" Before long, the cafeteria manager arrives. "Manager, look, this is our cafeteria's food. See this big cockroach? How can we eat this?" "Yes, manager, look, I have it in my dish too." The cafeteria's hygiene is really too poor. The two diners who found cockroaches complain with discontent. Go get class leader Yang. When the manager sees this, his brow furrows. Cockroaches in the food are utterly disgusting. This is an error that cannot be tolerated. It further indicates that the cafeteria's hygiene is substandard, even extremely poor. 3 cockroaches in 2 dishes. Are they frying dishes or frying cockroaches? Manager, you were looking for me? Jianguo walks out, already knowing the situation, but he feels puzzled. Since he took office, the Bat Kitchen's hygiene has always been strictly monitored. Don't mention cockroaches. Not even a single ant can be seen. Suddenly, 3 cockroaches appeared. And this is no joke. Yang, the squad leader, take a look for yourself and explain what is going on. The cafeteria director was displeased. This incident is considered an accident for the cafeteria. The workers found cockroaches in their meals, which is hard to swallow. Director, you need to resolve this. The first window is managed by Jianguo. The workers with lunchboxes were unwilling to let Jianguo off easily. At the first window, Jianguo's responsibility, along with his role as squad leader, meant he couldn't escape the blame. Lu Haizhong secretly rejoiced among the crowd, thinking, this time, Jianguo will definitely face a disaster. He may lose his position as squad leader and could even be fired. Remembering this scene, Lu Haizhong couldn't help but feel triumphant. Jianguo was still inexperienced in dealing with him. Is this the food you serve from the first window? Is this cockroach indeed from the first window? Jianguo asked, lightly prodding the cockroach with his chopsticks, questioning the worker holding the lunchbox. It's from the first window, so what? Are you trying to deny it? Let me tell you, many workers saw it with their own eyes. Don't think you can play tricks. The worker shouted loudly, borrowing strength from the crowd. Go! Call the security department. Jianguo ordered without hesitation, determined that this was an act of provocation. What do you want? If the security department comes, they will arrest you. I'm the real victim here. Don't think you can use your power to intimidate people. In front of so many witnesses, don't try to play tricks. Hearing that the security department was coming, the 2 workers appeared slightly anxious. Let us wait until the security department arrives. Put the lunchboxes on the table. This is already evidence. Jianguo said firmly, while also wondering why the 2 were causing trouble. Section Chief Han arrived. The security personnel quickly reached the scene, with the section chief personally attending. The cafeteria director hurriedly welcomed him. What's going on? How did such a thing happen in your cafeteria? Section Chief Han approached with a mocking expression. It was absurd that such trivial matters bothered the security department. Look, we got this food from the cafeteria. How can we eat this big cockroach? Who would dare to eat if the cafeteria cooks like this? We just want fairness. Yet they insisted on calling you from a security department. The 2 workers complained directly to Section Chief Han. At this time, the security department had considerable power. Any disputes within the factory fell under their jurisdiction, excluding production matters. What is going on in the cafeteria? Explain it clearly to me. Section Chief Han frowned, as he often dined in the first cafeteria. The hygiene situation in the first cafeteria is so terrible. He examined the lunchbox and already had some judgment in mind. Section Chief Han, let me explain. Jianguo preemptively took the floor before the director could speak. Look, this cockroach is still alive. It hasn't been cooked at all. Jianguo pointed at the lunchbox and continued, if this cockroach was in the food and the food was cooked, how could it not show any signs of having been in the pot? This is too strange. Also, this cockroach is too intact. Jianguo kept analyzing. The food in a large pot is constantly being stirred. If it were really in the food, it would have been crushed long ago. How could it still be so intact? Clearly, these 2 put it in afterwards. Jianguo held the lunchbox, urging Section Chief Han to examine it closely. Kid, you have a bit of a detective-esque potential, Section Chief Han praised. You 2, what else do you have to say? Section Chief Han turned to the 2 workers. He was quite surprised by Jianguo's analysis. He expected him to be so articulate. In fact, Section Chief Han had already sensed something was off when he checked earlier. These 2 were really foolish. They wanted to frame someone without knowing how to make it convincing. Did they think simply putting something in would suffice? It was truly laughable. We don't know. We just came to get food, and the cockroach was in the food. It has nothing to do with us. The 2 workers nervously defended. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. We don't know anything. They were completely flustered. A carefully designed trap was so easily uncovered. They sensed that things were going badly. Not talking? Then we'll take you back for a thorough investigation. Section Chief Han sneered. Observing the two's guilty expressions and cowardly demeanor, he knew that within 10 minutes, just a little intimidation would make them confess. Section Chief Han. We know we were wrong. Our master forced us to do this. Sure enough, the two confessed directly. Who was your master? Section Chief Han couldn't help but laugh. With such little ability, you dare to come out and do bad things. It's simply madness. Couldn't you have waited for me to interrogate you before confessing? Our master is Lu Haizhong, a 7th level fitter. We didn't want to come, but he threatened us that we would be punished if we didn't. Thus, the mastermind behind the scenes was revealed. Who is Lu Haizhong? Is he here? Section Chief Han asked, as the situation was almost clear. What remained to be investigated was why Lu Haizhong wanted to do this. Someone in the crowd shouted, Section Chief Han. When Jianguo exposed those two, Lu Haizhong ran away. Everyone had a sense of what was happening in this dramatic scene. Lu Haizhong had instructed his 2 apprentices in the kitchen, and the so-called cockroach was merely his self-directed performance. Go bring Lu Haizhong here, Section Chief Han ordered, not acting alone, as he was accompanied by 2 security personnel. Section Chief Han sighed internally. Where could you run to? Don't you need your job at the steel plant? Soon, 2 security personnel brought a fat man. Who was Lu Haizhong? Lu Haizhong shouted about having urgent tasks and reprimanded loudly. Section Chief Han looked helpless. You were enjoying the show earlier. But as soon as the situation turned unfavorable, you tried to escape. Now that we've caught you, you say you have urgent tasks. Do you think we are fools? With so many 8th level workers, why would urgent tasks involve you? I don't know. I've been in the workshop completely unaware. Lu Haizhong was actually as timid as a mouse. Seeing his 2 apprentices being caught, he immediately tried to flee, thinking no one saw him. You been in the workshop? Didn't you just run from the kitchen? Lu Haizhong, you'd better come clean, otherwise I'll lock you up. Section Chief Han saw that Lu Haizhong was definitely not a good person, still harboring hopes at this point. No, I really didn't do anything. I just complained a bit about Jianguo in our yard. That's all. You 2 brats, what have you done? I didn't ask you to cause trouble in the kitchen. Do you still want to continue being apprentices? Do you believe I can get the director to fire you? Lu Haizhong denied it vehemently, yelling at his 2 apprentices. We didn't want to. Lu Haizhong's 2 apprentices were so frightened they didn't know what to do. They were just apprentices, not formal employees, and could be fired at any time. Becoming formal employees was the real job security. Lu Haizhong, you are threatening your apprentices in front of Section Chief Han. You are too wicked. You must take responsibility for this. You will receive a demerit. Perhaps these 2 apprentices still have a chance to stay. If your apprentices can't withstand it, they will be dismissed immediately. Young Jianguo interjected. He noticed that Lu Haizhong's 2 apprentices were about to yield to his threats due to fear of being fired. Yang Jianguo wouldn't just stand by. He immediately exposed Lu Haizhong. If the 2 apprentices took the blame, they would definitely be fired immediately. Only by clarifying the matter would there be a slim chance of staying. But it was only a slim chance. Workers causing trouble in the factory would certainly not be kept. Master, we don't want to be fired. This was clearly your idea. Master, you can't harm us. The cockroach was given to us by you. Yes, we found this job with great difficulty. We can't just lose it like this. Master, we didn't want to do this. You forced us. Yang Jianguo's words instantly stirred the emotions of the 2 apprentices, leading them to expose Lu Haizhong. All right, take Lu Haizhong to the security department for a thorough interrogation. How dare you frame someone? You are truly asking for trouble. Section Chief Han waved his hand, and the security personnel took Lu Haizhong away. You 2 also go to the security department and clarify what happened. Subsequently, the 2 apprentices were also taken to the security department. Although they were instigated by Lu Haizhong, they were the ones who actually committed the act. These 2 apprentices were in for a rough time. The factory would not tolerate such troublemakers. Lu Haizhong was a full-time employee with a stable job, and he might only receive a reprimand or salary deduction. But these 2 apprentices had no such protection. Hey, Lu Haizhong must be crazy to dare to do such a thing. Back in the kitchen, everyone was discussing the matter, with Shazhu being the most animated. Yang Jianguo felt helpless, realizing he had become a target of revenge. His report led to the loss of control by 3 senior figures in the courtyard, a power they once took pride in. The courtyard had been managed as tightly as a drum by them, but after losing their positions, all their efforts were in vain. How could they not hate Yang Jianguo? If this matter hadn't been exposed, the kitchen wouldn't know how to resolve it. And you still have the face to be proud? Lu Lan couldn't stand Shazhu's demeanor and retorted, Lu Haizhong is a waste. How could his little tricks possibly succeed? Shazhu had never thought highly of Lu Haizhong. When the 3 seniors managed the courtyard, he only respected the first senior, Yi Zhonghai, and had no qualms about confronting the other 2. Shazhu, you're being an armchair strategist. You should thank Team Leader Yang this time. You were the one who cooked the dishes. If it weren't for Team Leader Yang, you'd be in trouble today, Lu Lan said before getting back to her work. Shazhu then realized that he was the one who cooked the dishes. If it hadn't been discovered, he would have been in trouble. Shazhu swore to himself that he would teach Lu Haizhong a lesson. The broadcast announced the handling results for Lu Haizhong and his 2 apprentices. Lu Haizhong was given a major demerit for sabotaging the kitchen and had 2 months' salary deducted. The 2 apprentices were dismissed. Lu Haizhong managed to keep his job, but the 2 apprentices were mercilessly fired. If being an apprentice was this serious, what would happen if they were confirmed as full-time employees? Shazhu felt even more resentful towards Lu Haizhong. He deserved it. He should have been fired too. Shazhu nearly suffered because of this. That's right. How dare he throw dirt on our kitchen? Firing him would be a relief. Naturally, everyone in the kitchen harbored resentment towards Lu Haizhong. If he really succeeded, the kitchen would be in dire straits. Why get home today? Just wait and see how I deal with him, Shazhu sneered. Lu Haizhong's attempt to frame him this time wouldn't go unpunished. All right, let's get back to work, Yang Jianguo commanded, ending the idle chatter. In fact, the one who wanted to deal with Lu Haizhong the most was Yang Jianguo, as he knew Lu Haizhong was targeting him this time. He just hadn't thought of a countermeasure yet. Lu Haizhong was in the workshop, while Yang Jianguo was in the kitchen. Aside from being in the courtyard, they had almost no interaction. Should he hire some thugs to beat him up? That was too low. Yang Jianguo, what do you think about us teaming up to deal with Lu Haizhong? Let's grab a bag and put it over him when he goes to the toilet at night. On the way back, Shazhu followed Yang Jianguo, wanting to discuss how to deal with Lu Haizhong. You have to do this yourself. I won't get involved, but don't drag me in. Putting a bag over him was something that had to be done secretly. Why discuss it with others? Yang Jianguo was speechless. Besides, Shazhu couldn't keep a secret. If he really teamed up with him, it would be out in a few days because of his big mouth. Shazhu's expression after doing something bad couldn't be hidden. Shazhu, you finally came back. Hurry to the backyard and see. Something happened at Lu's house. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Third Master rushed over with a worried look, saying that First Master wanted him to find Shazhu because only he could calm the situation down. What happened? Shazhu asked nonchalantly. After all, Lu Haizhong was Lu Haizhong. He didn't care about his problems and even felt a bit gloating. Hurry up. Old E sent me to find you. Yin Shuzhai pulled Shazhu away, not giving him time to explain. All right, slow down. Shazhu looked reluctant. He didn't want to stand up for Lu Haizhong. Lu Haizhong had almost framed him today. Even if he went, he would just be there to watch the excitement. Yang Jianguo also wanted to know what was happening, so he followed to the backyard. As soon as they arrived at the backyard, Yang Jianguo saw a crowd gathered at Lu Haizhong's doorstep. Lu Haizhong was covered in bruises, being restrained by several people. Wife, what's going on? Jiang Tianai was among the onlookers, and Yang Jianguo couldn't help but ask. Chapter 37. Settling scores. I just came back from my mom's place and heard that Lu Haizhong got someone's child fired. They came to find him for trouble. With one sentence, Yang Jianguo immediately understood the situation. It was one or both of the apprentices' families coming to settle scores with Lu Haizhong. After entering the steel factory as an apprentice, one could usually get confirmed as a full-time employee within 2 years without any accidents. In this day and age, what does a job mean? For an average family, one job could support the whole family. A man with a job finds it easier to get a wife. Dual-income households are even more envied. Causing someone to lose their job is akin to endangering their livelihood. It would be strange if they didn't come to settle scores. Everyone calm down. Let's talk this through. No need for violence. Yi Zhonghai loudly advised, but no one paid attention. This was also why he had sent Yin Shuzhai to find Shazhu. First Master, Shazhu is back. Although the three masters had been dismissed, the years of titles were hard to change, and people in the courtyard still called them First Master, Second Master, and Third Master. Their titles among themselves hadn't changed either. Shazhu quickly pulled them apart. Don't let them fight here. Upon seeing Shazhu, Yi Zhonghai seemed to have found support. This kind of physical confrontation still relied on Shazhu. First Master, I can't help with this. Watching Lu Haizhong being beaten, Shazhu felt amused. Help him? How could that be? Today, this guy almost got him into trouble. The dishes with the cockroaches were made by him. Shazhu, what's wrong with you again? Yi Zhonghai asked helplessly, wondering why Shazhu was causing trouble again and not listening. First Master, you don't know. Today, Lu Haizhong had someone put cockroaches in the dishes I made, and I almost got framed. Help him? No way. I'd rather beat him up. Shazhu explained briefly and then stood aside to watch the excitement, silently cheering for those people. Shazhu, I really didn't intend to harm you. It was purely a misunderstanding. Lu Haizhong lay on the ground in a sorry state, holding his head in his hands, fearing that the people around him would strike again. He hurriedly explained to Shazhu that it was clearly Jianguo who was cooking at the window, and he had no intention of harming Shazhu. What misunderstanding? I almost got killed because of you, and you still call it a misunderstanding? What the hell are you talking about? Shazhu completely ignored Lu Haizhong's explanation. Filled with resentment, Lu Haizhong wanted to clarify, but didn't dare to speak. Should he tell Shazhu that he did it to frame Jianguo? With so many people in the courtyard, once it was said, it would be impossible to take back. At that point, Jianguo would definitely come to settle scores with him too. It was better not to say anything. This way, Jianguo wouldn't be on guard, making it easier for him to act next time. Lu Haizhong still hadn't given up on dealing with Jianguo, even thinking that his current predicament was Jianguo's fault. If it weren't for Jianguo exposing his scheme in the kitchen, how could he end up like this? Lu Haizhong, you tell us, how do we resolve this? You caused our two kids to lose their jobs. If we don't get an explanation, we'll come to find you every day. The crowd refused to let it go. Two jobs couldn't be resolved just by smashing a few tables and chairs. If Lu Haizhong didn't provide an explanation, this matter wouldn't end. I'll compensate you. Seeing that no one in the courtyard was helping him, Lu Haizhong became even more timid and proactively offered to compensate. All right, how much do you propose to compensate? This was for two people's jobs. Without jobs, the two kids would even have difficulty finding wives. Hearing that Lu Haizhong was willing to compensate, the crowd finally quieted down. 100. How about 100 each? Lu Haizhong thought for a moment and offered a number. His family doesn't have much savings. When his eldest son got married, they almost emptied their savings and were also scammed out of some money. Now, the family savings are only a few hundred yuan, which they have saved up over the past few months. What? 100 per person? Are you giving us alms? This is for two jobs. Two kids have been working for over a year and are about to be regularized. And you're saying only 100 each? This 100 directly infuriated everyone. And they reached out to hit Lu Haizhong. Don't hit. I'll add more money. But we don't have much savings. How about 200 each? 200 is enough to find another job. Lu Haizhong had no choice but to add another 100 for each person. In this day and age, spending money to find connection can also secure a job. So 200 is reasonable. 500 each means they would have to work as apprentices for another 2 years. And that also counts as money, right? After some discussion between the two families, they came up with this price. 200 is barely enough to find a job, but afterward, they would still have to endure a 2-year apprenticeship. This loss, of course, would have to be recouped from Lu Haizhong. I can't come up with that much. Even 1,000 yuan is beyond Lu Haizhong's means. Beat him until he agrees. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was furious again. I'll pay, isn't that enough? Seeing that he was about to be beaten again, Lu Haizhong instantly cowered and quickly agreed. Whether he could come up with the money was a matter for the future. If he didn't agree now, he would have to take the beating. Oh, isn't that Su Damao? When did you come back? As the crowd dispersed, Shazhu turned around and saw Su Damao walking toward his home. None of your business. Su Damao looked a bit disheveled, shot Shazhu a fierce glare, and went into the house. After being locked up for several days, he had indeed suffered quite a bit. The interrogations were relentless. He was almost tempted to confess. But when he thought of the consequences of confessing, Su Damao gritted his teeth and held on. In the end, he just had to pay a fine and was released. Nowadays, everyone does this. Su Damao didn't disclose the private banquet, so it was just considered he bought a few more things. If it were during a crackdown, Su Damao would not have been able to come back. At present, the regulations are still relatively lenient. Hey, do you think I want to manage this? I just don't want any more criminals in the yard. Shazhu wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage, and he retorted directly. You're the criminal. You all are. Su Damao was furious. Although he had settled this time, he had turned back into a pauper. This time, even his parents had to put up money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten out. Just as he was feeling troubled, Shazhu was still being relentless. I'm a criminal. I got arrested by the police. That's really funny. Shazhu didn't care whether Su Damao was happy or not. Su Damao was unhappy, but in reality, his mood was improving. Damao, you're back. Don't mind Shazhu. Hurry home. At this moment, Su Damao's door opened, and Qin Huairu came out. Recently, Qin Huairu had been feeling uneasy, fearing that Su Damao wouldn't return. Seeing him come back now, she felt a little relieved. But upon seeing Shazhu, her expression darkened again. As if I want to chatter with him. Shazhu saw Qin Huairu and felt guilty because he had once put her in a difficult position. Husband, my sister said you should take a leave of absence tomorrow afternoon and go to her workplace. Qin Huairu said, your song. The leader really likes it and wants to reward you. When they got home, Jiang Tianai reported the good news to Jianguo. After Jianguo went to work, he often let his wife return to her family to prevent any trouble in the yard. He left his bicycle for his wife and walked to and from work himself, both responsible and preventing any nighttime trouble. After all, the deaf old lady loves to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. When Su Damao was at work, Lu Shaoyi became close to the deaf old lady out of loneliness, and Yang Jianguo didn't want his wife to follow in those footsteps. Really? That's great news. Just take leave tomorrow afternoon. Yang Jianguo was very pleased, winning a Red Song Award. Who would dare call him a bad element? This was undoubtedly a protective charm. Plus, with his identity as a three-generation poor farmer, it was even more solidified. My sister got a raise again. I heard this time it was exceptional. She's already over 70. Jiang Tianai mentioned. Yang Jianguo felt helpless. His sister-in-law liked to show off whenever she got a raise. Thinking of his salary being only over 30, Yang Jianguo felt at a loss. The cook's exam was coming up, but even if he passed, the salary would only be a little over 40. Yang Jianguo thought to himself, tomorrow when he sees his sister-in-law, she would be even more arrogant. Wife, don't worry. My salary may not compare to your sister's, but my ability to earn money is definitely not inferior. In terms of salary, the head chef in the factory is at level 6, earning around 48. And there is no hope of further promotion. Yang Jianguo had given up chasing that impossible salary level. That's not what I meant. Isn't our life pretty good? Tomorrow my sister will bring up the salary increase again, so you have to endure a bit. His wife knew that her sister would show off as soon as they met, and this was a preemptive warning to Yang Jianguo. Wife, if your sister bullies me tomorrow, I'll have to get back at her through you. Since his wife needed comfort, Yang Jianguo naturally didn't hold back. And the two were intimate for over 3 hours until his wife fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Afterward, one cigarette, is it better than being a living god? Forget it, I don't smoke, can I just go to the bathroom? Yang Jianguo had no intention of sleeping and planned to go to the bathroom. The only inconvenience of his courtyard was that the bathroom was too far away, about 50 meters. However, compared to the next courtyard, it was still considered good. If there was a slight breeze at night, you could smell unpleasant odors. Shazhu, what has been going on with you lately? Just as Yang Jianguo reached the passage from the backyard to the middle yard, he heard a woman's questioning voice. Sister Qin, it's not that I don't want to help you. I also want to save some money. Shazhu's voice rang out. It turned out Qin Huairu had come to find him in the middle of the night. Yang Jianguo didn't need to guess. It was about borrowing money again. Shazhu, I'm really out of options. Do you know how difficult it is for me? Just lend me a little. I'll pay you back when I get my salary. Yang Jianguo hid in the dark to observe, and the two were whispering at Shazhu's door, afraid of being overheard. Sister Qin, I really want to save money to marry a wife. Shazhu showed a troubled expression, starting to think about his future. Originally, he thought marrying a wife would only take a few dozen yuan. He had saved 300 and was quite proud. But after Yang Jianguo's reminder, Shazhu realized things were far from that simple. Marrying a rural wife would cost 100 yuan, and a city girl would be at least several hundred. If the woman has a job, 3 rounds and 1 sound and 36 legs are indispensable. Lu Haizhong's eldest son's wife is one of those who has a job. After some consideration, Shazhu realized that the things he wanted were indeed quite a lot. Shazhu, you can bear to see me starve, but don't you care about Huaihua? Qin Huairu seemed to be angered by Shazhu and blurted out. Upon hearing this, Yang Jianguo became interested, as if he had gained some insight. Why did Qin Huairu mention Huaihua to Shazhu? Sister Qin, keep your voice down. Where did that come from? Huaihua may not even be my flesh and blood. It was just an accident that day. It was all because Jia Dongshu insisted on drinking with me and forcefully got me drunk, causing me to collapse. Shazhu's expression was flustered, and his words were jumbled. However, Yang Jianguo had already understood. Shazhu might have had an affair with Qin Huairu due to being drunk, and because of this, he was suspicious of Huaihua's origins. TSK, Shazhu's words also cannot determine whether Huaihua is his blood. Could it be that after that one accident, Qin Huairu had Huaihua? But at that time, Qin Huairu's husband Jia Dongshu didn't show any unusual behavior, so whether Huaihua is Shazhu's offspring is still difficult to determine. This matter is indeed a tangled mess. They all say Shazhu is not foolish, but has a bit of cunning. Everyone is puzzled as to why he is tightly bound by Qin Huairu, and even later, for Qin Huairu's son, he would disregard his own flesh and blood. So that's how it is. It was Jia Dongshu who set up the scheme to get Shazhu drunk. No, it was Jia Dongshu's insistence on making him drink that caused Shazhu to pass out. This matter seems to have something else going on. I don't care. Do you care about Huaihua or not? Qin Huairu firmly accused Shazhu being unreasonable. All right, I've saved my money in the bank. I'll go withdraw it for you tomorrow. Shazhu forced a bitter smile and had no choice but to agree to lend her money. In fact, his money was indeed saved in the bank. He felt that holding it in his hand was always hard to keep, so he simply saved it to prevent squandering. Then I'll come find you again tomorrow. Shazhu, I also have no choice in this matter, and I really have burdened you. The money is settled. Qin Huairu hurriedly reassured Shazhu not to let the borrowing issue hurt their feelings. Sister Qin, I understand, don't worry. The money is in hand. And good words naturally need to be said, but Shazhu is actually quite bitter inside. Shazhu, I have to go back now, otherwise my mother-in-law will make a fuss again. After saying goodbye to Shazhu, Qin Huairu headed home. Sigh. Shazhu sighed deeply. The money was clearly saved, but in just a few days, he had withdrawn it twice. Storing money in the bank seems to have no meaning other than being inconvenient when needed. Shazhu wondered, what is the point of saving money? These two are really amusing. Yang Jianguo, feeling confused, left the courtyard and headed to the toilet. After more than 10 minutes, he returned feeling refreshed. Uncle E, what do you want from me? Just as he was about to enter the courtyard, he heard voices. Yang Jianguo felt helpless. Couldn't it be a little quieter at night? Especially Qin Huairu. Why does she appear so frequently, really attracting bees and butterflies? Did you look for Shazhu? What did you talk about? Uncle E.'s voice came, directly asking Qin Huairu. Yang Jianguo thought to himself, could it be that Uncle E caught Shazhu and Qin Huairu meeting secretly at night and is jealous and questioning them? But his tone didn't sound like it. We didn't say much, just that matter. Qin Huairu did not hide anything, her tone slightly hesitant. Shazhu doesn't even know about that. Jia Dongshu is really not a good person. To deceive Shazhu, he even put you out there. Uncle Yi's tone was filled with anger, as if Jia Dongshu had done something hateful. Uncle E, Dongshu didn't do anything. Shazhu didn't benefit at all. He was so drunk that he didn't know anything, and when he woke up in the morning, he was so scared that he ran away, not even touching my finger. Chapter 38 Celebration. So that's how it is. Yang Jianguo's doubts were resolved. Jia Dongshu invited Shazhu to drink, got him drunk, and as a result, something unexpected happened. But this doesn't make sense. Qin Huairu didn't drink, so where did the accident come from? Moreover, Jia Dongshu is not a good guy. How could he invite Shazhu to drink? Jia Dongshu is simply a version of Zhang Jia. Shazhu is really too naive, being played by such a scheme. No wonder he willingly delivers lunch boxes to Qin Huairu, regardless of how Zhang Jia scolds him. He fell into a trap, mistakenly thinking that the locust flower belonged to him. I understand, this matter must not be known to Shazhu. Otherwise, he will definitely hate you to the bone. Uncle Yi said, evidently already aware of this matter and deliberately hiding it from Shazhu. I understand, I didn't want to mention it. If it weren't for Shazhu's unusual behavior recently, I wouldn't have brought it up. This matter is inherently vague, and naturally, Qin Huairu doesn't want to say much, just hoping Shazhu can continue to be immersed in his misunderstanding. However, Shazhu seems to be out of control recently, and she has to use this matter to make Shazhu restrain himself a bit. All right, here are 10 jean of corn flour. Take it back. Don't let the kids go hungry. Uncle Yi seemed quite satisfied with this conversation and handed the bag in his hand to Qin Huairu. Every time he came to see Qin Huairu, he would bring some things, so even if he was caught, he could say he was helping her. As for why he was helping her late at night, Uncle Yi had his own explanations. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Qin Huairu happily accepted the bag. This 10 jean of food would be enough for several days' needs at home, though it was coarse grain, which the kids didn't particularly like. Something is strange. Jianguo secretly observed the two returning home, pondering in his heart. It seems there is no overly intimate behavior between Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai. This puzzled him greatly. Wasn't he Qin Huairu marrying Jia Dongxu with Uncle Yi's child? They should be very close, but whether during the day or at night. Their behavior was not very intimate. Yang Jianguo was filled with doubts. During this time, he also inquired and learned that the child was a premature birth. In his view, this was evidence of marrying with a child, and if the timing didn't match, it could be explained away as a premature birth. It is indeed a fact that Qin Huairu married Jia Dongxu with a child, but why is her relationship with Yi Zhonghai not like that of a couple? Just as Yang Jianguo was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Yang Jianguo, what are you doing here? Su Damao, how come you are here? I just came back from the toilet. Seeing Su Damao, Yang Jianguo felt helpless. This person had continuous good luck, even after being caught several times. He could still be safe and sound. If it were during a crackdown, he would have been ruined long ago. Hey, you just saw those two, didn't you? You were close. Did you hear what they said? Su Damao also saw Yi Zhonghai in Qin Huairu's private meeting just now, but the distance was a bit far, and he didn't hear the conversation clearly. They didn't say much, just that Yi Zhonghai gave Qin Huairu some corn flour, doing a good deed. Yang Jianguo naturally wouldn't reveal the secret he heard earlier to Su Damao. This was a big deal and needed to be kept to himself. Forget it then. Yang Jianguo, Master Yang, are you accepting private banquets? $20 a meal. Su Damao didn't continue to ask, and didn't think that Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu could have any big secret. He returned late today because he went out to check on his previous business and found that it had been taken over by someone else. The chef who reported him before was now replacing him to do private banquets. Su Damao planned to report him tomorrow, but the private banquet work still had to continue. He currently had no job and no income. If he didn't do this, he would starve. Moreover, with a stain on his record, it would be hopeless to find a job. I'm not accepting this kind of work. Yang Jianguo shook his head and walked straight to the backyard. Collaborate with Su Damao? That's impossible. Su Damao's previous actions were truly speechless. A person like him couldn't even find a job. After finally finding a way to make money, he still caused so much trouble. Yang Jianguo would never collaborate with him. After a few days of novelty, he would revert to his old ways. Su Damao was simply not an honest businessman. Once he saw profit, he threw his past lessons out the window. We can negotiate again. Su Damao didn't want to give up. No one nearby was willing to trust him anymore. After causing this kind of trouble twice, which chef would dare to collaborate with him? Yang Jianguo only sneered and went home, not wanting to bother with Su Damao. Just wait and see. Su Damao muttered angrily and returned home helplessly. Tomorrow he would still have to look for chefs. If it really didn't work out, he would go further afield. The next day, Yang Jianguo returned from his sister-in-law's workplace to his mother-in-law's house, holding a banner and a letter of commendation. This was his talisman, and Yang Jianguo proudly showed it to his wife, Jiang Tianai. What is this? Jiang Tianai asked. Although her sister had informed her in advance about this honor, she still happily cooperated with Yang Jianguo's joy. Look, a patriotic lyricist. Yang Jianguo displayed it, along with a letter. He knew that these meant significant opportunities for the future, and his heart was filled with joy. You're really great, dear. Jiang Tianai's joy was purely from Yang Jianguo's happiness. All right, Tianai, don't indulge him. I told you yesterday that there would be these. The sister-in-law mercilessly exposed her younger sister. I knew it long ago, but I'm really happy. Jiang Tianai glared at her sister. Helpless in the face of their opposition, she could only mediate between them. Tonight, we will have a big dinner to celebrate. You all wait a moment. I'll go prepare the ingredients. Yang Jianguo ignored his sister-in-law's disruption, already used to it, and then went out to ride his bicycle to shop. Do you need my help? Jiang Tianai asked. No need, just wait here. Yang Jianguo went alone because the secret of getting the ingredients could not be known to anyone. He rode to a remote alley, and suddenly a bag appeared in his hand. This was Yang Jianguo's newly discovered handy application. He could take out items with just a thought after placing them in advance. But he had to be close to the portal. On the way back, passing the front yard, Yang Jianguo encountered Ding Xiaonan, who was cooking. Out of politeness and neighborly concern, he greeted her. Dr. Ding, are you cooking? However, the response he received was a cold grunt. Ding Xiaonan turned around and ignored him. Yang Jianguo was puzzled, wondering when he had offended this woman. What did her attitude really mean? In an instant, he recalled that drama and pondered silently. Before Nanny pursued her, this woman was extremely arrogant. At that time, Ding Xiaonan's father was a prominent doctor, which undoubtedly fueled her pride. Yang Jianguo was not surprised by this and no longer felt pity for her. Looking at her later misfortunes, one could only say it was self-inflicted. Brother-in-law, did you bring back something delicious? His brother-in-law and sister-in-law rushed in excitedly after school, eagerly approaching Yang Jianguo. They were particularly close to him and always greeted him with such enthusiasm. They quickly snatched the bag from his hand. Yes, they were pouncing on the bag of food. At that moment, neither the sister-in-law, the brother-in-law, nor Yang Jianguo himself found their behavior particularly adorable. Upon returning to the Jiang family, Yang Jianguo couldn't help but ask his wife Jiang Tianai about Ding Xiaonan. He wanted to know if he had offended Ding Xiaonan in some way and why she was targeting him. Why do you want to ask her? How do you know her? Jiang Tianai looked at Yang Jianguo with confusion. I met her through Nan Yi, who was pursuing her. I saw her just now and thought since we were neighbors, I would greet her, but she completely ignored me. Yang Jianguo recounted his earlier experience. That's not surprising. She's always been like that since she was a child, Jiang Tianai explained. Not just you, even the people in the neighborhood. She doesn't pay attention to them. Her father is a famous doctor who has studied abroad. She always thinks the people in our neighborhood are country bumpkins. I see. No wonder Nan Yi has never been able to catch up with her. This woman is truly a peculiar one. It wasn't until her father had an accident, and she fell from grace that she started considering Nan Yi. But even then, she ended up being taken away by Cui Dake. Thinking about it, Nan Yi is really pitiful. In the end, he could only marry a widow with a bad reputation. Liang Lati. Of course, there were also reasons related to Nan Yi himself that made it difficult for him to pursue other women. During turbulent times, one's background becomes crucial. All right, I won't greet her anymore. Yang Jianguo shook his head, looking down on Ding Xiaonan. In terms of looks, his wife was far superior to her. Brother-in-law, come and cook. The food you make is so delicious. His sister-in-law bounced over, grabbing Yang Jianguo's hand and pulling him toward the kitchen with a playful expression. Speaking of which, the Jiang family's genes for appearance were indeed outstanding. Okay, brother-in-law will go cook now. Yang Jianguo couldn't bear to refuse and followed her into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Shazhu was happily occupied when an elder called him to the yard. The old lady asked about you today, complaining that you've been distant and haven't cooked for her in a long time. Well, I've been busy lately, Shazhu replied, realizing that he hadn't visited old lady Long for quite a while. In fact, he was somewhat reluctant to go because he had heard too much gossip and had developed some suspicions. He felt there were some things he didn't understand, and going would only add to his troubles. What could be more important than cooking for the old lady? The elder scolded. Don't you know she loves your cooking? The elder was dissatisfied with Shazhu, teaching him to have a filial heart, which was a key part of the retirement plan. Being able to have neighbors support him in his old age made Yi Zhonghai feel quite proud. I've just been busy with a lot of things lately. I'll definitely go when I have time, Shazhu said helplessly. He was now tightly controlled by Zhonghai. His house was mortgaged to the latter. He had signed retirement guarantees, and he owed a substantial sum of money that he couldn't repay. If things turned sour, he would end up on the streets, and the debt would still need to be repaid. All right, the old lady has been mentioning you a lot lately. You need to take it to heart, the elder said, reassured that Shazhu was willing to go. Although there were some disagreements between the two, they both agreed on changing Shazhu's character, making him feel that taking care of them in their old age was a given. Especially the old lady. Her influence in this regard far surpassed that of the elder. The more Shazhu visited, the more he would be influenced by the old lady. Don't worry, I'll go tomorrow. Shazhu was calculating in his heart. His family had run out of money and food, so he needed to go to the bank to withdraw money to buy things first. When Shazhu visited the deaf old lady, he always remembered to bring some delicious food, which made the old lady particularly fond of him. The deaf old lady had an irresistible love for good food. At the dinner table, Jianguo quietly said to Jianguo, "Honey, didn't you say that Qin Huairu's son, Wang Geng, loves to steal things? I feel like he has been secretly watching our house lately." Upon hearing this, Jianguo appeared somewhat helpless. He is targeting our house again? Last time, Jianguo had managed to divert Wang Geng's attention toward Zhonghai's house. Now, it seemed Wang Geng was back to his old habits. Jianguo added, "I've seen him peeking at our house several times in the hallway. As soon as he saw me, he would run away." Jianguo realized the situation was not good. It was clear that Wang Geng had not learned the lessons he needed. However, this was actually good news for Jianguo. Not only did he not plan to correct Wang Geng, but he also found it increasingly amusing that Wang Geng was becoming more entrenched in his thieving ways. Of course, it was unacceptable for him to target their house. "Wife, let us give Wang Geng a lesson like last time," Jianguo proposed. "I bet Qin Huairu won't let Wang Geng go to Zhonghai's house anymore. If we guide him again, he will definitely strike." Jianguo believed that rather than allowing Wang Geng to steal from his own house, it would be better to let him continue stealing from Zhonghai and Shazhu's homes, as that would help him develop into a true master thief. Jianguo couldn't help but chuckle. "Honey, you're really mischievous." She recalled Jianguo's clever plan from last time, which almost caused a rift in Zhonghai's household, but in the end, Zhonghai managed to suppress the situation. Wang Geng stealing from him wouldn't cause any major issues. Jianguo wore a proud expression. "This isn't mischief. I'm helping Wang Geng develop his personality." He stated that even if Wang Geng really did steal something not very important from their house, he wouldn't pursue it and would only strengthen the preventive measures at home. He believed that if a child was severely punished for stealing, it might instill fear in them, which would be counterproductive. "I can't argue with you, but you really are mischievous," Jianguo teased, getting up to serve Jianguo more food. Jianguo secretly smiled, planning to have a good chat with his wife later that evening. At the same time, he felt a sense of vigilance rising in him. Wang Geng wouldn't be watching their house for no reason. He was clearly sensing something. Chapter 39. Dinner together recently. The dining table at Jianguo's home was filled with meat dishes, all cooked food, and he thought the smell wouldn't leak out. Jianguo had specifically searched for several hidden spots selling cooked food in his personal world. He thought it was sufficiently secretive, but unexpectedly, it was still targeted by Wang Geng. This kid had a keen nose. This was not a good sign. Jianguo was unwilling to feed this ungrateful brat. "Honey, go check the kitchen. Wang Geng is spying on our house again," Jianguo said as she returned from serving the food, pointing outside. "I'll go take a look." Jianguo sniffed lightly. The smell was not strong. Today's marinated beef with cucumber had almost no odor. How could Wang Geng's nose be so sharp? Jianguo walked into the kitchen and looked outside. Sure enough, at the passage between the central courtyard and the backyard, Wang Geng was stealthily peeking into the backyard. His guilty expression was truly speechless. Jianguo opened the door directly, and Wang Geng immediately disappeared without a trace. Clearly, he was targeting their house. Otherwise, why would he act so guilty and run away as soon as the door opened? What should he do now? He wasn't hiding under their window anymore, and he couldn't hear their conversation. Jianguo noticed Jianguo returning to the dining table with a frown. Last time, Wang Geng was under the window, and they could cooperate to hint at him to change targets. Now he was hiding in the passage, running away as soon as he saw someone. What could they do? There was no opportunity to hint at him. Rest assured, this kid won't be able to hold out for long. There will be an opportunity sooner or later. I'll go take a look. Yang Jianguo knew that this was a test. If he let his guard down even a little, the kid would definitely strike. However, Yang Jianguo had already taken precautions, and the windows and other things had been simply modified. Outside, it was absolutely impossible to open them. Although the kid was known as a thief saint, that was just a joke. He didn't know how to pick locks. But for the foolish Zhu's family, locking the door was of no use to him. His skills in prying open doors had reached a remarkable level. He actually went to the foolish Zhu's house. Yang Jianguo walked into the courtyard and saw the door of the Zhu family wide open. Foolish Zhu was sitting at the table eating, while the kid was beside him holding the steamed bun given by Zhu. Yang Jianguo's eyes shifted, and he stepped into the Zhu family's door. "Hey, Zhu, eating? This meal is really simple," Yang Jianguo said, pointing at the cabbage and steamed bun on the table. Foolish Zhu smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's good enough to have a bun. I just steamed it." He knew very well that among these buns, the only one that would make it to his mouth was this meal. The rest would be taken away by the kid. The kid saw Yang Jianguo and just snorted without running away. Here at Zhu's place, he felt safe, and besides, he hadn't stolen anything from Yang Jianguo's house, so he naturally wasn't afraid. Yang Jianguo glanced at the kid and changed the topic. "Aren't you quite close to Uncle Yi's family? They eat quite well. Why don't you go eat there?" Foolish Zhu was taken aback. Uncle Yi's family has good food? He hadn't heard of that. Yang Jianguo continued, "Of course. Just look at Uncle Yi's salary, and then look at yours. How could they eat poorly? If you can have a bun, what do you think they are eating?" The kid couldn't help but interject, "Uncle Yi's family really has good food. They often buy meat." He had received quite a bit of meat during his 2 visits to Uncle Yi's house, so he knew a bit about the situation there. It's just a pity that Qin Huairu didn't let him go there anymore. Yang Jianguo looked at the kid and smiled. "See, even the kid knows, yet you don't. If I were you, I would go over there to eat whenever Uncle Yi was having a meal. Uncle Yi likes you so much. Wouldn't he let you eat?" Yang Jianguo was curious about the relationship between the kid and Uncle Yi and what kind of attitude Yi Zhonghai had towards the kid. In this time, being able to casually go to someone's house for a meal definitely indicated an extraordinary relationship. Because of the grain ration allocation, if you eat someone else's food, they have to go hungry. My mom doesn't allow me to go. The kid shook his head, feeling wronged. Obviously, Uncle Yi's family had plenty of meat, but he wasn't allowed to go, and he even got beaten for it. "No way. You must have misunderstood. Uncle Yi cares for you the most. Zhu, your family receiving assistance is precisely Uncle Yi's intention, isn't it?" Yang Jianguo knew that the kid not going to Yi Zhonghai's house and instead coveting his own must be due to Qin Huairu's obstruction. No worries. Yang Jianguo has his own ways to guide the kid. "Yes, Uncle Yi said that Sister Qin's family is having difficulties and asked me to help more. He is a good person," Foolish Zhu said frankly. With Uncle Yi's words, his help to Qin Huairu became even more justified. Otherwise, he could only do it secretly. Plus, since Jia Dongshu had passed away, he had even fewer concerns. Since Uncle Yi said so, he definitely wouldn't mind you taking some food. Your mom probably doesn't let you go because of the last time when Annie made a fuss. Just go when Aunt E is not around, and it'll be fine. Yang Jianguo had his own way of teaching children. Yang Jianguo, don't mislead the child. Foolish Zhu quickly stopped him. This is not the right way. It's almost stealing. Haha, just joking. Moreover, since Uncle Yi liked the kid so much, it would definitely be no problem for the kid to ask for a little bit when he was at home. Yang Jianguo laughed heartily and then went home. Whether the kid would really go steal or seek Yi Zhonghai, Yang Jianguo didn't care. If it didn't work this time, there would be another next time. In any case, the kid's habit of borrowing couldn't be interrupted. Yang Jianguo made a joke and shrugged off all responsibility. Yang Jianguo, stay after work. The factory manager has something to discuss with you. Yang Jianguo was busy in the kitchen when the secretary of Manager Yang came to inform him that he needed to stay after work. Understood. Yang Jianguo's eyes flickered. Was this for preparing a private banquet, cooking for the higher-ups? Regarding this matter, Manager Yang looking for Yang Jianguo was probably for this reason. Originally, this was Foolish Zhu's opportunity But now Manager Yang favored Yang Jianguo's cooking skills even more. "Chef Yang, please get in the car." As night fell, Yang Jianguo was led by Manager Yang's secretary to a car. As soon as the door closed, the vehicle started immediately, and Manager Yang was already waiting inside. "Chef Yang, sorry for the trouble today. Just prepare a meal." After arriving, focus on cooking and don't talk too much. Due to his superior status, Manager Yang specifically reminded him. "Understood. Manager, you can rest assured, I'm not a talkative person." Yang Jianguo replied with a smile. And scenes of foolish Zhu and Su Damao going to the big leader's house flashed through his mind. That story was quite absurd. Su Damao was truly unfortunate. He and foolish Zhu had always been at odds, and whenever there was an opportunity, they would expose each other's shortcomings. Su Damao was unfortunate in that when he mentioned this matter at the big leader's house, it just happened to be overheard by the leader. Foolish Zhu, on the other hand, escaped disaster as he didn't speak ill of Su Damao, thus establishing a connection with the big leader. In fact, it was all due to luck. The two of them were equally sharp-tongued and would blacken each other whenever they had the chance. Not long after, they arrived at the big leader's residence, where a two-story small villa came into view. Yang Jianguo noticed that there were already vehicles waiting, and the new projectionist from the steel plant was also waiting there. "I'll remind you once more, once we get inside, do your own thing and don't speak too much." Manager Yang, feeling uneasy, reminded again, and then led the two into the house. Subsequently, Yang Jianguo was guided to the kitchen by the big leader's secretary. Upon entering the kitchen, Yang Jianguo immediately began to prepare. The ingredients, especially the meat, were marinated in advance for better flavor. He would not be like foolish Zhu, arrogantly sitting and ignoring the ingredients, as that was not Yang Jianguo's style. Since it was an opportunity, he aimed for perfection. Strange, why was the situation different? After Yang Jianguo had prepared the ingredients and marinated the meat, he found that the big leader's wife had not stepped into the kitchen to take a look. Yang Jianguo felt helpless. He had hoped to take this opportunity to chat a bit and get familiar. Although Yang Jianguo didn't expect the big leader to directly benefit him. If he could make this connection, it would definitely be convenient in the future. "Chef Yang, you can start cooking now." More than 2 hours later, the big leader's secretary came to inform him to prepare the dishes, but the big leader's wife still had not appeared. During this time, the movie must have ended as well, and since the projectionist was not Su Damao, nothing unexpected happened. Everything seemed different from usual. "Chef Yang, please take these." "It's the leader's gratitude," the secretary said, and the car was waiting outside to take him back. After waiting for a long time, the secretary appeared again, informing him that the big leader had enjoyed the meal but did not summon the chef. Yang Jianguo was confident that his cooking skills far surpassed foolish Zhu's. Yet the big leader had no intention of making a connection. This left Yang Jianguo quite depressed, as it was vastly different from what he had expected. The idea of conquering the big leader with his culinary skills now seemed purely delusional. After all, how could the big leader make friends with a chef just because of his appetite? Yang Jianguo recognized the reality, took the items handed to him by the secretary, thanked him, and left. This relationship could not be forced. Yang Jianguo suddenly realized that the fool was the main character, and he was merely a supporting role. Mimicking foolish Zhu's path to establish connections was merely a fantasy. "Chef Yang, today's dishes were excellent." The leader was quite satisfied. The manager then got into the car and praised Yang Jianguo. Yang Jianguo smiled in response, but he couldn't help feeling disappointed inside. Others were enjoying a feast while he had been busy in the kitchen for hours. Although he received the manager's recognition and the big leader's satisfaction, he was not summoned. Clearly, the problem was not with the dishes, but with himself. In the future, he might still need Chef Yang's help, as the leader preferred this path. After the manager finished speaking, he instructed the driver to take Yang Jianguo home. At this point, Yang Jianguo understood. While the big leader was satisfied and wanted to taste the food again, he would convey that through the manager. In other words, if there was another opportunity, it would also be introduced by the manager, and the big leader had no intention of directly associating with Yang Jianguo. Yang Jianguo secretly wondered why he did not receive the same treatment as Shazhu. "Rest assured, if you need anything, just let me know," he promised the factory director. Yang Jianguo was at a loss for words. It was not easy to refuse the director's request. After all, he was just a worker, while the other party was the factory director. Offending the director could have serious consequences. Being a worker in this era was quite a privilege, akin to a protective talisman, and Yang Jianguo naturally did not want to lose it. However, if he imagined the situation in the 1980s, he would have resigned without hesitation and turned to business. Even doing small trades could yield substantial profits. Take jeans as an example. In the urban environment of the 1980s, their popularity would be beyond imagination. Recently, Yang Jianguo came across several boxes of clothing at the port with many pairs of jeans in trendy styles. If he brought them to the 1980s, they would surely shine. Upon returning to the courtyard, he encountered Uncle San in the front yard just as he got out of his car. Uncle San was quite surprised to see him arrive in a car, as very few people enjoyed such treatment. Yang Jianguo calmly explained that he had hitched a ride with the factory director, not intending to show off. On another day, when Yang Jianguo returned home, he saw his wife having dinner with a woman, creating a warm atmosphere. His wife introduced her as Ran Shuyue, her close friend and former neighbor. Ran Shuyue shyly greeted Yang Jianguo, who politely responded before heading to the kitchen to prepare more dishes. As the ingredients had been provided by the leadership and needed timely handling, 3 dishes were already on the dining table, and Ran Shuyue felt it was quite lavish. Despite her reluctance to accept, Jiang Tianai enthusiastically urged her to look forward to Yang Jianguo's cooking, mentioning that their meeting was purely coincidental. Had it not been for the home visit, she would not have known that Jiang Tianai was married and living here. Ran Shuyue smiled broadly, reuniting with Jiang Tianai after many years. In the past, their families were neighbors, but due to changes, they moved away. Communication was inconvenient back then, and their separation could have been permanent. If it weren't for this chance encounter, they might never have seen each other again. Jiang Tianai shyly revealed, "I just got married not long ago." Looking at Jiang Tianai's partner, Yang Jianguo, who was clearly much older than her, Ran Shuyue couldn't help but ask Tianai, "Why is your husband so much older than you? What's the reason?" Once close friends, they shared everything, and after some heartfelt conversation, their friendship rekindled. However, Ran Shuyue couldn't hide her doubts about Yang Jianguo. With Jiang Tianai's beauty, why would she marry an older man? Jiang Tianai smiled and replied, "It was arranged by a matchmaker. Yang Jianguo has a kind heart." When talking about Yang Jianguo, her eyes sparkled with happiness, and she felt deeply satisfied with her married life. Yang Jianguo's thoughtfulness made her feel she had married the right person. She had witnessed the struggles of others after marriage, like the new bride next door, who not only had to take care of her family, but also suffered from mother-in-law conflicts, living in financial difficulty and eating poorly. In contrast, her life felt like heaven, with an abundance of meat at home, never having tasted the bitterness of coarse grains. Ran Shuyue sighed, "As long as you're satisfied. That's good. Just by looking at your home furnishings, I can tell your conditions are superior." She praised Jiang Tianai's family's furniture, saying that even though her own family was well-educated and financially well-off, they couldn't compare. Jiang Tianai explained, "Yang Jianguo is a chef and often goes out to cater high-end banquets." Yang Jianguo had told her that wealth should have a reasonable source rather than being fabricated, and he could not reveal his true identity. Upon hearing this, Ran Shuyue felt even more envious. "I see. Chefs don't have to worry about food. Your family's meals are indeed sumptuous." In comparison, her own family's meals seemed much less impressive, as her elders had studied abroad and were quite cautious in their dealings. Jiang Tianai stated that was a place she would never step into. Therefore, their diet was entirely based on a set supply, with a fixed amount of vegetables each month, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry, but certainly not having a lavish spread. "How are you doing now? How does it feel to be a teacher?" Jiang Tianai asked. She had excelled in her studies in the past, and had her family not been in financial trouble, she would have continued in high school and become a university student. "Don't mention it. I actually enjoy teaching, but home visits are simply torturous. Some parents come up with all sorts of excuses to avoid paying tuition fees. Can you believe it? They clearly don't meet the poverty line, but still cry poor, just like the Jia family in our courtyard. If other families had their income, they wouldn't owe tuition fees. They always delay paying until the last moment." Ran Shuyue loved teaching, but was tired of the mental battles with students' parents. Collecting tuition fees was particularly tricky. Some parents just refused to pay. Clearly, Their financial situation far exceeded the poverty standard, but they were unwilling to spend money. The Chung family was a typical example. The courtyard was buzzing with talk about how Qin Huairu's family was struggling. But my husband said that the Qin Huairu family eats so well that they only seem to be in trouble. Jianguo confided in Jiang about many things happening in the courtyard without holding back. Jiang knew that Qin Huairu often had extra income and frequently received assistance from Shazhu. Therefore, the Jia family's difficulties were purely a result of their own excesses. What's more, when Jia Dongshu had his accident, the factory provided compensation. That money had not been used by the Jia family and should be in Zhang Jia's hands. Really? No way. If that were true, how could they still ask their neighbors to pay for tuition fees? Chapter 40. Opposition earlier. The tuition fees for Changgung had been paid, but not by his grandmother, rather by the neighbor Shazhu. You wouldn't understand this. The people in this courtyard are quite interesting. Let me tell you, ever since Qin Huairu married in, Shazhu has taken a liking to her. In the past, when Jia Dongshu was alive, he would still lend a hand to the Jia family, but only sparingly. Since Jia Dongshu passed away, he has had no reservations. My husband says that Shazhu's underwear is now being washed by Qin Huairu. The tuition fees are also covered by Shazhu. Knowing these secrets, Jiang could no longer contain herself, but she was at a loss for someone to confide in. Now that she had encountered a friend, she naturally wanted to share this matter. What? Such a thing exists? This revelation shattered Ran Qiuyue's worldview. Earlier, she thought Shazhu was quite warm-hearted, willing to pay for the neighbor's children's tuition, a true good person. But now she realized this person was not good at all. He actually harbored ulterior motives. Shazhu's image in Ran Qiuyue's mind plummeted instantly. It's absolutely true. There are many such things in this courtyard. When I first heard about this, I was just as shocked as you are. When you were collecting tuition fees, didn't you notice the close relationship between Shazhu and Qin Huairu? Jiang Tianai's words made Ran Qiuyue think further, and she indeed felt something was amiss. In the past, she thought Shazhu was just overly enthusiastic, but now she realized his eagerness exceeded the norm. Paying tuition for the neighbor's children? That was hardly something neighbors would do. Such a thing was 1 in a million in the capital. Moreover, with the eye contact between Shazhu and Qin Huairu, everything was self-evident. An hour later, Jianguo and his wife saw Ran Qiuyue off at the gate. During that hour, Jiang Tianai talked nonstop. Jianguo did not stop her. He thought that Ran Qiuyue and Shazhu were indeed not a good match. It was better to cut off any illusions early. Jianguo, wait a moment. After sending off their guest, just as Jianguo and his wife were about to enter, Shazhu hurried over. What is it? Jianguo was not surprised. Since Shazhu had already paid for Changgung's tuition, he must have seen Ran Qiuyue. His temperament was changeable. He fell for anyone he met. It would be strange if he wasn't moved. Ran teacher is your wife's friend, right? I think highly of Ran teacher's character and would like to ask your wife to introduce me. As soon as Shazhu opened his mouth, Jianguo knew he was right. This Shazhu had already developed feelings for Ran teacher. Shazhu, don't involve your sister-in-law in this matter. She doesn't do matchmaking. You figure out yourself. If you want someone to connect you, go find Uncle San. Isn't Uncle San at the same school as Ran teacher? Jianguo flatly refused Shazhu and advised him to go find Uncle San. If Shazhu really went to find Uncle San, it would definitely be a loss. And in the end, it would be for nothing. With Shazhu's temperament, he would definitely cause trouble for Uncle San afterward. 2 tigers fighting can be quite entertaining. That's true. Then I'll go find Uncle San. Seeing Jianguo's expression, Shazhu knew it was hopeless and no longer insisted. After all, finding Uncle San was the same. As soon as Shazhu left, Jiang Tianai pulled Jianguo aside. Why did you let Shazhu go find Uncle San? I don't want Shazhu and Qiuyue to be together. Shazhu is not worthy of my friend. Don't worry. Asking third uncle is pointless for Shazhu. Third uncle will only trick him for his things and won't really make an introduction, Jianguo said with a smile, knowing well third uncle's ways. Not to mention that Shazhu's house is mortgaged and he's in deep debt, even if he had no debts and owned a house. Third uncle wouldn't think he deserves Ran Qiuyuan. Really? Would third uncle do that? Jiang Tianai asked, somewhat skeptical. After all, the situation hadn't occurred yet. Just wait and see. What kind of person third uncle is, don't I know? Besides, who would introduce a partner to Shazhu? Isn't that offending the Jia family and first uncle? Third uncle is too shrewd for that. He wouldn't take on this job. Yang Jianguo chuckled. Even if third uncle couldn't see through the situation, he could guess 7 or 8 parts of it. Not introducing a partner for Shazhu isn't just because he doesn't deserve it, but also because third uncle is afraid of offending people. All right then, let me make it clear. I firmly oppose Shazhu pursuing my best friend, Jiang Tianai stated, choosing to trust Yang Jianguo while also making her position clear. Shazhu doesn't deserve Ran Xiuyan. Don't worry, it's impossible. Yang Jianguo was very certain. Based on Jiang Tianai's earlier words, if Ran Xiuyan were to like Shazhu, it would mean she's lost her mind. Third uncle. The next morning, just as third uncle was about to go to work, he was stopped by Shazhu. Shazhu, what are you doing? Third uncle looked at Shazhu with a puzzled expression. Shazhu had never had a good relationship with third uncle, and there had been many disputes in the past. Although third uncle was no longer the head elder of the courtyard, the old grievances were still fresh in his mind, so he was unwilling to say much to Shazhu. Sigh, there's no way around it. I have a favor to ask. Shazhu got straight to the point. Isn't there a teacher named Ran Xiuyan at your school? I think she's great, beautiful, and has a better temperament. I want to ask you to help me connect with her. After it works out, the red envelope will definitely not be small. Shazhu candidly expressed his feelings for Ran Xiuyan and wanted third uncle to act as an intermediary. Third uncle, upon hearing this, waved his hand impatiently. You should go where it's cool, don't waste my time. But Shazhu was not discouraged and stopped third uncle. Come on, third uncle. Just take these gifts to teacher Ran. It's just a meeting. As he spoke, he handed over a bag of rural specialties, like mushrooms. Third uncle scoffed. Shazhu, stop dreaming. You and teacher Ran are not suited for each other. Shazhu insisted. You won't know if we're suited unless we meet. Besides, it should be teacher Ran who decides. He then took out another bag of things from his pocket. Third uncle, I'm not making you work for nothing. I have prepared your share too. This was extra money Shazhu earned from hosting a banquet. Upon seeing that there were gifts, third uncle's attitude immediately changed. All right, I'll help you ask teacher Ran. Shazhu was delighted. He had anticipated that third uncle liked to take small advantages, so he had prepared 2 gifts in advance. One for teacher Ran and one for third uncle. Don't worry, this matter is on me. Third uncle readily agreed, secretly pleased. With these gifts, he could save several days' worth of grocery money and even have some left over for the new year, saving a bit of expense. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Third uncle, I'm off to work now. Shazhu left with a joyful expression. He believed he had grasped third uncle's weakness. With just a few small gifts, he could make third uncle work for him. Thinking about his future with Ran Xiuyan, Shazhu was filled with joy. Little did he know that after he left, third uncle glanced at the double portion of gifts in his hand and then turned back home. When he went out again, he was empty-handed, going to work with nothing. Although Shazhu understood third uncle's habit of taking small advantages, he did not anticipate the extent of his greed. Why would he give away 1 to 2 gifts? They should all belong to him. As for Shazhu, as long as he didn't mention it, he wouldn't know. And as for teacher Ran, he could delay things and claim he wasn't willing. If he didn't want it but accepted gifts, that would have nothing to do with third uncle. If he had the ability, he could go ask Ran Xiuyan himself. Shazhu hummed a pop song as he walked into the kitchen, all smiles. Shazhu, what's making you so happy? Did you meet a widow? Liu Lan disait. Hey, when am I not happy? I'm always cheerful, Shazhu replied joyfully, brushing off Liu Lan's sarcasm, with his mind solely on Ran Xiuyan. Liu Lan was puzzled. In the past, Shazhu would have shot back with a sharp retort, but today he was unusually calm. Yang Jianguo, I asked third uncle to help me connect. Just wait for my good news. Shazhu said proudly as he walked towards Yang Jianguo, implying that it didn't matter if Yang Jianguo didn't help, third uncle would do it. If it worked out, it had nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't get any credit. Well, congratulations then. Yang Jianguo glanced at Shazhu, thinking to himself that this person was truly hopeless. If third uncle was willing to help, it must be because he received a gift. No matter what Shazhu gave, it was all futile. Shazhu, why didn't you cook for the old lady? Upon returning home from work, Shazhu was immediately scolded by Yi Zhonghai. The reason was still about the food for the deaf old lady. Oh, I forgot about that. With his mind filled with thoughts of Ran Xiuyan, Shazhu scratched his head. Looking innocent. He wasn't even sure if he forgot because he didn't want to go or just genuinely forgot. Deep down, he felt a sense of resistance. Hurry up. The old lady has urged several times. Yi Zhonghai was filled with disappointment. Could such a fool really take care of the elderly? When he got old, would he also be forgotten by Shazhu? If that were the case, wouldn't aging become a misfortune? First, uncle, I haven't bought groceries. How can I go? Shazhu waved his hand, saying that without buying anything, he couldn't go. Every time he went to cook for the deaf old lady, he had to pay for the groceries. If he didn't bring good food, the deaf old lady would pretend to be deaf and insist on having something to eat. Then hurry up. First uncle felt like slapping Shazhu for being so careless about taking care of the elderly. Cooking just a few meals a month, and he was already making excuses. When he got old, could he still rely on Shazhu? Fine, I'll go look for it. But it's too late to go to the market now. Shazhu reluctantly walked out of the courtyard. The time was already late. The courtyard was in the suburbs, far from the market. If he went now, he would definitely miss it. The public market closes on time. Shazhu could only go elsewhere, but the prices there were high, and he wanted to save money. This conflicting mindset made him unwilling. Why should he take care of the deaf old lady? For the first time, Shazhu felt doubt. There was no familial relationship between them. Taking care of siblings? Last time Ah Hua said that too, prompting Shazhu to start questioning this care. The house. The deaf old lady said it was to be left to him. But this was public housing, and the deaf old lady's words might not count. In this era, houses belong to the state. After a person dies, the son inherits, and if there are no relatives, it is reclaimed and redistributed. So, that house was just an illusion. The relationship between him and the deaf old lady was not recognized by the street, and the house would be reclaimed. Shazhu, do you have anything to eat? Half an hour later, Shazhu returned to the courtyard and stepped into the deaf old lady's home. Although he felt somewhat unwilling, first uncle had invited him several times, so he had to come. Shazhu realized that the deaf old lady's home had ceased to be a place he willingly visited. Old lady, I'm a bit late. I only brought some green vegetables, but they're fresh from the villagers, and there's also a piece of tofu. Shazhu quickly informed the deaf old lady about the food he brought. What did you say? I can't hear. Is there meat? The deaf old lady seemed not to have heard the word meat and got up to ask herself. This situation was the same every time. Old lady, really? I couldn't buy any. It's very hard to get meat right now, Shazhu explained. In this era of scarcity, even in the market, meat sellers were extremely rare, and often it was a matter of luck. More commonly, it was the buying and swapping of grains, like trading fine grains for coarse grains or coarse grains for sweet potatoes, etc. What did you say? You have to buy me meat tomorrow. The deaf old lady pretended to be deaf and intentionally acted confused. If she couldn't eat today, she would eat tomorrow. In any case, she had to have something to eat. All right, tomorrow, Shazhu reluctantly agreed. He used to think that the deaf old lady was like a big child and quite cute. But now he no longer felt that way. He began to calculate his own money and sighed that saving money was not easy. All right, tomorrow we'll have meat. Big meat. The deaf old lady was satisfied with this and understood clearly, smiling kindly at Shazhu, as if he were her most beloved grandson. All right, this old lady is really playing tricks on me, Shazhu thought. However, Shazhu was not truly foolish. He understood the old lady's scheme. What did you say? I can't hear you, the deaf old lady said, thinking she was quite adorable and feeling quite pleased with herself. All right, I'll cook for you first, Shazhu said, no longer entangled with the old lady and starting to prepare the dishes. After dinner, he still needed to go find Uncle San, wondering how things were going with him and when they could meet. Thinking of Ran Xiuyan, Shazhu was filled with hope and full of energy. Shazhu, pay attention. The deaf old lady reminded when she saw Shazhu lost in thought. After all, there's a piece of tofu. Don't waste it. I know. Don't worry, Shazhu replied. Shazhu gathered his focus and began to cook, while in the distance, Yi Zhonghai looked on with a smile, pleased to see Shazhu behaving as he should. After dinner, Shazhu eagerly went to find Uncle San, taking this matter very seriously. Uncle San, how is it going? Upon entering Uncle San's yard, he saw Uncle San sweeping the ground. What's going on? Uncle San looked at Shazhu with a puzzled expression, not understanding his intent. Teacher Ran, Uncle San, you didn't forget to mention me, did you? Shazhu asked anxiously After all, Uncle San had taken quite a few things from him. Oh, I mentioned you. I gave the gifts to Teacher Ran. She said she has a good impression of you, but she's busy lately and will meet again after a while. Uncle San quickly made an excuse. In fact, he had pocketed the gifts and did not intend to return them. Really? That's great. Did Teacher Ran say when we would meet? Upon hearing this, Shazhu was overjoyed, thinking that the marriage was on track. Well, she didn't say. The school has been busy lately, so you'll have to wait. Then I'll wait in front of Teacher Ran, Shazhu said, but Uncle San stopped mid-sentence. Don't worry, as long as you speak well of me. I definitely won't treat you badly. Shazhu immediately understood, knowing Uncle San's nature. No one works without profit. When will that be? Shazhu asked eagerly. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll bring it to you. To marry a wife, Shazhu did his utmost to curry favor with Uncle San, completely unaware of the oddness. All right, it's settled. I'll receive the gifts tomorrow morning, and I'll speak well of you at work. Uncle San readily agreed. He was very familiar with this kind of gift-for-favor scheme. This time, he planned to take the gift without doing anything in return, feeling even more comfortable. As for Shazhu discovering this later, he didn't care. After all, he was Shazhu's elder, and what could Shazhu do? Once the gift was in hand, it was impossible to take it back. All right, you just wait and see, Shazhu said, immediately going home to get money. Why spend money? His family had nothing to give as gifts. Any valuable items had been thoroughly scavenged by the family. Not even a single peanut left. He could only go to the market to see what he could find for Uncle San. Uncle, I think Shazhu has changed. In the backyard, Zhonghai arrived at the deaf old lady's home, and the old lady spoke up immediately. No way, he seems fine to me. He even cooked for me. Uncle Lee frowned. What he saw was clearly a harmonious scene. It's different now. Shazhu is no longer close to me. The deaf old lady was shrewd. This was a skill she had honed over the years, capable of reading people accurately. Therefore, she felt Shazhu's change very clearly. Although he still cooked for her, his attitude was no longer the same. Before, he willingly pleased her, but now he seemed reluctant, even somewhat resistant. This is not a good sign. No way, what do you mean? Zhonghai frowned. Could it really be so? No mistake, this old lady has no other skills. But I can read people very well. Shazhu is different from before. There must be something we don't know. You should pay attention to it. It might have something to do with that little brat Jianguo. Shazhu has been getting close to him lately. As she spoke, the deaf old lady pointed her cane toward Jianguo's house. She hated Jianguo to the bone. All because you wanted a divorce. How dare you cause trouble? You almost dragged me, your old ancestor, into it. That day at the police station, I said all the good things, admitted my mistakes, and paid money. It was simply humiliating. Even so, they let me go home because of my age. If I weren't old and in poor health, I would have almost been detained. All right, I'll pay attention. Zhonghai looked toward Jianguo's house. If Jianguo was truly causing trouble, he would not let him off easily. Chapter 41. Acknowledging kinship. No, even if this weren't the case, he couldn't coexist with Jianguo. Jianguo had caused him to lose his position as the steward of the courtyard. If it weren't for the lack of opportunity, he would have dealt with Jianguo long ago. Thinking of this, Zhonghai recalled Lu Haizhong, that useless person. He had made himself a mess, now heavily in debt, and also faced a major punishment. Sigh, I'm getting old. If I were younger, this little brat wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, and I wouldn't let him off, the deaf old lady sighed. In her youth, she was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could Zhonghai willingly take care of her? It was all because of her superior skills that she had the situation today. Old lady, I'm here for you. Don't worry. Although I'm no longer in charge, this courtyard still needs me to manage it. Although the elder was gone, Zhonghai's long-standing prestige still remained. His words still carried weight with some people. On the other side, in Jianguo's home, he was completely unaware of the calculations between the two in the courtyard. Showing care for his wife, Jianguo held a dozen sets of clothes, asking his wife to try them on. These clothes were carefully selected from a big brand store in his personal world. Honey, these clothes are really nice. Where did you buy them? Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beautiful clothes. He quickly put them on. They definitely look good. Jianguo was quite proud, but he naturally couldn't reveal the source of the clothes. This secret could only stay buried in his heart. Give it to me. I'll change right now. At home, Jiang Tian AI had no reservations, picking up the clothes to change. The clothes Yang Jianguo chose were very appropriate, not revealing at all. They fit the figure well, more tailored than the clothes of this era, but completely fine to wear at home. After changing, Yang Jianguo appreciated the view. In the evening, the two enjoyed their time together until midnight. The next day was the weekend, and Yang Jianguo didn't have to work, so he naturally planned to indulge himself. When Yang Jianguo woke up, the sun was already high. He went to the courtyard to fetch water and wash up, and Qin Huairu greeted him with her usual enthusiasm. This woman had excellent tactics. No matter how indifferent you were, she didn't care and remained warm and passionate towards you, easily swaying most people. But Yang Jianguo was clear about her character, so he ignored her. Wife, hurry up and wash up. Yang Jianguo seemed not to hear, urging his wife to brush her teeth. Yang Jianguo's wife is really a rare sight. We usually don't see you chatting in the courtyard. Seeing that Yang Jianguo didn't respond, Qin Huairu turned to chat with Jiang Tian AI. There are many things at home. I need to go back to help. Jianguo Tian AI responded briefly. Yang Jianguo didn't want her to interact much with people in the courtyard and preferred her to stay at home. Therefore, Jiang Tian AI didn't often chat with people in the courtyard. In this era, almost every family only had one worker, and most young women didn't have jobs, often gathering to gossip. But these people were exclusive. For example, Liu Xiao was rejected because of her capitalist background and could only associate with the deaf old lady in the backyard. However, they had no prejudice against Jiang Tian AI, as they belonged to the same class. It was just that Jiang Tian AI didn't want to integrate with them. Let us chat more when we have time. After all, we live in the same courtyard, and we can look out for each other in the future. Qin Huairu was beaming, seemingly thinking of Jiang Tian AI. Jiang Tian AI responded vaguely and focused on brushing her teeth, no longer speaking. Gossiping with a group of women was really boring. It was better to go home. Master Qin, what about the laundry? At that moment, a cheerful female voice came from a woman walking out of He Yushui's room, greeting Qin Huairu. You Haitian, what are you doing here? Still in Yushui's room? Qin Huairu was surprised. Wasn't this the factory's announcer Yu Haitian? How could she come out from Yushui's room? Oh, I'm classmates with Yushui. I came to visit my sister and happened to stay here for a night. Yu Haitian looked as if she had just gotten out of bed. Having come to wash up, a few words clarified the situation. Master Yang, you live here too? Yu Haitian greeted Yang Jianguo upon seeing him. How could one not recognize the canteen class leader while eating in the cafeteria? Just as pretending not to know Shazhu was because he used to be the class leader of the cafeteria. Yeah, I live in the backyard. Yang Jianguo had no good feelings towards this woman. After a moment's thought, he guessed that she had moved into the courtyard to avoid Yang Weiman. Not long ago, everyone had discussed this matter in the cafeteria. Yu Haitian had broken up with Yang Weiman, but the job she had was found for her by Yang Weiman. Breaking up right after securing a stable job. What a scumbag. It had been a while since then, and she still needed to avoid Yang Weiman, which was clearly not completely cut off. It was truly speechless. However, thinking back, this woman had gone around in circles in the plot and ended up marrying Yang Weiman. Who knew what had happened in between? Hey, Yu Haitian, you just got up, right? While Yu Haitian was washing up, Shazhu came again. He had obviously already finished washing and had come specifically to find Yu Haitian. Why did he say that? Because Shazhu was dressed in his matchmaking outfit, big leather shoes, and a Zhongshan suit, all of which he would wear during matchmaking, now fully armed. Yang Jianguo remembered that when they discussed Yu Haitian and Yang Weiman in the cafeteria, Shazhu had said the most and the worst about Yu Haitian. What was going on now? Wife, are you done washing up? Yang Jianguo had finished washing and saw his wife looking like she was watching a show, clearly understanding what Shazhu wanted to do. Yang Jianguo was truly at a loss for words. Did his wife have some special hobby, enjoying watching dramas so much? Just a bit more, Jiang Tian AI said, and her washing speed slowed down. What could Yang Jianguo say? Master He, isn't it a holiday? No need to get up so early. Yu Haitian felt no guilt about getting up so late. Right, it's rare to sleep in. Shazhu had a fawning look, completely in a posture of agreeing with everything she said. Yang Jianguo was utterly speechless. Seeing one love another, just met Yu Haitian and forgot about Teacher Ran, truly intoxicated. Wasn't he still asking Uncle San for help? Master He, you dress so handsomely today. Are you going on a blind date? Yu Haitian clearly didn't understand that Shazhu's outfit was for her. She thought Shazhu was going on a blind date. It's a holiday. How could I dress the same as when I'm working? Working in the kitchen with all that grease, it doesn't matter what I wear. Back home, we need to have some style. Shazhu rambled on, and Jianguo almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Qin Huairu also found it difficult to restrain herself. She knew Shazhu too well, notoriously sloppy, never washing his clothes. If it weren't for her help with the laundry, Shazhu's house would be a mess. Qin Huairu understood in her heart that Shazhu had taken a liking to Yu Haitian, but she wasn't worried at all. Yu Haitian was the belle of the rolling mill, pursued by many. Although there were indeed prettier girls in the rolling mill, none loved to show off like her. Moreover, the rolling mill was a place of heavy labor. Any girl who had options wouldn't come here. Yu Haitian was like a monkey claiming to be king when there were no tigers in the mountain. If it were another factory, like a textile mill with thousands of people, Yu Haitian would be insignificant, unable to even make the top 50. Unexpectedly, Master He was quite particular. Yu Haitian smiled brightly, seemingly seeing some hints. Recently, she was looking for a new partner to make young Wayman give up. Actually, Shazhu wasn't a bad option. As a cook, at least he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink, and he lived in the best 2 rooms of the courtyard. After marriage, with both working plus this house, life wouldn't be bad. Of course, I'm He Yuzhu, a well-known figure in the culinary world of Beijing. Shazhu boasted, bragging about his cooking skills. As for cooking, Shazhu believed he was quite good, able to rank among the top. I'll wash up first, let's talk later. Talking to Master, he is really interesting. Yu Haitian chuckled, having seen through Shazhu's little thoughts. However, she still wanted to see if there were better options. Shazhu's reputation was not very good. Wife, let's go back. Young Jianguo, seeing that his wife had finished washing up, quickly pulled her away. To be honest, Yang Jianguo felt something was off. Yu Haitian came a bit early, but thinking about it, since he had crossed over, he had changed many things. He was like the fluttering wings of a butterfly, making many things in this courtyard fresh and new. That's good. Without changes, Yang Jianguo would need to worry. Hey, Yu Haitian. Just as Jiang Tianai was about to leave, she was interrupted by a feigned surprised greeting. Su Damao looked at Yu Haitian with a face full of unreal surprise. Su Damao, you look quite spirited. They had worked together in the publicity department, so they were familiar. Yu Haitian knew about Su Damao's dismissal and thought he had fallen to the lowest point, but seeing him well-dressed and looking good now, she couldn't help but wonder if he had found a new opportunity. However, with a stain on his record, where could he go? Of course, wherever I go, I can make a living. Oh, you've moved into this courtyard too? I didn't hear about it. Su Damao said proudly. His business had revived, but not here, as his reputation had stunk. So he moved to Xingyangmen, where the rich people were and money was easy to make, though the distance was a bit far. I'm just borrowing a few days at Yushui's. Besides, my sister lives in this courtyard. Isn't it normal for me to drop by? Yu Haitian smiled. That's true, but you should have told me when you came. I'll treat you to a meal. Su Damao loved to flirt, and although he had a family, he didn't take it seriously. Sure, you treat, and I'll have to feast on you. If it were another woman, she would definitely refuse politely. But Yu Haitian was not ordinary. All right, it's settled then. I have something to do now. I'll treat you when I have time. If it weren't for business, keeping him busy, Su Damao really wouldn't want to leave. After Su Damao left, Shazhu hurriedly reminded Yu Haitian, Haitian, stay away from Su Damao. He has a wife and is a dead end. Su Damao had done many bad things, and Shazhu feared him. Even if he was a dead end, he could still deceive Qin Jingru. I know, it's just a meal. Yu Haitian didn't care at all. She was a modern woman. Definitely not someone who stuck to the old ways. Dining, drinking, whatever men could do, she wouldn't make it difficult. As long as you understand. You haven't had breakfast, right? I made some, come try it. Shazhu got up early just to find a chance to get close to Yu Haitian. Great, thank you, Master He. I've heard for a long time that Master He's skills are superb. It's a pity I haven't tasted the flavors of a private chef. Yu Haitian smiled brightly, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by everyone. That's no problem. Come to my house tonight, and I'll prepare a good meal. Just right. Yushui always says she's craving something. Shazhu smiled widely, looking at Yu Haitian with full anticipation. If he could win the heart of this beauty, he would have more face in the factory. Shazhu was immersed in joy, completely unaware of Qin Huairu's dark expression while doing laundry. Shazhu's fawning attitude and Yu Haitian smug look deeply hurt her. Honey, Shazhu is interested in Yu Haitian, right? Isn't he still asking Uncle San to help introduce Chioya? Back at home, Jiang Tian AI was filled with doubts. Which play is Shazhu singing? Shazhu is just like that. He falls in love with whoever he sees. If he could focus, he wouldn't still be single. Just wait and see. Shazhu wanting to chase Yu Haidang is simply wishful thinking. Didn't you see? Qin Huairu's face turned green. She will definitely throw obstacles in his way. Yang Jianguo shook his head. With Shazhu's personality, who would dare to marry him? Chasing one after another. Can he change after marriage? It's just that he has no ability and his brain isn't sharp. Otherwise, he would be the second Su Dao Mao. For someone like him, it's right to throw him obstacles. Jiang Tianai feels that Shazhu pursuing her friend teacher Ran is simply an insult to her friend. Such a fickle person deserves to remain unmarried. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Wife, what do you want to eat today? I'll go get it. Yang Jianguo didn't want to mention Shazhu anymore. He was just waiting to watch the show. In short, neither Shazhu nor Yu Haidang is a good match. After learning about Yu Haitang's work situation, he looked down on her even more. Beef or lamb? Didn't you say before that eating these two kinds of meat wouldn't make you gain weight? Jiang Tianai asked, understanding that Yang Jianguo was asking what meat to have for dinner. Because she had gained 2 pounds, Jiang Tianai now didn't dare to touch fatty meat. This is truly a sweet trouble. She had never thought she would worry about gaining weight from eating meat. Yang Jianguo gently said, Wife, you're already very slim. You don't need to diet intentionally. After work, I can take you running for exercise. He continued, or how about I help you find a job? Yang Jianguo looked at Jiang Tianai, his eyes full of smiles. He knew Jiang Tianai's family wasn't well off before, and in this era, there aren't many overweight people. Yang Jianguo thought to himself that if Jiang Tianai gained a little weight, it would feel even better to cuddle at night. Unfortunately, Jiang Tianai seemed very afraid of gaining weight and was always controlling her figure. A job? Can I find one? Jiang Tianai asked with some doubts. She knew very well how difficult it was to find a job. When her family was struggling before, she and her siblings had tried to find jobs but were unsuccessful. There were very few job opportunities on the street, and even if there were, they were given to those in more difficult situations than theirs. Nowadays, the population in the capital is large, but the number of job positions hasn't increased much. Many people are wandering around the streets looking for work, which has made the public security in the capital much worse. No problem, I'll look for it slowly. There will always be opportunities, Yang Jianguo said confidently. In his view, finding a job isn't too difficult. The current job positions can be replaced, which means they can be traded. Some people, when they need to leave a position, choose to sell their job. With just a little money, one can buy a job and even let relatives inherit the position through a formal relationship. Yang Jianguo wanted to look slowly because he wanted to find Jiang Tianai a job that was both easy and punctual, so they wouldn't have less time together because of work. All right then, I want to go out to work, Jiang Tianai said. In this era, people have an unusual obsession with work. It seems that having a job can give people peace of mind. Okay, leave it to me. I will help you find a good job, Yang Jianguo promised while silently calculating in his mind. Yang Jianguo was not only concerned about his wife's job, but also about her siblings. In recent years, they had begun to look for a way out. In the coming years, those without jobs might be forcibly arranged to go to the countryside. Thinking about the ages of his brother-in-law and sister-in-law, Yang Jianguo felt quite helpless. His sister-in-law Jiang Tianli would turn 19 in a few years, and perhaps she could find a job before she turns 18 to avoid this fate. But his brother-in-law would probably not escape. Let's go ask Director Wang on the street. Yang Jianguo decided to take action immediately. The street office is the most familiar with job opportunities, and they even have news about who is willing to give up job openings. Although this matter is not public, the street knows it well. As long as the relationship is good, one can obtain such information. When they arrived at the street, Yang Jianguo enthusiastically handed Director Wang a bag of peanuts and sunflower seeds to share with everyone in the office. They wouldn't dare to accept overly expensive gifts. But sharing snacks is fine. Director Wang, are you busy? Director Wang knew that those who came to the street must have a request. and those who brought snacks were even less likely to be there for a casual visit. Director Wang, I want to find a job for my wife. So I came to ask. Jianguo stated his purpose directly and introduced his wife, Jiang Tianai. Director Wang frankly said that the hope of finding a job through the street office is slim. There are not many positions in a year, and even if there are, they are first given to those without a family breadwinner. Since Yang Jianguo already has a job, he cannot obtain a position. Chapter 42. Assisting the poor. The main work of the street office is to assist the poor, and positions will be prioritized for those without a family breadwinner. Yang Jianguo understood this and indicated that he wasn't asking for a street job quota, but was inquiring if there were other job opportunities. He also knew that was unlikely. On this street, many families do not have fixed workers and rely on odd jobs to make ends meet. Yang Jianguo's family is no exception. How about this? Tell me your requirements, and I will keep an eye out. Director Wang quickly understood. Although the street does not openly handle such matters, it is not inappropriate to introduce them privately, and usually they can make some gains. It's not taboo. In the future, they could become formal relatives, and no one would say anything. I want a job that is easy, with not too long working hours, not too far from home, and preferably not too complicated. Yang Jianguo thought for a moment and put forward his requirements. Your requirements are quite high. It's hard to find, Director Wang said somewhat helplessly. Such good jobs are sought after by many. Director Wang, please help me find one. Everything else is negotiable. Yang Jianguo did not intend to lower his standards. Okay, I'll ask around for you. There is a job like this, but you need to be mentally prepared. It won't be easy to get. Director Wang carefully looked at Jiang Tianai behind Yang Jianguo, seeming quite satisfied before nodding. Director Wang, can you tell me what kind of job it is? Yang Jianguo was puzzled by Director Wang's scrutiny of Jiang Tianai. There is someone in our street office who is going to retire, and their family is preparing to move, but the requirements are not low. Yang Jianguo immediately understood why Director Wang wanted to look at Jiang Tianai. If this worked out, Jiang Tianai would have a connection with Director Wang in the future. Husband, look, isn't that Lu Guangtian from the courtyard? Yang Jianguo and his wife returned to the courtyard, and not far from the entrance, they saw Yu Haidang chatting and laughing with a man. That man was actually Lu Guangtian, the second son of Lu Haizhong. Yang Jianguo secretly sighed in his heart that Yu Haidang came to the courtyard to develop relationships. Let's go. Don't pay attention to him. Yang Jianguo reminded his wife to be cautious. Such a woman should not be approached. Got it. Look at you getting so nervous, his wife laughed. Jiang Tianai couldn't help but chuckle, as if someone misunderstanding her would lead her astray. She is definitely not that kind of person. Master Yang is back. You and your sister-in-law are really enviable. Upon seeing Yang Jianguo, Yu Haidang interrupted her conversation with Lu Guangtian and greeted him. Yang Jianguo smiled and replied, "What's there to envy? Isn't marrying a wife just to live like this?" He knew that he was influenced by later societal views, being particularly considerate of his wife, which made him stand out in this era of male chauvinism. In families, men are often the economic pillar, unconsciously holding the dominant power, and domestic violence is common. Even a wife bringing back something from her family can lead to disputes. But these are not issues in Yang Jianguo's family. Even if Jiang Tianai doesn't take anything, Yang Jianguo would actively prepare it because his mother-in-law's family is like a little canteen to him. I love hearing that. A woman should find someone who knows how to cherish her. Yu Haitang mentioned her experience of breaking up with Yang Weimin due to his mother-son dynamic and male chauvinism, which she deeply understood. Indeed, one should find someone who is warm and considerate. Jiang Tianai picked up the conversation. She didn't want Yang Jianguo to talk too much with Yu Haidang, as she had a feeling that Yu Haidang was not a settled person. All right, wife. Let's go home. Yang Jianguo also didn't want his wife to get too close to Yu Haidang, and seeing the two about to delve into a deeper conversation, he quickly interrupted. He knew that one who stays close to vermilion becomes red, and one who stays close to ink becomes black, and he was worried that his wife would be influenced by Yu Haidang, following in Yang Weimin's footsteps. All right, you two go on in, Yu Haidang replied, then informed Lu Guangtian about Shazhu treating guests, and headed towards Yang Jianguo's house, actually going to Shazhu's house for the feast. As soon as they stepped into the front yard, third uncle met Yu Haidang. As the sister-in-law's younger sister, he naturally asked with concern, "If you're dining at home, The meal expenses need to be clarified in advance. Even if they are relatives, staying and eating at his house requires payment according to the rules. I'm going to Shazhu's house. He's treating me to dinner tonight, Yu Haitang replied. Yu Haitang unhappily retorted to third uncle. I'm staying at He Yushui's place. And it's all because you want to charge for accommodation and meals. This is my first visit since my sister got married, and I almost got confused. Shazhu is treating you to dinner? Why is he treating you? Could it be that he wants to pursue you? Third uncle was stunned for a moment, but then understood some of the situation. However, Shazhu had asked him to introduce teacher Ran, which left him somewhat puzzled. Originally, he had hoped to gain some advantages from Shazhu. Maybe we'll know when we see, Yu Haitang casually replied, then walked towards the central courtyard. She just wanted to tell third uncle that after leaving his house, she, Yu Haitang, wouldn't have to worry about food and accommodation. There are plenty of people willing to help her. How could Shazhu act like this? Third uncle looked down on Shazhu even more, as it seemed that the gift he had been expecting was going to be a bust. Shazhu, you really went all out, preparing so many delicious dishes. Upon entering Shazhu's house, Yu Haitang was astonished. Shazhu had already started cooking, and the table was filled with meat and fish, clearly not cheap. Don't be so polite. I'm a chef. I can't say much else, but there's always plenty to eat, Shazhu boasted in front of Yu Haitang. By the way, Shazhu, how is Lu Haizhong's family doing in your courtyard? I just ran into his son Lu Guangtian, who insisted on chatting with me. Yu Haitang was indeed a changeable person, with particularly unique thoughts, actually asking about Lu Guangtian in front of Shazhu, completely disregarding Shazhu's feelings. Lu Haizhong? What can his family be like? Just one word, poor. His eldest son emptied the family savings when he got married and even took away some money when he left. A few days ago, Lu Haizhong got into trouble again and had to pay 1,000 yuan, which he borrowed. How could Shazhu conceal anything about Lu Haizhong? Especially since it was Yu Haitang who asked. Lu Guangtian actually dared to strike up a conversation with Yu Haitang. If it had been the old Shazhu, he would have been furious. Is that so? Lu Haizhong's family is too poor, without money or a house. Yu Haitang instantly lost interest in Lu Guangtian. She originally thought that second uncle, as a level 7 fitter, should have a solid family background, but unexpectedly, he was heavily in debt. What was there to discuss? Yu Haitang would never settle for poverty in a partner. Indeed, Lu Haizhong had a violent temper and had physically punished his children since they were young. His children were all affected. Anyone who married would surely suffer in the future. To dispel Yu Haitang's thoughts, Shazhu even revealed that Lu Haizhong had beaten his son. What Shazhu said was true, and he wasn't afraid of Lu Haizhong finding out. Lu Haizhong's strict discipline was well known in the courtyard. It was just that now that the children had grown up, the frequency of beating had decreased somewhat. In the past, it was a daily occurrence. Haitang, you're still at Shazhu's place? You promised to treat her to dinner. Let's go now. At that moment, Su Demao returned, heading straight for Shazhu's house. Looking at Yu Haitang with a beaming smile. Su Demao, don't you have a long memory? Have you completely forgotten about the last meal? Shazhu felt dissatisfied with Su Demao's interference. He was eager to showcase his cooking skills to win Yu Haitang's favor, and this guy came to stir the pot again. Shazhu, don't you dare try that again. I haven't settled the score from last time. Mentioning this made Su Demao furious. Last time, Shazhu nearly killed him. If it hadn't been for spending money to ask Deputy Factory Director Yang for help, he would have been finished. Try it and see if I dare. Su Demao, if you keep being arrogant, I'll take you down. You're a hopeless guy, still not settled down even after getting married. Shazhu was filled with rage, while Su Demao was still unrepentant, even trying to undermine him openly. Shazhu, you wait. I'll deal with you sooner or later. With Shazhu saying this, Su Demao dared not invite Yu Haitang out for a meal anymore. If he got caught again, he wouldn't be able to get out. Although last time he left evidence because he bought clothes for Qin Huairu, this time just for a meal should be fine, but Su Demao felt guilty. He indeed had ulterior motives. Jianguo, tomorrow He Yushui is getting married. You have to come help. In the cafeteria, Shazhu earnestly requested Jianguo to assist with the wedding feast. He Yushui's wedding was imminent, just the next day. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you out. Who will go to send off the bride the day after tomorrow? Since his sister was getting married, Shazhu naturally couldn't cook. Jianguo was happy to help, as it was right in his own courtyard. Plus, his wife loved lively occasions, and Jianguo could take the opportunity to taste the food. Who else could there be? Just a few close relatives. Me, deaf old lady, first uncle and his wife, Qin Jie, and Yu Haidang will all go. In these times, the number of people sending off the bride was not many, at most 1 or 2 tables. The siblings had very few relatives left in the courtyard. But ever since Qin left, a few people had always looked after them, and they certainly wouldn't miss such occasions. When it came to Yu Haidang, Shazhu appeared somewhat shy. The relationship between the two was progressing quickly. Did you not send word to your father? After all, it's a wedding. How could Qin not come back? Young Jianguo asked curiously. Don't mention him. Qin said there's no need to notify him. Shazhu shook his head. If Qin really came back, introducing him to the in-laws would become a problem. It was better if he didn't come back. The next evening, Jianguo finished work and set up a banquet for Shazhu, with only 3 tables. One table was almost entirely occupied by the Jia family, and the other dishes were no different from those at Jianguo's wedding feast. The next day, the weekend, was the wedding day, and the groom came to fetch the bride. There was nothing unusual, but Jianguo was unexpectedly caught off guard. Something had happened. Husband, wake up quickly. Something happened in the courtyard. Early in the morning, around 8 o'clock, Jiang Tianai excitedly shook Jianguo awake. What happened? Jianguo felt a bit tired from the previous night and hadn't gotten enough sleep yet. Qin and Shazhu had a fight. Jiang Tianai smiled. She loved to see the excitement in the courtyard. What happened? Jianguo got dressed. Lately, his wife's stamina seemed to have increased. In the past, she always got up later than him, but now she could wake up early to watch the excitement. They're sending off the bride, and Shazhu invited a lot of people. The old lady in the backyard, first uncle and his wife, Qin Huairu, and a few children are all there. Qin informed the groom's family that only her brother and Yu Haidang, the future sister-in-law, were in the courtyard, so they prepared accordingly. If everyone goes, wouldn't that be embarrassing? The argument arose from this. Qin suggested that only Shazhu and Yu Haidang attend, while Shazhu insisted that everyone should be present. Jianguo almost laughed upon hearing this, thinking that Qin was truly calculating. He had never understood her relationship with Shazhu. Was it a love-hate bond or genuine brotherhood? Qin's actions were like a fog. From the arrangement of sending off the bride, he could glimpse a few things. Clearly, the deaf old lady and first uncle and his wife were not considered relatives in her mind. Is she really that foolish? Not at all. One can only say she's not foolish. If she were truly foolish, she would have invited many relatives, including the deaf old lady, first uncle and his wife, and Qin Huairu's family. Clearly, Qin was deliberately concealing these special relatives from the groom's family to avoid them knowing, hence not arranging for them to send off the bride. Let's go quickly. Let's go watch the excitement. Jianguo was filled with joy, got dressed, and took his toiletries. Heading to the central courtyard. Washing up was the priority. Watching the excitement was secondary. It was definitely not schadenfreude. Upon arriving at the central courtyard, he happened to see Qin explaining to Shazhu that she had no intention of falling out with him or anyone else. It was just that she hadn't thought deeply when the groom's family inquired at first, leading to inadequate preparations. Upon hearing this, Shazhu appeared somewhat helpless and decided to let it go. First uncle's expression was not pleasant, but he didn't say much. After all, his target was Shazhu, and he didn't pay too much attention to Qin. You all said you were going to the banquet? Count me in. The deaf old lady pretended to be deaf and insisted on going, clearly angered by Qin's actions. Old lady, we're not going. I'll buy you something delicious tonight. Some meat, Uncle Da hurriedly advised. If this matter escalated, it would be too embarrassing. Qin would leave, and they would still have to continue living here. What? Is the banquet about to start? The deaf old lady was stubborn. She had spent months trying to coax Qin, so how could she be so ungrateful? Today, she was determined to cause a scene, pretending to be deaf and dumb to teach Qin a lesson. Old lady, let's go inside. I'll talk to you slowly. Uncle Yi helped the old lady into the house, attracting the attention of many neighbors. Qin, what can I say about you? Shazhu was extremely anxious. He had promised Qin Huairu yesterday to let the children enjoy the feast. Unexpectedly, this incident occurred. You're talking about me? You dare to talk about me? He Yushui muttered under her breath. Everyone disperse. There's nothing to see. After calming the others inside the house, He Yushui looked up and asked the crowd in the yard to disperse. Chapter 43. No solution. This was truly embarrassing. If the groom's party saw this, it would be a disgrace. Uncle Da, Yushui is wrong this time. I'll teach her a lesson later. But what do we do now? Shazhu hurriedly discussed with Uncle Da. This matter was giving him a headache. They had invited everyone. But He Yushui told the other party that she only had one relative. If it wasn't a relative, there was naturally no need to send the bride off. The groom's side was completely unprepared. If everyone went, wouldn't it be a joke? Forget it. Since Yushui has said so, let it be. Uncle Da actually thought this was fine. If Yushui behaved this way, she would certainly not interfere too much in Shazhu's matters after marriage. Observing Yushui's actions today, Uncle Da had a feeling that she had been pretending to be foolish all along. If that were the case, Yushui leaving would be a good thing. Unruly, so unruly. The deaf old lady, considering herself of a higher generation, had a growing temper. When she was unhappy, she had to make a fuss. Not inviting her, the old ancestor, to the wedding. What kind of behavior was that? Old lady, how about I make you a big meal later? Shazhu could only try to appease the deaf old lady. Once this old lady made a scene, it would be impossible to tidy up the situation today. All right, old lady, I'll take you back. Uncle Da had a plan in mind. He didn't intend to keep the deaf old lady and thus stood up to help her home. The deaf old lady was at a loss for what to do. She was still hoping for Uncle Da's support, so she naturally did not dare to resist and could only comply as Uncle Da helped her out. The matter concerning He Yushui was settled. The next day, while having a meal with Yu Haitang, a voice sounded and a young man entered Shazhu's home. Young Weimin, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Yang Weimin, Yu Haitang's expression darkened instantly. Yang Weimin was young, but had a face full of pimples and was unattractive. Compared to Shazhu, he was significantly inferior. No wonder Yu Haitang avoided him. Haitang, I have a few things to say to you. Yang Weimin was displeased. To break up with Yu Haitang, she actually hid here. But he had invested a lot in Yu Haitang. How could he let go so easily? For Yu Haitang's job, not only had his family use connections, but they had also spent a large sum of money. What is there to say? Let's just talk about it here. Yu Haitang said impatiently. Fine, then I won't say anything. You want to break up? I won't pester you anymore. But you can't let me bear the cost of finding you a job, using connections, and money. Breaking up is fine, but you need to give me 800 yuan. Even a regular worker position costs several hundred. Your easy job as a broadcaster. Yang Weimin was no longer polite. Since they were breaking up, why lower himself, especially since she was already dining with another man? What? 800? Are you crazy? Yu Haitang immediately lost her appetite. 800? If her family had 800, she wouldn't have struggled to find a job in the first place. Given her family's conditions, even with a high school diploma, she could only work as a factory worker. She had initially dated Yang Weimin because she was unwilling to settle for that. Hey, are you crazy? That was your choice. How can you ask the girl for money? Shazhu could not listen anymore. How could one ask a girl for money in this situation? Yu Haitang, I'm not concerned about anything else. Will you give me this money or not? I need to tell you that our family can help you find this job, but we can also make you lose it. Yang Weimin ignored Shazhu's words. The only reason he helped Yu Haitang find this job was that she was his girlfriend. Now that he wanted to find a way to dump her, asking for some money was nothing. This broadcasting job was something you wouldn't find easily on your own. Most people didn't have that connection. This was a desirable job, easy and sought after, requiring no labor or factory work. I have no money. Yu Haitang's face darkened. She truly did not expect Yang Weimin to be so heartless. She thought her job was stable and that breaking up with Yang Weimin would not be a problem. But Yang Weimin's words clearly meant he was willing to go down with her. Yang Weimin's family could help her find a broadcaster job, so there was definitely some background behind it. So, if he wanted to act, it was not just empty threats. Not firing you? It would be easy to have you go to the workshop instead. No money? Then I can't be blamed. Yang Weimin turned around and left. He had always been somewhat domineering in front of Yu Haitang. Wait, let's talk again. Yu Haitang hurriedly chased after him. She absolutely could not lose her job. Once she lost it, she would become unemployed. Finding a job afterwards would not be as easy as being assigned by the school. She would have to search for one herself. Given her family's situation, she might have to wait in line at the street office. And it was possible she wouldn't find a job for years. Shazhu watched Yu Haitang chase after him, looking helpless. He couldn't help with her job situation either. 800 yuan, he couldn't take out right now. Originally, during this period, without Su Dimao's interference, and with Yu Haitang not being provoked by Qin Huairu, their relationship was almost certain. As a result, another incident occurred. The next day at the factory, when Shazhu found Yu Haitang, he received the following result. Shazhu, I'm sorry, it's impossible between us. I'm going to marry Yang Weiman. What? Yu Haitang, what do you mean? Are you playing with me? Shazhu immediately exploded with anger. It had only been a week since Yu Haitang moved into the courtyard, and Yu Shui got married. He had driven away Su Dimao and guarded against Qin Huairu, thinking good things were approaching, but he hadn't guarded against Yang Weiman. Shazhu was furious. In this week, to please Yu Haitang, his savings had almost been spent. Every day was filled with delicious food. I'm not lying to you. I genuinely have no choice. If you can help me keep my job, I'm willing to marry you. In Yu Haitang's heart, between work and Shazhu, she could only choose work. She did not want to be a dependent wife and could not accept the life of being at home to support her husband and raise children without a job. Therefore, she would rather marry Yang Weiman to ensure her job. She firmly believed that, as a woman, only by having a job could she have a voice and live her own life. All right, Yu Haitang, you really are something. To you, I'm less important than a job, right? It's just a job. Even if you don't work, I can still support you. Shazhu didn't care whether Yu Haitang had a job. He believed he could fully support her. Shazhu, you don't understand me. Yu Haitang turned to leave. Shazhu truly didn't understand her. If it weren't for work, she would be willing to marry him. Because Yu Haitang had already seen that Shazhu's strong exterior was just a facade, he was actually easy to control. If they married, she could easily manage Shazhu to be obedient. She liked this kind of controllable man. However, work could not be lost without a job. Would she still be the spirited Yu Haitang? Shazhu was heartbroken again. He returned to the kitchen dejectedly, and when Lu Lan saw his expression, she understood immediately. Shut up and go clean up. Shazhu, in a bad mood, snapped back at Lu Lan. In this cafeteria, only Lu Lan dares to provoke Shazhu, often finding trouble for him. I had long noticed that you and Yu Haitang are not compatible. Lu Lan is not someone who will just shut up when Shazhu tells her to. She simply doesn't care about his words. She often makes him angry, especially since he knows about her affair with Deputy Factory Director Yang and constantly uses it to annoy her. You have sharp eyes. Are you a monkey transformed? Shazhu is furious. Lu Lan is simply his nemesis. Fine, I won't say anything more. Let some people go crazy. Lu Lan knows when to stop and understands Shazhu's temperament. If she provokes Shazhu too much, he will say anything, and she'll be the one embarrassed. Shazhu, did you break up with Yu Haitang? When Shazhu returned home in the evening and stepped into the courtyard, he saw Qin Huairu approaching him with a big smile. After learning that Shazhu had broken up with Yu Haitang, Qin Huairu was visibly pleased. After several failed attempts to intervene, she thought there would be no way this time either, but Yang Weiman's appearance was like a timely rain. Look at you. Your buddy just broke up. Are you that happy? Seeing Qin Huairu unable to hold back her laughter, Shazhu felt even more depressed. He is heartbroken, yet others are so happy. It's really baffling. No way, you just don't have the fate to get married. Qin Huairu continued to wash clothes while laughing, feeling completely at ease, thinking that after this, it would be even harder for Shazhu to find a partner. In the backyard, Uncle E looked at the deaf old lady with admiration. When Yu Haitang and Shazhu were about to get married, Uncle E was extremely anxious and wanted to take action, but was stopped by the deaf old lady. The deaf old lady asserted that the two were incompatible and would definitely break up. Moreover, previous tests had already revealed signs, and if he forcibly intervened now, it would only make Shazhu's situation worse. Uncle E therefore held back, and indeed, as the deaf old lady said, the two did not end up together. Uncle E was deeply impressed by the deaf old lady's insight. In my lifetime, I've seen many people. The deaf old lady said triumphantly. Yu Haitang and Shazhu are simply not meant to be. I could tell at a glance that they wouldn't make it. So, there is no need to be anxious. The deaf old lady boasted about her ability to read people, and naturally did not mention her earlier anxiety, as that would be too embarrassing. Third uncle. How's the matter I entrusted you with progressing? After realizing that there was no hope with Yu Haitang, Shazhu began to think about Teacher Ran again. The next morning, he went to find third uncle again. What? Shazhu, are you joking? Get out, get out. Third uncle glanced at Shazhu and rudely shooed him away. Hey, third uncle, what do you mean? I already gave you the gift. Why this attitude? Shazhu was displeased and questioned third uncle's attitude. Hey, what do you think I mean? Third uncle retorted. You sent a gift before, and I went through a lot of trouble to ask Teacher Ran to help you with good things. Teacher Ran has a good impression of you and is even considering marriage. But just as I wanted to find you, you ended up with Yu Haidang. I had no choice but to explain the situation to Teacher Ran. Now you're going to find me. What does that mean? Third uncle had prepared his words after learning last night that Shazhu had broken up with Yu Haidang. Clearly, he had done nothing wrong. He had already discussed everything with Teacher Ran. Now, all the blame fell on Shazhu. Third uncle, you didn't tell me about this. Shazhu was shocked. He was completely unaware of this matter. What good would it do to tell you? Your heart has already flown to Yu Haidang. Third uncle looked at Shazhu seriously. Fine, it's my fault. Shazhu quickly admitted his mistake. Can you help me talk to Teacher Ran again? I actually still like cultured people like her. That is hard to say. Third uncle shook his head. The previous gift was considered his. So, why help Shazhu again? Third uncle, what is this? Shazhu had been prepared and took out a box of pastries. Oh, good stuff. From Tai and Yunfang, not cheap. Third uncle's eyes lit up. I specially prepared this for you. And there's another box for Teacher Ran. What do you think? Shazhu smiled brightly, feeling like he had caught third uncle's weak spot. All right, Shazhu, don't worry. I'll definitely help you talk to Teacher Ran. Third uncle took the pastries and agreed to help. But he warned that Shazhu had left a very bad impression on Teacher Ran due to his previous actions, so he needed to be mentally prepared. Chapter 44. Coincidentally missing each other, he was calculating in his heart that he would keep one box of pastries at home for the family to eat in the evening and take the other box to school to eat by himself. After all, it was given by Shazhu and didn't count as household expenses. Good, as long as you're willing to help. Shazhu was full of joy. The gloom from breaking up with Yu Haidang had completely lifted. This is Shazhu, always carefree and without worries. All right, I'll take care of this. Third uncle turned around to go home, and soon came out carrying a box of pastries. Seeing Shazhu still outside, he raised the pastries as a signal. He was secretly pleased. Luckily, he took a box out. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Shazhu, you seem to be in a good mood today, not sad? Jianguo happened to walk into the front yard and was somewhat surprised by Shazhu's expression. You just broke up yesterday, and you're already fine? Of course. Why should I be sad? Yu Haidang breaking up with me is her loss. Jianguo, let me tell you, third uncle has agreed to help me. I still like Teacher Ran. Upon hearing this, Jianguo was instantly speechless. Shazhu had not had this attitude before. His heart was all about Yu Haidang. It's only been a day since the breakup. Third uncle really helped you? You contacted him before, and he helped you reach out to Teacher Ran? Jiang Tianai had been in contact with Ran Xue, visiting her home several times, and even asking if third uncle had introduced her to anyone. But Ran Xue said no. Yang Jianguo curiously asked Shazhu, doubting whether third uncle was playing him. He helped. Teacher Ran agreed before. It was just a coincidence that we missed each other. But it's okay. Third uncle will help me talk again. It should work out. I may not excel in other areas, but my conditions are still decent. Shazhu was full of confidence, believing that Teacher Ran would not reject him. All right, then you go for it. Yang Jianguo would not expose this matter. Instead, he hoped that the conflict between third uncle and Shazhu would deepen. The more they fought, the quieter it would be for Yang Jianguo. He knew that all three of the uncles hated him. Yang Jianguo, I was just about to look for you. The matter we discussed earlier has made some progress. Come find me tonight when you're back. As he left the courtyard, he ran into Director Wang. Director Wang greeted Yang Jianguo with a smile. The work was almost settled, and Yang Jianguo and his wife needed to negotiate themselves. In this era, jobs can be inherited but not bought or sold. Jiang Tianai also needed to recognize a dry Qin in order to take over. The price and other details were not mentioned openly, nor would anyone admit to it. Director Wang, I'll find you after work, and we can discuss in detail then. Yang Jianguo was full of joy. Jiang Tianai had been inquiring frequently, clearly eager to work outside. In this era, work holds great significance. Not only Yu Haitang, but any woman longs to have a job. All right, I'll wait for you. Bring Tianai along. Director Wang had been quite satisfied with Jiang Tianai during their last meeting. Okay, I'll take Tianai over after work. Fortunately, Director Wang was a woman. Otherwise, Yang Jianguo would have found it hard to be at ease. After Director Wang left, Shazhu was full of curiosity. The previous conversation between the two seemed shrouded in fog. He couldn't understand it at all. What is going on? In short, it has nothing to do with you. Yang Jianguo didn't bother to pay attention to Shazhu. This matter could not be casually disclosed. Shazhu is a big mouth. Once he learns, the whole world will know. As if I want to know. Shazhu put on a tough front, but he was extremely curious inside. In the kitchen, Mahua was particularly cautious today. Every time Shazhu experiences a breakup, he becomes the unlucky one, getting all sorts of nicknames from Shazhu. Therefore, he had prepared this morning to avoid Shazhu as much as possible. However, he found that Shazhu showed no signs of heartbreak. Your master is eyeing a new prey again. Yang Jianguo shook his head and smiled bitterly. Shazhu's speed of changing partners is unmatched even by the scumbags of later generations. He is simply the reincarnation of a sea king. Huh? Who has my master taken a liking to again? Mahua was left speechless. This master is truly remarkable. Last time he was heartbroken. He was sad for several days. But this time it only took a night. You don't need to know, just get to work quickly. The chef exam is approaching. Can you pass? Yang Jianguo shook his head again. This matter must not be disclosed. How could he tarnish the girl's reputation? Ran Xiaoyue was still unaware of this, and how could it be spread around? If in the end, the person concerned knows nothing but is rumored to be the wife of the silly pillar, that would truly be a huge joke. Thinking of this, third uncle indeed felt guilty, but his guilt was not for the silly pillar, but for Ran Xie. After work that night, Yang Jianguo took his wife to the street and finally met the person mentioned by Director Wang. His wife recognized him as uncle, and once the formalities were completed, the job was taken over. The compensation was 500 yuan and 200 jin of fine grain, with fine grain priced at 18 cents per jin, totaling only 36 yuan, but there were indeed not many people who could easily take out this grain. Brother Yang, you're back. A few days later, in the evening, Yang Jianguo returned home and saw Ran Xiaoyue. Now, Ran Xiaoyue referred to Yang Jianguo as Brother Yang. Teacher Ran is here. I just got some good stuff today. You're in for a treat. Yang Jianguo said little and took the items into the kitchen because he brought back a large goose. Eating braised meat all the time is boring. It's good to change the taste. We eat meat once a month. It shouldn't draw any gossip, right? What is it? Ran Xiaoyue followed Yang Jianguo into the kitchen. A large goose, very heavy. I'll keep half of it and send it to our mom tomorrow. Yang Jianguo said while taking out the large goose. It would definitely spoil if the two of them ate it. So big, Jiang Tianai exclaimed. This goose was indeed not small, and even after removing the entrails, it was still very heavy. Of course, this is a top-quality large goose. This goose is a famous breed in later generations, with excellent meat quality. Yang Jianguo began to cook without being polite. At dinner, he planned to inform Ran Xiaoyue about the silly pillar and third uncle, so she could be prepared and better talk to third uncle to avoid any damage to her reputation. In this era, reputation is extremely important. Yang Jianguo, are you home? I heard Teacher Ran is here. Before Yang Jianguo could finish cooking and say anything, the silly pillar had already come to the door with gifts, holding a clean chicken. Silly pillar, what are you doing here? Yang Jianguo looked at the silly pillar from the kitchen window, feeling helpless. Isn't Teacher Ran here? I came to see Teacher Ran. Today, after work, the silly pillar coincidentally met third uncle, who was completely unaware of Ran Xiaoyue visiting Yang Jianguo's home. Third uncle informed the silly pillar that Ran Xiaoyue had agreed to meet, but it would take some time. Unexpectedly, as soon as the silly pillar stepped into the courtyard, he heard that Ran Xiaoyue was already at Yang Jianguo's house. The silly pillar was eager and immediately went out to buy a chicken, rushing back to meet her as soon as possible. You came to find Teacher Ran? Hurry, hurry. Yang Jianguo waved his hand to signal the silly pillar to leave, saying that Ran Xiaoyue knew nothing about this. No, third uncle has already told me that Teacher Ran agreed to meet me. The silly pillar suspected Yang Jianguo was obstructing him and walked straight towards the door, fearing Yang Jianguo would slander him in front of Ran Xiuyue and ruin his plan. Teacher Ran, I bought a chicken and want to cook a signature dish for you to taste. The silly pillar moved quickly, not giving Yang Jianguo a chance to stop him, and entered the room with a big smile. Cooking? What does this mean? Ran Xiuyue was puzzled. She had no connection with the silly pillar, so why would he come a cook? Teacher Ran, third uncle already told me that you agreed to meet me for a blind date, right? The silly pillar assumed that agreeing to a blind date meant she was interested in him. What third uncle? Who is he? Ran Xiuyue looked confused and completely did not understand what the silly pillar was saying. The silly pillar hurriedly explained. Third uncle is a teacher at Hongxing Primary School named Yin Shuzhai, who lives in our front yard. I asked him to introduce me to you, and he said you agreed. I even brought many gifts. I don't know Teacher Yin. Ran Xiuyue quickly clarified, but he never mentioned this. We're just ordinary colleagues. Nothing like what you said. Blind date? Meeting? Ran Xiuyue insisted that there was no such thing. What? You said third uncle didn't mention it? He took so many things from me and didn't say anything? The silly pillar was astonished, doubting he had been played by third uncle. Absolutely not. I have not received any gifts either, Ran Xiuyue emphasized again. Master He, I must make it clear to you that I am not willing to go on a blind date. There is no chance for us. Ran Xiuyue had a little knowledge of the silly pillar's situation recently, especially his entanglement with the widow. She was very clear about it. How could she agree to a blind date with him? That would be absurd. Really, this third uncle is actually playing tricks on me. Teacher Ran, I think you're a really nice person, especially stylish. The silly pillar was frustrated, but understood that now was not the time to trouble third uncle. He planned to try for himself. After all, just because third uncle didn't help with the introduction didn't mean he couldn't do it himself. Comrade, he used you. It really won't work. You don't need to say any more. Ran Xiuyue quickly rejected before the silly pillar could finish speaking. Unless she was crazy, she would agree to he use you. Would she want to watch her husband flirt with a widow every day after getting married? That was impossible. Ran Xiuyue was not at the point of needing to find such a man. Well then, Teacher Ran, maybe you don't know me well enough. I won't force you. The silly pillar looked disappointed,